According to reports, one of the largest meteor showers in human history will grace the Earth at 6 o'clock the day after tomorrow. This rare crimson meteor shower promises to be an extraordinarily magnificent spectacle, and it is recommended to watch it with family. Recently, several unusual natural phenomena have been observed in various parts of the city, with experts asserting that these occurrences are entirely normal. Today, several incidents of stray dogs attacking people have been reported in the city of Subei. Citizens are advised to exercise caution around stray dogs to avoid potential bites. In a rental apartment in Subei City, gazing at the news broadcast on television, Chun Xian remained silent for an extended period. His hair, unwashed for days, had grown unruly, obscuring his eyes, and he wore an oversized, wrinkled short-sleeved shirt that appeared faded from countless washes. How could this be possible? How could this be? He muttered incessantly to himself, a look of shock etched upon his malnourished face. His pale fingers pinched his cheek harshly, and only upon feeling the real pain did he confirm that this was not a dream. May 3rd, 2053, at 12:32 p.m., there remains but one day until the apocalypse begins. I can't believe it. I have actually been reborn. Indeed, he had truly been reborn, and on the very eve of the apocalypse. At 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, a meteor shower hailed as the largest in human history would descend. Crimson meteors would sweep across the sky. Initially, everyone would be captivated by the beauty of the meteor shower, capturing photos and sharing moments with family. However, within mere seconds after the meteor shower's disappearance, the human world would be irrevocably altered. Countless humans would transform into zombies. Animals would undergo frenzied evolution, and plants would begin to spread uncontrollably. A new world would dawn. This year would also be referred to as the first year of the apocalypse. Chun Xian inhaled deeply, his right hand trembling uncontrollably, a strange excitement and exhilaration flickering across his pale face. Indeed, it was excitement. The apocalypse, a realm where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. For the feeble, this reality is akin to hell, perhaps even more terrifying, for it operates without any rules, leaving the weak at the mercy of others. Yet for the strong, it is a paradise, for they are unbound by restrictions. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, one can act with impunity in the apocalypse. Damn it, the heavens have granted me a second chance. In my previous life, I simply started too late, squandering precious time and missing the opportunity to become powerful. Although I eventually grew formidable, I was often bullied, far from the true elite. This time, I must seize every opportunity. I will outpace the entire world. I shall rise above all. Chun Xian clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly, the excitement in his eyes unwavering. If the apocalypse were to arrive, what would you desire? Chun Xian's answer was simple: power, status, and women. Deep down, he was a restless soul, unwilling to be left behind. For an ambitious individual like Chun Xian, the apocalypse resembled paradise more than anything else, as it offered the chance to become a true god. Regrettably, in his previous life, he had missed numerous opportunities in the early stages, causing him to lag behind. Though he ultimately became a level 5 psychic, he was still far from the truly powerful. Even with relentless effort, it was difficult to catch up, leaving him to look up and regret countless times for his past choices. Fortunately, all of this could be reset. The television continued its broadcast, but Chun Xian's thoughts had drifted elsewhere. He grabbed a towel and entered the bathroom. Whooshed, as the water cascaded down upon him, his thoughts began to calm, the excitement subsiding as he muttered to himself. There remains but one day until the apocalypse begins. I must not become overly excited. The early opportunities are too precious. This is the key to staying ahead of others. I need to jot down everything on paper and memorize it. I cannot afford to miss a single detail. One step ahead leads to being steps ahead. This time, I must be in front of everyone. With a clear plan forming in his mind, Chun Xian felt a wave of relief wash over him. After a brief rinse under the warm water, he took up the towel to dry himself. In the apocalypse, for an ordinary person, taking a hot shower would be a daunting task. After all, in an apocalyptic era, human life is as fragile as grass. With water and food in short supply, a single bag of instant noodles could determine life or death for two individuals. Of course, this was merely the perspective of the weak. As he dried his arms, Chun Xian suddenly frowned. What is this? On his arm, a distinct pattern became visible. The pattern, entirely snow white, resembled a tiger's whiskers and mane, long like a snake, covered in scales akin to fish, with horns resembling those of a deer and claws like an eagle. What the hell this? This isn't the legendary dragon, is it? Staring at the pattern on his arm, Chen Xian's face was filled with astonishment. He had inexplicably acquired a massive dragon tattoo, embedded on his right arm, adorning his entire limb. Moreover, the dragon tattoo emanated a chilling aura. That snow-white tattoo appeared as if it were in natural formation. He was certain that in his previous life, he had never possessed such a tattoo. Could this not be the celestial mark? Chen Xian's mouth trembled, and he stood frozen in place. The celestial mark was no ordinary phenomenon. Psychics could awaken their abilities through two means. The first is through zombie cores, a method widely known. The second is the innate awakening of abilities. The celestial mark is a prerequisite for innate ability awakening. The reason this tattoo is referred to as the celestial mark is that any psychic with this mark possesses extraordinary strength, with their awakened abilities being at least grade S. However, the number of psychics capable of innate awakening is exceedingly rare, almost 1 in 10 million. In his previous life, Chen Xian lacked the celestial mark and had only managed to awaken his abilities through sheer luck using zombie cores during the apocalypse. But who would have thought that upon being reborn, he would possess a celestial mark, even altering his own abilities? This was undoubtedly a momentous occasion. The primary reason he struggled to enhance his strength in his previous life was not merely due to lagging behind others, but also because his abilities were weak, limited to grade A, body steelification. For ordinary psychics, grade A abilities were already quite formidable, yet Chen Xian knew that for true powerhouses, grade A was still far too weak. But now, he was reborn and bore a celestial mark, guaranteeing at least grade S abilities, perhaps even stronger, filling Chen Xian with newfound confidence. Although he was uncertain of what abilities his celestial mark would awaken, the patterns on his body were unmistakably dragon-like. Anything associated with dragons is never simple. After all, this is the most powerful totem of faith in Huaxia, the dragon. Apocalypse, I have returned. Chen Xian grinned widely, his eyes gleaming with unrestrained defiance and fervor. Chapter 2. Absurd. Nearly there. The opportunities in Subei City are just about this much. As Chen Xian gazed at the note on the table, a hint of joy blossomed on his face. In truth, it was not merely the opportunities in Subei City. He was well acquainted with various prospects, both within Huaxia and abroad, as long as they were not classified as high-level secrets, after all. In his previous life, he often found himself plagued by regret, having fallen behind others, and had developed the habit of reflecting on past events. Thus, he was intimately familiar with the emerging prospects both domestically and internationally, especially in Subei City, where there was scarcely an opportunity he was unaware of. After jotting down the note, Chen Xian retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his waist, lighting one. The swirling smoke created an almost intoxicating ambience. In the apocalyptic world, a single pack of cigarettes could entice a top-tier female celebrity to spend an entire night, and this was no exaggeration. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, a slight smirk played at the corners of Chen Xian's mouth as he savored the moment. "Dad, there's a call for you, Dad." Just as he was indulging in the pleasure of his cigarette, his phone rang, and upon checking it, he saw that it was Su Suzuzu calling. "Hey, you bastard Chen Xian. Do you want to get fired? Hurry back to the company tomorrow. If you don't show up, don't bother coming back for life. Don't even think about last month's salary. I won't pay you this month either." The voice of a middle-aged man erupted with rage and continuous insults from the other end of the line. Su Dahai, Chen Xian's department manager, was notoriously known as Su Fat Pig, weighing over 200 pounds. In his previous life, Chen Xian had been weak and had suffered significantly. Moreover, on the very day of the apocalypse, he had been tricked by this gluttonous swine, nearly losing his life to a horde of zombies. Fortunately, luck had been on his side, allowing him to escape, but he had been gravely injured and left hanging by a thread. This grudge had lingered in Chen Xian's mind ever since. His expression shifted between dark and light, a cold chuckle escaping his lips as he held the half-burnt cigarette. "Damn you, you fat pig. One day I will make you pay." The sudden shift in tone rendered Su Dahai momentarily silent. The voice, laced with hoarseness and malice, was unmistakably Chen Xian's. "How dare he curse at me, you son of a..." Su Dahai's tirade continued. but Chen Xian had lost all patience, snorting dismissively as he ended the call. Just a fat pig, he couldn't hop around for long. However, in his previous life, had it not been for this gluttonous swine, Chen Xian would not have been injured in the early days. Let him prance around for one more day. Tomorrow, I will personally chop off your pig's head. A smirk curled on Chen Xian's lips, his rebellious demeanor radiating unabashed defiance. Laws? Absurd. The apocalypse was upon us. What good were laws then? Casting a glance at the note before him, Chen Xian reignited his half-burnt cigarette, watching as the note transformed into a burst of flames and, moments later, reduced to a pile of ashes. The contents of the note were etched firmly in his mind, secrets that must remain undisclosed. Afternoon. After a satisfying lunch, Chen Xian began to calculate his entire net worth. Having graduated and worked for 2 years, coupled with some savings from part-time jobs during school, he totaled 322.5, over 130,000. This was all Chen Xian's savings. However, after tomorrow, this money would merely be worthless paper, hardly fit for wiping oneself. Nevertheless, today, this money still held value. In the early days of the apocalypse, the most crucial items were not food or water, but weapons. The strength of zombies and the hardness of their flesh far surpassed that of humans, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary weapons, like kitchen knives, to leave a mark on them. Fortunately, Chen Xian was aware of a specialty weapon shop, renowned for selling premium weapons, sufficient for him to establish a foothold in the early days of the apocalypse. He had only learned of this shop after years of surviving in the wasteland, where the owner was said to be a level 7 ability user, not lacking in power. After tidying himself up, Chen Xian donned a black, short-sleeve shirt and denim jeans, his fair complexion casting a somewhat sinister charm. Before departing, he offered himself a smile in the mirror. However, the smile was not warm. Instead, it was tinged with a hint of malevolence. Following the directions in his memory, Chen Xian hailed a cab. The driver, a middle-aged man, greeted him with a cheerful demeanor as soon as he entered the vehicle, his round face radiating happiness. Sadly, such smiles would soon become a rarity once the apocalypse descended. "Young man, we've arrived." Lost in thought, the middle-aged driver turned around with a grin. "Old Joe's General Store. This is it." Chen Xian nodded. "How much?" $42.50. "I'll round it down to 40. The middle-aged driver beamed. "200. "Keep the change. Have a pleasant day." For ordinary people, today would be the last day of joy. The days to come would be filled with fear and death, devoid of any merriment. With that, Chen Xian exited the car without hesitation. Watching the dashing figure of Chen Xian depart, the middle-aged driver scratched his thinning hair, glancing at the 200 yuan in his hand with curiosity, before a smile crept across his face. This young man was indeed strikingly handsome, albeit somewhat peculiar. Yet his generosity was commendable, he thought to himself. Perhaps he'd finish work early today to buy some tasty treats for his beloved daughter. Old Joe's General Store. Inside were an array of ordinary household items, pots, bowls, and knives, with nothing particularly unusual. "Hello, what can I get for you?" "We have everything from pots to pans." Upon Chen Xian's entrance, the middle-aged owner greeted him with a smile. He was a robust man, standing at 6 feet tall, with a sturdy build and a dark complexion, exuding a sense of warmth. His hands bore calluses from years of labor, presenting an appearance of an unremarkable middle-aged individual. However, Chen Xian, having navigated the treacherous landscape of the apocalypse for years, could see through the facade of the seemingly ordinary man before him. He chuckled. "Do you really have everything?" "Of course." Zhou Xiong gestured around. "We have all kinds of kitchenware." "What about weapons?" "Weapons?" Zhou Xiong's demeanor shifted. His brows furrowed, and his expression became somewhat awkward. Yet, upon noticing Chen Xian's youthful appearance, he forced a laugh. "Young brother, I do have kitchen knives and fruit knives. Would you like to take a look?" A smirk tugged at Chen Xian's lips. "How about a knife for killing?" The sinister words jolted Zhou Xiong, especially with the aura surrounding Chen Xian, reminiscent of someone emerging from a sea of corpses and blood. Although he appeared slender and frail, there was an undeniable ferocity about him. However, their line of business was inherently clandestine, conducted only with familiar faces. "Ha ha, young brother, you're joking. Such items are illegal. How could I possibly have any?" Zhou Xiong continued to laugh nervously. Unfazed, Chen Xian shrugged and wandered around the store, his eyes scanning as if searching for something. Zhou Xiong found himself perplexed by Chen Xian's intentions. Who was this young man? He hadn't heard of any newcomers in their circle. Chapter 3. The Icy Sword. Young brother, if you're just here to mess with me, I am afraid I must ask you to leave and not waste my time. Seeing Chen Xian loitering, Zhou Xiong frowned. However, Chen Xian suddenly halted, a smile gracing his face as he pointed to the wall beside him. If I'm not mistaken, what I seek should be behind there. Silence, a deathly silence enveloped the room, the temperature seemingly plummeting several degrees, almost freezing the air. Zhou Xiong narrowed his eyes, scanning Chen Xian with suspicion and hostility. Who exactly are you? Zhou Xiong lowered his voice, squinting as if trying to see through Chen Xian. Yet, Chen Xian merely smiled faintly. I'm just an ordinary customer. Oh, by the way, Zhou boss, I advise you not to entertain any ill thoughts. Otherwise, I fear you may not be able to bear the consequences. A subtle smile blossomed on his pale face, his calm demeanor betraying no depth, instead hinting at a certain unsettling quality. He was his sickly demeanor, but rather at a hint of insanity. For a moment, Zhou Xiong felt as though he was not facing a normal person, but rather someone with a deranged mind. Standing in silence, Zhou Xiong grappled with his thoughts. Who was this young man? Observing Zhou Xiong's contemplation, Chen Xian let out a disdainful chuckle, then pulled out a cigarette, lighting it and exhaling a plume of smoke. Have you made up your mind? Chen Xian smiled lightly, his fair face appearing even more ghastly amidst the smoke, making Zhou Xiong wary of this young man. Wait. With that, Zhou Xiong stepped forward, swiftly pulling down the shop's shutter. The general store was merely a cover. The real profits lay elsewhere. Follow me. Zhou Xiong led the way, casually stating as he pulled a lever, revealing a narrow passageway in the right wall. Chen Xian grinned widely. He was indeed in the right place. Without hesitation, he followed Zhou Xiong into the passage. The corridor was exceedingly narrow, with Zhou Xiong leading the way, illuminating the dim space with his phone's flashlight, revealing dampness along the walls. Yet, Chen Xian showed no fear, trailing behind with an air of indifference. Zhou Xiong occasionally glanced back at Chen Xian, noting the lack of change in his expression, which only fueled his unease. Where on earth did this kid come from? Could he be a cop? Yet he didn't quite seem like one. Should I eliminate him here? After all, Zhou Xiong was engaged in illegal dealings. If Chen Xian were indeed a police officer, it would spell disaster for him. Conflicting thoughts clashed in Zhou Xiong's mind, a flicker of hesitation crossing his gaze. Chen Xian perceived the transformation in Zhou Xiong, letting out a soft chuckle, fully aware of the other's intentions. Yet he remained unperturbed. Although Chen Xian had not yet awakened his extraordinary abilities and appeared somewhat slender compared to Zhou Xiong, his combat instincts honed through years of survival in a post-apocalyptic world were undeniably formidable. To put it bluntly, if Zhou Xiong dared to strike at him, Chen Xian was confident that he could eliminate his opponent in a single move. Ultimately, Zhou Xiong lacked the resolve to eliminate Chen Xian, primarily because he found the young man inscrutable. Abruptly, Zhou Xiong spoke, leading them to a concealed chamber. Upon switching on the lights, Chen Xian was taken aback to see tables laden with an array of weapons. Not only were there swords and spears, but even bows and crossbows were present. Every conceivable weapon was accounted for, each of commendable quality, with materials guaranteed to be top-notch. Chen Xian couldn't help but express his astonishment. It was his first visit here, and he hadn't anticipated the existence of such a compact armory even before the apocalypse commenced. Feel free to browse, everything is clearly priced, Zhou Xiong remarked, curling his lip as he turned to stand at the door, quietly observing Chen Xian, which also served as a cautionary measure. These subtle intentions did not escape Chen Xian's notice, yet he paid them no heed, lightly caressing the weapons on display. Wow, the blade is remarkably sturdy. The material is exquisite. These weapons are designed to draw blood, Chen Xian mused as he picked up a long sword, a smile gracing his face. His gaze continued to wander over the other weapons. Which one catches your eye? Zhou Xiong urged, his demeanor suggesting impatience, eager for Chen Xian to make a selection and depart. Chen Xian surveyed the room, then smiled and shook his head. None of them appeal to me. Zhou Xiong's expression shifted to one of disbelief. They are all worthless, Chen Xian replied nonchalantly. What exactly are you here for? To stir trouble? Zhou Xiong stood upright, casting a cold glare at Chen Xian, bracing himself for a confrontation. Chen Xian, however, remained calm, responding with a smile. If I am not mistaken, there must be more than these items. Boss Zhou, I have come with sincere intentions. Do not attempt to deceive me with these inferior goods. While these weapons were indeed of high quality, they were insufficient against formidable adversaries. Zhou Xiong's gaze intensified as he scrutinized Chen Xian, attempting to penetrate the mystery surrounding him. Yet, Chen Xian maintained his cheerful demeanor, his eyes betraying not a hint of fear. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Xiong acquiesced. He turned, retrieving a box and placing it before Chen Xian, then slowly opened it. Inside lay a sword named Extreme Cold, a treasured item of the establishment, crafted from a meteorite, its material extraordinarily unique. Extreme Cold, Chen Xian exclaimed, his throat constricting as he swallowed hard at the sight of the long sword emanating an aura of chill. He had come specifically for this sword, a legendary weapon reputed to be forged from a meteorite, ranking among the top 3 in the armory of the apocalypse, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud. Chen Xian's knowledge of this weapon's origins was a stroke of fortune. He had initially come hoping for a chance encounter, never expecting to find it. How much? Chen Xian inquired without hesitation. Zhou Xiong was taken aback by Chen Xian's straightforwardness. And without delay, he replied, 1 million. In remote areas, that could buy a house. Who would spend such a sum on a sword? Yet Chen Xian deemed it worth every penny. Indeed, he believed it was immensely valuable. 1 million was trivial. Even if it were 500 million, Chen Xian would still find it worthwhile, of course. The only drawback was his lack of funds. He had merely a total of 130,000. Far from the million required, I'll take the sword. Here is a deposit of 100,000, and I will bring the remaining 900,000 tomorrow afternoon, Chen Xian declared, pulling out a bank card containing the 10,000. However, Zhou Xiong was amused and infuriated. Payment upon delivery. There are no credit arrangements. That's so, Boss Zhou? I must take this sword with me today, Chen Xian stated calmly. You must be joking, Zhou Xiong retorted, astonished to encounter such audacity. Just as Zhou Xiong struggled to comprehend the situation, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Before he could react, he was sent flying backward as if cut from the strings of a kite. Cough! Zhou Xiong groaned as he lay on the ground, a sweet taste rising in his throat, which he suppressed. Gradually, he stood up, incredulity etched on his face as he regarded Chen Xian. How could this young man's speed be so astonishing? He had not even had time to react before being sent sprawling, and the force was overwhelming. Zhou Xiong was no slouch. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, he was well versed in combat, and typically, a few grown men could not even approach him. Chen Xian smiled lightly, slowly retrieving the extreme cold sword from the ground. Examining it with care, it truly lived up to its rank as the 3rd best weapon on the list. Who exactly are you? Zhou Xiong asked cautiously, his expression wary. This young man's strength was terrifying, and he feared that he might not withstand even 10 of his blows. Chen Xian sheathed the long sword. Smiling faintly, you will find out in due time, but for today, I shall take this sword that in return. I can share a piece of information with you. Information? What sort of information? Zhou Xiong inquired, momentarily taken aback. Chen Xian replied with a grin. Tonight, stock up on food and drink. Gather as much as you can. Stock up on food, Zhou Xiong echoed, bewildered. What on earth for? However, Chen Xian had no intention of explaining. His warning was solely because of the extreme cold sword. Whether Zhou Xiong heeded it was no concern of his. Of course, Chen Xian had no plans to stock up on food. As the saying goes, while neighbors stockpile grain, I stockpile weapons. My neighbors are my granary. With strength on his side, would he ever fear hunger? Hardly. Chen Xian smiled as he confidently strolled out with the extreme cold sword. Leaving Zhou Xiong in a state of shock, truth be told, it had been the most surreal day for Zhou Xiong. Who was this mysterious young man? His strength was formidable, and he had audaciously taken the extreme cold sword. Not only had the young man acted with impunity, but Zhou Xiong was left helplessly watching. Yet, Chen Xian's mention of stockpiling food puzzled Zhou Xiong, prompting him to ponder deeply. If an ordinary person had made such a statement, Zhou Xiong would have undoubtedly dismissed them as foolish. However, Chen Xian exuded an aura of charm and mystery, and his strength was exceedingly formidable, suggesting a complex background. Could something significant be on the horizon? With determination, Zhou Xiong resolved to stock up on food and drink that very night. Little did he know that in the days to come, he would be immensely grateful for the decision he made today. Exiting the general store, Chen Xian felt a wave of contentment wash over him, a smile illuminating his fair face as he gently caressed the sword case on his back, brimming with excitement. This was the extreme cold sword, ranked among the top 3 weapons in the apocalypse. Previously, he had not even had the privilege to lay eyes upon it, let alone touch it. But now, it belonged to him. In this new life, he was determined to rewrite his fate. Chen Xian beamed as he strode forward confidently. After leaving the general store, Chen Xian did not return to his rented room. Instead, he made his way to the largest 5-star hotel in Subei City. With 13,000 remaining in his pocket, he resolved to spend it all before the morrow turned it to naught but worthless paper. Thus, he would seize this final opportunity to indulge himself. "Good day, sir. What services may I provide you?" Upon entering the Grand Kaishan Hotel, the receptionist hurriedly approached, inquiring with utmost care, "I would like a presidential suite." Chen Xian replied with composure, "A presidential suite." The receptionist paused, taken aback. Chen Xian was dressed rather simply, in a black t-shirt and jeans, his attire totaling no more than 300 yuan. The most valuable aspect about him was likely his handsome visage. Yet his appearance seemed to starkly contrast with that of a presidential suite. "Sir, you must be joking. The presidential suite costs 23,000 a night. Are you certain you want the presidential suite?" Just as Chen Xian was about to respond, a striking young woman approached swiftly. Upon catching sight of Chen Xian's recognizable face, she scoffed, "Yajia, do you really think someone like him can afford a presidential suite? It seems he's here just to amuse himself." The girl stood beside Li Xiaoya, casting a disdainful gaze at Chen Xian, her exquisitely contoured face heavily made up. "Chen Xian, it has been months since we last met. And you've learned to flaunt your wealth? You're just a lowly worker. Do you really think you can play the part of someone staying in a presidential suite?" Her sharp voice was grating to the ears. Hearing the newcomer, Chen Xian furrowed his brow. She seemed familiar, yet he struggled to recall her identity. "Who are you?" Feigning ignorance, Wang Lily laughed derisively. "Keep pretending. We broke up 3 months ago. What's this act of not knowing me now?" 3 months since their breakup? Suddenly, Chen Xian remembered. The woman before him was his ex-girlfriend, Wang Lily, with whom he had parted ways just before the onset of the apocalypse. They had attended the same university and dated for 2 to 3 years. But after graduation, Chen Xian had become a struggling worker, unable to meet her high demands. In addition, working in a 5-star hotel inevitably alters one's mindset. Consequently, 3 months ago, Wang Lily ended her relationship with him. However, Chen Xian had long since forgotten about her after enduring the trials of the apocalypse for so many years. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had not heard a whisper of Wang Lily's existence. Most likely, she had perished amidst the tide of corpses. Contemplating this, Chen Xian remained composed, his emotions unruffled. After all, she was soon to be consumed by zombies. There was no reason for him to harbor resentment towards a deceased individual. Ignoring Wang Lily, Chen Xian retrieved a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Li Xiaoya. "Swipe the card to check in. I have no desire to repeat myself." Okay, sir. I will take care of it right away." Li Xiaoya, still somewhat bewildered, was momentarily stunned when she received the bank card from Chen Xian. However, she quickly regained her composure. After all, who would be foolish enough to present a bank card if they were a fraud? She promptly turned and gestured for Chen Xian to follow her to the lobby for check-in. Before departing, she cast a furious glare at Wang Lily. It was all her fault for nearly causing her to miss out on a significant client. Chapter 5. Chen Xian arrives observing the respectful demeanor of Li Xiaoya as she walked calmly towards the lobby alongside Chen Xian. Wang Lily stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. How could this be possible? Chen Xian was merely a lowly worker. How could he afford to stay in a 5-star hotel, let alone a presidential suite? Yet, no one answered her. Chen Xian couldn't even be bothered to glance in her direction. To be honest, Wang Lily was not unattractive, especially when made up. Otherwise, she would not have secured a job in such a prestigious establishment. However, Chen Xian had encountered far more alluring women during the apocalypse. And they were far more compliant. In the world of the apocalypse, women had become the least valuable commodity. Wang Lily's beauty was perhaps worth no more than a packet of instant noodles. Having successfully checked in, Chen Xian luxuriated in a bath, enjoyed a modest dinner, and then quietly settled into a rattan chair, smoking while gazing out the window. The brightly lit city of Subei was a product of industrialization. Its bustling streets adorned with opulence. Alas, starting tomorrow, all of this would vanish. What would follow was a world where human lives were as worthless as weeds. Come quickly. I can hardly wait. Chen Xian took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke, though his blood was already boiling with anticipation for the impending apocalypse. The next afternoon, the hotel delivered a special lunch. After dining, it was already 1:30, leaving just an hour and a half before the apocalypse would commence. Chen Xian shouldered his sword case, checked out of the hotel, and prepared to head to the company. He had two reasons for going to the office at this hour. Firstly, he needed to deal with that gluttonous manager, Su Dahai, who had caused him considerable distress throughout his life. Chen Xian could not swallow his anger without seeking revenge. Secondly, and more crucially, his company was located in the Jinhai building, which would soon present a significant opportunity after the onset of the apocalypse, a treasure he intended to claim. Thus, he made his way to the Jinhai building before the apocalypse began. As he exited the lobby, Chen Xian spotted Wang Lily's figure. Upon seeing him, she rushed forward. Chen Xian, I'm sorry, breaking up with you was my mistake. Let us get back together, shall we? I promise I won't ever break up with you again. Wang Lily's expression was filled with a mixture of anxiety and hope. Since witnessing Chen Xian's stay in the presidential suite last night, she felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Chen Xian must have come into a fortune. Otherwise, how could he afford such luxurious accommodations? This thought took root in Wang Lily's mind. No, she had to win Chen Xian back. After all, she had accompanied him for so many years, and she deserved a share of his newfound wealth. However, Chen Xian merely cast her a dispassionate glance before bursting into laughter. This woman was endearingly foolish. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, "Sure, but first, you must kneel and bark like a dog." Kneel? Bark like a dog. Wang Lily's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Chen Xian. Her face a mask of incredulity. He had never been like this before. Was this still the Chen Xian who used to cater to her every whim? Seeing Wang Lily hesitate, Chen Xian scoffed and turned to leave. At that moment, Wang Lily panicked and immediately knelt on the ground. Woof, woof. The sounds of her barking reached Chen Xian's ears, and he turned his head in curiosity. There was Wang Lily, kneeling before him, gazing up with a submissive look in her eyes, a hint of yearning and anticipation evident within them. Today, she wore a white short dress paired with black stockings, her swaying figure undeniably captivating. With her delicate makeup accentuating her oval face, every detail was meticulously crafted for this encounter. She crawled towards Chen Xian, her skirt fluttering, causing several men nearby to involuntarily swallow hard. No one could have predicted such a bizarre scene. Even Chen Xian found himself intrigued. He had only made that remark in jest. However, the woman's figure was indeed remarkable. With a scoff, Chen Xian dismissed any further thoughts. The apocalypse was imminent, and he had no time to concern himself with her fate. "There's 100,000 in the card. Go book a presidential suite and wait for me," he said casually, tossing the bank card in Wang Lily's direction as if discarding refuse. At that moment, Wang Lily resembled a starving dog, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the bank card, and she hurriedly picked it up without regard for her image. Okay, don't worry, I'll go book it right now. I won't go anywhere. I'll be sure to behave," Wang Lily exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Those around them observed the spectacle with a myriad of thoughts. Indeed, money was a powerful force. A casual toss of 100,000 transformed Chen Xian in their eyes into a wealthy heir. Yet, Chen Xian remained indifferent. In just over an hour, that money would become nothing more than worthless paper. It mattered little to him. Ignoring the ecstatic Wang Lily, Chen Xian turned and left, hailing a taxi straight to the Jinhai building. On the 16th floor of the Jinhai building, in the office of the department manager, Su Dahai raged as he hurled a stack of documents across the room. "Damn you, Chen Xian, not answering my calls? If you have the guts, don't ever show your face again. You won't see a single cent of last month's or this month's salary. Damn it. If you dare come, I'll slap you several times." His furious shouts reverberated throughout the office. The female secretary cautiously approached, her delicate fingers gently massaging Su Dahai's back. "Manager Su, don't let it get to you. It's not worth it. We can just fire that useless waste tomorrow." Feeling the secretary's gentle touch, Su Dahai's anger began to dissipate. Though a lingering fire still simmered within him, he grunted, his gaze shifting downward to the secretary's slender, alluring legs, clad in a white blouse and a fitted OL skirt that accentuated her curves. "Get on the desk," he commanded. Hearing Su Dahai's voice, the secretary's cheeks flushed, but she said nothing more, obediently leaning over the desk. The hem of her skirt revealing glimpses of her alluring figure, creating a tantalizingly ambiguous atmosphere. Su Dahai felt a surge of heat, a primal desire threatening to consume him. "Damn it, you vixen," he muttered under his breath. Just as he leaned in closer to the secretary, preparing to take the next step, a heavy door swung open with a loud bang, startling him and nearly causing him to falter. "Su, Manager Su? We have a serious problem. Chen Xian is here." Wang Xiaoli's words hung in the air as she took in the sight of the secretary sprawled across the desk and Su Dahai behind her. She gulped, her heart racing. Did I just witness something I shouldn't have? Damn it. Why didn't I knock before entering? Damn it. That bastard Chen Xian actually dares to return. I'll slap him silly. Chapter 6. The apocalypse is finally here. Su Dahai snorted disdainfully, shoving past Wang Xiaoli as he stormed towards the door, his face dark as a thundercloud. Those passing by could sense the impending eruption of his fury. Upon seeing Chen Xian for the first time, a tidal wave of rage surged within Su Dahai. This worthless fool, who had always cowered under his thumb, had suddenly grown bold enough to insult him and hang up on his call. This was utterly intolerable. In a swift motion, he advanced towards Chen Xian, his bulky frame blocking the latter's path. Colleagues around them paused their work, drawn in by the unfolding drama. "How dare you, Chen Xian? You think you can insult me? I'll teach you a lesson today." As he spoke, Su Dahai's hefty hand swung downwards. However, contrary to expectations, it did not land on Chen Xian's face. Instead, it was caught mid-air by a pale hand. As if ensnared and ironed, Su Dahai felt his hand trapped, unable to move an inch. "Chen Xian, what do you think you're doing?" he stammered, panic creeping into his voice, gazing at the portly figure of Su Dahai. Chen Xian chuckled coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. This was the same man who had tormented him for 2 years before the apocalypse, bullying him daily. And on the very first day of the apocalypse, Su Dahai had nearly left him to die. On this day last year, the apocalypse had struck, and the tide of corpses had surged forth. Su Dahai, the very same man, had locked him outside, leaving him to fend for himself against the zombies. He had screamed until his throat was raw, yet this gluttonous fool had refused to let him in. Not just him. His colleagues had been equally indifferent, tossing mockery his way. He was fortunate to have escaped. Otherwise, he would have perished in the onslaught of the undead. "I'm here to end you, you gluttonous pig." Chen Xian broke into a grin, his radiant smile reminiscent of a sun-kissed boy, yet the words that escaped his lips sent shivers down the spine. Thud. Su Dahai swallowed hard, his throat constricting. The surrounding colleagues stared in wide-eyed disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. "What the hell? Chen Xian, I warn you. This is a society governed by law. Don't you dare act recklessly. My cousin is the chairman of the company, and if you lay a finger on me, you will regret it." Su Dahai's heart raced with trepidation, but he forced himself to speak with feigned bravado. "A society governed by law?" Chen Xian let out a cold chuckle, glancing at his phone. 14:56.0h in 4 minutes. That will no longer be the case. Is that so? I'm curious to see what you will do then. Suddenly, Chen Xian struck, delivering a powerful kick to Su Dahai's rotund belly. He held nothing back, sending the man flying 4 or 5 meters, rolling on the ground like a lifeless pig before finally collapsing. Pain, excruciating pain. Su Dahai had never experienced such torment. He clutched his stomach, writhing on the ground in agony. Chen Xian, please, don't come any closer." Chen Xian let out a cold laugh, lit a cigarette, and slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke. Before sauntering over to his fallen foe, gripping the hefty man and dragging him towards the window, step by step. Although Su Dahai weighed over 200 pounds, Chen Xian showed no signs of struggle as he pulled him across the floor. Bang! With a thunderous crash, Chen Xian slammed Su Dahai's head against the glass window, shattering it instantly, shards slicing into the man's skull as blood gushed forth. Su Dahai's head was firmly pressed against the window, forcing him to gaze down at the ceaseless flow of vehicles below. Panic set in, pure terror enveloping him. He had no idea what this madman Chen Xian intended, but he could almost smell the scent of death. No. Chen Xian, I was wrong. I truly apologize. Please, let us stay calm, and if you kill me, you will face legal consequences. Don't ruin your life." Su Dahai trembled, his face ashen, speech faltering, terror etched across his features. In that moment, he was genuinely frightened. This man, Chen Xian, truly seemed intent on ending his life. The surrounding colleagues swallowed hard, their expressions frozen in shock at the unfolding drama. This was all too sudden. No one had even grasped what was transpiring. Chen Xian, don't act impulsively, he asked the chairman's cousin. The voice belonged to Su Dahai's female secretary. This woman was no saint either. Chen Xian glanced back at her with a hint of derision. He remembered well the last life, where Su Dahai had locked him out, and she had reveled in his misfortune. Yet, Chen Xian couldn't be bothered with her now. He checked his phone. Only 5 seconds remained until 3 o'clock. With one hand gripping the back of Su Dahai's head, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, he took a moment to savor the final 5 seconds, relishing one last look at this world. Chen Xian wore a calm smile. Suddenly, a meteor streaked across the distant horizon, followed by a cascade of crimson meteor showers painting the sky in a breathtaking hue. Beautiful, truly breathtaking. Everyone gazed in awe at the sky, their eyes wide with wonder. It was their first time witnessing such a stunning sight, and my goodness, the sky outside has turned fiery red. It's magnificent. Just a couple of days ago, the news reported a crimson meteor shower. Who would have thought it would actually arrive? Quickly, capture this moment. It's a historic occasion for humanity. Yes, yes. Excitement enveloped the crowd. On the streets, countless people halted their vehicles to photograph this momentous and wondrous spectacle. Alas, beauty comes at a price. Boom! A thunderous explosion shattered the tranquility. Everything changed. Below, countless individuals who had been snapping photos just moments ago transformed into ravenous zombies, their numbers multiplying in a terrifying manner. Finally, it has come. Chen Xian grinned, his eyes glinting with delight. He patted Su Dahai on the head, cheerfully stating, "It's a pity that this world will soon be devoid of LW." As he watched the sudden chaos below, Su Dahai's eyes widened in terror. What just happened? Just moments ago, everything was calm. Now, in mere seconds, everything had changed. Zombies. Isn't this something out of a post-apocalyptic film? Overwhelmed by fear, Su Dahai urinated in his pants, a foul odor permeating the air. Chen Xian chuckled coldly, gripping Su Dahai, nearly pushing him out the window. Farewell. Su Dahai suddenly turned, encountering Chen Xian's devilish smile, his face drained of color. But before he could plead for mercy, Chen Xian released him. Chapter 7. Mythical Level Abilities, Ice Dragon. No. The roar reverberated throughout the company, echoing near and far, until a resounding thud silenced it moments later. Chen Xian observed as Su Dahai's body splattered into a gruesome mess below, attracting a horde of zombies eager to feast. After tossing Su Dahai down, the celestial markings on Chen Xian's body suddenly glowed with a faint azure light. He glanced down at the markings on his arm. A terrifying aura slowly rising from him. He grinned. It's finally time to awaken. I wonder what ability I will gain this time. In his previous life, he had only awakened an A-level ability, greatly hindering his cultivation and strength. In this life, with the celestial markings, he was guaranteed an S-level ability. Chen Xian felt the power within him surging, closing his eyes to fully embrace the sensation, profound and timeless, as if it originated from the dawn of time. Suddenly, his eyes flew open, his heart racing with excitement, the joy in his gaze uncontainable. Mythical level ability, Ice Dragon. How is this possible? Elation, utter exhilaration, even after living a second life. Chen Xian could not suppress his excitement. This ability was simply terrifying. Abilities are classified from low to high as D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, in the legendary mythical level abilities. In his past life, Chen Xian had heard tales of mythical level abilities but had never witnessed one, believing them to be mere legends, non-existent in reality. Having survived the apocalypse for so long, he understood that the most powerful known abilities were only SSS level. He had never encountered a mythical level ability. Yet now, not only had he been reborn, but he had also awakened a mythical level ability, Ice Dragon, wielding the powers of ice and dragons, a true pinnacle among abilities. At this moment, Chen Xian felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. The strength of a dragon is immensely amplified. Upon awakening his ability and becoming a first-tier ability user, his strength had increased at least tenfold. Moreover, Every aspect of his being had been enhanced to varying degrees. Chen Xian raised his hand, and an ice blade materialized before him. Unlike ordinary ice blades, this one was chilling to the bone, embodying the essence of ice, reaching an absolute zero level, truly terrifying. Furthermore, Chen Xian's control over ice was far from simplistic. Ice is the evolution of water. Thus, controlling all ice means controlling all water. If he wished, in an instant, the water before him could solidify into the purest ice. Should his power grow, even the vast ocean could freeze at his command. To awaken a mythical level ability right as the apocalypse began was indeed a swift turn of fortune. He retrieved the extreme cold sword from its sheath, the chilling aura emanating from it harmonizing perfectly with his newfound ability. Chen Xian sensed the resonating hum from the sword, a smile gracing his lips. "Fear not, this time, I will ensure you shine brightly." As if in response to his words, the extreme cold sword emitted a resonant hum. Chen Xian, you've killed Manager Su. You will go to jail for this. I advise you to turn yourself in. Perhaps you can lessen the punishment. The female secretary before Chen Xian gazed at the man wielding the sword, swallowing hard and speaking with trepidation. Until now, she had always perceived Chen Xian as a mild-mannered individual. However, the events of today had shaken her to her core. Chen Xian scoffed, surveying the room. Apart from himself, there were 7 others in the office, 2 men and 5 women, a bunch of fools. Perhaps you should worry about your own fates. No sooner had Chen Xian's words left his mouth than a cacophony of movement erupted from outside the door. Everyone turned in unison, their faces drained of color. A horde of zombies came barreling toward the office, their grotesque features and blood-red eyes fixated on them like predators stalking their prey. These were the lowest tier. First-level zombies, devoid of intelligence, driven only by the scent of human flesh. Upon witnessing the sheer number of zombies, panic gripped everyone in the office, their legs turning to jelly as they scrambled backward. Chen Xian remained rooted in place, a cold smile gracing his lips as he disdainfully glanced at the others behind him. He then stepped forward, swinging his sword down, cleaving a zombie cleanly in two. The reason Chen Xian had been so fixated on the extreme cold sword prior to the apocalypse was that its sharpness was nothing short of terrifying in the face of this sword. These low-tier zombies were as defenseless as blocks of tofu. Having dispatched 3 or 4 zombies with ease, Chen Xian was eager to test his newly acquired Ice Dragon ability. With a mere flick of his left hand, countless droplets of water in the office soared into the air, swiftly transforming into sharp icicles that hovered ominously behind Chen Xian. The 7 individuals present, having never witnessed such a spectacle, gaped in disbelief, their expressions reflecting sheer incredulity. Could this possibly be a scene from a television drama? It was simply too lifelike. As Chen Xian's voice echoed, a multitude of icicles hurtled towards the horde of zombies. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the 30 or more zombies that had stood before Chen Xian were pierced through by the icicles, collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. The sight was chilling. This Ice Dragon ability was truly terrifying. Chen Xian himself felt a surge of astonishment. The power of this mythic-level ability exceeded his expectations. After all, his powers had only just awakened and were still at the first level, yet he wielded such formidable strength. It was nothing short of terrifying. However, amidst the shock, a greater sense of exhilaration welled within him. With a broad grin, he advanced without hesitation, eager to rummage through the remains of the zombies. For humanity, the greatest value of zombies lay in the crystal cores they possessed. These cores were immensely useful, not only aiding ordinary humans in awakening their abilities, but also assisting those with powers in enhancing their strength. These crystal cores were the key to amplifying one's abilities. However, the probability of a first-level zombie possessing a crystal core was relatively low, around 30%. Among the 40 zombies before him, Chen Xian successfully collected 15 cores, which he deemed a satisfactory haul. As he gazed at the crimson crystals, a smile crept onto his face. These cores were essential for his ascension. Yet, to elevate to the second level, he would likely require more than these, as an ordinary A-level ability user needed at least 30 cores to progress from the first to the second level. As a mythic-level ability user, the number of cores Chen Xian would need to advance was likely to be even greater. Putting the cores away, Chen Xian prepared to continue his slaughter in pursuit of more. Just as he was about to descend, he suddenly heard the voice of his female secretary from behind. The 7 individuals before him were already in a state of panic, cowering behind the desks in trepidation. "This is none of your concern," Chen Xian replied coolly. You can't leave. "What will we do if you go?" spoke a man named Zhang Daong, who was robust and an old hand in the company. With connections to Su Dahai in his previous life, Chen Xian had fallen victim to this man's schemes, and he had no desire to engage. Yet, suddenly intrigued, a glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes. The Golden Sea building had a total of 36 floors, a veritable hive of workers, thus offering a significant number of zombies. If he were to tackle the zombies and gather the cores alone, his progress would be slow. Instead, he thought it might be advantageous to utilize these individuals to procure the cores for him. With that in mind, Chen Xian stepped forward, regarding them with a cold gaze. "I have some good news for you. The apocalypse has arrived, order has collapsed, and the streets are teeming with zombies. If you wish to survive, you must obey my commands without question." The apocalypse? Zombies everywhere? The group swallowed hard in unison. What kind of good news was this? Even if the apocalypse had come, why should they heed his orders? After all, he was still their subordinate until today, a target for their bullying. Now, with the tables turned, it was impossible for them to accept this sudden shift in power dynamics. However, Chen Xian merely sneered, remaining silent as an icicle appeared in his hand, seemingly out of nowhere. "Disobedience will be met with death." With that, the icicle plunged into Zhang Daong's brain, exploding with a sickening force. He killed someone. The reality of Zhang Daong's sudden demise left the others in shock. To murder so easily over a disagreement, was he not a madman? One by one, they scrambled away, desperate to avoid the splatter of his blood. Chen Xian surveyed the remaining individuals with a chilling smile. "Disobedience equals death. Do you understand?" His grin was devilish. They were mere workers, accustomed to bullying interns, and had never encountered such a scene. They hastily nodded in compliance, especially the female secretary, who nearly broke into tears. Kneeling and fervently nodding, her ample bosom on display. Yet, Chen Xian felt no interest in her. Though she possessed a certain charm, she was simply too unrefined. "Come with me," he commanded, striding forward without hesitation. The six behind him exchanged glances, not daring to defy his orders, and followed suit. They maintained a respectful distance of 2 to 3 meters, too frightened to approach closely. The Golden Sea building had a total of 21 floors, and they were currently on the 16th. Chen Xian intended to ascend and eradicate the zombies on the upper levels. Tonight, the building promised significant opportunities, and obtaining them would give him a considerable advantage. Therefore, he aimed to clear the upper floors of zombies while there was still daylight. The elevator had long been rendered inoperable, so they ascended the staircase. Before they could proceed, they encountered 2 zombies. The 6 behind him were in a state of panic. Chen Xian wasted no time, swiftly dispatching the creatures with 2 strikes of his sword. He then turned to the others, speaking nonchalantly. "Check if these 2 have any crystal cores in their brains. If you find any, bring them to me. Search their brains for cores?" The thought of ruptured brain matter filled them with nausea. Chen Xian narrowed his eyes, impatient. "My patience is limited. You have 10 seconds. If anyone fails to comply, you will meet the same fate as Zhang Daong." His menacing tone snapped them back to reality. Indeed, he was a man who would kill without hesitation. If he grew displeased, he would likely slay them without a second thought. Thus, without further hesitation, they rushed towards the 2 zombies, frantically searching their brains. The grotesque scene was enough to make anyone feel queasy, but in the face of death, they had no choice but to comply. Half a minute later, they located a crystal core within the remains of the 2 zombies. Chen Xian smiled faintly, nodding in satisfaction as he collected the core. Then continued upward. Without a moment's pause, he ascended, the 6 trailing closely behind. In this apocalypse, mere survival was impossible without clinging to Chen Xian's coattails. On the 17th floor, they encountered a staggering 60 zombies. Armed with his sword and the Ice Dragon ability, Chen Xian effortlessly dispatched every last one in a mere 3 minutes, leaving not a single one behind. Of course, the consumption of his Ice Dragon power was rapid, but the cores soon replenished his strength. The 60 zombies on the 17th floor yielded 24 crystal cores. As he gazed upon the vibrant crimson cores, Wang Xiaoli's eyes brimmed with curiosity, and he cautiously inquired, "Chen Xian, what are these used for? Can possessing them make us as formidable as you?" Wang Xiaoli was no fool. He recognized that Chen Xian's conspicuous collection of these cores must mean they held significant value. Connecting the dots to Chen Xian's formidable ice projectiles, he speculated that these cores were the source of his power, igniting a yearning within him. However, in Chen Xian's eyes, these individuals were merely tools. There was no need to divulge too much information. That is not your concern, Chen Xian replied coolly. But Chen Xian, we are colleagues. You should tell me. Besides, if we become as powerful as you, we could assist you more effectively in slaying zombies, Wang Xiaoli pressed. And the women behind him nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting a newfound understanding. Yes, yes. If we were as strong as you, we could help you even better. Their eyes revealed a glint of greed. It was undeniable that in the apocalypse, the essence of humanity could be magnified to an extreme. Witnessing Chen Xian's prowess had awakened different ambitions within them. Chen Xian scrutinized Wang Xiaoli, his gaze settling on the pocket of his shirt. With a sardonic smile, he remarked, "So, is this the reason you stole my crystal core?" Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoli's face paled. Earlier, while collecting cores, he had suspected a connection between Chen Xian's strength and these cores, and had secretly hidden one in his pocket. He never imagined Chen Xian would catch him. What do you mean by stealing? I contributed too. This rightfully belongs to me, Wang Xiaoli protested, his neck reddening. In his view, having helped should entitle him to compensation. Unfortunately, he underestimated Chen Xian and the harsh realities of the apocalypse. In this era of survival of the fittest, the weak had no right to negotiate. Is that so? Since you choose to defy my orders, then you shall die. With that, an icicle pierced Wang Xiaoli's body in an instant. Chapter 9. The clever woman. The sudden turn of events startled the remaining 5 women. This marked the third person Chen Xian had killed before their eyes. With Wang Xiaoli's demise, the 5 women instantly refrained from harboring any rebellious thoughts, bowing their heads in submission. Chen Xian bent down to collect the crystal core from Wang Xiaoli's body. Totaling 25 cores, combined with his earlier haul, he now possessed a remarkable 41 cores. If it were an ordinary A-level or lower ability user, possessing so many crystal nuclei would have long since allowed them to break through to the second tier. However, for Chen Xian's mythical level ability, it may not suffice. Without a trace of hesitation, he ascended the stairs. The 18th floor was teeming with zombies, numbering over 50. Chen Xian cleaved his way through, and with the terrifying power of his ice dragon ability, he continued until he reached the 21st floor. By the end of the day, the number of zombies that had perished at his hands totaled around 400 to 500. Feeling the crystal nuclei in his bag, a smile graced Chen Xian's face. A total of 182 level 1 crystal nuclei filled his backpack to the brim. Such a substantial quantity of crystal nuclei would undoubtedly elevate his ice dragon ability to the second tier. The sheer terror of a level 1 mythical ability was astounding. If it were to be enhanced to the second tier, its power would be even more formidable. At 6:30 in the evening, Chen Xian and the others returned to the 16th floor. The desolate space was littered with the corpses of zombies, permeated by a pungent metallic scent. The 5 women had been tirelessly searching through the zombies' brains for crystal nuclei and had become immune to the stench. Yet after an entire afternoon of labor, they were all ravenous. Fortunately, there were some provisions in the office, so they wouldn't starve in the short term. Chen Xian was not shy about it. He took several cups of instant noodles and began to feast. After finishing his meal, he glanced at the 5 women and said coolly, "You all wait outside. Without my permission, do not enter this office." With that, he unhesitatingly turned and entered the office that once belonged to Su Dahai. Locking the door behind him, he was not the least bit concerned that the 5 women would attempt to flee. After all, the ground floor was swarming with zombies. Escape. They would likely become zombie fodder in an instant. After satisfying his hunger, the group gathered. "Dream Sister, what should we do now?" asked a girl in sportswear named Zhang Jia, 26 years old, who had been with the company for several years. The Dream Sister she referred to was the secretary, Wang Ming. "What to do? How would I know?" Wang Ming shook her head helplessly. The apocalypse had descended, and one misstep could lead to becoming zombie food. For a woman like her, who was utterly defenseless, it felt like a nightmare. The other 4 women lowered their heads, their eyes filled with panic. "Currently, the only one who can protect us is Chen Xian. We must ensure he is comfortable. Only then do we have a chance to survive." Wang Ming understood this clearly. The terrifying image of Qian Xian slaying monsters earlier that day lingered in her mind. Only he could help them endure in this post-apocalyptic world. In the office, Qian Xian sat cross-legged, surrounded by countless crystal nuclei. He immersed himself in absorbing their energy until 10 o'clock at night. After consuming 180 level 1 crystal nuclei, he sensed a shift in his realm. Boom! A tremendous power surged within him. Second-tier ability user. To think he had reached this level on the very first day of the apocalypse, he recalled that in his previous life, it had taken 3 months to attain the same tier. Not only had his abilities become more fearsome, but his physical strength had also increased tremendously. Truly, it was a mythical level ability. Reflecting on the time it took him to reach the second tier in his previous life, Chen Xian could not help but draw comparisons in his past life. He had stumbled and struggled to achieve the second tier 3 months after the onset of the apocalypse. Yet now, on the very first day, he had succeeded. Moreover, his power far exceeded that of his previous self. The second-tier Ice Dragon ability was undeniably terrifying. Chen Xian estimated that even 100 second-tier ability users working together would likely not last long against him. Stowing away the last 2 level 1 crystal nuclei, he stood up and stretched his limbs, feeling an abundance of energy coursing through him, many times stronger than he had been earlier that afternoon. Truly, the mythical level ability was formidable. After all, it had taken an astonishing 180 crystal nuclei to break through. His strength was not something an ordinary ability user could compare to. Chen Xian glanced at the time. It was nearly 10 o'clock. At midnight, atop the Jin High building, a significant opportunity awaited. Pushing open the office door, he found the 5 women already waiting anxiously at the entrance, their faces a mix of tension and excitement upon seeing him emerge. "What do you all want?" Chen Xian squinted at the 5 women before him. Although this company was rather mediocre, the women it employed were quite attractive, particularly Wang Ming, whose beauty rivaled that of many internet celebrities. "Brother Chen, I was wrong before. I apologize. From now on, I am yours to command. You may do as you wish with me," Wang Ming said slowly, shedding her outer garment, revealing her fair skin, enhanced by a lingering scent of perfume, particularly enticing. "Oh?" Chen Xian regarded Wang Ming with interest. He had to admit, she was a clever woman. To navigate the position of secretary so adeptly, she must possess some merit. "Quite intriguing, but unfortunately, you are too tainted for my taste." "I have a phobia of dirt," he replied with a cold smirk. Although she was beautiful, her past indiscretions made her less appealing to him. However, Wang Ming did not seem surprised by Chen Xian's reaction. She had anticipated it. Gradually, she approached him, tilting her head back. "Brother Chen, although I may be tainted, I possess other virtues." Chen Xian lowered his gaze to her lips, which were small and delicate, adorned with lipstick. As she spoke, Wang Ming began to act restlessly. In the next moment, a delightful sensation surged through him. Chen Xian suddenly recalled a poem, whose jade flute softly plays in the dark, feeling an uncanny resonance. He smiled faintly, not rejecting her advances, lighting a cigarette as he stood there. The other 4 women, seeing this, wasted no time and surrounded Chen Xian, eager to please him. Everyone understood that his strength was the key to survival in this apocalypse. At 11:50 that night, Chen Xian tidied himself up, grasping the extreme cold sword, and left the 16th floor. He had to admit, Wang Ming was skilled. Her words were quite persuasive. Yet, with pressing matters at hand, he set aside the thought of enjoying an evening of the 5 women's service. With all the zombies on the upper floors having been slain by him, there was no danger as he ascended from the 16th floor to the rooftop of the Jin High building. Chapter 10. The opportunity at Jin High building. As he made his way, he reached the rooftop of the Jin High building. The moonlight shimmered, casting an ethereal glow. As midnight approached, Chen Xian felt a surge of excitement. The opportunity was about to manifest. Time trickled by, and he watched the second hand of his watch moved. The moment it struck 12, the moonlight emanated a brilliant beam that shot towards the top of the Jin High building. As the moonlight enveloped the area, Chen Xian beheld 2 small boxes materializing on the ground. It had appeared. It was indeed real. The excitement in Chen Xian's eyes was hard to conceal in his previous life. He had heard numerous tales of opportunities, and the one atop the Jin High building was the greatest of them all. He hurried over, picking up the 2 small boxes, and slowly opened the first one. A chilling aura wafted out. Inside lay a solid, milky white object, no larger than a fingernail, glistening and exuding a unique, moonlit chill. The tear of moonlight. It was indeed real, the tear of moonlight. Chen Xian murmured, his voice tinged with excitement. This tiny solid, known as the tear of moonlight, contained an incredibly potent energy capable of cleansing the body's foundation, significantly enhancing potential, and boosting strength point. One could say that this small tear of moonlight could transform a worthless individual into a genius in an instant. For Chen Xian, its effects were even more profound. Given his already terrifying talent, further enhancement could elevate it to an astonishing level. However, now was not the time to absorb the tear of moonlight. He needed a tranquil place to do so. Thus, Chen Xian closed the small box and set it aside, then opened the second box. Inside the second box lay a simple black ring. It appeared unremarkable. Yet its material was remarkably durable, the composition unknown. However, upon seeing the ring, Chen Xian was instantly filled with exhilaration. A space ring. It was indeed a space ring. Yes, the ring before him was the legendary space ring, capable of storing various items. Having navigated the apocalypse in his previous life, he was well aware of the existence of such items. Yet, this space ring had been said to exist in only one instance worldwide. And now it was in his possession. Trembling hands and an ecstatic heart, Chen Xian's smile was impossible to suppress. He understood that the opportunities at the Jin High building were abundant. Not only the tear of moonlight, but also a space ring, a truly extraordinary treasure. Without hesitation, Chen Xian took the extreme cold sword in hand and sliced open a fingertip. A few drops of blood flowed forth, dripping onto the space ring. Immediately, a faint glow radiated from it. Chen Xian felt a connection forming between the space ring and himself. This was the method he had heard in his past life for recognizing a master, blood recognition. Once the recognition was successful, unless Chen Xian perished, no one else could open this space ring without his consent. Once he donned the ring, Chen Xian focused his mind and opened it. Before him lay a generous space. Approximately 50 square meters in size. 50 square meters was indeed a substantial area. If used for storing supplies, it could likely hold a year's worth of provisions. Moreover, within this space ring, time flowed differently, alleviating concerns about spoilage or temperature loss. However, there was one drawback to the space ring. It could not store living creatures. Yet for Chen Xian, this was more than sufficient. With the presence of the spatial ring, a wondrous artifact, the difficulty of survival in the apocalypse has significantly diminished, rendering life considerably more convenient. Chen Xian murmured. This spatial ring is extraordinary. Possessing it allows for the storage of countless supplies and weapons, making it an invaluable tool for survival. He placed the tear of moonlight and the extreme cold sword into the spatial ring and cast a glance around. Finding nothing unusual, it was now past midnight. Unlike the usual splendor of lights and the bustling atmosphere, Subei City now lay shrouded in darkness. The eerie sounds of zombies occasionally echoed from downstairs, instilling a sense of dread, particularly on this day. Marking the onset of the apocalypse, nearly everyone was engulfed in fear. This entirely new world brought about a collapse of one's worldview. However, for someone like Chen Xian, who had navigated the trials of the apocalypse for many years, he relished this atmosphere of tranquility. Lighting a cigarette, he looked up at the large, round moon, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The apocalypse, indeed, held a certain allure. After finishing his cigarette, Chen Xian turned and descended to the 16th floor. The 5 women had long since fallen asleep, sprawled on the sofa amidst a somewhat disheveled room. After all, they had endured a tumultuous day and had assisted Chen Xian in extracting crystals from the zombies' heads, followed by attending to him that night. Chen Xian chose not to awaken them, chuckling softly as he entered his office and locked the door behind him. He then sat cross-legged and opened the box containing the tear of moonlight. A chilling aura enveloped him. Inhaling the fragrant essence, Chen Xian felt his pores open in response. Truly a remarkable item, a top-tier treasure. He wondered what transformations it would bring him, with a glimmer of joy in his eyes. Chen Xian sat cross-legged, holding the tear of moonlight, as the ethereal moonlight seemed to illuminate him. Waves of cold energy emanated from the tear, entering his body and washing over him repeatedly, enhancing his roots and soul. The terrifying energy left him momentarily lightheaded. After an indeterminate amount of time, that sensation gradually faded. Chen Xian slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the clock. It was already 2 in the morning. Just over an hour having passed, he stood up, clenching his fists, feeling as though strength coursed through his entire being. His body felt as light as a feather, and his already fair skin appeared even more luminous. Indeed, the tier of moonlight had elevated his power by at least 50%. Although Chen Xian's Ice Dragon ability remained at the second tier, the enhancement of his roots and talents, coupled with a significant boost in all his foundational qualities, had elevated his overall strength by at least 50%. Moreover, his potential had become even more formidable. Yet, he sensed some changes within himself, as if something were amiss. The immense energy from the tier should have upgraded his Ice Dragon ability to the third tier, but it had not succeeded. Instead, most of the energy had funneled into a specific area. Chen Xian looked at his left arm, where a dark, swirling pattern had distinctly appeared. Staring in astonishment, he gasped, utterly bewildered. How could this be possible? The heavenly pattern. It was known that he already possessed a heavenly pattern on his right arm, having awakened the Ice Dragon ability. To his astonishment, the tier of moonlight had caused a second heavenly pattern to manifest on his left arm. Chapter 11. Mythical Level Ability. Plunder. The heavenly pattern appeared cloud-like and shrouded in darkness, rendering it inscrutable. However, an introduction to his second ability, Plunder, had emerged in Chen Xian's mind. Plunder, a mythical level ability, could seize others' heavenly patterns for his own use. Upon encountering this revelation, Chen Xian was momentarily speechless, his eyes wide with astonishment. How could such a terrifying ability exist in this world? The capacity to appropriate others' heavenly patterns was utterly unfathomable. It should be noted that a heavenly pattern is akin to being embedded within the ability user, rendering it inextricable. Each user possessing a heavenly pattern and awakened abilities is inherently gifted. Chen Xian's second ability, however, could usurp others' heavenly patterns and absorb their abilities. Mere words could hardly encapsulate its extraordinary nature. This Plunder ability far exceeded the Ice Dragon ability in terms of terror. With two mythical level abilities at his disposal, coupled with his control over the future's trajectory, Chen Xian felt a surge of excitement. Presently, the Plunder ability was only at the first tier, allowing him to seize one ability at a time, and he could only plunder from those who possessed a heavenly pattern. Chen Xian murmured, acknowledging that this Plunder ability sought high-quality targets, incapable of seizing ordinary abilities. This was quite acceptable. He had no intention of appropriating inferior abilities, which would only diminish his standing. The day's events had brought Chen Xian a plethora of surprises. The awakening of two mythical level abilities, the acquisition of a spatial ring, and the tier of moonlight. Such terrifying opportunities had propelled his starting point to its zenith. Moving forward, he must rapidly enhance his abilities and not lag behind others. Naturally, the resources required for his two mythical level abilities were vast, and it was imperative to swiftly gather resources to elevate his powers. Chen Xian understood that if he did not act promptly to boost his strength, acquiring resources would become increasingly challenging as time passed. Once the government reacted and military districts were established, resources would likely be monopolized. Unless one possessed overwhelming strength later on, they would face numerous constraints, which was something Chen Xian could not abide. Having lived a second life, he had no intention of being subordinate to anyone, not even the military districts in the early hours of the morning. Weariness overtook him. Chen Xian locked the office door and leaned back in his chair to rest. For someone like him, who had survived the apocalypse for years, sleep was often shallow. The slightest rustle from outside heightened his vigilance. After all, the apocalypse is a world where humans prey on each other, and sometimes the greatest danger does not come from zombies, but from friends who had been close just yesterday. Thus, failing to remain alert could lead to dire consequences. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the window, bathing Chen Xian's face in warmth. The morning sun was indeed quite pleasant. However, in the apocalypse, many lacked the privilege to enjoy such comfort. Help! Help! Chen Xian stretched and stood up, only to be startled by urgent cries from outside the door. It was Wang Ming's voice. Soon, familiar voices followed. Zombies were approaching. The previous day, Chen Xian had only slain the zombies above the 16th floor, leaving those below untouched. It seemed that the five women had inadvertently attracted a horde of zombies with their actions that morning. Bang, bang, bang. Brother Chen, quickly open the door. There are zombies, so many zombies. Please, open the door. Brother Chen, help. The frantic knocks from the five women echoed. Panic and terror enveloped them. This was their first encounter with zombies, and they were faced with a massive swarm that sent chills down their spines. For them, the only hope rested in Chen Xian within the room. Listening to the cries from outside, Chen Xian's mind was flooded with memories of his past life, when the apocalypse first began. He had been locked out by Su Dahai and others, nearly perishing in a horde of zombies, at that time. He had heard the mocking laughter of Su Dahai and Wang Ming from within, feeling utterly despondent, and had no choice but to leap from the building. Fortunately, luck was on his side. He survived, hanging onto the air conditioning unit on the 15th floor, narrowly escaping death. He recalled that the loudest laughter had come from Wang Ming. A cold smile crept across Chen Xian's face as he thought, "Secretary Wang, are there really that many zombies?" Upon hearing Chen Xian's voice, the women became instantly agitated. "Yes, far too many, 3 or 4 dozen. Brother Chen, please save us." Wang Ming's urgent voice rang out. Yet, Chen Xian merely chuckled leisurely. "Secretary Wang, you are a clever woman, but regrettably, your cleverness is your downfall. I cannot afford to keep someone like you by my side." Wang Ming was a dangerous woman, willing to resort to any means for her own benefit, utilizing all her advantages, including her body. Even if Chen Xian were to save her today, she would have no gratitude towards him in the future. This is human nature. Moreover, having nearly been trapped by her and Su Dahai in his previous life, how could he possibly lend a helping hand? He had spared them before simply because they still held some utility. But now, as he prepared to leave the Jinhai building, he certainly could not carry 5 burdens with him. Wang Ming quickly grasped Chen Xian's intent, momentarily stunned as she glanced at the zombies less than 5 meters away. Her eyes filled with terror. "Chen Xian, you see me in peril and refuse to help. I curse you to a miserable death. I will curse you." As Chen Xian extinguished all hope for the 5 women. Their eyes filled with resentment, their frantic knocking on the door grew louder. Alas, they could not open it, left only to scream helplessly. Chen Xian calmly lit a cigarette, a hint of disdain in his gaze. If curses held any power, he would have died 1,000 times over by now. Outside, the zombies closed in, and although the 5 women had the intention to resist, their strength was insufficient, compounded by their fear. The dark mass of zombies surged forward, and without a shred of resistance, they were torn apart and devoured, their anguished cries echoing outside. For an ordinary person, hearing the desperate pleas of so many beautiful women would likely compel them to rush to their aid. However, after years of surviving the apocalypse, Chen Xian's heart had hardened like iron. He could never play the role of a savior. Their fates were of no concern to him. Minutes later, as the cries outside gradually subsided, Chen Xian knew that the 5 women had likely become nothing more than fodder for the zombies. Without hesitation, he opened the office door. The scene before me was somewhat shocking. A dozen zombies were feasting on arms, legs, and brains, with blood and entrails strewn across the ground, the stench of gore pervading the entire space. Chapter 12. I offer 100 million. However, Chen Xian had long since grown accustomed to such circumstances. In this apocalyptic world, horrors far worse than this were commonplace. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood were not mere exaggerations. The leading zombies, upon catching sight of Chen Xian, were instantly drawn to his formidable life force, abandoning their current meal to lunge at him with ravenous intent. Chen Xian let out a cold laugh, standing his ground without a shred of fear. Just as several zombies were about to reach him, ice spikes erupted from the ground, piercing through their bodies. Immediately, a frigid wave of ice spread across the floor, immobilizing all the zombies behind him, freezing them in place. This was no ordinary ice. It shattered upon contact. With Chen Xian's status as a level 2 ability user, combined with the extreme hardness of his ice, even bullets would struggle to penetrate it. With a flick of his mind, the horde of zombies before him disintegrated into countless shards. Utterly lifeless. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xian collected the crystal cores scattered on the ground. Though there were only 12, they were all merely level 1 cores. For Chen Xian at this point, the benefits of a level 1 core were negligible. To rapidly enhance his abilities, he needed a substantial supply of higher-level cores. However, as it was only the 2nd day of the apocalypse, the evolution of the zombies was still in its infancy. Thus the number of level 2 zombies was scarce. The energy contained within level 1 cores was insufficient. To elevate his Ice Dragon abilities to level 3, it would be a monumental challenge. Clearly, he would need to search elsewhere. Ordinary level 2 ability users could achieve breakthroughs using a large quantity of level 1 cores, but the Ice Dragon ability was an exception. Mythical level abilities demanded an exceedingly high energy threshold. Only by acquiring thousands of level 1 cores could a level 2 ability user ascend to level 3, casually placing the level 1 cores into his spatial ring. Chen Xian descended the building at a leisurely pace. The Jin High building was teeming with zombies as it served as a hub for workers. Yet, these level 1 zombies were as frail as paper before Chen Xian. They could not even come close. As he descended from the 16th floor, with each step he took, countless zombies were pierced by the ice spikes. On the first floor of the Jin High building, Chen Xian had slaughtered an unknown number of zombies, and his collection of level 1 cores had grown to a staggering 200 in Tian. At the nearby coffee shop, Wang Fuqiang cautiously gazed out at the zombies outside, swallowing hard as his body trembled slightly. They had taken refuge here since the previous afternoon, too fearful to venture out. This coffee shop was relatively concealed and had not yet been attacked by zombies. However, remaining here indefinitely was not a viable solution. The shop had scant supplies, and with 9 of them present, their consumption was significant. The young man referred to as President Su was Su Hao, the eldest son of the Su family from Subei City, who managed the Su group and was quite accomplished for his age at this moment. His expression was grim. Damn it. How am I supposed to know what to do? Su Hao's mood had plummeted to an all-time low. He rarely visited the company, but yesterday he had decided to inspect it. To his dismay, a zombie outbreak had erupted in the afternoon, leaving him no time to react and forcing him to hide in this coffee shop with a large group of executives. Having observed the outside for a considerable time, he noted that countless zombies attacked anyone they saw. Moreover, these creatures appeared tireless, leaving them no chance to escape. Damn it, the satellite phone is down, and there's no signal worldwide. Frustrated, Su Hao slammed his phone on the ground, his handsome face contorted with anger. As the Su family's eldest son and a person of privilege, he had never experienced such humiliation. President Su, look outside. Something's not right. Wang Fuqiang interjected as Su Hao and the other executives turned to see a scene that left them utterly stunned. What the hell? Is this some kind of television show? The Return of the King. Chen Xian, wielding a long sword, was surrounded by countless ice spikes, the zombies before him collapsing like flimsy paper, being effortlessly dispatched. Su Hao couldn't help but swallow hard. I can't be dreaming, right? This isn't the apocalypse. Is it? Surely, this is all just a performance. The situation before them appeared so theatrical, almost like a fantasy drama. The executives exchanged glances, all wishing it were an act, yet the crumbling skyscrapers and the sight of their colleagues being torn apart by zombies were undeniable signs that this was no performance. It was the genuine end of the world. President Su, that young man's combat prowess is terrifying. Perhaps we should have him escort us to a safe zone, suggested another executive beside Wang Fuqiang. Su Hao's eyes flickered. Yes, let us seek Chen Xian's protection. Given his strength, he should be more than capable of ensuring our safety. As for whether Chen Xian would refuse, Su Hao hadn't considered that. In this day and age, who would turn down an offer of money? As the president of a publicly listed company, Su Hao was used to being in a position of power and had never thought he would face rejection. Old Wang, you go call him over and tell him I'm willing to offer 100 million. No, 1 billion. As long as he can escort us to a safe zone. Wang Fuqiang nodded vigorously. Don't worry, President Su, I'll go right now. As soon as Chen Xian dispatched the final zombie, Wang Fuqiang wasted no time, pushing open the door and hastening towards him. Hey, wait a moment. Hearing the call from not far away, Chen Xian turned his head, observing Wang Fuqiang, who was hurrying towards him with a rotund figure, his brow furrowing slightly. What do you want? Chen Xian replied coldly. Sensing the chill emanating from Chen Xian, Wang Fuqiang trembled slightly, the terrifying aura of killing intent making him shudder. How many people has this guy killed? He cleared his throat to mask his inner fear. Young man, our President Su admires your strength and wishes to invite you to escort us to a safe zone. President Su is willing to offer 1 billion. Wang Fuqiang awaited Chen Xian's response with confidence. After all, it was 1 billion. Who wouldn't he be tempted? However, Chen Xian merely cast him a dismissive glance. As if regarding a fool in this apocalyptic world, 1 billion was nothing more than worthless paper. It would be no better than using it to wipe oneself. Not interested, Chen Xian said, turning away without another word. Wang Fuqiang felt a surge of urgency. They had spent a day and night in the coffee shop, their stomachs empty. If they didn't find a safe zone soon, they would starve to death even if the zombies didn't find them. I offer 1 billion. Su Hao, accompanied by a group of executives, approached Wang Fuqiang, speaking confidently to Chen Xian. I am Su Hao, the heir of the Su Group. You must have heard of us. If you can ensure our safe passage to the safe zone, you will be a friend of the Su family from now on. Chapter 13. Are you threatening me? The Su Group held a significant position in Subei City, possessing considerable assets and rumored to have deep connections within the city's elite. Thus, Su Hao felt emboldened and audacious, believing that Chen Xian would not turn down his offer. 1 billion was not a trivial amount, and becoming friends with the Su family was a coveted opportunity for many. In fact, the connections of the Su family were worth more than 1 billion. Thus, he saw no reason for Chen Xian to refuse. However, upon hearing Su Hao's words, Chen Xian narrowed his eyes, calmly regarding him. You are Su Hao? The Su Hao of the Su Group? Indeed, Su Hao replied, a hint of arrogance flickering in his gaze, believing that Chen Xian recognized his identity as the heir of the Su Group. He was a prominent figure in Subei City, someone whom nobody dared to provoke. Yet, Chen Xian was not preoccupied with such thoughts. In his previous life, he had heard of Su Hao, who had gained notoriety during the apocalypse. Su Hao was one of the top-tier powerhouses in the 4th Military District, an 8-tier ability user wielding the S-class ability, Xianling Zhenhua, an elemental ability of exceptional caliber. His family maintained close ties with the high-ranking officials of the 4th Military District, and due to Su Hao's terrifying talent, he wielded considerable influence there. However, his reputation was far from commendable. He was known for coercing the innocent, dealing in arms, and committing heinous acts without remorse. Beneath his polished exterior, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, lay a true demon. Yet, Chen Xian remained unfazed. In his past life, he had departed from Subei City and had no dealings with the 4th Military District, thus he had no connection to Su Hao. He was no saint. Su Hao's wickedness was of no concern to him, as long as it did not involve him directly. Chen Xian had no intention of fawning over Su Hao. For him, time was a precious commodity. He needed to level up quickly and had no time to spare escorting Su Hao to some safe zone. As for the Su family's connections, that was even more laughable. A mere Su family meant nothing to him. Sorry, I'm not interested, Chen Xian stated flatly, turning to leave. Upon hearing Chen Xian's resolute refusal, the onlookers were left in shock. What? He turned it down. This is the Su Group. Su Hao's expression fluctuated between rage and disbelief. It was the first time he had ever faced rejection, especially from someone he deemed insignificant. This kid, does he look down on the Su family? Is 1 billion too little? Fine. I'll offer 10 billion. 10 billion should suffice. However, at that moment, Su Hao was left with no alternative but to raise the stakes. Yet, Chen Xian continued walking forward without looking back. Not even 10 billion would sway him. Even if the entire Su Group were offered, it held no value in his eyes. Suddenly, the sound of a car engine roared to life. At that very moment, 2 military jeeps suddenly sped past Chen Xian, their armored bodies offering substantial protection, while armed soldiers occupied the vehicles. The 2 jeeps came to a halt before Su Hao. Subsequently, the soldiers disembarked, forming 2 rows, 8 men in total. Alongside their commanding officer, making 9. Young Master Su, the commanding officer saluted Su Hao. I am Squad Leader Xiang Tianqing from the Special Operations Company, here on Commander Feng's orders to escort you to the safe zone. Upon hearing Xiang Tianqing's words, Su Hao was instantly filled with excitement, his eyes sparkling with a unique fervor. Is it my grandfather who sent you? Indeed. It was Old Master Su who instructed us to retrieve Young Master Su for transport to the safe zone. Old Master Su, Su Hao's grandfather, held considerable influence in the network of relationships in Subei City, and naturally, he had connections within the military district. At the onset of the zombie outbreak, Old Master Su had swiftly secured passage to the safe zone through military channels. However, it is worth noting that this so-called safe zone was far from the secure bastions typical of the later apocalypse. It resembled more of a temporary control area. Nonetheless, with military oversight, the safety was significantly enhanced. Su Hao, upon hearing this news, was overjoyed. Wonderful, wonderful. I knew my grandfather would come to rescue me. Behind Su Hao, Wang Fuhai and the others exchanged glances, unable to conceal the joy radiating from their eyes. The military had arrived. There was hope. Young Master Su, please get in the vehicle. I shall escort you to the safe zone. Splendid, Su Hao eagerly responded. However, Wang Fuhai and the others intended to join him in the vehicle, only to find that the two jeeps could hardly accommodate so many people. Xiang Tianqing coldly stated, "I apologize, but my orders are to take young Master Su back to the military district. The jeeps cannot accommodate you all. If you wish to follow to the safe zone, you may do so on foot." Wang Fuhai and the other executives were taken aback. What are you kidding? They thought. To leave them behind while Su Hao enjoyed the safety of the vehicle was utterly absurd. Even if they could run, they would never outpace four-wheeled vehicles. Moreover, with the multitude of zombies in Subei City, running behind the jeeps would likely lead to their swift demise. Despair settled over the group. Su Zong, I've followed you for so long. I do not wish to die. Please, take me with you. Wang Fuhai was the first to kneel. Tears streaming down his face, he understood that remaining behind meant certain death. His only hope was to cling to Su Hao, his lifeline. After years of loyalty, surely Su Hao would not abandon him. Yet, Su Hao responded with a cold sneer, his gaze towards Wang Fuhai devoid of warmth. Old Wang, whether you live or die is of no concern to me. Squad leader Xiang, prepare to depart. These individuals are of no importance. His indifferent voice was as chilling as a death knell. Wang Fuhai and the other executives stared blankly at Su Hao. This seemingly refined young man hid an abyss of coldness behind his golden-rimmed glasses. Understood, Xiang Tianqing nodded, instructing the soldiers to board their vehicles. A few of them attempted to cling to the jeep, but were met with the soldiers' weapons raised in warning. Any further approach could provoke a lethal response. Wait! As the vehicles were about to start, Su Hao called out. Wang Fuhai and the others rushed forward, their eyes filled with hope, believing Su Hao had changed his mind. However, he scarcely acknowledged them, walking straight towards Chen Xian. Kid, I remember you, and next time, don't let me catch you. With that, Su Hao let out a cold laugh. Previously, he had been subservient to Chen Xian out of necessity, but now, with Xiang Tianqing and his soldiers, he felt invincible. After all, how could Chen Xian compare to bullets? It was absurd to think otherwise. Thus, Su Hao's arrogance reached its zenith. Yet, he underestimated Chen Xian. Are you threatening me? The calm words carried an icy undertone. A shiver ran down Su Hao's spine, for he had emerged from a sea of corpses in his previous life, exuding an aura of death. Just a single glance from Chen Xian was enough to unnerve him. However, recalling the presence of Xiang Tianqing and the soldiers behind him, he regained his bravado. What can you do? You are nothing. Su Hao sneered, resolute in his intention to have Chen Xian hunted down once he reached the safe zone. He was determined to make Chen Xian kneel before him, avenging this humiliation. Yet, Chen Xian merely smiled, his gaze towards Su Hao laced with mockery and disdain. Initially, he had no intention of confronting Su Hao. They bore no grievances towards each other. However, the audacity to threaten him could not be overlooked. Allowing Su Hao to leave today would undoubtedly invite trouble in the future. Although Chen Xian was confident in his ability to evade Su Hao's grasp, the latter's connections to the 4th Military District posed a significant threat. Furthermore, Chen Xian harbored a deep disdain for threats. Thus, it was clear there was no reason to let Su Hao live. With a grin, Chen Xian revealed a glimmer of murderous intent on his fair face. An ice spear materialized at his fingertips, swiftly launching towards Su Hao. The spear's velocity was astounding, leaving Su Hao with no means of escape. His eyes widened in horror as he attempted to move, only to find his body paralyzed. Confronted with such a terrifying attack, he sensed the chill of death closing in. Boom! With a resounding explosion. The ice spear did not strike Su Hao directly but instead detonated upon hitting the ground, sending shockwaves through the air. Su Hao opened his eyes to find himself unscathed, with Xiang Tianqing standing protectively beside him. Young Master Su, are you all right? I'm fine, Su Hao stammered, still in disbelief that he had survived. The sensation of having escaped death sent his heart racing. It was unexpected for the military to have awakened an ability user so quickly. This was intriguing. If I am not mistaken, you must have awakened an A-class ability, Wind's Swift Passage. As he regarded Xiang Tianqing, Chen Xian's lips curled into a slight smirk, his eyes holding a hint of derision. Indeed, Xiang Tianqing was no ordinary human but an awakened ability user with the A-class power of Wind's Swift Passage, capable of significantly enhancing his speed for short durations. It was no wonder Chen Xian found the name Xiang Tianqing somewhat familiar. This individual had made quite a name for himself in the 4th Military District during Chen Xian's previous life, being a 6th-tier ability user, even surpassing Chen Xian at that time. However, his character was often criticized. As he played the role of a subordinate to Su Hao. It was likely that in the previous life, Xiang Tianqing had saved Su Hao's life, fostering a close relationship between them. Just as Chen Xian's attack was about to land on Su Hao, Xiang Tianqing's speed surged several-fold, saving Su Hao from certain death. You awakened an ability? Xiang Tianqing gazed at Chen Xian in disbelief. Had he not reacted swiftly, Su Hao would now be nothing more than a lifeless corpse. He never anticipated that a seemingly ordinary person could awaken an ability so rapidly, let alone possess such terrifying strength. Chen Xian smiled lightly. I advise you to step aside. Otherwise, you will all perish. Xiang Tianqing, despite being merely a first-tier ability user, would find himself in dire straits against Chen Xian. Su Hao, sensing the urgency, interjected, Squad leader, you can't leave. If you take me to the safe zone, I promise my grandfather will promote you. Rest assured, young Master Su, I will ensure your safe passage to the safe zone, Xiang Tianqing declared. His willingness to volunteer for this task stemmed from the desire to align himself with the Su family. In the face of the impending apocalypse, the Su family's influence was formidable, especially within Subei City, where they were a significant power. Thus, securing Su Hao's favor was paramount. All units, raise your weapons, Xiang Tianqing commanded. The 8 soldiers immediately aimed their guns at Chen Xian. I know your strength is formidable, but I do not believe you can withstand bullets. If you leave now, we can consider this matter settled. Xiang Tianqing spoke with unwavering confidence. Chen Xian's abilities, while impressive, would surely not be able to deflect bullets. After all, this was merely the second day of the apocalypse. Firearms remained the dominant force. Exactly. I don't believe you can withstand bullets. Squad leader, give the order to fire. Eliminate him, Su Hao urged, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He was convinced Chen Xian could not endure the onslaught of gunfire, even if he could dodge a few shots. There were 8 soldiers, and the overwhelming firepower would surely ensure Chen Xian's demise. Xiang Tianqing hesitated. He had no intention of clashing with Chen Xian. The young man exuded an air of mystery, suggesting he possessed undisclosed methods. However, with Su Hao's insistence, he deliberated briefly before resolutely ordering, fire. The bullets rained down, a torrent of terrifying firepower aimed directly at Chen Xian. While their intentions were noble, they gravely underestimated the terror of a mythic-level ability. Chen Xian's lips curled into a slight smile as a massive ice wall manifested before him. The barrage of bullets struck the ice wall, failing to penetrate as if they had collided with an indestructible barrier, ultimately cascading harmlessly to the ground. After half a minute, the bullets ceased, yet the ice wall remained unscathed. All present gazed in astonishment, swallowing hard, their eyes filled with dread. What? Is this even humanly possible? Not even a bullet could harm Chen Xian in the slightest. How terrifying is that? Of course, the most astonishing reaction came from Xiang Tianqing, as an ability user. He understood that in the initial phase of the apocalypse, the powers of ability users were not particularly formidable. Hence, conventional firearms posed a significant threat to them. Especially with such a barrage of bullets, it seemed impossible to withstand. Yet, Chen Xian accomplished it. In fact, for an ordinary second-tier ice ability user, it would be inconceivable to resist such a multitude of bullets. However, Chen Xian's powers were of a mythical grade, and that ice wall was entirely composed of the purest ice, exuding an unfathomable terror. Thus, in the face of the rain of bullets, the ice wall held firm with ease and nonchalance. Since you have chosen to strike at me, then let all of you perish. Chen Xian let out a cold laugh, and immediately, countless ice spikes surged around him. These ice spikes were incredibly sharp, radiating an endless chill. Go! With a flick of her mind, Qian Yin commanded hundreds of ice spikes to fly toward the direction before her. Xiang Tianqing felt a sudden chill run down his spine. A palpable aura of death spread through the air. Bang, bang. Chapter 15. Only the dead can keep secrets. In an instant, the 8 soldiers who had been standing fell to the ground in unison. Xiang Tianqing, while dragging Su Hao to evade, activated his abilities. Yet, being merely a first-tier ability user, his powers were limited, and his speed was not particularly swift. Moreover, while he was pulling Su Hao along, he was pierced through the right arm by Chen Xian's ice spike. The wound where the ice spike penetrated radiated waves of frigid air. The terrifying chill of the purest ice continued to emanate, causing Xiang Tianqing's body temperature to plummet. He gasped heavily, his lips turning pale. staring at Chen Xian with a face full of terror, so terrifying. Is this truly the extent of human power? Su Hao was paralyzed with fear, his pale face reflecting sheer horror as he cowered behind Xiang Tianqing. Trembling slightly, Master, this matter is our fault. How about we just let it go? Rest assured, we will never trouble you again. Yes, yes, I swear I will never bother you in this lifetime. Su Hao, equally frightened, nodded repeatedly, his eyes betraying his fear, no longer bearing the arrogance he had just displayed. Dignity pales in the face of death. Yet, Chen Xian merely smiled, finding it amusing that when they believed they could eliminate me, they showed no mercy, but now that they realized they were outmatched, they sought mercy. Such a clever calculation. The naked sarcasm was unrelenting. These individuals are all the same. They only shed tears when confronted with death. What must you do to spare me? You see, my grandfather is Su Yuanting. He can fulfill any request you have, truly. You must believe me. Su Hao collapsed onto the ground, his eyes filled with pleading and desperation. Alas, for Su Hao, it was only at the brink of death that he lowered himself. Once he regained power, Chen Xian would undoubtedly be the first to be ruthlessly suppressed. Such people are far too common. Therefore, Chen Xian had no intention of sparing him to my request. Then it is for you to die. Chen Xian grinned, the murderous intent in his eyes impossible to conceal. Su Hao's eyes widened in shock, and he gulped, wanting to plead for mercy, but Chen Xian did not grant him that opportunity. An ice spike shot through the air, heading straight for Su Hao's head. The ice spike magnified in his pupils. Xiang Tianqing, wishing to defend, found himself gravely injured, his abilities nearly depleted, rendering him powerless. Bang! The sound of an explosion echoed as Su Hao's head was instantly pierced by the ice spike, his wide eyes filled with resentment. He could not comprehend how, as the esteemed president of the Su Corporation and the legitimate heir of the Su family, a promising young man could be killed on the very first day of the apocalypse. He should have been standing atop the pinnacle of the world. With endless resentment, Su Hao fell forever. Beside him, Xiang Tianqing's pupils contracted, his gaze toward Chen Xian tinged with fear. Why, you actually killed Su Hao? His grandfather is Su Yuanting. If he finds out, even if you hide to the ends of the earth, you cannot escape death. Su Yuanting, as one of the most powerful figures in Subei City, was not someone a mere youth like Chen Xian could provoke. However, upon hearing this, Chen Xian's lips curled into a slight smile, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. Su Yuanting, I have a vague recollection of him. But das, oh what? As long as you all are dead, who will know I am the one who killed him? To eradicate the roots of trouble in the chaotic early days of the apocalypse, who would notice if a few individuals went missing? Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, Xiang Tianqing's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chen Xian, utterly stunned. Oh my God. This is a madman. Isn't it? But before Xiang Tianqing could react, an ice spike suddenly appeared in Chen Xian's hand, swiftly launching toward his body. In an instant, every hair on Xiang Tianqing's body stood on end, a wave of terror enveloping him. He wanted to flee, but in his already weakened state, how could he outrun Chen Xian's ice spike? Bang! The ice spike plunged deeply into Su Hao's chest. One strike. Life extinguished, no breath remained. Chen Xian chuckled coldly, looking at him with a hint of disdain. Chen Xian was well aware of Su Yuanting's influence. As a prominent figure in Subei City, he had solid connections with the military. In his previous life, Su Yuanting served as the deputy head of the 4th Military District, holding a high position. But so what? Chen Xian was already unafraid. Moreover, with these individuals dead here, who would know it was he who killed Su Hao? Many villains in novels are foolish, unaware of the need to eradicate all traces. Only the dead can keep secrets. Young sir, we have nothing to do with them. I have a bitter feud with Su Hao. Please, may we leave? Wang Fuhai said cautiously, his eyes filled with dread as he looked at Chen Xian. Yes, we have no connection to Su Hao. We would rather he die sooner. Exactly. These individuals, terrified that Chen Xian would take his wrath out on them because of Su Hao, hurriedly shook their heads, pleading for their lives. Very well, you may leave. Chen Xian smiled slightly. Really? Thank you. We are extremely grateful. The few of them bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Chen Xian's lips curled upward. However, you are moving too slowly. It could lead to danger. How about this? I shall escort you on your way. Escort us? They exclaimed, their eyes wide with disbelief. overwhelmed by this unexpected kindness. "Oh my God, this is too good." In an instant, they nearly broke down in tears of gratitude. "Really, thank you so much. You're welcome." With that, countless ice spikes materialized around Chen Xian, and with a wave of his hand, they all surged toward the crowd. Ah! Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly shocked by Chen Xian's sudden attack. The terrifying onslaught fell upon them. For these ordinary individuals without any abilities, the ice spikes offered no chance of resistance. They were as good as dead. To be honest, Chen Xian was not a bloodthirsty person. As long as others did not threaten his interests, he would not strike carelessly. Yet these few were different. They had witnessed the entire process of him killing Su Hao. If they were allowed to live, there was no doubt they would pose a significant threat to him in the future. Only the dead can keep secrets, and of course, Chen Xian was not afraid of the Su family's retaliation. However, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble and not expose himself to others. In the apocalypse, caution is the key to survival. After eliminating everyone, Chen Xian surveyed the surroundings, finding no survivors. He then went a short distance away to lure some zombies, watching them devour the corpses of these individuals before he felt at ease to depart. Without witnesses, who would know it was he who killed Su Hao? After all, Chen Xian had no grievances with Su Hao before the apocalypse. The two had no prior interactions. Even though the Su family wielded considerable power in Subei City, they would find it nearly impossible to uncover the truth. Chapter 16. The Giant Python. After leaving the Jinhai building, Chen Xian headed towards Subei Academy. Before the apocalypse began, he had graduated from this very institution, an ordinary undergraduate with little prospects post-graduation, unable to compete with students from top-tier schools, thus earning a modest salary after leaving. His visit to his alma mater was not out of nostalgia, but rather due to a significant opportunity within Subei Academy. The academy, located near the suburbs, had a giant python that had slithered from the outskirts to the academy before the apocalypse began. Before it could be captured, the apocalypse commenced. This python was extraordinarily fortunate. Instead of becoming fodder for zombies, it underwent a transformation, evolving into a fierce beast. Fierce beasts are those animals that evolved into special species before the apocalypse. Their strength far exceeds that of zombies of the same tier. Moreover, fierce beasts possess their own consciousness. Although their intelligence is still somewhat juvenile compared to normal humans, they have already awakened a degree of sentience. As fierce beasts continue to evolve, their intelligence increases, and high-level fierce beasts can not only speak but also possess an intellect comparable to that of humans. The python at Subei Academy had indeed evolved. And the opportunity Chen Xian referred to was the python's gallbladder. The gallbladder is the most potent part of a snake, especially for an evolved fierce beast, making it a substantial source of nourishment, rich in energy. Although it may not be as terrifying as the tears of moonlight, it would still be quite beneficial for Chen Xian at this stage. The energy contained within should allow his ice dragon ability to break through to the third tier. Chen Xian was aware of the existence of this python because, as an alumnus of Subei Academy, he had studied it earnestly in his previous life, thus knowing more about it. Finally, he arrived. The gate remained as dilapidated as ever. After a swift journey, Chen Xian reached the entrance of Subei Academy. As an ordinary institution, the entrance of Subei College appears somewhat dilapidated. Scattered zombies meander about at the entrance. However, these are merely first-tier zombies. Lacking in strength, Chen Xian does not hesitate. Under the influence of his ice dragon ability, these zombies are swiftly dispatched without even a single blow in retaliation. He does not overlook the crystal cores on the corpses of the zombies. Though they are merely first-tier cores, in this apocalyptic world, crystal cores serve as currency. At this moment, the whereabouts of that monstrous python remain unknown. In his previous life, it was said that the python had ascended to the 5th tier before being slain, likely having devoured numerous humans. Chen Xian murmurs to himself. For ferocious beasts, breaking through requires the consumption of a vast amount of human flesh and blood, which serves as a significant nourishment for them. The campus is eerily empty, save for a few wandering zombies. There must still be some surviving humans within the school, but for Chen Xian, it is of little consequence. He harbors no intentions of becoming a savior. In this post-apocalyptic world, the greatest folly is to play the saint, as it could easily cost one's life. It seems imperative to seek out the location of that python. Chen Xian squints and murmurs. With that, he flashes away, beginning his search throughout Subei College. At this moment, on the 9th floor of the Subei College library. Qing Shui, are you all right? Li Heng inquires softly, leaning close to Su Qingxue. I'm fine. Fortunately, we escaped quickly. I just saw several classmates being devoured by that monster. The memory of that scene instills a fresh wave of terror in Su Qingxue's delicate features as she covers her mouth to stifle the urge to vomit. The horror of the recent events was simply overwhelming. She swears she has never witnessed anything so frightful in her life. Upon hearing her words, the faces of her two roommates turn ashen. Qingxue, Li Heng, what should we do now? I don't want to die. I'm still so young. Zhang Li's voice trembles with a hint of sobbing as she slumps to the ground, tears streaming down onto her black skirt, evoking a sense of pitiable vulnerability. It's worth noting that before the onset of the apocalypse, Zhang Li was considered quite a beauty at Subei College. Though she may not rival Su Qingxue, the campus goddess, she still had her fair share of admirers. At such a blossoming age, she naturally does not wish for her life to end. The same sentiment is echoed by her other roommate, Zhao Han. Observing the state of the two girls, Su Qingxue feels a pang of helplessness. She too is afraid, but she understands that mere fear is futile. They must devise a means to escape. Presently, the vast library is left with only the four of them alive. The remaining classmates have either turned into zombies or become fodder for that monster. Rest assured, Qingxue, I will get you out of here, Li Heng promptly assures. As someone who has pursued Su Qingxue for 3 long years, it is only natural that he offers his concern at such a time. Moreover, I awakened my ability this morning. I'll fight that monster if necessary. To buy you time to escape, Li Heng speaks with unwavering resolve. Earlier that day, during his flight, he fortuitously found a crystal core. And rather inexplicably, he awakened an ability, S-rank teleportation. While it may lack offensive capability, the ability to traverse space makes it an excellent means of escape. Of course, currently, Li Heng is merely a first-tier ability user, capable of moving a maximum of 5 meters at a time. Hearing this, Su Qingxue's pale face gains a touch of color. Thank you, Li Heng. Li Heng grins widely, his heart swelling with joy. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberates through the air. The hearts of the four leap into their throats. The monster is coming. The python, measuring 6 to 7 meters in length and as thick as a bowl, is a vivid green, with remnants of blood at the corners of its mouth, likely from its recent meal. Its movements are sluggish as it prowls the 9th floor. The four huddle in a corner. Trembling with fear, Su Qingxue's mind races. She does not want to die. She wishes to survive. Glancing at her two roommates, then at Li Heng, she seems to reach a decision. Cautiously, she approaches Li Heng. Li Heng, how many more times can you use your teleportation ability? I should be able to activate it 4 or 5 more times, Li Heng replies uncertainly. His teleportation ability depletes quickly, and he can manage only 4 or 5 more uses at most. 4 or 5 times, with a maximum movement of 5 meters each. Su Qingxue calculates in her mind, then glances at the direction in which the python is moving. I have a plan. A plan? At Su Qingxue's words, Zhang Li and Zhao Han seem to grasp a lifeline, their faces suddenly alight with excitement. Qingxue, do you really have a plan? Hurry, tell us what we should do. Li Heng also looks eagerly at her. No one wishes to die. Everyone desires to survive. Chapter 17. The ruthless woman. Li Heng possesses the teleportation ability. Though his range is limited, he can still activate it 4 or 5 more times. You two should escape through the side door first, while Li Heng and I distract the monster. Su Qingxue states. Zhang Li and Zhao Han instantly become animated at her suggestion. We run? You two will distract the monster? That's wonderful. Qingxue, really? Really? I will forever remember your great kindness. Yes, if I survive, I will never forget this for the rest of my life. The two girls are filled with excitement. As if they have caught a glimpse of hope, Su Qingxue chuckles softly, her calm demeanor radiating warmth. Nothing. We've been roommates for so many years, though we've had our little disagreements. I've always considered you both family. Her words bring the two girls to the brink of tears. Yet, whether their emotions are genuine or feigned is uncertain, as the relationships among girls can be quite complex. All right, the monster is coming. You must run now. Okay, you be careful too. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Li and Zhao Han turn and cautiously make their way toward the back door. They crouch low, moving silently. The distance is not far, perhaps 7 or 8 meters. Yet, for them, it feels like an eternity. Just as they inch toward the back door, Su Qingxue, hidden beneath a table, spots the python's massive form. Seizing a glass bottle from the table, she hurls it in the direction of Zhongli and Zhao Han without a moment's hesitation. The glass bottle arcs beautifully through the air before crashing to the ground with a resounding bang. In an instant, Zhongli and Zhao Han freeze, while Li Hong stares at Su Qingxue in shock, disbelief flickering in his eyes. What the hell? Before the two girls can react, the massive python, drawn by the noise, swiftly slithers over. Its enormous body flicking its forked tongue, it glares menacingly at Zhao Han and Zhongli. At this moment, the two girls turn their heads, stiff with realization, and look at Su Qingxue's calm face. It dawns on them that they have been sacrificed by Su Qingxue. She intends to use their lives to buy herself time to escape. After all, even a giant python requires a certain amount of time to consume its prey. Meanwhile, Li Hong, possessing the teleportation skill, can escape a short distance in a brief moment. As the python locks its gaze on them, Zhongli and Zhao Han are instantly petrified, as though caught in the sights of some terrifying creature. Quick, don't freeze up. Activate your ability and take me away. With the python's attention diverted toward the two girls, it naturally gives Su Qingxue a chance to flee. Li Hong snaps back to reality. Casting a deep look at Su Qingxue, having pursued her for 3 years, he realizes that her image in his mind has unconsciously transformed. Familiar yet strange, a peculiar sensation washes over him. But what about them? Li Hong hesitates. After all, they are classmates. He is not so ruthless. However, Su Qingxue adopts a pitiful expression, tears welling in her eyes. Li Hong, it's impossible for all 4 of us to escape unscathed. Someone must attract the python's attention. You wouldn't want to watch me being devoured by it, would you? As she speaks, tears glisten on her fair face, her round eyes fixed on Li Hong. Having never witnessed such a scene before, Li Hong finds it hard to bear. This is the goddess he has longed for, and how could he bear to let her die? Thus, the strange emotions he felt moments ago vanish. And he nods fervently, assuring her, Qingxue, rest assured, I will not let anything happen to you. All right, then when that python is about to consume them, activate your ability and take me away. Okay, Li Hong promises decisively. Thumping his chest, the python, without hesitation, flicks its tongue and then lunges toward Zhongli and Zhao Han. Undoubtedly, the two girls cannot evade the python's attack. Zhongli is swallowed whole. Zhao Han, paralyzed with fear, collapses to the floor, on the verge of losing control of her bodily functions. Now's the time. Let us go. Su Qingxue urges urgently. All right. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Hong swiftly teleports with Su Qingxue. They appear 3 meters away in an instant. Indeed, just 3 meters. If Li Hong were alone, with his first-tier abilities, he could teleport 5 meters. However, regrettably, he is still carrying Su Qingxue, so he can only move 3 meters. Realizing they have only moved 3 meters and remain within the python's line of sight, the creature slowly turns its head, its sharp gaze fixated on the two. Su Qingxue and Li Hong feel as though they have been struck by lightning. Their eyes filled with unrestrained terror. Facing the python directly magnifies their fear infinitely. Quick, let us go. Su Qingxue swallows hard, urging him onward. Okay. Without a trace of hesitation, Li Hong once again summoned his extraordinary abilities. Teleporting alongside Su Qingxue, the massive python, showing no signs of delay, lowered its body and swiftly devoured the already petrified Zhao Han. After a moment of chewing, it turned its attention toward Li Hong and Su Qingxue. To these ferocious beasts, the temptation posed by Li Hong was undoubtedly greater. As an extraordinary being, if it were to consume him, the nourishment gained would surpass that from an ordinary human. Hiss! The serpent flicked its tongue and then swiftly slid forward. Although the two had just created a significant distance from the python, Li Hong's teleportation ability was somewhat lacking. Being merely a first-tier extraordinary being, he could not truly unleash the full might of this power. This is bad. It's going to catch up. Su Qingxue's face darkened as she glanced back at the colossal beast, her heart sinking to the depths of despair. She had not anticipated that Li Hong's ability would prove so inadequate. 3 meters of distance was far too short to eye in the blink of an eye. The python had already approached them. Bang! Just as Li Hong prepared to activate his powers once more, the python's tail swept through the air, sending both of them tumbling aside. The terrifying force caused them to roll several times on the ground, and by the time they regained their bearings, the enormous python had them encircled. Facing the giant creature, Su Qingxue could not help but swallow hard. She realized that today, she was likely facing inevitable doom. Qingxue, you must flee. I will hold off this python. With that, Li Heng positioned himself in front of Su Qingxue. His gaze resolute. Thank you, Li Heng. It is my duty, Li Heng. Believing he had moved the goddess and left a profound impression on her, felt a wave of satisfaction in his heart. Yet, little did he know. For someone like Su Qingxue, a green tea type, it was impossible to be moved by a devoted admirer, even if that admirer were to sacrifice their life. Chapter 18. 2 Strikes. Li Heng estimated that he could still activate his extraordinary ability once more. That singular opportunity should suffice to buy the goddess some time to escape. With this thought, his determination intensified. He glanced back at Su Qingxue, the girl he had cherished for 3 long years. In his eyes, Qingxue had always been his moonlight, the brightest star among the crowd. Farewell, my goddess, Li Heng murmured softly. With renewed resolve, he tightly grasped a fruit knife in his hand, then in a flash, activated his teleportation ability, appearing directly above the giant python. Seizing the moment when the python was unprepared, he plunged the fruit knife into its head. However, the knife was short and lacked sufficient strength, only penetrating about a centimeter, oozing a trickle of blood. The python emitted a pained cry. Blood dripped from its head, its sharp eyes now filled with murderous intent. It had never been injured before. Today, it was wounded by a mere human insect. What a tremendous humiliation! It roared in fury, charging directly at Li Heng, who clung desperately to the python's body. Regardless of how fiercely the python attacked in an attempt to throw him off, he held on with all his might. Witnessing this scene, Su Qingxue hesitated not for a moment and ran towards the exit. As she looked back at her retreating figure, Li Heng felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, the python's agility was terrifying, and he ultimately found himself ensnared by its coils. His extraordinary energy was already nearly depleted, leaving him with no hope of escape. Farewell, my goddess, he whispered, gazing in the direction of Su Qingxue's flight. A smile gracing his lips, wishing only for her survival. In the next instant, the python wasted no time, swallowing Li Heng whole. For it, devouring an extraordinary being was far more beneficial than consuming an ordinary human, as it provided a greater energy yield. Yet, the fact that this insect had managed to injure it only fueled its rage further. The serpent's body darted towards Su Qingxue, although Li Heng had bought her some time. As a girl, her running speed was limited, and it wasn't long before the massive python caught up to her. Gazing at the python before her, its mouth still stained with the blood of Li Heng, Su Qingxue trembled, fear flooding her senses. Am I going to die? Countless fears surged within her. The python let out a roar, then lunged down to devour Su Qingxue. She shut her eyes, seemingly resigned to her fate. 1 second, 2 seconds. I'm not dead. Bang. A deafening noise erupted, and Su Qingxue opened her eyes to witness an unbelievable sight. The gigantic python had been struck away by something and lay on the ground. In the next moment, a figure appeared before her. With a pale complexion imbued with a hint of devilish charm, the handsome face bore no trace of fear, and his gaze toward the python was laced with disdain and delight. Chun Xian sneered. Finally found you. I didn't expect you to have broken through to the 2nd tier. TSK, it seems your innards are enough for me to advance to the 3rd tier. The energy accumulated from the tears of moonlight had been significant. Although most was used to awaken his 2nd ability, the remaining energy had also enhanced his ice dragon powers. The python before him had clearly surpassed the 2nd tier, its innards harboring energy far greater than that of typical 2nd tier zombies. It must have consumed numerous humans to have advanced so swiftly. Struck by Chun Xian, the python was momentarily stunned, and when it regained its senses, its eyes glinted with fury. The murderous intent within its gaze was palpable. Damn human. The previous human insect had ambushed it, causing blood to seep from its head. Now, another accursed human had attacked it. Although the python's intelligence was low, it sensed that Chun Xian's strength was formidable. It coiled its body, preparing to strike. However, upon witnessing its stance, Chun Xian merely smirked, his eyes reflecting disdain. A mere 2nd tier beast. While it might be a nightmare for ordinary 2nd tier extraordinary beings, would require at least 3 or 4 2nd tier extraordinary beings to subdue. But Chun Xian was no ordinary extraordinary being. Mythical tier abilities were no joke. He sneered, Let me see just how strong you truly are with that. Qian Xian flickered, using momentum to propel himself into the air, his extreme cold sword already drawn from his spatial ring, gripped tightly in his hand. The icy radiance significantly lowering the temperature of the entire library. The python seemed to sense Qian Xian's terrifying presence. Its previously coiled body suddenly sprang forth. Bang! A thunderous explosion resounded. Xu Qingxue was pushed back several steps by the forceful gust. When she lifted her head again, she beheld an unforgettable sight. Qian Xian stood unscathed in midair, beneath him an archway of ice. The python lay on the ground, blood gushing from its wounds, its breath weak and labored. How is this possible? Xu Qingxue's eyes widened in disbelief. The extraordinarily handsome man before her possessed such power. One strike had severely wounded the python. Was this truly the strength a human could wield? Unbeknownst to her, all she knew was that the air around her felt frigid, the temperature having dropped by more than 10 degrees, sending shivers down her spine. Not bad at all, Chen Xian remarked with a cold smile. He had to admit, the enhancement from his mythical tier ability was immense. Had he faced such a second-tier beast in his previous life, he would have needed at least third-tier strength to have any chance of survival. Otherwise, he would have likely become the python's next meal. Yet, the python before him was now an effortless foe. He sneered again, wasting no time, and summoned countless ice spikes to float in the air around him. Witnessing this surreal scene, Xu Qingxue felt as though her worldview was shattering. Although she had witnessed Li Heng's abilities, merely teleporting a few meters could not compare to the terrifying power Chen Xian was exhibiting. The hundreds of ice spikes surrounding them were nothing short of spectacular, a sight to behold. Ice meteor. Countless ice spikes cascaded like falling meteors, hurtling toward the python. Even at its peak, the python would have struggled to evade such an onslaught. How much more so now, when it was gravely injured? The ice spikes undoubtedly struck the python. Bang! Numerous spikes pierced through it in an instant, rendering it utterly lifeless. In just 2 strikes, a second-tier beast had been vanquished without a chance for survival. The might of the mythical tier ability was astonishing indeed. Chapter 19. The Dog Emperor Xu Qingxue stood behind, utterly dumbfounded by the scene before her, the shock in her eyes beyond words. Moments ago, so many classmates had perished at the hands of this python. Even the sole extraordinary being, Li Heng, had been slain. Yet this mysterious man had effortlessly dispatched the beast with just 2 casual strikes. A display of power that shattered all conventional understanding. Chen Xian, of course, noticed Xu Qingxue behind him, but he said nothing. She was merely an inconsequential woman. After slaying the python, Chen Xian approached without hesitation. Standing before the beast, and with his extreme cold sword, he sliced open its hide, exposing a bright red innard. The innards of a second-tier python contain quite a bit of energy. As he gazed at the still warm innard, a gleam of desire flickered in Qian Xian's eyes. The energy contained within, combined with the energy he had previously accumulated from the tiers of moonlight, was sufficient for him to break through from the second tier to the third. With a third-tier Ice Dragon ability, his power would likely undergo a monumental transformation. After preparing to retrieve the python's innard, he suddenly sensed a terrifying aura approaching him. He quickly summoned numerous ice shields to protect himself. Boom! In the next instant, a terrifying explosion reverberated, crashing against Qian Xian's ice shield. To his astonishment, cracks began to form in the shield crafted from the purest ice. Chen Xian, taken aback, could not help but feel a sense of wonder. After all, the power of this ice shield was formidable. Even bullets struggled to inflict harm, yet it had sustained damage from an unknown entity. As Chen Xian tore away the ice shield, he beheld a dark silhouette making a beeline for the giant python's inner core. Dare to seize my inner core? Chen Xian scoffed, unleashing a flurry of ice spikes towards the shadowy figure. However, the dark figure moved with astonishing speed, evading the icy projectiles and clutching the inner core tightly. At that moment, Chen Xian finally discerned the true form of the shadow. It was a pitch-black dog, significantly larger than an ordinary canine, resembling a wolf in size, with disheveled fur that gave it the appearance of a stray. Upon seeing this dog, Chen Xian's eyes widened in shock. This canine bore an uncanny resemblance to the black dog from his memories. By heavens, is it really you? The mutated black dog that roamed the apocalypse for countless years, a 9th-tier ability user, the Dog Emperor. Indeed, this dog was a bona fide 9th-tier ability user in the Apocalypse. Boasting an SSS-level ability, its power was truly terrifying. In his previous life, the title of Dog Emperor was renowned. Possessing remarkable intelligence, the Dog Emperor had navigated the Apocalypse for many years, its intellect rivaling that of humans. Chen Xian recognized the Dog Emperor at first glance because he had encountered it during an outing in his past life. At that time, he was merely a 5th-tier ability user while the Dog Emperor had already reached the 7th tier. A formidable presence. Coupled with its SSS-level ability, even 8th-tier ability users were not guaranteed to be its match. Furthermore, the 7th-tier Dog Emperor could articulate human speech and possessed a high IQ. Chen Xian had a particularly vivid memory of it, as he had once been extorted by the creature, having given up all his crystal cores to this dog. Despite its unscrupulous nature, the Dog Emperor did not consume humans, allowing Chen Xian to escape unscathed. To his surprise, upon being reborn, he encountered the Dog Emperor again so soon. This rascal, who had robbed him of his crystal cores in his previous life, now dared to seize his giant python's inner core. However, it was not the same Dog Emperor as before. It was merely a peak 2nd-tier dog now. Chen Xian was no longer the weakling he had once been. His mythic level ability was not to be underestimated. The tide of fortune has turned. A smirk crept across his lips as he glared at the Dog Emperor. Hand over the item, or I shall skin you alive. Chen Xian was confident that the creature could comprehend his words. The Dog Emperor, possessing a high intellect, was well aware of the implications, even in its diminished state. Woof woof! The Dog Emperor barked frantically, its claws gripping the giant python's inner core even tighter. This dog was indeed consistent in its ways. Yet, Chen Xian would not relent. This creature would not learn its lesson unless it faced a bit of punishment. Without hesitation, he drew his frost blade, his figure flashing as he charged toward the Dog Emperor. The Dog Emperor's combat instincts were not to be underestimated either. Its gaze sharpened, and a barrage of purple lightning bolts shot towards Chen Xian. This was the Dog Emperor's SSS-level ability, the Purple Sky Divine Thunder. It was precisely due to this SSS-level ability that the Dog Emperor had been able to dominate in the Apocalypse, its power deemed terrifying. Even among the human elite, few could contend with it. However, Chen Xian was already familiar with its abilities, hence he was not caught off guard. The S-level lightning ability was formidable, yet Chen Xian wielded a mythic-level ice dragon ability, rendering him unafraid. The lightning was about to strike him. Countless ice shields materialized around his body, perfectly shielding him from the electric onslaught. One must admit, the Dog Emperor's Purple Sky Divine Thunder was indeed powerful, as the unleashed lightning caused significant damage to Chen Xian's ice shields. Nevertheless, it still could not breach his defenses. Within a mere 2 seconds, Chen Xian had reached the Dog Emperor's vicinity. With a single swing of his sword, he unleashed an overwhelming force. The Dog Emperor hurriedly activated its ability to escape. The Purple Sky Divine Thunder, being a lightning-based power, naturally provided a considerable boost to its speed, allowing the Dog Emperor to flee swiftly. As Chen Xian's sword struck the ground, it caused the 9th floor of the library to collapse instantaneously. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xian unleashed his abilities, conjuring a multitude of ice walls that encircled the Dog Emperor. Seeking to escape? Dream on. Chen Xian chuckled coldly as countless ice spikes surged upwards. And at his command, they hurtled frantically towards the Dog Emperor. Woof! Faced with the sudden onslaught, the Dog Emperor's fur bristled, its expression bewildered. This attack was utterly terrifying. Bang bang! The sky rained down ice spikes, and despite the Dog Emperor utilizing the Purple Sky Divine Thunder to defend itself, the sheer power and overwhelming quantity of Chen Xian's ice spikes made it nearly impossible to withstand. Many spikes struck the Dog Emperor, sending it crashing against the ice walls behind it. The ice, being of the utmost purity, emanated an intense cold. Chen Xian's assault had left the Dog Emperor injured, frost coating its body. Yet, with its S-level ability, it managed to rise, gazing at Chen Xian with an unprecedented caution. The thought of escape flickered in its canine eyes. Earlier, while wandering outside, it had sensed the terrifying energy emanating from the python's inner core. Had it known Chen Xian was this formidable, it would have never approached. Chapter 20. Disagreement? Then let us battle. Boom! As the Dog Emperor regained its footing, countless bolts of Purple Sky Divine Thunder surged toward the ice walls before it, resulting in a colossal explosion that breached a gap in the ice. Seizing the opportunity, the Dog Emperor intended to dart through the opening and flee. Qian Xian, however, had been observing everything keenly, a smirk playing on his lips. Ah, the Dog Emperor, a true canine. Even in the late stages of the apocalypse, as a ninth-tier powerhouse, it resorted to theft and evasion. After all, to ascend from a mere dog to the ninth tier and establish the fearsome reputation of the Dog Emperor was no small feat. Unfortunately, Qian Xian would never allow it to escape, especially not with the giant python's inner core. Escape? Dream on. Qian Xian scoffed, accelerating to his maximum speed, launching himself forward, his figure vanishing from sight. Moments later, he hovered midair, an array of ice enveloping the entire ninth floor of the library. The Dog Emperor was soon covered in frost. The emergence of this purest ice drastically impaired its speed. Qian Xian sheathed his sword and dove down, delivering a powerful punch that landed squarely on the Dog Emperor. Boom! The force of the blow struck the Dog Emperor with terrifying intensity. Awoo! It was worth noting that while the Ice Dragon wielded the power of ice, it was still a member of the dragon lineage, and Qian Xian's Ice Dragon ability dramatically enhanced his physical strength. The Dog Emperor howled in pain, crashing to the ground. The giant python's inner core fell to the floor. Qian Xian's lips curled into a slight smile as he stepped forward, grasping the inner core tightly in his hand. After briefly sensing its energy, he stowed it away in his spatial ring. His gaze then shifted back to the Dog Emperor. The Dog Emperor sprang to its feet, now regarding Qian Xian with a tinge of fear. This human is formidable. Woof, woof, woof. The Dog Emperor lowered its head, adopting a somewhat obsequious demeanor, barking twice in a bid to appease. Qian Xian was well aware of its intentions. It was merely seeking to negotiate peace after witnessing its inner core being taken. Realizing it was outmatched, this clever creature, however, Qian Xian's mind brimmed with ulterior motives. In his previous life, the Dog Emperor had been a powerful being. Despite its canine form, no one dared to belittle it, nor could anyone tame it. Yet now, it was merely a peak second-tier creature, far from the ninth-tier heights it once held. At this juncture, there might be an opportunity to subdue it. If successful, Qian Xian would gain a ninth-tier powerhouse as an ally. And not just any ally, but one possessing the SSS-level Purple Sky Divine Thunder ability, a rare and invaluable companion. Therefore, Qian Xian could not afford to let the Dog Emperor escape easily. Seeking to flee? Woof, woof, the Dog Emperor barked, nodding repeatedly. Qian Xian replied with a smile. You steal from me, and upon realizing you cannot win, you wish to negotiate peace. Such a thing is not so easily attained in this world. The Dog Emperor, aware of its misstep, let out a low whimper, glancing at Qian Xian, silently inquiring what he intended to do. It was rumored that the flesh of the dog was quite delectable, and one could only imagine the exquisite taste of a dog that had awakened its abilities. Perhaps I should indulge myself. Upon hearing Qian Xian's threat, the Dog Emperor's fur immediately bristled. Eat dog meat? Would that not be akin to consuming itself? Woof, woof. It quickly retreated a few steps, its eyes now filled with an unprecedented wariness, fearing that Qian Xian might actually feast upon it. I need not consume you, but you must acknowledge me as your master and follow me faithfully from this day forth. After Qian Xian's declaration, the Dog Emperor shook its head. As a dog with awakened abilities, and possibly the only one with an SS-level ability, the Dog Emperor possessed a sense of pride that made it unlikely to easily submit to a human. Disagree? Qian Xian chuckled coldly. Then I shall beat you until you do. This Dog Emperor was indeed a true canine. Only by defeating it would it be inclined to submit. Without hesitation, Qian Xian propelled himself forward, launching a barrage of punches at the Dog Emperor. Although the Dog Emperor wielded the Purple Sky Divine Thunder ability, it was utterly suppressed by Qian Xian. The Dog Emperor endured numerous blows. Woof, 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 woof. The echoes of its barks reverberated throughout the entire ninth floor of the library, as one man and one dog raced around. Qian Xian in pursuit of the fleeing Dog Emperor. Qian Xian felt exhilarated as he chased after it. In his previous life, he was betrayed by the Dog Emperor, who seized all his valuable possessions, leaving him powerless to retaliate at the time due to his inferiority in strength. Now, however, he has returned to this life, thirsting for revenge and relentlessly pursuing the Dog Emperor, joyful, exceedingly joyful. observing the bizarre scene before her. Su Qingxue swallowed hard, her expression one of utter bewilderment. What is happening? A person and a dog are fighting in the library? Moreover, this dog appears quite formidable, capable of unleashing lightning. Su Qingxue contemplated fleeing. But outside lurked hordes of zombies, leaving her uncertain of where to escape. The air around her was frigid, the chilling aura of extreme ice causing the temperature to plummet below 0 to the will. The dog emperor was knocked to the ground by Qian Xian's punch, letting out a pitiful whimper. His body bore bruises of various hues, particularly his face, which was so disfigured by Qian Xian's blows that no female dog would find this ugly dog emperor appealing. Silly dog, are you still going to fight? Hearing Qian Xian's taunt, the dog emperor, despite feeling disgruntled, obediently shook his head. To be honest, he was terrified of Qian Xian. This was no mere human. He was utterly terrifying. He was simply outmatched. Seeing the dog emperor's reaction, Qian Xian couldn't help but chuckle. Do you yield or not? Woof! This time, the dog emperor dared not refuse, eagerly barking twice and then nodding firmly in agreement. There was no other choice. Under the eaves, a dog must bow its head. Unable to win, he could only join in. That was more like it. A slight smile graced Qian Xian's lips, his heart brimming with excitement. This foolish dog would eventually become the renowned dog emperor, and having him by his side was akin to acquiring an ally of 9th-tier strength. Furthermore, this dog was quite clever. Its assistance would prove invaluable. Qian Xian approached, grinning as he looked down at the dog emperor sprawled on the ground, and kicked him lightly at a woo. The dog emperor howled, casting a resentful glance at Qian Xian. Let me remind you, I'm giving you this chance to spare you from being stewed. If you dare harbor any ulterior motives, I will pluck out every single hair from your body and simmer you in a pot for dog soup. Do you understand? Woof woof. Seeing Qian Xian's earnest demeanor, the dog emperor shivered, nodding repeatedly. This human was terrifying. Since you have chosen to follow me, I shall give you a name. Forget it, from now on, you shall be called Silly Dog. As it rolls off the tongue easily, Silly Dog. Upon hearing this name, the dog emperor instantly flared up, shaking his head vehemently. This name is an utter insult to the dignity of the dog emperor. Chapter 21. Subduing the dog emperor. Are you still not satisfied? Qian Xian kicked the dog emperor again. The latter let out a mournful howl, casting a pitiful glance in Qian Xian's direction. Fine, fine, I shall change your name. Henceforth, you shall be called Dog Emperor, the king among dogs. How does that sound, Dog Emperor? His eyes instantly lit up, shimmering with excitement. Excellent, excellent. This name is splendid. As a dog, one should be referred to as such. Woof, woof, woof. The dog emperor joyfully barked a few times, spinning in place. Dog Emperor is your grand title, while your little name remains Silly Dog, as it is easier for me to call you. Dog Emperor, just moments ago brimming with excitement, his smile abruptly vanished awoo. Though somewhat displeased, the dog emperor wisely refrained from arguing. After all, having an imposing grand name meant the little name could only be used by the master. Which wasn't a significant issue. In front of his master, he could be Silly Dog, but when outside, he would still be the renowned dog emperor. Looking at this foolish dog, Qian Xian smiled faintly. Today's gains were undeniably substantial. The second-tier Python inner core was sufficient to elevate his Ice Dragon ability to the third tier. He had also acquired a Silly Dog possessing the SSS-level Purple Sky Divine Thunder ability. Although this creature was currently only aligned with him out of fear of his strength, Qian Xian was confident he could ensure the dog's unwavering loyalty. Evening had fallen, the sky darkening but not yet entirely shrouded in night. Qian Xian had no intention of rushing away. Traveling at night was perilous, with visibility compromised. At this moment, his priority was to absorb the giant Python inner core to elevate himself to the third tier, thereby enhancing his strength. Regardless of the situation, the enhancement of one's power was of utmost importance. He glanced at the 9th floor of the library. There were no survivors left. Oh, wait. There was still one woman. Su Qingxue stood in a corner, donned in a white long dress and black knee-high boots. Unfortunately, the dress was tattered due to the python's attack, and her face was covered in dust. Yet, even in such disarray, her stunning beauty remained undeniable. As the campus belle of Su Bei Academy, Su Qingxue's appearance undoubtedly conformed to the aesthetic preferences of most young men. However, Chen Xian was acutely aware that the girl before him was not as innocent as she seemed. She likely harbored many cunning schemes, perhaps even exhibiting traits reminiscent of a green tea bitch. Yet, all of this was irrelevant to Chen Xian. He merely cast a casual glance at Su Qingxue, refraining from speaking, and then moved aside to kick the dog emperor. Stop slacking off. Go guard over there while I prepare to break through. With that, Chen Xian retrieved the giant python inner core from his spatial ring. The blood-red inner core exuded an overwhelming energy, its mere scent invigorating him. The dog emperor gazed longingly at the giant python inner core in Chen Xian's hand, envy flickering in his eyes. This object would greatly benefit him as well, helping him to break through to the third tier. How could he not covet it? Stop staring. Once I break through, I'll find you some second-tier and third-tier crystal cores to assist you in your breakthrough. Following me will surely elevate you to the 9th tier. Chen Xian confidently promised. Upon hearing this, the dog emperor's spirits soared, and he eagerly nodded, then settled down beside Chen Xian in a vigilant stance. Though this creature appeared foolish, its combat prowess was no less impressive. Even when facing a third-tier ability user, it would not find itself outmatched. Moreover, given that the apocalypse had only just begun, third-tier ability users had yet to emerge. So there was no cause for fear. Chen Xian sat cross-legged, placing the giant python inner core beside him, and activated his ice dragon ability to start absorbing the energy within it. Was undeniable that, despite being only of second-tier status, the energy contained within the giant python inner core was immensely formidable. Furthermore, since Chen Xian was already on the verge of a breakthrough, had he not awakened his second ability? Plunder. During the last encounter, his ice dragon would likely have already ascended to the third tier, of course. True to Chen Xian's nature, even while he immersed himself in energy absorption, he allocated part of his awareness to monitor his surroundings, particularly the dog emperor. After all, this dog had just pledged allegiance to him, and Chen Xian could not fully trust it. Should it entertain any nefarious thoughts, he would forcibly halt his breakthrough to stew this silly dog. Fortunately, the dog emperor was not foolish. It recognized Chen Xian's terrifying strength and dared not entertain any ill intentions, dutifully guarding nearby. Also sitting quietly beside him was Su Qingxue, who cautiously observed Chen Xian. Lost in thought, her eyes betraying a hint of fear. Time passed slowly, and the sky outside grew increasingly dark. As Chen Xian approached his breakthrough, the temperature on the 9th floor of the library plummeted, dipping below freezing. Although Su Qingxue was positioned relatively far from Chen Xian, the cold still penetrated her to the core. With no other option, she rummaged through the clothing left behind by others on the 9th floor. Donning a few layers to stave off the chill, as Chen Xian's aura intensified, a swirling energy enveloped him, emanating an ancient and mysterious presence. The dog emperor instinctively bristled, gazing at Chen Xian with a mixture of trepidation. This fear was not born from a direct comparison of strength, but rather from the innate reverence evoked by the aura radiating from Chen Xian. The ice dragon, a lineage of the utmost nobility among all beings, instilled a sense of awe within the dog emperor. As it lay prostrate, watching Chen Xian before it, a series of inexplicable thoughts began to form in its mind. Though it had initially submitted to Chen Xian out of necessity, now it appeared that its master was no ordinary individual, capable of unleashing such a terrifying presence. Following him seemed a prudent choice. With this in mind, the dog emperor contemplated its future. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Chen Xian. Gradually, he opened his eyes, which sparkled with profound joy. He had succeeded. He now possessed the third-tier ice dragon ability. Clenching his fists, Chen Xian reveled in the overwhelming energy and power coursing through him, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The might of this ice dragon ability was undeniable, and this breakthrough had significantly amplified his strength. As a third-tier ability user, although he might not seem particularly noteworthy in the later stages of the apocalypse, right now, he was undoubtedly a top-tier force. Moreover, given that Chen Xian's ice dragon ability was mythical in nature, such formidable power would render him fearless even when confronting fourth-tier ability users. His current strength was swiftly approaching, if not surpassing, the pinnacle he had achieved in his previous life, igniting a fervor within him. The dog emperor, witnessing Chen Xian's breakthrough, hurried over, standing beside him, wagging its tail and licking his pant leg. A faint smile tugged at Chen Xian's lips. Rest assured, as long as I have something to eat, You won't go hungry, woof woof, the dog emperor barked excitedly. Chapter 22. The transaction. Qian Xian smiled slightly, feeling a surge of anticipation as he stretched his limbs, eager to test his newfound strength. The third-tier ice dragon ability was indeed formidable. Just then, a clear voice broke the silence of the ninth floor of the library. Hello. As Qian Xian pondered, he turned to see Su Qingxue cautiously standing in the dim light, hesitantly meeting his gaze. What is it? Qian Xian's icy voice resonated. Hearing this, Su Qingxue slowly approached, tears glistening in the corners of her eyes, her demeanor exuding a palpable sense of vulnerability. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Observing Su Qingxue, who languished in the corner, trembling uncontrollably, Qian Xian's lips curled into a faint smile. He gently lit a cigarette, the swirling smoke evoking a bittersweet sensation. Last night, he had not paused for a moment, continuously battling, and the ground was still marked with traces of blood, a stark reminder that the previous night was no mere dream. After evolving into a third-tier ability user, Qian Xian's physique underwent a profound transformation, perhaps linked to his ice dragon abilities, significantly enhancing his combat prowess in confined spaces. In stark contrast, Su Qingxue was not faring as well. Qian Xian's extraordinary constitution meant that she bore the brunt of the suffering, her throat raspy and her lower body racked with excruciating pain, an agony she had never before experienced in her life. The tears that had once flowed freely from her eyes had long since dried, leaving clear traces on her cheeks. A first-tier crystal core, take it and use it, Qian Xian declared, fulfilling his promise as he retrieved a first-tier crystal core from his spatial ring and tossed it to Su Qingxue. This core was sufficient to aid her in awakening her abilities, though the likelihood of success remained uncertain. Upon seeing the crystal core before her, a flicker of excitement broke through Su Qingxue's otherwise calm demeanor. It was essential to note that her efforts from the previous night had been in pursuit of this very item. The bloodshed and sacrifice had finally yielded a reward. Reflecting on the power Qian Xian had displayed, a glimmer of yearning appeared in her eyes. She too desired such strength. How do I use this? Su Qingxue asked, tilting her head as her parched throat struggled to speak. The cries she had uttered throughout the night had left her voice hoarse. Clutch it in your hand and then focus your mind on sensing the energy within, Qian Xian replied without reservation. Such matters required no concealment. All right. Following Qian Xian's instructions, Su Qingxue sat on the ground, gripping the first-tier crystal core tightly. In a short time, flecks of energy began to flow from the core into her body through her arm. Qian Xian chose to remain nearby, quietly observing, intrigued to see whether Su Qingxue would awaken her abilities and, if so, what form they would take. At his side, the dog emperor approached leisurely, standing beside Qian Xian. As energy surged into Su Qingxue's body, everything seemed normal at first. Suddenly, she was overwhelmed by an immense wave of pain. As if something within her had undergone a cataclysmic change, her fair skin hardened and wrinkled, her nails grew wildly, her face aged, and her consciousness began to fade. Fear flickered in her eyes. She did not comprehend why she was transforming into this grotesque form. Wasn't she supposed to gain abilities? It failed, Qian Xian stated, narrowing his eyes and speaking calmly. The awakening of abilities inherently carried significant risks. If one's talent was insufficient, they might succumb to becoming a zombie. It was a perilous precipice. Advance, and one could reach great heights. Retreat, and one would descend into despair. Of course, had Qian Xian intervened to sever the flow of energy from the crystal core before it reached her, perhaps Su Qingxue would not have been condemned to zombification. However, he had no intention of doing so. Their transaction involved nothing more than a crystal core. He was not a sycophant, and there was no need to squander his powers to save her. Moreover, even if he rescued her, her inability to awaken abilities would condemn her to a life as an ordinary person. In a post-apocalyptic world, the existence of an ordinary person was far from enviable. Especially for a beauty like Su Qingxue, lacking self-defense capabilities in such a world would likely lead to her becoming a mere plaything for those in power. Thus, for her, death might indeed be the best outcome. Soon, Su Qingxue's consciousness faded completely, and she became a zombie. What a pity! You lack the fortune to awaken abilities, so just perish peacefully, Qian Xian remarked, his gaze indifferent. As a zombie, Su Qingxue's eyes now reflected only boundless bloodlust, a primal desire for flesh and blood. Qian Xian glanced at the dog emperor. Handle this, woof woof. Such a low-tier first-tier zombie posed no challenge for the Dog Emperor. In an instant, it lunged forward, summoning a bolt of lightning that struck the zombie's body. This purple thunder, far beyond the capabilities of a first-tier zombie, incinerated it into charred remains, utterly lifeless. The Dog Emperor retrieved a first-tier crystal core from Su Qingshua's corpse and obediently presented it to Chen Xian. Take it and use it. Naturally, Chen Xian had no need for a first-tier crystal core. With his current third-tier strength, the utility of such a core was negligible, thus rendering it unnecessary. Only a considerable amount of second-tier crystal cores could meaningfully enhance his abilities. Woof! The Dog Emperor wagged its tail, happily gnawing on the crystal cord. In the morning, Chen Xian rummaged through his spatial ring, indulging in a hearty meal. Although ability users possessed formidable strength, they still required sustenance. However, Chen Xian had not hoarded supplies, meaning the food in his spatial ring was limited to a few instant noodles and compressed biscuits. Yet, in the context of the apocalypse, these items were considered rare delicacies, especially in the later stages of the crisis. After finishing his meal, Chen Xian pondered quietly. The supplies in his spatial ring were dwindling, and he needed to procure more food. Ideally, he sought cooked food, as his spatial ring possessed preservation capabilities. Even cooked items could be stored for a century or more and emerge still steaming. It seemed prudent to venture out in search of supplies, ensuring that he would not have to suffer the pangs of hunger in the future. With this resolution firm in his mind, he prepared to leave the library. He gave the Dog Emperor a nudge. Get up, silly dog. It's time to head out. Woof woof. The Dog Emperor responded, and together, the pair sauntered out of the library. Regrettably, the Dog Emperor's appearance was rather unappealing, and it was ill-suited for transportation. Otherwise, Chen Xian could have ridden it to conserve energy. This duo was exceptionally conspicuous. The wandering zombies posed no threat to them. In fact, the Dog Emperor dispatched several with mere bolts of lightning, gleefully collecting the crystal cores. Since Chen Xian had no use for first-tier cores, they became the Dog Emperor's prize. As they passed by the dormitory building, several figures crouched at the windows, watching intently. Upon witnessing the duo vanquish numerous nearby zombies, excitement surged among them. Wow, classmates, which major are you from? You're incredible! On the second-floor balcony, 4 or 5 figures cautiously peered out. One of them, a blonde student, exclaimed in exhilaration. Chen Xian raised an eyebrow, recognizing them as survivors among the students, but he chose not to respond, primarily due to his disinterest. Instead, he continued walking with the Dog Emperor. Hey, could you lend us a hand? Yes, could you take us with you? Exactly. The group clamored with excitement. They had been trapped in the dormitory for over 2 days. Their food supplies nearly depleted, and the outside world was teeming with zombies, leaving them too fearful to venture out. Seeing Chen Xian pass by was akin to spotting a beacon of hope, their eyes glistening with anticipation. Relying on others is futile. In the apocalypse, no one will genuinely assist you. If you are afraid, it is better to end it sooner rather than later, Chen Xian remarked, casting a glance at the group before speaking coolly. The apocalypse is a paradise for the strong, yet a hell for the weak if fear grips you. It would be wiser to take your own life and spare yourself further suffering. He had no intention of helping others for no reason, nor would he play the role of a caretaker. Walk your own path. The fact that he could articulate such sentiments was already the greatest assistance he could offer. Of course, this depended on whether these individuals could comprehend his words. If they remained holed up upstairs, they would simply await their demise. Having said that, Chen Xian proceeded without hesitation, leaving behind a bewildered crowd. Their thoughts and plans were of no concern to him. Upon exiting the school gates, he initially intended to head towards a large supermarket in the city center. After all, in the early days of the apocalypse, many ingredients in large supermarkets had yet to be contaminated, and storing them in his spatial ring would alleviate future worries about food. However, standing at the school entrance, Chen Xian's brow furrowed, a hint of gravity in his gaze. He noticed that the number of zombies on the streets had notably increased, bustling about. If that were all, it would be one thing. But the critical point was that these zombies were moving in droves towards a specific direction. Seemingly oblivious to the presence of both Chen Xian and the Dog Emperor, it was well known that the scent of human beings was a powerful lure for zombies. Yet, these creatures acted as if they were blind to it. Could it be that something significant had transpired? Chen Xian pondered internally. It seemed that something had occurred in the southwestern direction. The emergence of a zombie tide so early in the apocalypse was undoubtedly unusual. The southwest area was typically sparsely populated. Interesting, let's go take a look. Resolute in his decision, Chen Xian nudged the dog emperor. Come on, let us follow them and see what's happening. Woof woof. The dog emperor barked twice before dutifully trailing Chen Xian as they advanced towards the southwest. The duo moved swiftly, covering a distance of 20 to 30 kilometers in just half an hour. Chen Xian beheld a vast throng of zombies before him, numbering in the tens of thousands, all converging on a military encampment guarded by soldiers. This was the temporary safety zone of the 4th Military District. Upon recognizing the encampment, Chen Xian recalled that this location had been established as a refuge due to the overwhelming number of zombies in the urban area, with many soldiers stationed for protection. However, the situation at the 4th Military District was far from optimistic. Outside the safety zone, countless zombies assaulted from all directions, their numbers overwhelming. Although firearms were present, ammunition was limited. And given the altered physiology of the zombies, it was increasingly difficult to bring them down unless shots were aimed at critical points. More alarmingly, among the horde of zombies, several second-tier zombies had emerged. Gazing at the multitude of zombies, especially the second-tier ones, a spark of excitement flickered in Chen Xian's eyes. The second-tier crystal cores held some utility for him. Chapter 25. The Zombie Tide. To his astonishment, an overwhelming number of second-tier zombies had emerged so swiftly. Could there be some extraordinary circumstances at play? Chen Xian narrowed his eyes, curiosity glimmering within them. The quantity of second-tier zombies was substantial, numbering in the hundreds. Moreover, it was evident that these second-tier zombies were being coordinated by some unseen force, enabling them to launch a synchronized assault on the safety zone of the 4th Military District. Regardless of what entity was orchestrating the actions of these zombies, the crystal cores within their bodies had long been the object of his desire. He would spare not a single one. With such a plethora of second-tier crystal cores in sight, it seemed likely that Dog Emperor would also achieve a breakthrough. Prepare for battle. Those second-tier crystal cores could aid your advancement, Chen Xian declared. Woof, woof, woof. Upon hearing his master's words, Dog Emperor's face lit up with excitement, a broad smile adorning his canine features. Soon, man and dog plunged into the tide of zombies, commencing a ruthless slaughter. For Chen Xian and Dog Emperor, these first and second-tier zombies posed no significant threat. Although the second-tier zombies were considerably stronger than the first tier, to Chen Xian, they were merely a slight elevation in power, nothing more than ants. With the invocation of the extreme cold sword, a single strike felled dozens of zombies. Not good, Captain Shui. The number of zombies is overwhelming. The eastern defense line is on the verge of collapse. Upon hearing the report from the commander of the 3rd Company, Shui Yang's expression grew grave. What is the status of our ammunition? Shui Yang inquired. The depletion is substantial. Although these zombies are merely first tier, their defensive capabilities are astonishing. Without striking their vulnerable points, it is nearly impossible to take them down with a single shot, the 3rd Company commander replied, swallowing hard. They had departed the inner city with the army at the onset of the apocalypse, establishing a safety zone here to fend off the zombies. Yet, to their dismay, mere days later, they were besieged by a horde of zombies, including many second-tier ones. This was indeed a significant predicament. Currently, the military district lacked a munitions factory. Although they had a stockpile of weapons, these were consumables that would soon run out. Shui Yang furrowed his brow, aware that the situation had turned precarious. However, retreat was not an option. Behind him stood the leaders and high-ranking officials of Subei City. What of our ability users in the military district? Although the apocalypse had only recently commenced, the military district had responded swiftly. Ability users had begun to emerge from the ranks of the soldiers. As the large base ensured that some would manifest powers, upon hearing this, the 3rd Company commander's complexion darkened. The losses among our ability users are significant. Over 20 have perished. Most of our ability users are first tier, with only one having reached the second tier level. Yet, even against such a multitude of zombies, they are still overmatched. Over 20 ability users lost? Shui Yang's eyes reflected a hint of sorrow. These were invaluable assets to the military district. Among all the soldiers, only 53 had awakened abilities, and now they had lost half in one fell swoop. How could he not feel the weight of such loss? Damn it, no matter what, we cannot let the safety zone fall. Reinforce the eastern front. The line must not be breached. Yes. The third company commander saluted before hastily dispatching troops to support the east. Unfortunately, the military district was currently understaffed and with limited ammunition and weaponry. It was exceedingly difficult for them to withstand such a massive horde of zombies. Shueyang squinted as he turned and entered the safety zone. Inside the central military tent, report, enter, Shueyang strode in. Within this tent sat the high-ranking officials of the 4th Military District, all of significant standing. The head of the table was the district's leader, Yang Hua, known affectionately as Old Yang. Yang possessed immense prestige in Huaxia. Having joined the military in his youth, he exuded a righteous spirit, his eyes gleaming with sharp intensity. To his right sat Su Yuanting, the district's second-in-command, who happened to be Su Hao's grandfather. The tent also housed several other high-ranking officials. Numbering at least 7 or 8. Shueyang, what is the situation outside? Old Yang was the first to speak, the gazes of the others converging upon him. Shueyang sighed, concern evident in his eyes. Old Yang, the situation outside is grim. The number of zombies is overwhelming. The eastern defense line was nearly breached moments ago. Hiss! At Shueyang's words, everyone collectively gasped in shock. So many zombies. Where could they have come from? After all their efforts to establish a temporary foothold in the 4th Military District, they were now besieged by the enemy. Old Yang, given the sheer number of zombies outside, I suggest we retreat. Su Yuanting said, his eyes narrowing as thoughts of retreat began to form in his mind. Several high-ranking officials nodded in agreement. Indeed, rather than fighting to the death here, it would be wiser to withdraw and await further opportunities. Yes, survival is paramount. Indeed. Listening to the voices around him, Old Yang snorted coldly. Retreat? Where would we go? Subei City is overrun with zombies, and the surrounding cities have also fallen. Outside, there is a multitude of zombies. Even if we old geezers manage to escape by helicopter, what about the soldiers? Do we abandon them to their deaths? The coldness in Old Yang's eyes was palpable. Retreat. While the high-ranking officials could indeed escape, after all, the military district still had a few helicopters at their disposal. They could not abandon the soldiers to face the horde alone. For Yang Hua to forsake the lower-ranking soldiers while saving himself was utterly out of the question. After Old Yang spoke, the others fell silent. Su Yuanting lowered his head, casting a sidelong glance at Old Yang with a hint of chill in his gaze, but he dared not voice further dissent. After all, Old Yang was the leader of the 4th Military District. Let us see just how fearsome these zombies truly are. Even in death, I shall stand alongside my soldiers, Old Yang declared resolutely. Rising to his feet, though aged, he was by no means weak. Having fought his way through the mountains of corpses and rivers of blood in his youth, he was anything but feeble, gazing at the elder before him. Shueyang's eyes brimmed with admiration. Not just him. Every soldier held Old Yang in high esteem. This was the essence of a true soldier. Yes, Shueyang exclaimed fervently before following closely behind Old Yang, with the other high-ranking officials hastily joining them. Only Su Yuanting lingered at the back, snorting softly, his eyes flickering, lost in thought. After a brief moment, he too resolved to catch up with the others. Outside the safety zone, countless zombies besieged them, the cacophony of battle resonating throughout the land. The seemingly endless tide of zombies appeared terrifyingly formidable, a truly horrifying number. Soldiers! I, Yang Hua, stand with you. As soldiers, it is our duty to fight valiantly for our country. I shall die alongside you. Chapter 26. Is this all the strength we possess? As the leader of the military district, Yang Hua's reputation was immense. Thus, upon hearing his words, the morale of the soldiers surged. If their commander was willing to die with them, what fear could they possibly harbor? Naturally, they were determined to fight fiercely. Yet, the sheer number of zombies outside was staggering, densely packed like locusts, endless and unyielding, while their ammunition supply dwindled. Consequently, several defense lines hung by a thread. Even with ability users among them, their numbers were too few, and their strength insufficient. Facing the relentless horde of zombies left them feeling powerless. Damn it, is there truly no way out? Shueyang's eyes brimmed with frustration as he surveyed the dire situation. The number of zombies was simply overwhelming. Boom. Just as despair settled in their hearts, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air, causing countless zombies to collapse in droves. All eyes turned towards the source. Even Old Yang and Su Yuanting, along with the other high-ranking officials, directed their gazes towards the northwest. There, a shadowy figure loomed, accompanied by what appeared to be a black dog. However, this dog was unlike any ordinary creature, surrounded by arcs of lightning. Wherever the lightning struck, numerous zombies fell, rendered motionless. This was an S-level ability, truly horrifying in its might, and with Dog Emperor at the second-tier level. The slaughter of these first-tier zombies could only be described as merciless. Foolish dog, let me handle those 3 second-tier zombies. I wish to gauge their strength. Chun Xian expressed his curiosity regarding the power of the second-tier zombies. After all, first-tier zombies pose little challenge, akin to ordinary humans, lacking any real threat. The second-tier zombies, however, piqued his interest. Woof, woof. Dog Emperor barked a couple of times before darting towards another group, the purple lightning striking down, causing countless zombies to fall. Chun Xian sneered, his figure flickering as he instantly appeared before 3 second-tier zombies. An ice spear materialized from thin air, then surged towards the chest of one of the second-tier zombies under Chun Xian's control. Bang! The terrifying ice spear shot forth like a lethal arrow, striking true at the zombie's chest. Without a doubt, the second-tier zombie's chest was pierced, leaving a gaping hole from which a chill emanated. Before it toppled over, is that it? Chun Xian was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. This was a second-tier zombie? Was this truly all it had to offer? It was far too weak. With a single move, he had pierced through and slain it without a hint of hesitation. It appeared that the strength of these second-tier zombies was scarcely different from that of first-tier ones. Of course, this was not due to the ineffectiveness of the second-tier zombies. Rather, it was a testament to Chun Xian's extraordinary power. With mythic-level abilities and third-tier strength, his prowess and the level of his abilities far surpassed that of second-tier zombies. Any ordinary second-tier ability user would find it far from easy to contend with such a second-tier zombie. After all, this second-tier zombie possesses strength that far exceeds that of a first-tier zombie by several multiples. Its physical resilience and offensive capability are simply on an entirely different level. Given such meager strength, there is no need to spare your lives. Chun Xian let out a cold chuckle, drawing his frostblade. With a single stroke, he swiftly dispatched one second-tier zombie before another lunged towards him. However, the creature's attack was painfully slow in Chun Xian's eyes. He evaded effortlessly, and in the next moment, an ice spear pierced through its form. Pathetic. Chun Xian chuckled lightly, shaking his head. The frostblade in his hand moved with remarkable speed, and with another strike, several zombies fell lifelessly to the ground. He refrained from excessively using his supernatural abilities. Although his ice dragon power was formidable, it also demanded considerable energy. It would be wasteful to expend such power on these first-tier zombies. Moreover, once he had dealt with them, he still had to consider the personnel from the 4th Military District. While his actions would undoubtedly be seen as a saving grace by them, Chun Xian was not naive enough to believe that those in the 4th Military District would harbor no ill intentions towards him. In this apocalyptic world, human hearts are inscrutable. Furthermore, he had no intention of leaving the crystal cores obtained from the slain zombies for the people of the 4th Military District. These were crucial strategic resources, particularly the second-tier crystal cores. Chun Xian and the Dog Emperor, positioned on either side, were dispatching zombies at an astonishing rate, resulting in countless losses for the undead. This scene did not escape the gaze of the 4th Military District soldiers. Hiss, who are these two, a man and a dog, that they possess such terrifying prowess? Shuiyang swallowed hard, his astonishment evident. Despite having witnessed much in his life, he was left in awe by the combat displayed by Chun Xian and the Dog Emperor. The shock in his eyes was impossible to conceal. While his subordinates included supernatural beings, even the most elite second-tier powers could not match such speed in slaying zombies. To encounter such a formidable supernatural entity is truly remarkable. Indeed, one could hardly imagine such terrifying martial prowess among supernatural beings in this apocalypse. Precisely. Beside Elder Yang, several military leaders expressed their surprise. This was the first time they had witnessed such a fearsome supernatural being, and the display of strength was enough to shatter their preconceived notions. Su Yuaning cast a glance at Chun Xian, his eyes flickering with an unusual glimmer, which quickly vanished, hidden beneath the surface. Well, it seems our 4th Military District is not destined for extinction, having such a powerful ally. Elder Yang's aged face could not help but break into a smile. The combat prowess of Chen Xian and the Dog Emperor was indeed terrifying. They had slain over 10,000 zombies, leading to a third of their number being decimated. For reasons unknown, the remaining zombies suddenly launched a coordinated attack before retreating in unison. Observing this phenomenon, Chen Xian's curiosity was piqued. These zombies are actually retreating? Having survived several years in the apocalypse during his previous life, Chen Xian understood that these first and second-tier zombies possessed very low intelligence, making it exceedingly rare for them to execute a large-scale coordinated retreat like this. Such organized withdrawal resembled military maneuvers rather than the erratic behavior of zombies. Could it be that someone was orchestrating these zombies? Chen Xian squinted, watching the retreating forms of the zombies, his suspicion growing. If someone were indeed controlling them, this would certainly be intriguing. To mobilize such a large-scale zombie horde, especially with a significant number of second-tier zombies, suggested a formidable power at play. How fascinating! Indeed, a glimmer of interest danced in Chen Xian's eyes. He then turned towards the direction in which the zombies had fled and commanded, "Foolish dog, follow the direction these zombies have taken and scout out their nest." Chapter 27. The intricacies of interest. The Dog Emperor's Purple Cloud Thunder ability not only harnessed the power of lightning but also provided an astonishing boost to speed, coupled with its remarkable stealth capabilities. Sending it to investigate the whereabouts of these zombies posed no challenge. After all, in its previous life, the Dog Emperor had achieved a remarkable 9th-tier status, showcasing its exceptional prowess. Woof! The Dog Emperor hung its head, seemingly reluctant to comply. Chen Xian gave it a gentle kick. "Hurry up! I'll give you half of these second-tier crystal cores to help you break through to the 3rd tier." The number of second-tier zombies was substantial. Even though many had retreated, at least 300 had perished here. Each second-tier zombie undoubtedly contained a crystal core, meaning there were at least 300 second-tier crystal cores ripe for the taking. Such a quantity was more than sufficient for the Dog Emperor to achieve a breakthrough. Upon hearing Chen Xian's promise, the Dog Emperor's face lit up with an excited, goofy grin. Woof woof. It wagged its tail joyfully, even attempting to lick Chen Xian's leg, only to be met with another gentle kick. "Quickly follow them. If you lose track of those crystal cores, don't expect to get any." Woof woof. After Chen Xian's instruction, the Dog Emperor barked earnestly and then sped off in the direction the zombie horde had vanished. With the sheer number of zombies present, it was easy for the Dog Emperor to blend into the horde without issue. Observing this, Chen Xian smiled faintly, his curiosity intensifying. What could possibly drive so many zombies? Was it a human? Or something else? If it were human, that would indeed be intriguing. A smile crept across Chen Xian's face. He then turned his gaze towards the 4th Military District. At present, the 4th Military District had repelled the zombie tide, and countless soldiers were cheering in exhilaration, feeling as though they had been granted a second chance at life. Perhaps their survival was not entirely due to their own efforts, but they were alive nonetheless. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xian made his way towards the 4th Military District. He was curious about the upper echelons of this district. In his previous life, he had only reached a 5th-tier status, and his awakened ability was merely classified as a grade, hardly worthy of attention from these high-ranking officials. However, everything was different now. "Thank you for your assistance. I am Yang Hua, the head of the 4th Military District. At the entrance of the 4th Military District, Yang Hua approached with a group of elders, their expressions a mix of joy and curiosity. The presence of this unfamiliar young man sparked intrigue among those present, yet they dared not scrutinize him too closely, given his evident power. Yang Hua? Chen Xian was no stranger to this name. In fact, any citizen of Huaxia would likely recognize it. He was a venerable elder, having risen from poverty and served in the military from a young age, ultimately attaining the position of head of the 4th Military District through sheer grit and determination. Renowned for his fairness and integrity, he was a rare breed of good officials. Chen Xian had heard whispers of him in his past life. However, after establishing a foundation for the 4th Military District in the early days of the apocalypse, Yang Hua had mysteriously passed away for reasons unknown. A fleeting thought of Yang Hua crossed Chen Xian's mind, eliciting a measure of respect, albeit a fleeting one in the face of the apocalypse. Chen Xian prioritized his self-interests above all else. "Elder Yang, you are too kind," Chen Xian replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. "I am still unaware of your esteemed name." "Chen Xian." "Chen Xian?" Upon hearing this name, the military leaders exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting varying degrees of curiosity. They could be certain they had never heard this name before. There's no need for formalities, Elder Yang and all esteemed officials. The reason I intervened was for the crystal cores from these zombies. All of those cores belong to me. With that, Chen Xian flashed a grin, his gaze calm and steady. While Yang Hua was indeed formidable and worthy of respect, that bore no significance to Chen Xian. What he desired were the crystal cores, and he had no intention of forging deeper connections with the individuals of the 4th Military District. There was simply no need. As for relinquishing his interest to work for free, that was out of the question. Upon hearing Chen Xian's declaration, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Since the onset of the apocalypse, they had all come to understand the significance of crystal cores. Not only could they enhance the powers of supernatural beings, but they also served as the medium through which ordinary individuals could awaken their abilities. Given the terrifying strength of supernatural beings, it was clear that the future would belong to them, making the strategic value of these crystal cores undeniable. They represented the most precious form of wealth in this apocalyptic world. There were over 10,000 zombies before them. Even if first-tier zombies had a core probability of around 30 to 40%, that still amounted to at least 3,000 first-tier crystal cores. More importantly, among the fallen zombies, there were not only first-tier but also numerous second-tier zombies. The energy of second-tier crystal cores was even more formidable. Yet, with Chen Xian's very first utterance, he demanded all the crystal cores from the zombies present. This effectively meant that the 4th Military District had fought this battle for nothing, reaping none of the rewards. Brother Chen, we of the 4th Military District have contributed significantly and suffered heavy losses. A third of these zombies were slain by us. How about this? Could you spare us some of the crystal cores? Just 1/5 would suffice. Shui Yang was the first to speak up. He was acutely aware of the substantial losses the 4th Military District had incurred during this battle. It was considerable. Not only had ordinary soldiers fallen, but even supernatural beings had suffered significant casualties. Given such heavy losses, it would be exceedingly unfair to walk away empty-handed. Shui Yang's plea resonated with the other military leaders present. Indeed, we of the 4th Military District have also put in considerable effort and suffered greatly. Exactly, young brother, you are also a Huaxia person. You should possess a sense of collective responsibility. We have had it tough as well. Indeed, young man, it is only right to make some contributions as a fellow Huaxia citizen. These military leaders were all astute individuals, acutely aware of the importance of resources. They understood that these crystal cores were strategic assets, and thus, they were unwilling to relinquish them all to Chen Xian, even after he had just saved their lives. Such is human nature. Such is the case with these high-ranking officials. In their eyes, life holds lesser significance than personal gain. Thus, one after another, they begin to impose moral constraints upon Chen Xian, extolling the virtues of selflessness and collective consciousness. They adorn him with lofty titles, as if to suggest that any refusal on his part would render him a selfish villain. Were it an ordinary person in his position, they might have retreated, for yielding 1/5 of such a vast number of crystal cores would not be a trivial matter. Yet they are faced with Chen Xian. Selflessness? Collective consciousness? To hell with that. It is merely a fade to mask their own greed, draping themselves in noble pretenses. Chen Xian let out a cold laugh, his gaze sweeping across the military elite before him. Chapter 28. The indifferent Chen Xian. His piercing, frigid gaze bore no trace of emotion, akin to that of an ancient behemoth, terrifying in its intensity. In Chen Xian's eyes, they were not human. They were merely prey. Gentlemen, have you forgotten one crucial detail? Had I not intervened just now, you would all likely be dead. Chen Xian's mocking laughter, laced with disdain, momentarily stunned Shui Yang and the other military leaders, particularly those standing behind him, whose expressions darkened. Indeed, had Chen Xian remained passive, their lives would have been forfeit, or rather, the entire 4th Military District would have faced annihilation. After all, they were utterly incapable of resisting such a terrifying tide of corpses. Yet, driven by greed for the crystal cores, they were reluctant to relinquish such valuable resources. Chen Xian seized the opportunity to continue. I spared your lives, yet it seems you do not appreciate this gesture and dare to covet my possessions. You are rather greedy. His calm words struck deep into each person's heart. Chen Xian's observations were painfully accurate, dissecting their actions with precision. However, you appear to misunderstand. I have the capability to eliminate those zombies, just as I can extinguish your lives. What right do you have to impose moral constraints upon me? With a sneer, Qian Xian's eyes gleamed with mockery, his murderous intent palpable. He held respect for Elder Yang. But that was merely a formality. Should his interests be threatened, he would not hesitate to act. Moreover, among the military leaders present, how many could be deemed virtuous? Chen Xian held no illusions about these individuals. Each one had navigated a treacherous path to reach their current standing, their cunning evident. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, the gathered military leaders, including Su Yuanting, wore expressions of grave concern. They understood that Chen Xian's remarks were nothing short of a blatant threat. Before the apocalypse, they had been powerful figures within the military district, commanding immense authority and leading armies. Yet here stood Chen Xian, a figure of little renown, clearly an ordinary person prior to the onset of the apocalypse. To be threatened by such an individual was a profound humiliation. Kid, don't get too cocky. Even if I were to perish, I would never allow you to succeed. As his words faded, a man clad in a major's uniform stepped forward, casting a cold, piercing gaze at Chen Xian. The sharpness of his eyes carried an undercurrent of menace. Zhang Bei, prior to the apocalypse, had been the captain of a special forces unit. Following the awakening of abilities, he became one of the first to attain S-rank powers, his physique akin to steel. He was also the sole second-tier ability user within the 4th Military District, coupled with his prowess as a special forces leader. His combat capabilities were formidable, enabling him to slay numerous zombies during the recent onslaught. Otherwise, the 4th Military District would have crumbled even more swiftly. Yet, in Qian Xian's perspective, the opponent's strength was inconsequential. In his eyes, there was no distinction between an S-rank second-tier ability user and a first-tier zombie. They were all mere insects, easily extinguished. Zhang Bei, however, was simply a stronger insect in his view. A smirk played on Qian Xian's lips as his eyes flickered momentarily. Suddenly, several ice spikes materialized before Zhang Bei, leaving him no time to react, staring in shock at the icy projectiles radiating an overwhelming chill. The temperature was alarmingly low, instilling a sense of dread within him. I advise you not to move, or these ice spikes will swiftly claim your life. Qian Xian's voice, calm yet foreboding, reached Zhang Bei's ears. Although he had not directly experienced the power of the ice spikes, his instincts warned him that should Qian Xian desire, he could easily take his life. Such terrifying strength was indeed intimidating. He dared not act rashly, remaining rooted in place. The others, witnessing this scene, were equally bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Enough! Elder Yang interjected, his aged voice resonating with authority. Today, we owe our survival to Brother Chen Xian. Otherwise, the 4th Military District would have faced total annihilation. These crystal cores rightfully belong to him. With that, he turned to Chen Xian, a hint of apology etched upon his weathered face. Why apologies, Brother Chen Xian? What transpired earlier was our 4th Military District's fault. I will ensure that all the crystal cores are collected and handed to you. Regardless, we are indebted to you. Should you require anything in the future, I will certainly comply to the best of my abilities. Elder Yang spoke with a gravity that indicated his sincerity. He understood that their survival hinged on Qian Xian's intervention. Otherwise, his soldiers would have perished. The other military leaders exchanged glances, their expressions filled with reluctance. After all, what lay before them was an immense cache of strategic resources, now to be entirely surrendered to Chen Xian. Yet, with Elder Yang's declaration, coupled with the fact that none among them could contend with Chen Xian, they had no choice but to acquiesce, even if it pained them to do so. As for Chen Xian's response, he merely smiled, harboring no particular thoughts on the matter. After all, whether or not they relinquished these cores, he would retrieve them through his own strength. As for Elder Yang's favor, it held little value for him. With his mythic level ability, Ice Dragon, mythic level ability, Plunder, 3rd-tier powers, and a canine companion boasting SSS level abilities, he was far ahead of the rest of the world. Such strength rendered him indifferent to the need for any favors. In other words, if there were tasks beyond Chen Xian's capabilities, Elder Yang would be equally powerless. Nevertheless, he would not refuse the offer. If that is the case, I shall gladly accept Elder Yang's generosity. Elder Yang smiled slightly, then turned to Shui Yang beside him, instructing, have the soldiers collect the crystal cores and hand them over to Brother Chen Xian promptly. Yes, Shui Yang saluted and swiftly relayed the orders. Brother Chen Xian, please wait a moment. Very well, Chen Xian replied with a slight smile. He understood that gathering such a multitude of crystal cores would require time. With so many soldiers working together, it would likely be completed within half an hour. He glanced at Zhang Bei, his expression shifting as the ice spikes melted away into a pool of water, cascading to the ground. Zhang Bei, regaining his composure, took a few steps back, unwilling to provoke Qian Xian further. The pressure he felt from the latter was simply overwhelming. He even questioned whether, had an agreement not been reached, Qian Xian could have indeed wiped out everyone present. The key was that not only did this individual possess such power, but he also harbored the intent to act on it. That was truly terrifying. 15 minutes later, as Qian Xian stood waiting, he suddenly heard several barks. Turning his head, he beheld the dog emperor racing towards him, its massive form causing all within the 4th military district to pause in astonishment. Woof, woof, woof. The dog emperor reached Qian Xian, barking excitedly as if it had made a significant discovery. Chapter 29. Suddenly disappeared? A discovery? Qian Xian furrowed his brow. What have you found? Woof, woof. The dog emperor barked eagerly several times, wagging its tail. Observing this, Qian Xian's gaze softened with a smile. However, he knew he could not act just yet. First, he needed to secure the crystal cores. He held little faith in these military leaders, considering the substantial resources at stake. Go, keep an eye on them. If anyone dares to hoard the crystal cores, do not hesitate to take action. With that, the dog emperor dashed off to survey the area. A significant portion of these crystal cores was meant for its consumption. There was no way it would allow these individuals to pilfer them. Therefore, it surveyed with utmost diligence and caution. The others, witnessing the dog emperor's behavior, could not help but marvel. Shuiyang observed the creature curiously. I never expected a dog could awaken abilities. Little Zhang, what do you think of this dog's strength? Zhang Bei squinted towards the dog emperor, muttering, I fear I would not be its match. Upon hearing Zhang Bei's words, not only Shuiyang but also the other military leaders wore expressions of disbelief. After all, Zhang Bei was the foremost powerhouse of the 4th military district, a second-tier ability user with S-rank powers, a member of the elite tier. To think that such strength could be outmatched by a mere dog. It was ludicrous. Yet, despite their reluctance to accept it, the reality was undeniable. Zhang Bei felt an immense pressure emanating from the dog emperor. Its black fur crackled with purple lightning, exuding an aura of terror as they gazed at the dog emperor. The military leaders felt a twinge of envy. If they could acquire this dog, it would undoubtedly provide them with formidable combat strength. Before long, the crystal cores had all been collected. As they gazed upon the mountain of cores stacked before them, the military leaders and soldiers felt an overwhelming sense of desire. Yet, they knew that these treasures belonged solely to Qian Xian and were not theirs to claim. Brother Qian Xian, it must be difficult for you to carry so many crystal cores. Why not allow our 4th military district to safeguard them for you? You can retrieve them whenever you wish. Upon witnessing the towering pile of crystal cores, one of the military leaders spoke with a smile. After all, the sheer quantity was staggering, and it was impractical for Qian Xian to transport them all alone. It would be far more convenient to entrust them to their care. Qian Xian was contemplating the opportunity to retrieve them at any moment. The advantages of this arrangement were numerous. Once the crystal cores were in their possession, it would not be an easy task for Qian Xian to reclaim them in the future. The others, witnessing the situation, quickly reacted. Indeed, Brother Qian Xian, it would be best to store these crystal cores here. Exactly, how could we possibly covet your crystal cores? Observing the expressions of the military leaders before him, Qian Xian let out a cold chuckle, his eyes gleaming with mockery. He was acutely aware of their intentions. To entrust the crystal cores to them for safekeeping would likely make it exceedingly difficult to retrieve them later. Well, thank you very much, Qian Xian said, a slight smirk appearing at the corners of his mouth. The military leaders, seeing this, were filled with delight, believing that Qian Xian had consented to leave the crystal cores in their care, allowing them immediate access, as for the matter of returning the crystal cores to Qian Xian at a later date. That could be addressed in due time, with confidence in future wisdom. However, as all eyes were upon him, Qian Xian slowly approached the crystal cores. Suddenly, a white light flashed, and in an instant, all the crystal cores vanished. Witnessing this spectacle, disbelief flooded the eyes of everyone present. What kind of sorcery is this? It vanished into thin air. Such a terrifying display of power. How could so many crystal cores disappear in an instant? It was evident that he possessed a means to store items. Such an object was truly divine. Upon witnessing Chen Xian's display of power, the expressions of all present shifted. The military leader's eyes glinted with a hint of greed. This ability held significant utility for them. Su Yuanting scrutinized Chen Xian, his gaze flickering with an enigmatic light. He pondered silently. If he could draw Chen Xian into his camp, who in the 4th military district could possibly rival him? With this thought, Su Yuanting felt a surge of excitement. As the deputy head of the 4th military district, he had long coveted the position held by Elder Yang. However, the old man's esteemed reputation and the backing he received made it nearly impossible to usurp him before the apocalypse unfolded. But now, with the advent of the apocalypse, anything was possible. Yet, Chen Xian had no interest in the ambitions of these military leaders. In his creed, strength was the ultimate truth in a world brought to ruin. He held no regard for these individuals jockeying for power. Once he achieved the strength of a 9th-tier warrior, everyone would have to bow before him. Having secured the crystal cores, Chen Xian glanced at the crowd, intending to depart. After all, the secrets behind those zombies were likely complex, and he found himself intrigued. With his strength alongside Dog Emperor, even if he ventured forth to investigate, it would be challenging to encounter any danger. Thus, he planned to explore with Dog Emperor by his side. Elder Yang, the hour grows late. I must take my leave, Chen Xian stated nonchalantly. He had no intention of forging deep ties with the 4th military district. Not even with Elder Yang, a highly respected elder. Wait a moment, Brother Chen, Elder Yang suddenly interjected. Chen Xian turned with curiosity. What more is there to discuss? I see that your strength places you among the top in this apocalypse. With zombies besieging the city, countless citizens are displaced and facing life-threatening dangers. With your formidable abilities, I wonder if you would consider joining the 4th military district to contribute to our great nation. Elder Yang's invitation was unmistakable. He harbored hopes of recruiting such a powerful ability user as Chen Xian, envisioning future contributions to the welfare of China. However, upon hearing Elder Yang's words, Chen Xian declined without hesitation. I am sorry. I'm accustomed to being alone and have no intention of joining another faction. The idea of joining the 4th military district to rescue ordinary citizens? Preposterous. In the apocalypse, a selfless idealist would not last long. Having witnessed the depths of human depravity in his past life, Chen Xian had no intention of playing the role of a good Samaritan. If they wished for his assistance, they must provide ample benefits. Expecting me to contribute selflessly? I'm afraid that's impossible. Elder Yang's disappointment was palpable upon hearing Chen Xian's resolute refusal. To him, a powerful ability user like Chen Xian should possess a sense of patriotism. Aiding the citizens of China in their plight. Chapter 30. The man in the black robe. Elder Yang's intentions were noble, and he himself was an admirable man. Chen Xian understood this well. However, it was evident that Elder Yang did not grasp the rules of the apocalypse. In such a world, notions of patriotism were eclipsed by personal gain. This might explain why the leadership of the 4th military district would eventually shift, and Elder Yang's demise would likely be intertwined with these changes. Chen Xian had heard rumors of this in his past life, but had no desire to intervene, nor did he feel obligated to ensure Elder Yang's safety, as their relationship was merely transactional. Wait, Brother Chen, if you were to join the 4th military district, your strength could easily elevate you to the rank of colonel or even major general. Perhaps you should reconsider. Su Yuanting interjected just as Chen Xian was about to turn away, his gaze filled with fervor. He believed Chen Xian's refusal of Elder Yang stemmed from insufficient incentives. If he could enhance the offer, perhaps Chen Xian could be swayed. A major general's rank held substantial value even in peaceful times, let alone in the current apocalypse, where the status of soldiers had significantly risen. The prospect of a major general was enticing for many, especially for someone like Chen Xian, who was merely an ordinary civilian. Even with his abilities, he was still just a slightly more powerful civilian. He found it hard to believe that Chen Xian would remain unmoved by such an offer. Major General. Upon hearing those words, every soldier present, including Shui Yang and Zhang Bei, was filled with envy. This was the rank they had all strived for throughout their lives. Yet now, it seemed so easily attainable for a young man. How could they not feel envious? As Chen Xian shifted his gaze towards Su Yuanting, a hint of mockery glimmered in his eyes. Indeed, mockery. He thought it amusing that Su Yuanting would even consider that rank significant. If only he knew that Chen Xian had already eliminated his only grandson, One could only imagine the explosion of his mental state. However, Chen Xian had no intention of inviting trouble by revealing such information. With a smile, he shook his head, not interested. I must take my leave. With that, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, he turned decisively and walked away, with Dog Emperor closely following. The incredulity in their expressions was palpable. Even Su Yuanting had not anticipated that Chen Xian would reject his proposal, a major general, and yet he turned it down. All right, let's clean up the battlefield. Elder Yang surveyed the surroundings and stated calmly. In truth, he was also surprised by Chen Xian's fortitude. It was the first time he had encountered someone like him, truly remarkable. Yes, sir, the others responded in unison, then turned to begin clearing the battlefield. Elder Yang turned back, casting a discreet glance at Su Yuanting, his gaze profound, lost in thought. Yet he did not speak, instead walking towards the military tent. Once outside the 4th Military District, Chen Xian and Dog Emperor raced forward. Foolish dog, are you sure it's just ahead? Woof woof. Dog Emperor barked excitedly. It had just trailed that group of zombies and had witnessed them enter a valley. That place was undoubtedly their hideout. Chen Xian, upon hearing this, ceased his chatter, his expression darkening as he quickened his pace. Before long, a gorge appeared before him. The gorge was narrow and elongated, devoid of any sound. A gust of wind howled past, carrying an eerie chill. Observing the sight, Chen Xian narrowed his eyes, murmuring softly, "It seems this is the place. The location Dog Emperor mentioned must be here." Dog Emperor wagged its tail in agreement. "Let us proceed cautiously. We mustn't alert the enemy." Although Chen Xian was not afraid of the lower-tier zombies, the sheer number of the horde was daunting. Even after slaying approximately a third of their ranks, the remaining zombies still posed a terrifying threat. Despite their formidable strength, if besieged by these zombies, they could easily be drained of energy and perish. Additionally, the entity controlling these zombies remained unknown. Caution was paramount in the apocalypse, a lesson Chen Xian had learned well over his years of survival. One man and one dog stealthily advanced. The seemingly empty gorge took on a different appearance as Chen Xian and Dog Emperor proceeded. They gasped in astonishment at the sight before them. Countless zombies stood in meticulous formation within the gorge, their overwhelming numbers filling the entire space. These zombies remained still, eerily quiet, resembling a legion of terracotta warriors guarding their master's safety. It was evident that the situation was far from simple. Chen Xian squinted, a mix of excitement and curiosity coursing through him. Clearly, his initial suspicions were correct. These zombies were being controlled. As for the nature of that control, it remained uncertain. Dog Emperor's eyes widened in astonishment. Chen Xian whispered, "Let us move closer to the center and see what lies ahead." These zombies were evidently guarding something. Carefully, one man and one dog navigated through the mountain peaks flanking the gorge. Is that a human? Upon reaching the gorge's center, Chen Xian was astonished to find a figure clad in black robes amidst the throng of zombies. The figure sat cross-legged atop a high platform, surrounded by a legion of second-tier zombies. Hundreds of these undead creatures encircled him. Clad in a black robe, his face remained obscured, rendering it impossible to discern his gender. Upon witnessing this mysterious figure, Chen Xian squinted slightly, intrigue flickering in his eyes. It was evident that the cloaked individual was the puppeteer orchestrating the horde of zombies. Yet, for reasons unknown, Chen Xian had never heard of this person in his previous life. Logically, someone capable of commanding such a multitude of zombies and unleashing a horrifying tide of undead should not be an unknown entity in the apocalypse. However, he had indeed never encountered anyone with the ability to control zombies. The most probable explanation was that this individual perished before the later stages of the apocalypse. To wield the power to control zombies and summon a horde was undoubtedly a formidable ability, one that could be deemed otherworldly. Chen Xian pondered what kind of supernatural ability this person possessed and whether he bore the fabled heavenly patterns. If he did possess such patterns, slaying him would grant Chen Xian access to that power. The mere thought ignited a fervor in Chen Xian's gaze. The abilities of this black-robed figure were undoubtedly extraordinary. After all, how could one command such a vast number of zombies without exceptional talent? Should this adversary possess the heavenly patterns, Chen Xian could seize them, thereby acquiring the individual's powers. This prospect held immense allure for him, regardless of whether or not he bore the heavenly patterns. He could not allow such a formidable ability to roam free, as it might one day evolve into a fierce adversary. Chapter 31. The black-robed figure? Damn it, who is this individual capable of slaying nearly a third of the zombies? Alas, if I cannot confront him, I shall retreat and bide my time for a few more years. I shall become the god of the apocalypse. I truly am a genius. Indeed, I am the man chosen by destiny. In the heart of the canyon, the black-robed figure emitted a sinister laugh. Beneath the inky robe was a corpulent young man, his visage pale and marred by deep-set dark circles under his eyes. His lips a ghastly shade of black, likely a consequence of overindulgence. Boom. Just as Yu Xiaoyong reveled in excitement, a terrifying explosion reverberated. Immediately after, a man and his dog appeared, seemingly gliding through the air. With each step the man took, a bridge of ice formed beneath his feet, glittering like crystal. He moved with an effortless grace, soaring through the air with remarkable nonchalance. Witnessing this spectacle, Yu Xiaoyong's eyes widened in astonishment. His heart raced. Wait, that not Qingji from the land of S? Walking on air, this was a technique reminiscent of Qingji from One Piece. How cool! As a seasoned otaku, Yu Xiaodong had a fondness for Japanese anime, particularly One Piece, which was his absolute favorite. He never expected to witness someone employing a technique akin to Qingji's, nearly bringing him to tears from excitement. However, in an instant, realization struck him. Wait, they seem to be here to kill me. Indeed, Chen Xian and his canine companion were intent on his demise. Why Yu Xiaoyong gulped nervously and hastily commanded the zombies below, quickly, block their path. Do not let them approach. Beneath the robe, the corpulent figure was in a state of heightened anxiety, fervently issuing commands. The zombies moved sluggishly, especially as Chen Xian and the dog traversed the air, rendering the creatures incapable of reaching them. Each bolt of lightning unleashed by the dog resulted in the demise of countless zombies. Leaving Yu Xiaoyong in a state of panic, he urged the second-tier zombies to surround him, trembling in fear amidst the throng of undead. Observing Yu Xiaoyong's demeanor, Chen Xian paused, taken aback. Why was this black-robed figure so cowardly? Why don such a robe if he was so timid? What a farce! Chen Xian chuckled softly and, with deliberate calmness, approached Yu Xiaoyong, by manipulating the ice to form a path in the air. He executed what could be termed airwalking. This maneuver appeared simple, yet it required extraordinary control over one's abilities, something most ice elemental practitioners could scarcely achieve. Furthermore, condensing ice in mid-air consumed considerable energy, making it difficult for ordinary third-tier abilities to maintain for extended periods. Only someone with mythic-level powers, like Chen Xian, could perform such feats, possessing ample energy within him. Moreover, the sheer hardness of the ultimate ice meant there was no concern for it fracturing beneath his weight. As he surveyed the black-robed figure below, Chen Xian smirked and kicked the dog, prompting both man and beast to leap down gracefully, landing before Yu Xiaoyong. However, 100 second-tier zombies stood in their way, encircling Yu Xiaoyong. Upon seeing Chen Xian and the dog, Yu Xiaoyong swallowed hard, a glimmer of fear in his eyes. Before the apocalypse, he had merely been an ordinary, reclusive young man, devoid of confidence. It was only after awakening his powers and gaining control over a legion of zombies that he began to feel a sense of self-assurance. Igniting his delusions of grandeur, Yu Xiaoyong, am destined to stand at the pinnacle of the world. Unfortunately for him, he had encountered Chen Xian. Hurry, do not let them near. Eliminate him, Yu Xiaoyong commanded urgently. The second-tier zombies surged toward Chen Xian and the dog. The already confined space was filled with zombies, placing Chen Xian and the dog at the epicenter of the chaos. Yet, regardless of the overwhelming numbers, they posed no threat to the duo. Chen Xian focused his mind, summoning the extreme cold sword from his spatial ring, gripping it firmly. The sudden appearance of the sword widened Yu Xiaoyong's eyes in disbelief. What is this technique? Chen Xian's prowess astonished Yu Xiaoyong once more. With a swift motion, Chen Xian swung his sword, unleashing a torrent of icy power that instantly obliterated 7 or 8 second-tier zombies that had nearly reached him. With each step, he swung his sword, dispatching multiple zombies in a single stroke. The multitude of second-tier zombies could not withstand his onslaught, their defenses crumbling before his speed. In mere moments, Chen Xian had advanced closer to Yu Xiaoyong, leaving only 30-odd second-tier zombies before him. As for the throng of first-tier zombies, with the dog at his side, Chen Xian had no need to concern himself. He took pleasure in scrutinizing the black-robed figure before him. The man's rotund face, short and stout physique, unkempt beard, and the gluttonous appearance of his darkened eyes painted a vivid picture. This was indeed a slovenly figure. Qian Xian now understood why this black-robed individual had exhibited such cowardice. A slothful man could scarcely be braved. A smirk crept across his lips, a curve of triumph emerging. If that were the case, there was nothing left to fear. Qian Xian snorted disdainfully, his form shifting like a specter as he unleashed a flurry of strikes with his sword. The second-tier zombies crumbled like paper before the extreme cold sword, their defenses rendered utterly negligible. Within mere seconds, all the second-tier zombies before Qian Xian lay lifeless. Oh my god! Yu Xiaozhong was left dumbfounded by the spectacle. What in the world? Is this even human? So terrifying, as a self-proclaimed sloth, the power Qian Xian had just displayed was something he had only ever witnessed in anime. So fast, so incredibly fast. Qian Xian's speed surpassed anything he had ever imagined. It was worth noting that Qian Xian had fought for years in the apocalypse, his combat instincts honed to an extraordinary degree. Moreover, the enhancements from his ice dragon abilities made him far more formidable than any Yu Xiaoyong could hope to match. It appears you command this horde of zombies, Qian Xian remarked with a subtle smile, gazing calmly at Yu Xiaozhong. Don't come any closer. I know I can't defeat you, but I doubt I'm not without my own strengths. Faced with such a life-threatening crisis, Yu Xiaozhong struggled to articulate his thoughts, a flicker of fear evident in his eyes. Is that so? Then let me see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. As he spoke, an ice spear hurtled toward Yu Xiaoyong's body, its terrifying speed nearly imperceptible. For a man of Yu Xiaoyong's stature, it was an insurmountable challenge, leaving him unable to even flee. Just as the ice spear was about to pierce Yu Xiaoyong's brain, an explosion echoed, and the ground before him erupted. Qian Xian's ice spear disappeared in an instant. Chapter 32. Zombie King? A third-tier zombie king. As Qian Xian gazed upon the approaching zombies, surprise flickered across his face. Indeed, it was this third-tier zombie king that had leapt from the ground, intercepting his ice spear. The creature before him was no ordinary zombie. It was a true zombie king. A zombie king, by definition, is the sovereign among zombies, capable of infinite evolution, potentially reaching the 9th tier, commanding legions of zombies with terrifying might. In his previous life, he had heard tales of a 9th tier zombie king that instigated a massive horde, breaching several safe zones. That battle had cost the life of a powerful 9th tier ability user. The combat prowess of a zombie king was undeniably fearsome. Among its peers, few ability users could stand against it. Qian Xian had not anticipated encountering a zombie king here. While this one was merely 3rd tier, far from the terrifying heights of a 9th tier zombie king, it was still significant, especially at this early stage of the apocalypse. If left unchecked, this zombie king could very well evolve into a 9th tier behemoth. In fact, this zombie might even be the same 9th tier zombie king from his previous life. Are you frightened now? I initially intended to engage with you as an ordinary person, but it seems my extraordinary nature has been revealed, Yu Xiaoyong proclaimed, a hint of pride evident as he concealed his delight. This was his ultimate weapon. A third-tier zombie king. It was precisely because of this zombie king that he could command such a vast horde and unleash a massive zombie tide. Nearly breaching the 4th military district, Qian Xian cast his gaze towards Yu Xiaozhong, before shifting his attention to the formidable third-tier corpse king before him. To be candid, he had never regarded Yu Xiaozhong as a serious threat. Merely a slothful individual, he had acquired such power solely through the awakening of a commendable ability, allowing him to fortuitously control the corpse king. Otherwise, in this apocalyptic world, his meager capabilities would scarcely allow him to survive beyond 3 days. What truly piqued his interest was the third-tier corpse king standing before him. The battle prowess of a corpse king was indeed terrifying. In his previous life, he had lacked the strength to contend with such a creature. At that time, he was merely an A-level ability user, and facing a corpse king of the same tier, he would have been swiftly annihilated. However, the circumstances were different now. The enhancement of a mythical level ability was exceedingly formidable. This ignited a spark of combativeness within Qian Xian. A subtle smile graced his lips, a hint of excitement curving them upward. Just as well, he yearned to stretch his muscles. Thus, he would ascertain the true strength of this corpse king. With that thought, Qian Xian gripped the extreme cold sword tightly, a fierce battle intent igniting in his gaze. Upon witnessing this scene, Yu Xiaoyong's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, he's actually going to fight. He had anticipated that the appearance of the Corpse King would intimidate Chen Xian, but to his astonishment, the latter dared to engage. Without hesitation, Chen Xian's figure flickered and, swift as lightning, he arrived beside the third-tier Corpse King in an instant, bringing down the extreme cold sword, which emanated waves of chilling air. Naturally, the third-tier Corpse King was not an easy opponent. A glint of menace flashed in its sharp eyes as its robust arm swung out, colliding with the extreme cold sword. The violent shockwaves from their clash instantly forced Yu Xiaozhong back several paces. He took refuge to the side, quietly observing the fierce battle between Chen Xian and the third-tier Corpse King. Bang! Chen Xian was pushed back a few steps by the force of the Corpse King, which too staggered back a bit. Truly, the third-tier Corpse King was a terrifying entity among zombies. Its strength was no less than his own, a reputation well-deserved. Feeling the Corpse King's power, Chen Xian couldn't help but express a sense of awe. Were it an ordinary zombie, it would have been cleaved in two by his strike. After all, he wielded the extreme cold sword, a top-tier weapon capable of slicing through steel like mud. Yet, it failed to breach the Corpse King's defenses. Such physical resilience was indeed formidable. Nonetheless, Chen Xian's intrigue only deepened. He was eager to test the limits of his own abilities. Continuing forward, he let out a cold snort, and countless ice spikes materialized around him. 100 formidable spikes swirling in the air. With a raised hand, he sent these ice spikes hurtling towards the Corpse King. If ordinary first- and second-tier zombies merely enhanced their speed and strength to a degree, the Corpse King could be likened to a hexagonal warrior. In terms of speed, power, and combat instinct, it was truly terrifying. As the ice spikes approached at breakneck speed, it dodged swiftly while launching an attack towards Chen Xian. Several ice spikes struck its body, causing only minor disturbances, failing to inflict significant damage. Chen Xian's excitement grew upon witnessing this. The Corpse King had already closed in on him, its long claws extending. Although they were not as hard as the extreme cold sword, they surpassed the hardness of most weapons. As a claw descended, Chen Xian intercepted with an ice wall. However, the ice wall's durability was insufficient to withstand the Corpse King's relentless assault, and it crumbled under several strikes. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xian swung his sword. A terrifying battle unfolded in the canyon between man and corpse. This spectacle left Yu Xiaozhong, who was watching from the sidelines, utterly astonished. He had only fortuitously gained control over the Corpse King and was not particularly powerful himself. Having controlled the Corpse King for so long, this was his first encounter with its true might. It was overwhelmingly strong, unquestionably formidable, yet, in comparison, Chen Xian appeared even more terrifying. Nor could it be that he was unable to defeat even the Corpse King. As he observed Chen Xian's figure, Yu Xiaozhong instinctively recoiled. Chen Xian and the Corpse King engaged in a fierce duel, while behind them, the Dog Emperor wreaked havoc. The second-tier zombies were mostly slain by Chen Xian, while the remaining first-tier zombies stood no chance against the Dog Emperor's Purple Sky Divine Thunder. Each strike of Divine Thunder caused numerous zombies to perish, but the consumption of this ability was no small matter. Being merely a second-tier ability beast, it had already expended a third of its energy. Should the battle persist, it risked being overwhelmed and exhausted by the relentless horde. The Dog Emperor was well aware of this, hence it deftly navigated through the zombie tide, using its claws to dispatch several foes. Ultimately, however, the outcome of the battle hinged on Chen Xian. Bang! A terrifying explosion resonated as the Corpse King was forced back 5 or 6 steps. Chen Xian let out a cold chuckle, narrowing his eyes. It seemed that the Corpse King was not as formidable as it appeared. Its strength was indeed impressive, but if the Dog Emperor were to break through to the third tier, it might struggle against it. Yet, lamentably for the Corpse King, it was facing Chen Xian, whose mythical level ability was utterly terrifying. The purity of the energy within him was unmatched, and his physical prowess was exceptional. After exchanging over 100 blows, the Corpse King now appeared exhausted, bearing several wounds inflicted by Chen Xian. Looking rather pitiful. In light of this, let me bring your end. Chapter 33. SS level ability, Soul Capture. With a cold smile, Chen Xian slowly advanced. His gaze devoid of warmth, he waved a hand, and a terrifying tremor echoed from not far away. Yu Xiaozhong, bewildered, looked up at the sky. The next moment, sheer horror washed over him. disbelief flooding his eyes. Countless streams of water coalesced above Qin Xian, drawn from every direction to gather at his head. Subsequently, these waters began to crystallize into ice. Not just any ice, but the most extreme kind. The frigid essence enveloped the entire canyon, a terrifying aura emanating from Yu Xiaozhong, instinctively warning him of the impending dread. Qian Xian's energy was depleting rapidly. This maneuver drew upon the river water within a 3-mile radius, using it to create ice for a massively devastating attack. It could be said that this technique possessed not only immense lethality but also extensive reach. Of course, this attack nearly drained him of all his energy. He hovered in midair, grinning, and with a mere thought, the sky filled with ice spikes plummeting down. The majority of these spikes targeted the Corpse King, hurtling directly toward its form, while a few scattered spikes aimed at other zombies, though they appeared as mere fragments. These ice spikes wielded tremendous power, making them almost guaranteed death for the first-tier zombies. Such a widespread assault was nearly impossible to withstand. Boom! The massive ice spikes descended, heading straight for the Corpse King's crown. Though the latter exerted all its strength to defend, after battling Chen Xian for so long, its stamina and energy were already waning, and coupled with the sheer might of this attack, it found itself unable to withstand it. The colossal ice spike crushed its arms, reducing them to splinters, before crashing down upon it, pinning it firmly to the ground. Most of the surrounding first-tier zombies perished beneath this onslaught. Observing the chaos below, Qian Xian's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes glimmering with satisfaction. Although this battle against the Corpse King had nearly exhausted his energy, the rewards were immense. The Corpse King contained precious crystal cores. He descended slowly, fixing his gaze upon Yu Xiaozhong, who now stood frozen in disbelief, his eyes wide with incredulity. How is this possible? The Corpse King is dead? This is a third-tier Corpse King. Yu Xiaozhong was utterly petrified. Without the Corpse King, he was merely an ordinary person. Although he possessed an ability, he lacked any real combat power. Years of self-indulgence had rendered him weaker than a typical adult. With the death of the Corpse King, the horde of zombies lost all will to fight and began to flee frantically from the canyon. Though the zombies possessed limited intelligence, it was not entirely absent. With the Corpse King's demise, how could they possibly remain? Qin Xian merely cast a disinterested glance at the retreating zombies, dismissing them as mere first-tier zombies. For Qin Xian in his current state, their crystal core energy was too scant to be of any real significance. Holding the extreme cold sword, he approached Yu Xiaozhong step by step. The latter had collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, fear etched across his features. "No, please don't kill me," Yu Xiaozhong exclaimed in a panic. Qin Xian chuckled coldly and spoke slowly. "What is your ability, and how were you able to control this Corpse King?" Upon hearing Qin Xian's inquiry, Yu Xiaozhong wasted no time in explaining. "I'll tell you everything. Just please don't kill me." Why Yu Xiaozhong was on the verge of tears, his eyes radiating boundless terror. He was merely a reclusive individual who had yet to fully savor the wonders of the world. He did not wish to meet his end just yet. "You have no right to bargain with me. If you do not speak honestly, I will take action," Qin Xian retorted with a cold snort. Yu Xiaozhong hurriedly nodded, panic-stricken. I awakened an ability called Soul Capture, an SSS-level ability that allows me to control the souls of others. I encountered this third-tier Corpse King in an underground parking garage when the apocalypse began. It was severely injured, and I fortuitously activated my Soul Capture ability to take control of it. Why Yu Xiaozhong revealed his ability and the circumstances surrounding the Corpse King without hesitation. Soul Capture. An SSS-level ability capable of controlling the souls of all things in the world, including zombies. Moreover, being an SSS-level ability, its power was indeed formidable, yet it offered little enhancement to combat prowess, rendering Yu Xiaozhong rather weak. Upon hearing this, Qin Xian narrowed his eyes, a hint of surprise flickering within. He had never heard of the Soul Capture ability in his past life. It seemed that some calamity must have befallen him in that life, leading to his untimely demise. After all, such an ability was exceedingly powerful. Though it may not directly enhance one's strength, the ability to manipulate the hearts and minds of others is indeed a formidable power. Why, then, did you choose to act against the 4th Military District? Qin Xian continued his inquiry. He was quite intrigued by Yu Xiaozhong's decision to unleash a horde of zombies upon the 4th Military District. Yu Xiaozhong, not daring to conceal the truth, hastily explained. It is because when the 4th Military District ventured outside the city, I had intended to seek their support, but they expelled me. Moreover, these zombies require human flesh to devour. So I commanded them to attack the 4th Military District. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. May I leave now? Yu Xiaodong gulped nervously and asked cautiously. One last question. Do you possess the heavenly pattern? Heavenly pattern? Yu Xiaodong was momentarily taken aback, then quickly lifted his shirt, revealing a black eye-like mark on his rotund belly. Is this what you mean? It appeared suddenly one morning when I got out of bed at the onset of the apocalypse. I thought it was some sort of prank. Chen Xian squinted at Yu Xiaozhong. The inky tattoo resembled an eye. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. Yu Xiaoyong bore the heavenly pattern, which was crucial to his awakening of the S-level ability. Come here, Chen Xian beckoned. Why Yu Xiaozhong was taken aback, unsure of his intentions. With a cautious expression, he stammered, You're not going to kill me, are you? Chen Xian remained silent, and after a brief pause, Yu Xiaozhong obediently approached. Fully aware that without the protection of a third-tier zombie king, Chen Xian could easily end his life. There was no escaping it. He stood before Chen Xian. He felt a sudden, powerful pull emanating from Chen Xian's hand resting on his shoulder. In an instant, Yu Xiaoyong was rendered bewildered. He wished to flee but found himself ensnared by this force. After an indeterminate period, he sensed the pull dissipating, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. While Chen Xian's eyes glimmered with delight. It worked. Chapter 34. Then let me send you to your death. Indeed, Chen Xian had just utilized his second ability, Plunder, successfully siphoning the power from Yu Xiaozhong. At that moment, a deep, dark tattoo, resembling an eye, appeared on Chen Xian's abdomen, seemingly a natural part of him. This was the SS-level ability, Soul Capture. After acquiring this power from Yu Xiaozhong, Chen Xian became fully aware of its capabilities. This ability, truly befitting its S-level classification, was extraordinarily potent. Soul Capture could control the souls of others, and should the subject harbor any rebellious thoughts, the controller could extinguish their very essence with a mere thought. Furthermore, the Soul Capture ability was not limited to this single function. Each enhancement of the ability increased mental strength, enabling psychic attacks. Should it be elevated to the 9th tier, a single thought could render countless individuals into imbeciles. It could be said that this ability not only controlled souls but also unleashed mental assaults, a true testament to its SSS level status. Regrettably, Yu Xiaoyong had barely tapped into its terrifying potential. He had merely controlled a zombie king, lacking any offensive capability himself. His ability was only at the 2nd tier, and his previous nights spent indulging in mindless entertainment had left his mental state weakened. Even at the 2nd tier, he was incapable of launching psychic attacks. Such a formidable power had been squandered by Yu Xiaozhong, who had barely unlocked 20% of its true potential, a shameful waste. Now that the ability belonged to Chen Xian, he was aware of how to maximize its effectiveness. Moreover, as a reincarnated individual, his mental prowess naturally surpassed that of ordinary ability users. Thus, in his hands, the Soul Capture ability could unleash its full strength. What is happening? Where is my ability? Why can't I feel it anymore? The abrupt absence of his powers sent Yu Xiaozhong into a panic. As someone who aspired to be the strongest in this apocalyptic world, his abilities were his very foundation. Now stripped of them, he felt utterly disoriented, unable to sense any energy, which plunged him into deep despair. He looked at Chen Xian, his eyes filled with trepidation. Did you steal my abilities? Chen Xian did not deny it and calmly nodded. Indeed. You really took my abilities? In that instant, Yu Xiaozhong felt utterly defeated. As though he had received a devastating blow. Without his powers, he was merely a helpless individual in this apocalypse. Survival was impossible amidst the relentless horde of zombies. A moment's carelessness could lead to being devoured. Please, can you return my abilities? I beg you. Suddenly, Yu Xiaozhong fell to his knees, tears streaming down his chubby cheeks. That is not possible, Chen Xian replied coolly. He felt no remorse. After all, this was the apocalypse. Remorse? Spare me. If Yu Xiaozhong had been stronger, would he have felt guilt when he was nearly killed by the zombie king? Furthermore, Yu Xiaozhong had unleashed a horde that had slaughtered many soldiers in the 4th Military District. Had he ever felt remorse for that? In this world, compassion must be cast aside. As long as one could enhance their strength, guilt was unnecessary. This was Chen Xian's personal creed. Chen Xian's words left Yu Xiaoyong momentarily stunned. His mind racing, then, he lifted his gaze to Chen Xian, his eyes filled with hatred. It was clear that the soul capture ability was the foundation of his existence in this apocalypse, the only path to his dream of reaching the pinnacle of the world. Now, with that path blocked, without his abilities, he was just a helpless individual. Not even a first-tier zombie would be a match for him. Why are you doing this? I have never wronged you. Yu Xiaoyong bellowed in an outburst of indignation. He could not recall having crossed Chen Xian. Why then did the latter seek to take his powers? Chen Xian smiled slightly and calmly retorted, did those soldiers of the 4th Military District, who perished due to the Horde, ever wrong you? This simple rhetorical question left Yu Xiaoyong speechless. Indeed, those soldiers had never offended him, yet many had fallen victim to the Horde he had summoned. Enough with the pretense. In this apocalypse, self-interest reigns supreme. You may not have wronged me, but you possess something that compels my action. Innocent bystanders often suffer when one possesses something of value. You are unworthy of wielding such immense power. It must be transferred to me. Chen Xian's words struck deep into Yu Xiaoyong's heart, draining the color from his face. As his pupils widened, beads of sweat trickling down. It was true. He had never cared about the lives of others. So why should Chen Xian care about his? From the hatred in your eyes, I see your intent. Therefore, I must send you to your death. He was not one to leave potential threats unaddressed. And thus, Yu Xiaoyong had to perish. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of killing intent emanated from Chen Xian. He could sense the intense hatred radiating from Yu Xiaoyong. Such animosity was irreconcilable. Although he knew Yu Xiaoyong posed no real threat to him, Chen Xian was unwilling to take even the slightest chance. It was more convenient to eliminate him entirely. Thus, with a cold chuckle, he conjured an ice spear behind him. Upon seeing the chilling spear, Yu Xiaoyong's face turned ashen, his legs buckling beneath him as he collapsed to the ground, terror etched in his expression. Before he could utter a word, Chen Xian willed the ice spear to strike Yu Xiaoyong. A crisp sound echoed as the spear pierced through Yu Xiaoyong's skull, splattering blood. His eyes widened in shock as he fell lifelessly to the ground, void of breath. After dispatching Yu Xiaoyong, Chen Xian searched his body but found nothing of value. He then turned to the Zombie King, extracting the crystal core from it. The core of the Zombie King was distinct from that of ordinary zombies, exuding a golden hue with a terrifying energy swirling within. This was the core of a Zombie King. Chen Xian had never encountered one in his previous life. Only one 9th-tier Zombie King had ever emerged, leading to a catastrophic horde, which 5 9th-tier ability users had to unite to defeat. As for the potential uses of the Zombie King's crystal core, he had never heard of any. Woof woof. Upon seeing the crystal core in Chen Xian's hand, Dog Emperor rushed over excitedly, fixated on the core. No way, I haven't even used the Zombie King crystal core yet. Go. Collect the 2nd-tier cores, Chen Xian scoffed, swiftly storing the core in his spatial ring. Chapter 35. Dog Emperor's choice. The Zombie King's crystal core was undoubtedly not as simple as it appeared. It might possess unique effects. Chen Xian had never utilized it in his past life, so he certainly would not give it to that foolish dog. Woof! Dog Emperor cast a reluctant glance at the core, saliva nearly dripping from its mouth, but it eventually turned and scurried off to gather the 2nd-tier cores. It understood that Chen Xian would never part with the Zombie King's crystal core. The two quickly scoured the battlefield, collecting all the 1st and 2nd-tier cores. Combined with those previously obtained from the 4th Military District, the number of cores in Chen Xian's possession was staggering. He had over 6,000 1st-tier cores and 312 2nd-tier cores, an impressive quantity indeed. This abundance of 2nd-tier cores would undoubtedly enable Dog Emperor to ascend to the 3rd tier. As Dog Emperor gazed at Chen Xian, its eyes sparkled with intelligence, brimming with excitement. A 3rd-tier Dog Emperor would undoubtedly possess significantly enhanced strength. However, Chen Xian chuckled as he crouched down, gently stroking the fur of the Dog Emperor. He then spoke, "Do not fret. I will help you break through. However, you must assist me in a task first." A task? The Dog Emperor paused, confused about Chen Xian's true meaning. Subsequently, Chen Xian slowly began to explain. Just now, I absorbed his ability, Soul Capture, and I would like to test this ability on you. What do you think? Indeed, Chen Xian intended to employ the Soul Capture ability on the Dog Emperor. This ability could control others, and naturally, it could also control the Dog Emperor. Additionally, Given that Chen Xian's strength surpassed that of the Dog Emperor, particularly in mental fortitude, there was no doubt he could maintain control. He was well aware of the Dog Emperor's potential and capabilities. If he could completely subdue it, it would undoubtedly be a significant boon for his future. By using soul capture to establish control, Chen Xian would be able to trust it completely. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, the Dog Emperor understood the implication. A flicker of hesitation flashed in its eyes. Chen Xian recognized that although the Dog Emperor could not speak human language for now, its intellect was quite sharp. So he stood by, patiently awaiting its deliberation. Of course, Chen Xian himself was not a benevolent character. Should the Dog Emperor refuse today, it would not only forfeit the chance to attain the third tier, but might not survive the day. After all, the Dog Emperor's talent was extraordinarily formidable, and now that it was aware of its second ability, plunder, such a secret could not be divulged to outsiders. Therefore, if the Dog Emperor declined, Chen Xian would undoubtedly ensure it did not leave alive. After pondering for a brief moment, the Dog Emperor formed a resolution. It approached Chen Xian slowly, licked the surface of his shoe, and then rubbed against his trousers to express its affection. Indeed, the Dog Emperor had decided to follow Chen Xian. After spending time together, the Dog Emperor had come to recognize that Chen Xian was no ordinary individual. Thus, aligning itself with him could only yield benefits. Observing the Dog Emperor's demeanor, a smile crept onto Chen Xian's face. Rest assured, you shall not regret your choice today. This was a confidence he genuinely possessed. Woof woof. The Dog Emperor barked excitedly twice. All right, open your mind. I am about to manifest my ability. Woof. The Dog Emperor nodded and stood still. With no hesitation, Chen Xian activated the soul capture ability. In a fleeting moment, he felt a connection forming with the Dog Emperor, followed by a sliver of its soul appearing in his consciousness. With just a thought, that sliver could instantly dissipate, taking the Dog Emperor's life with it. This was the marvel of soul capture, allowing one to draw another's soul into their own mind and control their life and death. Truly a remarkable technique. With this ability, Chen Xian no longer feared betrayal from the Dog Emperor. The Dog Emperor sensed this as well, lowering its head and obediently moving beside Chen Xian, its eyes filled with a desire to please. Chen Xian smiled faintly, retrieving 200 second-tier crystal cores from his spatial ring. Take these. Following me will not lead you astray. 200 second-tier crystal cores were more than sufficient for the Dog Emperor to ascend from the second tier to the third. With plenty to spare, the Dog Emperor's eyes sparkled at the sight of the mountain of crystal cores, barking excitedly twice before seeking a nearby cave to prepare for its breakthrough to the third tier. Meanwhile, Chen Xian busied himself with studying the soul capture ability. At present, he possessed 3 abilities: the mythic level ability, Ice Dragon, at the third tier, the mythic level ability, Plunder, at the first tier, and the SSS level ability, Soul Capture. Also at the first tier. Among these 3 abilities, Ice Dragon was the most formidable, boasting considerable offensive power. In contrast, both Plunder and Soul Capture were especially crucial for Chen Xian. After all, these 2 abilities were immensely powerful auxiliary skills, particularly Plunder, which could absorb others' abilities for oneself, truly an extraordinary advantage. However, currently, the Plunder ability was only at the first tier, capable of absorbing just 1 ability. It was likely that as his strength increased, he could absorb more abilities. Nevertheless, Chen Xian planned to use the Corpse King Crystal Core to enhance his soul capture ability, as it offered more than mere control over souls. It also enabled mental attacks. Just imagine if 2 individuals were locked in combat, and one suddenly suffered a mental assault. Even a brief distraction could shift the tide of battle. Thus, prioritizing the enhancement of the soul capture ability would yield terrifying boosts to combat effectiveness. Resolute, Chen Xian decided to utilize the Corpse King Crystal Core to elevate his soul capture ability. He wondered if this Corpse King Crystal Core possessed any unique properties and hoped it would bring him some surprises. Chen Xian had never heard of the extraordinary capabilities of the Corpse King Crystal Core in his past life, nor had he ever seen one. After all, such a thing was exceedingly rare. Yet, at this moment, he refrained from hastily absorbing the energy within the crystal core, opting instead to wait for the Dog Emperor to complete its breakthrough. After all, the moment of breakthrough was when one was most vulnerable. Encountering any issues during this critical phase could disrupt his own progress. Inside the cave, the Dog Emperor voraciously absorbed the energy from the crystal cores. The energy within the second-tier crystal cores was quite potent. For some weaker ability users, merely a few dozen second-tier crystal cores could facilitate a breakthrough. However, for the Dog Emperor, with its SSS level abilities, much more energy was required. 100 crystal cores were quickly consumed. Yet the Dog Emperor showed no signs of breaking through. Chen Xian remained patient, silently waiting nearby. Time passed slowly, and after 3 hours, a commotion suddenly emanated from the Dog Emperor's direction. Chen Xian turned his gaze toward the sound. He witnessed the Dog Emperor's form expanding dramatically. Its already impressive physique, comparable to that of a wolf king, grew even taller, nearing Chen Xian's chest height. Chen Xian had never seen a dog of such stature. Woof! Chapter 36. The unique abilities of the Corpse King Crystal Core. A bark echoed through the air, and a smile crept onto Chen Xian's face. It has succeeded. Indeed, the Dog Emperor had successfully broken through to the third tier. At this moment, it had become a third-tier ability user, possessing the formidable SSS-level Purple Sky Divine Thunder ability. Its power was not to be underestimated. Nevertheless, Chen Xian was confident he could still maintain the upper hand. Mythic-level abilities were no trifling matter and were certainly not something SS-level abilities could rival. Woof woof. Following its breakthrough, the Dog Emperor joyfully bounded to Chen Xian's side, circling around him, its sleek black tail held high. Excitement evident on its face. Chen Xian affectionately patted its fur, saying, "Go sit aside and guard for me. I am also about to break through." Woof woof. The Dog Emperor obediently nodded and settled down nearby, its robust physique appearing somewhat comical. Chen Xian chuckled lightly and turned to enter the cave he had just occupied. The Dog Emperor's breakthrough to the third tier had consumed a staggering 170 crystal cores. Chen Xian then stored the remaining 30 crystal cores in his spatial ring before retrieving the Corpse King Crystal Core. Gazing at the golden crystal core before him, a flicker of excitement shone in Chen Xian's eyes. After all, this object was legendary, and he had not anticipated having the opportunity to utilize it in this life. He hoped it would bring him some surprises. With this thought in mind, Chen Xian sat cross-legged, firmly grasping the Corpse King Crystal Core, centering his thoughts as he began to extract energy from the core. It must be said, the Corpse King Crystal Core was truly remarkable, containing an exceedingly terrifying amount of energy. The immense energy surged within Chen Xian's body, and he carefully guided it. Soon, he felt the soul capture ability rapidly escalating. After an indeterminate amount of time, Chen Xian slowly opened his eyes. His dark pupils gleamed with a sharp intensity. Those black eyes were captivating, making it difficult for others to look directly at them. He gradually rose to his feet, stretching his body, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air. Exhaling a deep breath, he wore a smile that spoke of satisfaction. Indeed, the Corpse King Crystal Core was an exceptional treasure. At this moment, Chen Xian had completely absorbed the Corpse King Crystal Core, experiencing a significant enhancement in strength. Clenching his fists, he murmured, "The soul capture ability has risen to the third tier. The plunder ability has ascended to the second tier, and my physical attributes have been comprehensively reinforced." Not only that, but he had unexpectedly developed an additional capability within the soul capture ability. When Chen Xian first began absorbing the energy from the Corpse King Crystal Core, the sheer magnitude of energy had elevated the soul capture ability to the third tier, leaving a portion of the ability still remaining. Without any hesitation, he directed this surplus energy toward enhancing the plunder ability, successfully raising it to the second tier, thus granting him an additional opportunity for plunder. Chen Xian speculated that with each enhancement of the plunder ability, he would gain an extra chance for plunder. This indicated that if he could elevate the plunder ability to the 9th tier, he would acquire 9 chances for plunder. Combined with his Ice Dragon ability and the plunder ability itself, Chen Xian would possess a total of 11 abilities. Such a prospect was beyond imagination. Even in his previous life, Chen Xian had never heard of anyone possessing 2 abilities, let alone 11. Even if he were to speak of it, few would believe him. However, with 9 opportunities for plunder, Chen Xian was prudent and would not squander them lightly. At the very least, the target would need to possess SS-level abilities. Otherwise, the lower-tier abilities would not warrant his attention. The enhancement of the plunder ability was merely a minor interlude. The most exhilarating revelation for Chen Xian was that the Corpse King Crystal Core was indeed extraordinary, not only brimming with vast energy that elevated the soul capture ability to the 3rd tier, but also awakening an additional capability, Absolute Domain. The so-called absolute domain refers to a zone surrounding oneself that enhances one's own strength while diminishing that of opponents. The domain Qian established currently extends approximately 5 meters in radius. In essence, within a 5-meter circumference, he held dominion over the area. Moreover, the domain's capabilities are indeed remarkable, capable of diminishing an opponent's attack, defense, and mobility by 40%. Furthermore, the domain disregards all forms of defense. This implies that no matter how exceptional one's treasures may be, they cannot withstand its influence. This is terrifying. A 40% reduction in power is a staggering concept. It equates to nearly halving one's strength. Crucially, this ability also inflicts area damage. Everyone within a 5-meter radius of Qian will be affected. This is utterly frightening. Qian himself was left astounded by this extraordinary ability. Truly, the Corpse King Crystal Core is beyond belief. Of course, while this absolute domain is formidable, its consumption is also considerable. If Qian were to activate it with his current abilities, it could only be sustained for a maximum of 1 minute. 1 minute can be quite sufficient in a life-and-death battle. Qian would not reveal this power lightly. He considers it a trump card to be used only in dire situations. One could say that this enhancement significantly elevates his strength, so much so that it is almost unimaginable. With the 3rd-tier Ice Dragon ability, the 3rd-tier Soul Capture ability, the 2nd-tier Plunder ability, the Absolute Domain, and not to mention the Extreme Cold Sword and Dog Emperor, he possesses an impressive array of trump cards. Even when facing a 5th-tier ability user, he might very well be able to slay them. Qian privately assessed his own strength. With so many trump cards at his disposal, coupled with his combat experience from his past life, even a 5th-tier ability user might fall victim to him if they were caught off guard. He felt a sense of satisfaction with his current power. After all, it has barely been a short time since the apocalypse began. Yet he has already surpassed his former self at the peak of his previous life. His reincarnation has not been in vain. With this thought, a smile crept onto Qian's lips. Woof woof. Upon witnessing Qian's successful breakthrough, Dog Emperor wagged its tail and approached, affectionately rubbing against him. This breakthrough took Qian a full 2 days and nights. During this time, Dog Emperor also did not remain idle, thoroughly adapting to its newfound strength. With 3rd-tier power and the terrifying ability of the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder, its combat prowess is truly exceptional. Well done, silly dog. You didn't slack off. Woof woof. Hearing Qian's praise, Dog Emperor barked twice, its expression brimming with excitement. Time is of the essence. It is time to depart. After staying in this canyon for 3 days, they should take their leave. At this early stage of the apocalypse, there are still opportunities to be seized, and Qian does not wish to miss out. The priority is to hasten the enhancement of his strength. Woof, Dog Emperor naturally had no objections. The duo, 1 man and 1 dog, prepared to leave. As they departed, Qian took a seat atop Dog Emperor's back. Although Dog Emperor's appearance was somewhat unsightly, its current size was quite substantial, easily capable of carrying him without issue. Moreover, the key advantage was that Dog Emperor's abilities significantly enhanced speed, which Qian was more than happy to enjoy. Chapter 37. Li Kai on the road? Qian sat atop Dog Emperor. Its massive form, with its striking black fur, undoubtedly attracted the attention of numerous scattered survivors along the way. Naturally, some sought Qian's help to escape, but they were all turned down. He was no saint. There was no way he would act as a caretaker for others. Sitting on Dog Emperor, he munched on a piece of crispy noodle snack. While occasionally enjoyable, consuming it continuously became rather tiresome. Glancing at the snack in his hand, Qian muttered to himself. For most people in this apocalypse, this snack is a prized possession. After all, in a world plagued by scarcity, a single bag of instant noodles could earn a night's company from a decent-looking woman. However, for Qian, it had become rather mundane. It would be wise to visit a supermarket to stock up on food, ideally some meat products. At this early stage of the apocalypse, the food in supermarkets should still be uncontaminated. After all, Qian possesses a spatial ring that can store food without the risk of spoilage. He does not intend to hoard an excessive amount, just enough for a year or so. As a precaution, resolute in his decision, he instructed Dog Emperor to head towards a nearby large supermarket, Wa'an'ima. This supermarket was familiar to him as a sizable establishment in the vicinity. He chose it for its large storage warehouse, which contained fresh goods of decent quality in a residential building. Brother Kai, it's no use. The number of zombies is overwhelming, and our brothers have suffered heavy casualties. Lao Qi and Xiaolu have both been killed by zombies. Zhang Yun's face was laden with panic, and his eyes reflected his distress. Li Kai, armed with 2 handguns, continuously fired at the seemingly endless throng of zombies. However, the sheer volume of the undead rendered his efforts futile. Despite his shots finding their marks, it was merely a drop in the ocean. Upon hearing the news of his brother's dire situation, Li Kai's eyes turned crimson. Damn it, these cursed monsters, I'll make them pay. These brothers had been his companions since childhood, and news of Lao Qi and Xiao Li's demise ignited his fury. As if flames were about to erupt from his gaze, bang! Just as Li Kai spoke, a second-tier zombie lunged at him with alarming speed. Its claw descended, sharp and menacing, as though it sought to tear him apart. Li Kai was instantly alarmed. He pushed Zhang Yun aside and hastily activated his ability, Metal Shield. Countless pieces of metal rapidly coalesced around him to form a protective barrier. Boom! The second-tier zombie's claws struck down fiercely. Shattering the metal shield, Li Kai was knocked back several steps, his gaze now filled with a tinge of fear as he faced the second-tier zombie. Damn it, this is a second-tier zombie. Although Li Kai's awakened ability, a top-tier SS-level power of metal manipulation, was formidable, he had only recently awakened 2 days prior and was still merely at the first tier. Coupled with his lack of combat experience, he stood no chance against the formidable second-tier zombie. The combat and defensive capabilities of second-tier zombies far exceed those of their first-tier counterparts, rendering them insurmountable by a first-tier ability user, even if the latter possesses an SS-level ability. Of course. For Chen Xian, the distinction between first-tier and second-tier zombies was negligible. Both were essentially the same. Yet for Li Kai and his companions, this second-tier zombie was an insurmountable challenge. Even bullets posed little threat. Bang! After forcing Li Kai back, the second-tier zombie showed no signs of relent. Charging forward once more, Li Kai's eyes widened in alarm as he desperately dodged. Zhang Yun, who had yet to awaken his ability, also scrambled to evade. If he were to be scratched by this second-tier zombie, his fate would likely be transformation into one of the undead. As they dodged, first-tier zombies began to close in around them. Zhang Yun, you run ahead. I'll hold this guy off, Li Kai shouted. Although his abilities were ineffective against the second-tier zombie, he could still handle the first-tier ones without issue. Zhang Yun, being an ordinary person, could not contend with such numbers. In a way, Brother Kai, if we're going down, we go down together. Saying this, Zhang Yun fired several shots from his handgun while continuously evading. Upon hearing his words, Li Kai's eyes glimmered with gratitude. These brothers had grown up together in the same community, their bond deep and unwavering. All right, then let us fight these monsters together. Li Kai was a man of resolve, in the face of such overwhelming odds. There was no trace of fear in his eyes. If they were to die, they would die fighting. Good, Zhang Yun responded with determination, and the two of them launched into battle, one on the left and one on the right. However, the threat posed by the second-tier zombie was immense, and the sheer number of zombies surrounding them was staggering. There must have been hundreds. Their ammunition was woefully insufficient. As they continued to evade, Zhang Yun and Li Kai soon exhausted their bullets. They retreated to the base of the residential building, facing an endless horde of zombies. 3 young men rushed down the stairs. Brother Kai, Brother Yun, are you all right? The speaker was a lean man named Hou Yang, nicknamed Thin Monkey. The other 2 were a robust man over 6 feet tall named Li Zhuang, known as Big Zhuang, and another who wore black-rimmed glasses and appeared scholarly, called Li Han. Like Li Kai and Zhang Yun, the 3 had grown up together in the same community, sharing a deep bond. Don't worry, we're fine. Upon hearing that Li Kai and Zhang Yun were unharmed, the 3 visibly relaxed. But Lao Qi and Xiaolu have been killed by zombies, Zhang Yun added. Upon hearing this, Big Zhuang let out a frustrated grunt. Damn zombies. I'm gonna take them down today. Exactly, if it comes to it, we'll fight. The 3 were resolute. With no retreat, they would rather die fighting for their brother's vengeance. All right, Li Kai nodded firmly. As the zombies began to encircle them, he instructed, you all stay behind me. I'll activate my ability. As the only awakened ability user, Li Kai was the strongest among the 5. Without hesitation, they positioned themselves behind him. Li Kai took a deep breath, his expression growing serious as countless pieces of metal lifted from the ground, hovering before him. Metal Storm. Li Kai activated his ability, unleashing a massive whirlwind of metal that surged toward the throng of zombies. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted. Dozens of zombies were instantly felled, including injuries inflicted upon the second-tier zombie. However, Li Kai was ultimately just a first-tier ability user, and the power he could unleash was limited. After this activation, his energy was nearly depleted. Countless zombies now closed in on him. Chapter 38, Instant Kill. Brother Kai is awesome. Upon witnessing Li Kai effortlessly slay dozens of zombies with a single strike, the faces of his companions behind him were adorned with smiles. Why extraordinary abilities have been entirely depleted, leaving me unable to launch further attacks. Li Kai's gaze dimmed. A hint of reluctance etched upon his features. It was his own weakness that he lamented. Were he to elevate his prowess to the second tier, he would not be devoid of the capacity to resist these undead foes. Yet, confined to the first tier, he felt somewhat inadequate. Heh, Brother Kai, I've dispatched 9 zombies today, so I've already repaid my dues. If need be, we can all perish together, De Zhuang proclaimed while patting his chest, his hearty laughter infectious to the other 4. Indeed, De Zhuang speaks true. We suffer no loss, another chimed in. Absolutely, Brother Kai. Should the worst befall us, we can accompany each other on the road to the afterlife, they echoed, laughter ringing out as they dismissed the specter of death. To them, the bonds of brotherhood clearly outweighed the fear of demise. Hearing their words, a smile gradually returned to Li Kai's face. Very well, if that is the case, let us embrace our fate together. With that, he drew forth a formidable cleaver, its edge gleaming with lethal sharpness. With his extraordinary abilities exhausted and ammunition depleted, he could only rely on this cold steel for combat. The other 4 likewise unsheathed their weapons. An array of cleavers and sickles at the ready. In no time, the first wave of zombies closed in. The 5 exchanged glances and, without hesitation, swung their weapons into the fray. They had all been fighters since childhood, and their skill with blades was far from lacking. With a resounding clash, Li Kai's cleaver struck true, severing the neck of a first-tier zombie. Yet, at that moment, another zombie lunged at him with razor-sharp claws, only for De Zhuang to intervene with a massive iron hammer, delivering a blow that sent the creature flying 3 meters away. Well done, De Zhuang, Li Kai exclaimed, a grin spreading across his face as De Zhuang chuckled sheepishly. Scratching his head, the group fought cautiously, but as the horde grew in number, they soon discovered that 2 of the approaching zombies were of the second tier. For the 5 of them, merely contending with the first-tier zombies was already a daunting challenge, let alone facing 2 of the second tier. The cleaver struggled to breach the defenses of these formidable foes. Be careful, Brother Kai. Just after Li Kai felled a first-tier zombie, a second-tier zombie had inexplicably circled behind him, its sharp claws poised to strike down upon his head. A wave of panic surged through Li Kai. Over. I'm going to die. At that moment, despair consumed him, and he felt no hope left. The distance was too close to escape. Farewell, brothers, as Li Kai resigned himself to his fate. An explosive sound suddenly shattered the air. He waited. 1 second, 2 seconds. Huh? I'm not dead? Slowly, he opened his eyes, a flicker of disbelief crossing his features. I'm still alive. Turning his head cautiously, he beheld the lifeless form of the second-tier zombie lying on the ground, its head obliterated. What just happened? Li Kai swallowed hard, incredulity etched in his gaze. This was a second-tier zombie, vanquished so easily? Who did this, Brother Kai? Are you all right? Are you unharmed, Brother Kai? Seeing Li Kai unscathed, his companions rushed forward, concern etched across their faces. Li Kai shook his head. I'm fine. What just transpired? Why did that second-tier zombie perish so swiftly? Li Han adjusted his glasses and replied, just now, I witnessed an ice spear hurtling through the air, directly targeting the zombie's head, and then it was utterly defeated. Li Han's words left Li Kai momentarily bewildered. Ice spear? In this weather? Is this some sort of jest? Yet, before he could collect his thoughts, a commotion arose in the distance. The 5 turned to see an individual riding a massive black dog, which appeared bizarrely oversized, several times larger than an ordinary canine. The imposing creature exuded an aura that was rather unsettling. Brother Kai? Who was that? Zhang Yun presumed Li Kai recognized the figure. Li Kai shook his head. I have no idea, but it looks somewhat terrifying. He surmised that the ice spear must have originated from this individual. Anyone capable of dispatching a second-tier zombie in a single blow could not be underestimated. Indeed, Li Kai's suspicions were correct. Qian Xian surveyed the endless sea of zombies before him, a smile gracing his lips. With a cold snort, countless droplets of water began to coalesce behind him into a multitude of ice spears. These spears floated in midair, hundreds glinting in the sunlight. With a swift motion, Qian Xian sent them soaring toward the throng of zombies. In the blink of an eye, Li Kai and his companions witnessed an unforgettable spectacle. Hundreds of ice spears descended upon the masses of undead. It was as if the spears possessed a consciousness of their own. Boom, boom. A cacophony of explosions resounded as the zombies were obliterated in an instant, including the second-tier zombie, all annihilated beneath the onslaught of ice. The seemingly innocuous ice spears wielded terrifying power. The true marvel lay in the user's incredible control. Each spear found its mark, perfectly targeting each zombie. Not one missed nor exceeded. The sheer mastery required for such precision was staggering. Li Kai and his companions had never witnessed such a technique, their astonishment evident. They had been on the brink of death. Yet their adversary had effortlessly dispatched the entire horde without even moving from his spot. The dog emperor advanced slowly while Qian Xian remained seated upon its back. The five rushed toward Qian Xian, admiration shining in their eyes. Upon drawing closer, they realized that this formidable figure was a fair-skinned, handsome youth, seemingly younger than themselves. "Thank you, esteemed sir, for your timely assistance." Li Kai and his companions bowed respectfully, fully aware that this individual, with a mere thought, could have similarly dispatched them. Thus, they dared not display any disrespect. Observing the five before him, Qian Xian nodded lightly. He then casually glanced down, his gaze landing on the metallic objects scattered on the ground. Among you, is there an awakened one?" Qian Xian inquired. Li Kai cautiously nodded. "In response to your query, esteemed sir, I am the only one who has awakened extraordinary abilities." "Oh? What is your name? And what abilities have you awakened?" Seeking a wave of 5-star reviews, the old minister kneels in gratitude. Chapter 39. The Five Tigers of Su Bei. Qian Xian found himself increasingly intrigued by Li Kai. He could discern that Li Kai was merely a first-tier awakened individual. Having only recently discovered his powers, yet he had managed to vanquish so many zombies. It was evident that his awakened abilities were impressive. Moreover, there was something about Li Kai's features that struck a chord of familiarity within Qian Xian. It was as if he had seen him before. When confronted with Qian Xian's inquiry, Li Kai responded without hesitation. "In response to your question, esteemed sir, I am Li Kai, and my awakened ability is an SS-level power, metal manipulation." "Li Kai? SS-level metal manipulation?" Upon hearing this, Qian Xian was momentarily taken aback, before swiftly coming to a realization. In a wonder, he felt a sense of recognition. This was the renowned Li Kai. The name Li Kai resonated with great renown in Qian Xian's previous life, particularly in Su Bei City, where he was a figure known by all. Li Kai, the possessor of SS-level metal manipulation, was an 8th-tier awakened individual of remarkable strength. He had established a formidable faction in Su Bei City, second only to the 4th military district, known as the Tianqi Shelter. Within this sanctuary, there were thousands of elite warriors, not to mention the countless ordinary citizens, amounting to a population of over 100,000. It was said that Li Kai founded this shelter alongside his 4 childhood friends, who were collectively known as the Five Tigers of Su Bei. Their reputation extended far beyond Su Bei City, making them legends in many surrounding areas, their might undeniable. Qian Xian's gaze swept over the 5 individuals before him. It appeared these were indeed the Five Tigers of Su Bei. Such a group was exceedingly rare. Aside from the leader Li Kai, who possessed an SS-level ability, 2 of the remaining 4 had SS-level powers, while the other 2 wielded A-level abilities. The fact that all 5 possessed extraordinary powers, and none were weak, was a rarity in the post-apocalyptic world. However, Qian Xian held no ulterior motives regarding the 5. Their standing in the apocalypse was largely positive. The Tianqi shelter was relatively well managed, unlike some shelters that could only be described as hellish. Thus, he bore them no ill will. Noticing Qian Xian deep in thought, Li Kai felt somewhat perplexed. "Esteemed sir, is there a matter at hand?" Qian Xian shook his head, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "There is no issue. You 5 are commendable. You possess great potential and will undoubtedly achieve much in this post-apocalyptic world. For individuals of their caliber, the apocalypse represented a unique opportunity, a chance for them to ascend." Upon hearing Qian Xian's praise, smiles broke out across the faces of the 5. Li Kai replied with a grin, Thank you for your kind words. Esteemed sir, we shall strive to do our utmost. Where did you acquire these firearms? Chen Xian inquired, his curiosity piqued by the weapons in Li Kai and his companion's possession. The 5 individuals exchanged glances. And then Zhang Yun, feeling a bit shy, scratched his head and spoke up. We 5 reside in this residential complex, and there is a police station nearby. After the apocalypse began, we stealthily infiltrated the police station and managed to acquire several weapons. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian nodded slightly. Indeed, the onset of the apocalypse has transformed the world into a chaotic battleground. The regulation of firearms and other weapons is notably lax. He smiled faintly, casting his gaze upon the corpses of the zombies strewn across the ground. Knowing they must contain a considerable number of crystal cores, 0.2 second-tier cores, and over 100 first-tier cores represent a significant fortune for ordinary individuals, yet for Chen Xian, they were somewhat lacking. He looked at the 5 and said, the crystal cores within those zombie bodies are yours to take. Use them wisely to enhance your strength. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, disbelief flickered across the faces of Li Kai and the others. This was a treasure trove of over 100 crystal cores, a considerable wealth indeed. Since Li Kai awakened his powers, he understood the immense value of these cores. For those with abilities, their utility is unparalleled. The fact that Chen Xian was so generous as to offer them these cores, including 2 second-tier ones, was extraordinary. We cannot accept such generosity from you, esteemed sir, Li Kai quickly declined. Although he was eager for the cores, he recognized that he and his companions were saved by Chen Xian, and it would be inappropriate to accept such a bounty. Chen Xian smiled gently, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. In this apocalypse, it is rare to find individuals unmoved by such wealth. Clearly, Li Kai possessed commendable character, though not be modest. I find these cores of little interest. Take them and use them to bolster your strength. Chen Xian had no desire for the cores, feeling it was unnecessary to claim them. Furthermore, he found the 5 intriguing, particularly Li Kai, whose talent and character were noteworthy, which prompted him to leave the cores for them. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, the 5 were instantly elated. Li Kai promptly inquired, thank you, esteemed sir. May I ask your name? Chen Xian. Chen Xian? The 5 had never heard this name before, yet they etched it into their memories. Thank you, Brother Chen, for saving our lives today. We 5 brothers vow to repay your kindness in the future. Indeed, we will surely repay Brother Chen's life-saving grace, they echoed, with a smile gracing his face. Chen Xian observed their enthusiasm. He did not take their promise to heart. After all, he was unconcerned with the likes of the 4th military district, let alone these 5. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Gratitude and the desire to repay kindness are commendable virtues in this apocalypse. Therefore, he did not mind offering them further guidance. You 5 are quite capable. If you have ambitions, you could use this residential complex as a foundation to establish a sanctuary and form your own faction. Establish a sanctuary? Form our own faction? The 5's eyes lit up at Chen Xian's suggestion. The idea of creating a sanctuary was akin to declaring themselves sovereign, a notion they had never dared to consider. Yet now, Chen Xian was unveiling a gateway to a new world for them. Li Kai, filled with excitement, respectfully approached Chen Xian and said, Brother Chen, why don't you establish a sanctuary here? We will follow your lead. Rest assured, we will heed your every command. Li Kai patted his chest confidently, having witnessed Chen Xian's prowess and understanding that he was no ordinary individual. Naturally, he wished to align himself with Chen Xian. In this apocalypse, being with a powerful ally like him would significantly enhance their safety. The others nodded emphatically, yes, Brother Chen, we have no objections. However, upon hearing this proposal, Chen Xian chuckled and shook his head. I have no interest in establishing a sanctuary. A sanctuary sounds appealing, he remarked, yet in truth, Chen Xian was disinterested. He had no desire to expend vast amounts of energy managing a so-called sanctuary, which would hinder his own growth. In this apocalypse, strength is paramount. Moreover, if he were inclined toward power, he would have remained within the 4th military district. His focus lay solely on enhancing his abilities. The 5 felt a twinge of disappointment at Chen Xian's unequivocal refusal. After all, his terrifying strength made it a tremendous opportunity for them to be associated with such a formidable presence. Chen Xian smiled and said, enough. With your capabilities, you will undoubtedly excel. Focus on improving yourselves. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again. Having exchanged a few words, Chen Xian prepared to depart. The five could only watch helplessly. Li Kai nodded earnestly. Brother Chen, rest assured, I will strive to do well. Chen Xian smiled slightly and then rode off on the formidable Dog Emperor towards the northeast. The speed of the Dog Emperor was remarkable, surpassing even Li Kai, a first-tier ability user, leaving him in awe. The five were no fools and understood that this massive black dog was extraordinary, further underscoring Chen Xian's terrifying nature. As they watched him fade into the distance, respect filled their faces. Kai, how terrifying do you think Brother Chen's strength truly is? He dispatched hundreds of zombies with a mere flick of his hand. It's astounding. Indeed, and that black dog, so large and fast, it's incredible. Exactly. What kind of person is Brother Chen? He is utterly inscrutable. Listening to their discussions, Li Kai gazed at Chen Xian's retreating figure, a blend of awe in his eyes. I cannot fathom it either, but one thing is certain. Brother Chen's strength is indeed formidable, and it is beyond our reach, Li Kai concluded with certainty. Although he was not entirely clear on Chen Xian's capabilities, he sensed their magnitude. Chen Xian was likely an existence he would never surpass. Upon hearing Li Kai's words, the respect on the faces of the others deepened. Brother Chen is truly extraordinary. Enough speculation. Let us focus on working hard to repay Brother Chen's life-saving grace, Li Kai urged, and the others nodded in agreement. They would not forget the favor Chen Xian had bestowed upon them. Zhang Yun, Monkey, you four gather the crystal cores from these zombie bodies. Understood. The others had no objections and promptly began to scavenge the battlefield for the cores. Meanwhile, Li Kai, having just fought the zombies and exhausted his energy, picked up 2 first-tier cores to absorb in a corner. It was essential to recover his powers for future security, especially since their ammunition had been entirely depleted. They were left with only their melee weapons, which, unlike the icy sword in Chen Xian's possession, lacked sufficient sharpness to be effective against zombies. Even against second-tier zombies, these blades would struggle to breach their defenses. By dusk, they had collected all the cores, 113 first-tier cores and 2 second-tier cores, an enormous fortune for the 5 of them. That night, Li Kai led the others to a room in one of the residential buildings. Zhang Yun, Monkey, Dezhuang, Li Han, each of you take 1 first-tier core and prepare to awaken your abilities. Remember, be cautious. Rest assured, Brother Kai, we will not disappoint your expectations. Indeed, upon hearing this, a smile spread across Li Kai's face. Together, we 5 brothers will strive to make our mark in this world. Agreed. Chapter 40. The fury of Su Yuanting. The reason Chen Xian chose to assist Li Kai and his companions was quite fortuitous. They exhibited commendable character and decent potential, especially Li Kai, whose S-rank talent in metal manipulation was impressive. Should they establish a faction in the future, Chen Xian could potentially benefit from their alliance. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Chen Xian's willingness to support them stemmed from recognizing their potential. Had they been mere ordinary individuals, he would never have considered bestowing such resources upon them, let alone offering assistance. Night had fallen, and with a distance of approximately 7 or 8 miles to the Walmart supermarket, there was no need to rush. It was best to find a place to rest for the night first. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Chen Xian took his time, aware that visibility was compromised. Moreover, he had yet to have dinner, so he sought a place to rest, eat, and further explore his abilities. Most nearby houses were deserted. So Chen Xian selected a large hotel, effortlessly dispatching the zombies inside, and then casually chose a room to occupy. This room was spacious, approximately 70 to 80 square meters, ample for both Chen Xian and Dog Emperor. Chen Xian retrieved 7 or 8 second-tier crystal cores from his spatial ring and tossed them beside the Dog Emperor. Go ahead and enjoy. Upon seeing the crystal cores, the Dog Emperor's eyes sparkled with excitement. Woof woof! It barked a couple of times before eagerly seizing the cores and retreating to devour them in peace. The Dog Emperor was not particularly finicky about food. As long as there were crystal cores, it could swiftly replenish its strength. With its sturdy teeth, it could easily crush second-tier cores, unleashing the vast energy contained within. Watching the Dog Emperor, Chen Xian smiled faintly and, after munching on a few biscuits to restore his energy, resumed his research on his abilities. The strength of one's combat power is not only related to the level of their abilities, but also significantly influenced by the development of those abilities. Some individuals possess formidable supernatural abilities, yet their mastery over these powers remains inadequate, and their potential remains undeveloped. rendering them vulnerable in life-and-death battles where a moment's carelessness could lead to demise. Such scenarios are commonplace in the apocalypse. Many people, prior to the onset of the apocalypse, were merely white-collar workers or laborers, lacking any combat experience. Suddenly thrust into a world of chaos, they find themselves endowed with immense abilities. Their egos inflated to an extreme, yet without the capacity to cultivate these powers seriously, leading to their untimely slaughter. This is a frequent occurrence in his second life. Qian Xian is certainly not one to commit such a juvenile error. Damn it, how is it that there has been no news for so long? What on earth is Xiang Tianqing doing? It has been ages, and he has yet to locate Howard. Su Yuanting's countenance darkened, his eyes blazing with barely contained fury. Not long ago, he had learned that Su Hao was still within the city, prompting him to dispatch Xiang Tianqing with a special operations team for retrieval. Although the city was teeming with zombies, Xiang Tianqing, being a member of the Special Forces and a first-tier supernatural being with grade A abilities, should have been more than capable, especially with the backing of a specialized team. However, after several days, there was still no word that Su Lao. According to the communication device on Xiang Tianqing, his last known location was reported to be the vicinity of young Master Su's company building. Under normal circumstances, he should have encountered the young master by now. A middle-aged man in a colonel's uniform spoke up before Su Yuanting. Encountered Su Hao? Yet, after all this time, there has been no news. Furthermore, the signal from the communication device has been interrupted. Su Yuanting is utterly in the dark regarding the situation. His expression fluctuated between gloom and anger. Could it be that Howard, Xiang Tianqing, and the special operations team encountered some unforeseen calamity? That is impossible, unless they were besieged by a horde of zombies, akin to what the 4th Military District faced during the last zombie tide. They should have been able to manage given their firepower. The current circumstances left Su Yuanting at a loss. He squinted his eyes, suppressing the fury within. Go. Dispatch 2 more special operations teams. It is imperative to find Howard and Xiang Tianqing. Yes, the colonel responded promptly before turning to leave. The room was left with only Su Yuanting. His face darkened as he stared at the door. A bunch of useless fools, incapable of handling such a trivial matter. In his thoughts, he suddenly recalled the figure of Qian Xian. If he could be persuaded to join, it would likely enhance his influence within the 4th Military District significantly. What a pity that Qian Xian had rejected his overtures. It seems he must devise another strategy to recruit more supernatural beings. The times have changed, and they are the key. Su Yuanting narrowed his eyes, a glint of resolve flickering within. He understood that the era had transformed, and the power ordinary soldiers could muster under such conditions was limited. The sole reliance must be on supernatural beings. Thus, Su Yuanting was resolute in his decision to recruit more of them. In the future, he might even be able to displace that old fool. What a shame it was. If only he had managed to win over Qian Xian from the start. However, should the day come when Su Yuanting learns that Qian Xian was responsible for slaying his own grandson, what would his heart feel? Of course, he would never know in this lifetime. For Qian Xian had not only eradicated the threat, but had also left no trace behind. Presently, the 4th Military District stood stable, despite significant losses incurred during the zombie tide. With half the soldiers falling, those who survived had been tempered by the crucible of battle, facing zombies without the previous dread. Although all the benefits from that conflict had been claimed by Qian Xian, ever since the demise of the Zombie King, the nearby zombies had lost their controller and now roamed freely. The soldiers of the 4th Military District, no longer fearful of the scattered zombies, had recently slain numerous undead, collecting a substantial number of crystal cores. In recent days, many supernatural beings had emerged within the 4th Military District, mostly from the lower ranks of soldiers. With their awakening, the soldiers' combat prowess underwent a remarkable transformation, elevating their status accordingly. This upheaval attracted the attention of all soldiers, each eager to obtain crystal cores and awaken their abilities. However, gradually, many soldiers failed in their awakening attempts. Succumbing to the fate of becoming zombies. It was then that everyone realized not everyone could awaken supernatural abilities, and the cost of failure was steep, leading to a decline in those willing to attempt it. Meanwhile, soldiers who became supernatural beings became the envy of all. Not just Su Yuanting, but all high-ranking officials within the military district recognized the importance of supernatural beings and were keen on recruiting them. Thus, the status of supernatural beings within the 4th Military District continued to rise, and their numbers steadily increased. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably Yet beneath this development, an undercurrent of turmoil swirled. Chapter 41. Warehouse. Lin Zixuan. Early the next morning, as dawn broke, Chun Xian departed his room accompanied by Dog Emperor. The Walmart supermarket lay approximately 7 or 8 miles away, not too distant. At Dog Emperor's speed, they would reach it swiftly. Chun Xian chose this supermarket for its abundant supplies. Even filling his spatial ring would not suffice to contain all the resources available. After about 10 minutes, Chun Xian spotted the large supermarket in the distance. At the entrance, numerous zombies were wandering, mostly first-tier zombies, with only 3 or 4 second-tier ones. Currently, there had been no large-scale evolution among the zombies, so the number of second-tier zombies remained limited. However, they were beginning to take shape, and it was likely that their numbers would soon increase. Yet for Chun Xian, it mattered little. Whether facing first-tier or second-tier zombies, they posed no threat to him. Sensing the human presence emanating from Chun Xian, the zombies converged eagerly, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Unperturbed, Chun Xian patted Dog Emperor's back and said, "Handle these." With that, he flickered and leaped downwards. The zombies were weak, and thus did not require his intervention. Dog Emperor barked once, then vanished in an instant. Following that, countless bolts of lightning flashed in the air, striking down simultaneously. With a thunderous explosion, all the zombies before Chun Xian lay dead, not a single one remaining alive. Indeed, after breaking through to the third tier, his strength had significantly increased. Observing Dog Emperor's displayed power, Chun Xian nodded appreciatively. Dog Emperor's third-tier strength was indeed formidable, with its lightning abilities considerably enhanced. Chun Xian estimated that if Dog Emperor unleashed its full might, it could sweep aside all third-tier supernatural beings, and even typical fourth-tier ones would likely not be its match, except for Chun Xian himself, whose combat power was beyond comparison. Collect the crystal cores from these zombies, he instructed. Woof woof. Dog Emperor barked twice and began gathering the crystal cores from the fallen zombies. Walmart Warehouse, AS, the largest storage facility in Subei City. The items here were incredibly abundant. The supplies were sufficient to sustain thousands of people for a lifetime. Zhang Chao, you are not human. Let go of me, don't touch me. A wretched voice echoed from within the warehouse. The speaker was a disheveled young woman, tall and strikingly beautiful, yet presently in a state of utter disarray. Her clothing was tattered, her body marred with bruises, as though she had endured inhumane torment. Her eyes flickered with pain and boundless hatred. Her name was Lin Zixuan. Before the apocalypse, she belonged to the middle class in Subei City. While not wealthy, her family was well off. Her boyfriend was a chief physician at a renowned hospital, handsome and ambitious. To others, she seemed quite fortunate. She once believed so too. However, the outbreak of the apocalypse obliterated all semblance of happiness. On the day of the catastrophe, she had been shopping for daily necessities at Walmart with her boyfriend when the apocalypse struck, unleashing a horde of zombies. They fled in every direction, eventually reaching a supposedly safe haven, the storage warehouse of Walmart. It was rich in supplies and shielded by a secure entrance, seemingly a fortress against the chaos. Yet, she soon discovered that this place was a den of peril. Along with her, about 30 other customers and 7 security guards from Walmart had entered. Initially, everyone kept to themselves, maintaining a semblance of order. However, as time passed, the situation deteriorated. The leader among the 7 guards, named Zhang Chao, awakened his supernatural abilities and conspired with a few others to enslave everyone present. Given Lin Zixuan's beauty, she was not spared. In recent days, she had endured unspeakable torment, her mind teetering on the brink of collapse. Zhang Chao's gaze gleamed with lust as he beheld her. Such a woman, before the apocalypse, would have been impossible to approach. Yet now, with the world turned upside down, she had become his slave. He sneered, stepping closer, seizing her hair and violently throwing her aside. Still daring to insult me? Today, you shall learn what it means to experience 7 ins and outs. With a mocking smile, Zhang Chao called over a bespectacled man, refined in appearance. You, come here and hold her down. The bespectacled man hesitated, glancing at Lin Zixuan, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. But in an instant, fear overwhelmed him, compelling him to comply. All right, he relented, slowly advancing Wangji. What kind of man are you? When others bully your girlfriend, you don't even dare to utter a sound. Bah? Following you has truly blinded me for life. You are no man at all. Lin Zixuan's curses echoed incessantly. Indeed, The man before her, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, was Wang Ji, her boyfriend and a chief physician at a tertiary hospital. Until now, Lin Zixuan had always believed herself to be the happiest woman in the world, having encountered a husband who understood her, ambitious and handsome. Yet, in reality, none of that mattered. When the apocalypse struck, he became a coward. When others tormented her, Wang Ji didn't dare to make a sound and even aided in her torment. What use is such a man? Faced with Lin Zixuan's tirade, Wang Ji hung his head, unable to meet her gaze. Slowly, he approached her side, kneeling down and firmly holding her down, preventing her from moving. Looking at the man she once knew so well, Lin Zixuan felt an overwhelming sense of estrangement. Her heart had long been shattered, as if it had been sliced by a knife. Had she known it would come to this, she would have preferred to be devoured by zombies during the onset of the apocalypse. Wang Ji, I will hate you for a lifetime. Her crimson eyes sparkled with boundless fury, as if she wished to swallow him whole. Meanwhile, Zhang Chao laughed heartily beside them. He jovially patted Wang Ji on the shoulder, saying, not bad that you've performed well today. You can have an extra portion of food. Hearing Zhang Chao's praise, Wang Ji lifted his head, quickly whispering, thank you, Boss Zhang, thank you, Boss Zhang. His voice echoed repeatedly. Zhang Chao chuckled. His eyes filled with satisfaction. This is the apocalypse. How delightful it is. One cannot deny that the apocalypse changed everything, especially people's mindsets. Chapter 42. Is this all? Boss, when you're done, can we have a turn? A few security guards behind Zhang Chao chuckled. They had once been under Zhang Chao's command, and at the onset of the apocalypse, they had clung tightly to him, thus enjoying relatively comfortable lives. They had played with every woman except Lin Zixuan, whose striking beauty was irresistible, far more alluring than those internet celebrities. Consequently, they began to harbor intentions towards her. Upon hearing their words, Zhang Chao smirked. No problem. Just when I've grown bored, I'll let you have your fun after I'm done. As he spoke, Zhang Chao smiled and caressed Lin Zixuan's exquisite face, which felt incredibly smooth, as if it were a marvel of beauty. Instantly, the faces of his subordinates lit up with excitement. Thank you, boss. Hee, thank you, boss. Their gazes toward Lin Zixuan resembled that of hunters eyeing their prey, their excitement palpable. Hearing their conversation, Lin Zixuan felt her heart sink. She wished for death, but found herself unable to escape it. As they spoke, Zhang Chao began to remove his clothing. The sight of his not-so-impressive lower half was displayed before everyone. And Zhang Chao appeared rather pleased with himself. He grinned as he patted Lin Zixuan's back, his eyes carrying a hint of amusement. Suddenly, a series of loud noises akin to thunder erupted from outside. In an instant, Zhang Chao felt a chill run down his spine. What is that noise? The commotion startled everyone in the warehouse. The few subordinates exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what was occurring. Old Wang? Go check it out, Zhang Chao commanded. Upon hearing this, Old Wang's face paled. With so many zombies outside, and after the recent explosion, who knew what had happened? Boss. Old Wang wanted to refuse, but upon meeting Zhang Chao's terrifying gaze, he quickly relented. Cautiously, he approached the door, intending to open it. However, just as his hand brushed against the door, bang! Another terrifying explosion occurred, and the massive iron door was blown off its hinges. Old Wang, standing nearby, was struck and sent sprawling to the ground. The force of the iron door was so immense that it crushed Old Wang, blood gushing forth, leaving him lifeless. The sudden turn of events shocked everyone. Wang Ji was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed onto the ground, his heart racing wildly. Lin Zixuan observed this and let out a cold laugh. This was the man she had loved for so many years. How ironic it was that he was nothing but a coward. Zhang Chao squinted, eyeing the direction of the door with trepidation. He had no idea what was happening, but his instincts told him it was no trivial matter. What a foolish dog, so careless as to kill someone. Look how gruesomely he died. Hurry up and apologize. A languid voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. They then beheld a handsome young man with a fair complexion, appearing as if he were a university student, looking quite youthful. Strangely, he sat atop an enormous dog, one far larger than the average canine. This absurd pairing left everyone feeling bewildered. What the hell? Upon hearing Qian Xian's words, the dog emperor barked twice at Old Wang. Initially unwilling to apologize, it acquiesced at its master's behest. Chen Xian smiled slightly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Oh, this is quite interesting. In the warehouse, there were 30 or 40 people. 7 or 8 men in security uniforms with unfriendly expressions, and behind them, 2 or 3 dozen ordinary individuals huddled in the corners. More intriguing was the sight of a woman kneeling on the ground, with a man standing behind her. TSK. Chen Xian could easily discern the situation. Such occurrences were commonplace in the apocalypse. After all, in a world where strength reigned supreme, the sudden acquisition of power often led to an overwhelming sense of ambition. Acts of dominance, assault, and murder were all too common. Thus, he found it hardly surprising. However, Chen Xian's gaze fell upon Zhang Chao, moving down his face until it rested on his lower half. Suddenly, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. How embarrassing to expose something so small. Zhang Chao. What the hell? This was blatant mockery. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, Zhang Chao froze for a moment, his face flushing crimson. He glanced at the surrounding faces, some struggling to suppress their laughter, and in an instant, he became furious, hastily pulling on his pants and glaring at Chen Xian with anger. Kid, you're asking for death. Zhang Chao brandished a metal rod, pointing it at Chen Xian. He was an ability user. How could he tolerate such provocation from a mere youth, especially in front of so many witnesses? If he let this slide, he would lose all face. Chen Xian smiled faintly, not the least bit intimidated. I have no interest in your affairs. Don't provoke me. Mind your own business, or you won't survive the day in a small shelter like this. Acts of assault and murder were frequent occurrences, hardly worth noting. Chen Xian couldn't be bothered to intervene. In this chaotic world, where order had collapsed, such behavior was the norm. Zombies, in truth, were not the most terrifying aspect. It was the human heart that proved most fearsome in the apocalypse. With that, Chen Xian urged the Dog Emperor to move deeper inside, intending to scavenge for resources. Zhang Chao stood rooted in place, his expression fluctuating. To be honest, he desperately wanted to behead Chen Xian to relieve his frustration. However, the presence of the Dog Emperor weighed heavily on him. Although he was unsure of Chen Xian's abilities, such a massive dog could not be an ordinary creature. It was likely mutated. The fact that Chen Xian could control such a beast indicated that he was not to be underestimated. Additionally, Chen Xian's earlier threat made him hesitate. While Zhang Chao was an ability user, that did not imply he was foolish, having survived for years in a leadership position in the security team before the apocalypse. He certainly had the acumen to read situations. Thus, he regarded Chen Xian's figure with caution, unwilling to make a move, even as his subordinates exchanged glances, wanting to teach Chen Xian a lesson. This truly is the warehouse of Walmart. The supplies are remarkably plentiful. Chen Xian couldn't help but express his admiration. These resources could sustain a formidable force for years. Just then, as Chen Xian guided the Dog Emperor further inside, a crisp female voice rang out. The Dog Emperor halted, and Chen Xian curiously turned to see who had spoken. It was Lin Zixuan. She was devoid of possessions, kneeling on the ground like a marionette. Her body battered and bruised, her pupils devoid of hope, replaced only by despair. Oh, what is it? Chen Xian inquired, intrigued. Chapter 43. Your life is now mine. Can you do me a favor? Lin Zixuan's voice was hoarse. Oh, what favor? Chen Xian's interest was piqued as he looked at her. For some reason, despite her disheveled appearance and battered state, Chen Xian sensed that this woman was extraordinary. Moreover, he felt as if he had seen her somewhere before. Thus, he paused to engage her in conversation. Help me kill them, all of them. Her cold voice seemed to emanate from the depths of despair, devoid of any emotion. It was as if she had lost all hope in this world and yearned to eradicate everyone. Lin Zixuan's words sent shivers down the spines of those present. Zhang Chao scoffed, kicking her to the ground. Damn it, you think you can kill me? You don't stand a chance, you worthless wretch. In the face of Zhang Chao's relentless abuse, Lin Zixuan remained silent, resembling a lifeless husk, enduring the blows without a hint of resistance. Her gaze remained fixed on Chen Xian, as if he alone could offer her a glimmer of hope. Kill everyone? Chen Xian mused, a flicker of interest igniting in his eyes. This was indeed a fascinating woman. Eliminating them is undoubtedly a trivial task, but why should I assist you? observing Lin Zixuan's disheveled hair framing her intense gaze. Chen Xian inquired with a smile. Truth be told, annihilating everyone present posed no challenge for him. Yet, why should he intervene? He was not inclined to undertake endeavors devoid of benefit, in this apocalyptic era. The self-proclaimed saviors perished the quickest. Chen Xian had no intention of embodying such a role, as it served no purpose. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, Lin Zixuan paused for a mere 2 seconds before resolutely declaring, You? Indeed, my life. Should you succeed in eradicating them all, my existence will henceforth belong to you. I shall comply with any task you assign, even if it entails taking lives. Lin Zixuan spoke without hesitation. The recent tribulations she endured since the onset of the apocalypse had subjected her to inhuman torment, pushing her mental state to the brink of collapse. Yet, amidst this turmoil, she underwent a profound transformation. As long as it meant the demise of these individuals, she would not flinch, even if Chen Xian commanded her to embrace death. Chen Xian, upon hearing her words, smiled even more broadly, his gaze sweeping over her with intrigue. Interesting. What is your name? He asked, a hint of amusement in his tone. Lin Zixuan slowly lifted her head, her hair cascading to one side, her eyes resolute and devoid of fear, radiating an overwhelming sense of murderous intent. I am Lin Zixuan, Lin Zixuan. At the utterance of those 3 syllables, Chen Xian's pupils constricted as he scrutinized her closely. Was she? Truly, it was her. The name Lin Zixuan resonated throughout the apocalypse. As renowned as that of the Dog Emperor, Lin Zixuan, known as the Xian Empress, was the first female sovereign of the 9th tier in this desolate world, her power unfathomably terrifying. It was said that this empress harbored a profound disdain for men. Any man found guilty of assaulting women would face her wrath, regardless of his status, as she would dismember him without hesitation. Chen Xian recalled a monumental incident during the apocalypse that sent shockwaves through the entire realm. For reasons unknown, this Xian empress had personally disassembled the leader of a sanctuary, an 8th-tier powerhouse, and even severed his lower extremities, hanging them at the sanctuary's entrance before departing. The world was left in astonishment. Countless formidable individuals felt a chill run down their spines, terrified that they might unwittingly provoke her. No one knew what trials this empress had endured in her past. Perhaps those who did had perished. Yet, no one dared to provoke the Xian empress due to her formidable reputation, particularly those men. Chen Xian had not anticipated encountering the Xian empress within this modest warehouse. It was indeed a stroke of fortune. Of course, he held no particular desires regarding the empress herself, yet she was undoubtedly a person of immense value. Gaining her allegiance would significantly enhance his power in the future, with the Dog Emperor at his side and the Xian Empress as an ally. Who would dare to challenge him in this apocalyptic world? Thus, upon realizing Lin Zixuan's identity, Chen Xian did not hesitate for a moment. In that case, I accept. However, from this moment forth, your life shall be mine. He grinned widely as he spoke. Yet, beneath that smile lay the countenance of a reaper rather than that of a youthful enthusiast. Upon hearing Chen Xian's agreement, Lin Zixuan's previously dim eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of hope. She gazed intently at Chen Xian, a smile breaking across her face. Very well, just a simple affirmation encapsulated her resolve. From this day forth, Chen Xian would become her everything, even if it meant her own demise. She would not hesitate. Seeing her response, Chen Xian nodded in satisfaction and then turned his gaze towards the gathered crowd. I had no intention of engaging you all, but regretfully, a price has been offered, and it appears I have no reason to refuse. His expression grew increasingly cold, a chilling glint flickering in his eyes. Beside him, Zhang Chao snorted derisively. Get lost? Stop acting all high and mighty. I am an ability user and fear you not. You 6, go and deal with him. Zhang Chao commanded his 6 subordinates to confront Chen Xian. The 6 exchanged hesitant glances, momentarily unsure. However, before they could react, Chen Xian descended from beside the Dog Emperor, taking deliberate strides toward them. Lin Zixuan's gaze remained fixated on him, unwavering. Suddenly, a multitude of ice spikes materialized around Chen Xian. With a mere gesture, he unleashed them like a volley of arrows aimed directly at the 6 subordinates. The terrifying speed of the ice spikes shattered the air, producing a piercing sound as they surged forward, leaving no opportunity for evasion. Bang! Countless ice spikes hurtled through the air, accurately striking the 6 individuals. Over 100 ice spikes transformed them into a sieve, each collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Chao was left astounded, Wang Ji was dumbfounded, and all the survivors within the supermarket radiated disbelief. Only Lin Zixuan displayed a faint smile on her pale face, albeit one tinged with a hint of madness. You are also an ability user, Zhang Chao exclaimed, astonished by Chen Xian's prowess. He had not anticipated that this young man was also an ability user, and seemingly a highly skilled one at that. A shiver ran down his spine. However, Chen Xian remained silent, steadily approaching him. Panic surged within Zhang Chao as he seized Lin Zixuan by the throat. Stay back, or I will kill her. Chapter 44. The True Art of Killing with Intent. Unfazed, Chen Xian continued his advance, his eyes glinting with disdain. Zhang Chao was now in a state of desperation. Although uncertain of Chen Xian's true strength, the latter's demeanor instilled fear within him. Indeed, it was fear. His legs trembled. With a cold chuckle, Chen Xian unleashed an ice spike that soared through the air, embedding itself into Zhang Chao's arm before he could even react. "Ah!" he screamed, his body involuntarily collapsing to the ground. Lowering his gaze, he saw the ice spike piercing through his right arm, an icy chill emanating from the wound. Cold, to an excruciating degree, his expression was one of sheer agony. Chen Xian stood beside Lin Zixuan and casually retrieved a coat from his spatial ring, offering it to her. Put this on, after all. She was still in a state of undress, her body marred with wounds and appearing rather disheveled. Yet, Lin Zixuan shook her head, unsteadily rising to her feet. Not for now. They won't live to see another day. Dead men are of no concern. Her tone was disturbingly calm, evoking a sense of dread in those who heard it. However, Chen Xian regarded her with increasing interest, finding her demeanor rather appealing. After all, he too had once faced death. He appreciated Lin Zixuan's character, which bore hints of madness and an unsettling indifference towards life. Had she been a self-righteous savior, even with the potential to become a ninth-tier powerhouse, Chen Xian would have never extended his aid. Saviors only serve to burden others. What he sought was a loyal and cold-blooded ally. Suit yourself. With that, Chen Xian casually tossed the coat onto the ground. He then shifted his gaze back to Zhang Chao. You wish to kill him personally? Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Zixuan replied. If there was one person she yearned to eliminate at this moment, it was undoubtedly Zhang Chao. She longed to flay him alive, relishing the thought. A subtle smile graced Chen Xian's lips. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. He stepped forward, fixing his gaze upon Zhang Chao, who appeared increasingly reluctant to accept his fate. Suddenly, Zhang Chao sprang to his feet, unleashing his ability. B-class ability, Peerless Iron Fist. Though not particularly formidable, it significantly enhanced the strength of his fists in the early apocalypse. Such a skill was still quite impressive among ordinary people. Zhang Chao, at the peak of the first tier, could amplify his punching power fivefold, placing him at the top among ordinary individuals, indeed more fearsome than any boxing champion. Die, kid! Zhang Chao roared, unleashing his ability and launching a powerful punch toward Chen Xian. Observing the incoming attack, Chen Xian merely raised an eyebrow, a flicker of contempt in his eyes. B-class ability? Mere trash. He did not budge as an ice wall suddenly materialized before him. Bang! Zhang Chao's heavy fist struck the ice wall with tremendous force. The ice wall remained unyielding, not even a shard of ice falling away. In contrast, Zhang Chao was sent sprawling backward by the sheer force. Crashing to the ground, clutching his injured fist in terror, Zhang Chao was bewildered. How could a simple ice wall withstand his blow? After all, he had unleashed his ability, and his iron fist could deform steel. How was it possible that he could not breach a mere wall of ice? Yet Chen Xian offered no explanation. With a disdainful snort, he unleashed a flurry of ice spikes that shot toward Zhang Chao's limbs. Bang, bang, bang! The sound of ice spikes puncturing flesh echoed as they pinned Zhang Chao's limbs to the ground. He strained with all his might to break free from their grasp, but it was futile. These were no ordinary ice spikes. They felt more akin to iron spikes, immovable and unyielding. In that moment, he resembled a fish on a chopping board, utterly unable to move. Chen Xian turned his head to look at Lin Zixuan, smiling as he tossed her a knife. Here you go, it's your turn to at that moment. Zhang Chao was utterly immobilized. Without any hesitation, Lin Zixuan picked up the knife from the ground and slowly approached Zhang Chao. On her previously calm face, a tempest of emotion began to brew. Hatred, profound hatred. Who knows what inhumane torment she had endured during this time? The architect of all her suffering was none other than Zhang Chao. As she drew nearer, Zhang Chao, confronted with Lin Zixuan's murderous gaze, began to panic. He struggled desperately against Chen Xian's ice spear, but it was all in vain. With each futile attempt to escape, the pain intensified. Wait, I was wrong, brother. I'm an ability user. I'm stronger than her. Just let me go, and from now on, I'll be your loyal subordinate. Whatever you say, I'll do it. All right. Zhang Chao was filled with dread, especially as he watched Lin Zixuan approach step by step. He understood the terror that awaited him. However, his pleas only elicited laughter from Chen Xian, an ability user. Don't be ridiculous, a mere B-grade ability, and you dare to seek my allegiance? I wouldn't even want you as a dog. Chen Xian's derision provoked the dog emperor beside him, who raised his head in disdain, barking in indignation. What a lowly creature, daring to serve the master. Pfft. Lin Zixuan stood before Zhang Chao, still completely nude. Yet she seemed unfazed by her appearance. Instead, she squatted down, her expression growing colder. Do you like me like this? Her icy words sent a chill down Zhang Chao's spine. He swallowed hard, momentarily at a loss for words. Then, Lin Zixuan's expression hardened, and she swung the long knife down with force. Ah! The scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, echoed throughout the warehouse. The other survivors, witnessing this scene, felt a wave of cold dread wash over them. Lin Zixuan's strike did not sever Zhang Chao's head but rather targeted his lower body, cleaving it off completely. Zhang Chao lay back, howling in agony. He was now without his manhood. The excruciating pain, both physical and psychological, was something only those who have experienced it could comprehend. Now, Zhang Chao understood. Lin Zixuan nonchalantly picked up the bloody severed part, squeezed it in front of Zhang Chao, and a smirk crept across her face as she taunted. So small. Those two simple words shattered Zhang Chao's last defenses. This was true psychological torment. Chen Xian, observing the spectacle, was momentarily taken aback. Wow, this is wild. Why does it feel like she's not quite sane? Nevertheless, he found satisfaction in having such a formidable subordinate. Intrigued. Chapter 45. Where to cut next? Zhang Chao felt as if he might vomit blood from the sheer horror of it all. To kill and to torment the heart. How terrifying. He stared blankly at Lin Zixuan, his eyes reflecting sheer terror. This woman, surely, she must be insane. So utterly mad, beyond comprehension. Yet, Lin Zixuan suddenly flashed him a grin, her terrifying expression causing him to involuntarily gulp. Now, where shall I cut next? Let us start with the legs. With that, Lin Zixuan's knife glinted ominously as it sliced through the AI art. In the next instant. Ah, another scream, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, resounded. One of his legs was severed cleanly by Lin Zixuan. Almost immediately, she struck again, lopping off the second leg. Two perfectly severed thighs lay before the onlookers, who were paralyzed with fear. Among them, Wang Ji, Lin Zixuan's boyfriend. No, rather her ex-boyfriend, was particularly shaken. He had never witnessed Lin Zixuan in such a terrifying state. She was utterly unhinged. Many of the survivors from the shelter turned pale, some even vomiting from the horror. Zhang Chao, bleeding profusely from his severed legs, could feel the essence of life ebbing away. Even if Lin Zixuan spared him, he knew he would not survive long. Overcome with dread, Zhang Chao's eyes were filled with despair. Please, just kill me. Grant me a swift end. His face was ashen, panic-stricken. At that moment, he no longer clung to life. He simply wished for Lin Zixuan to grant him mercy. Yet all he received in return was a cruel smile. How could I bear to let you die so easily? With that, Lin Zixuan began to slice at his fingers. 1, 2, until all 10 fingers were severed cleanly. Chen Xian, watching the scene unfold, felt a chill run through him. Wow, that's ruthless. Indeed, even he had to admit that Lin Zixuan was exceptionally merciless. Truly worthy of her title as the Empress, a figure that instilled fear in countless hearts during the apocalypse. However, Chen Xian made no move to intervene. Instead, he stood aside, silently observing, waiting for Lin Zixuan to release her pent-up fury. Time passed, and Zhang Chao, reduced to a mere shadow of a human, finally breathed his last, his eyes wide open, the terror within them unmistakable. Yet for him, death might have been a release. Lin Zixuan stood up slowly and without a word. Crushed Zhang Chao's eyeball. At that moment, there was not a single unmarred part left on Zhang Chao's body. Chun Xian, witnessing this, could not help but express his astonishment. Soon after, Lin Zixuan approached Wang Ji. Knife in hand, her movements deliberate and measured, reminiscent of a reaper. Wang Ji, fully aware of what was to come, was gripped by terror, especially as he recalled Zhang Chao's fate. A foul odor wafted from below. Yes, he had urinated himself. The overwhelming fear had gotten the better of him. I was wrong, Zixuan. Please, for the sake of our past, don't kill me. I beg you. Wang Ji's pleas echoed in the air. Yet, Lin Zixuan remained deaf to his cries. If Zhang Chao was the man she loathed most, then Wang Ji was a close second. She despised his weakness, his shamelessness, his hypocrisy. Die. With that, Lin Zixuan wielded her knife. The blade glinting coldly as it arced downwards. Bang! The sharp blade cleaved through Wang Ji's skull, sending his enormous head flying into the air, splattered with blood before crashing heavily to the ground. Wang Ji was dead, with both her enemies slain. Lin Zixuan exhaled deeply, letting the long knife drop to the floor. Vengeance had been realized. Finally, her heart found some semblance of peace. Chun Xian approached with a faint smile, asking, "How do you feel?" It feels like a release, but at the same time, I suddenly find myself lacking the motivation to continue living, Lin Zixuan replied calmly. Indeed, many who achieved vengeance often found that life seemed devoid of meaning, unable to discover a reason to go on. Just like Lin Zixuan at that moment, having avenged both Zhang Chao and Wang Ji, she now felt aimless. However, Chun Xian's lips curled into a slight smile, a glimmer of satisfaction lighting up his eyes. Remember, your life now belongs to me. Only I can decide if you live or die. Hearing this, Lin Zixuan abruptly raised her head, locking eyes with Chun Xian. The tranquility in her gaze flickered momentarily, and then she nodded earnestly. All right. A single word conveyed a multitude of sentiments. Chun Xian felt a sense of gratification. What shall we do with these people? He gestured toward the 30 or so survivors nearby. They were ordinary individuals who had narrowly escaped death, much like Lin Zixuan, having been victimized by Zhang Chao. All eyes turned to Lin Zixuan, glimmering with hope that she might spare them. Kill them all, came her cold, emotionless voice, devoid of compassion. The atmosphere in the warehouse shifted dramatically. The survivors were left in stunned silence. Miss Lin, we are victims too. We have never harmed you, one protested. That's right. I was also a victim. Why must you kill us? Another chimed in. Murmurs of desperation filled the air as they sought to plead for their lives. After all, they had never wronged Lin Zixuan. They were victims as well. Yet, Lin Zixuan replied coolly, this past, aside from my master, I do not wish for anyone else to know. Only the dead can keep secrets. Indeed, she did not want anyone other than Chun Xian to know of her dark past. Only the dead could safeguard such secrets. This was also why she had remained unclothed until now. After all, these people were merely dead men walking. What good was it to have witnesses if they were all dead? Very good. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Chun Xian nodded in approval. Lin Zixuan's approach to matters was precisely to his liking. If it were him, he would make the same choice as Lin Zixuan. With that, Chun Xian no longer held back. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of ice spears shot toward the survivors. Bang, bang. In an instant, the warehouse was awash with blood, leaving no survivors. Thank you, master, Lin Zixuan said respectfully. Chun Xian smiled faintly, waving his hand dismissively. It was but a trivial matter. Now, we must attend to more pressing matters. What pressing matters? Awakening your abilities, Chun Xian replied, slowly uttering the 4 words. Indeed, the pressing matter was the awakening of abilities. Lin Zixuan was destined to become the future empress, the first female emperor of humanity, possessing immense power and a unique ability of SSS rank, not in the slightest inferior to the Dog Emperor. Chapter 46. SSS level ability, Dark Sovereign. Upon hearing the words awaken ability, Lin Zixuan's previously tranquil eyes shimmered with an unusual hue. Can also awaken an ability, she mused, incredulity evident in her tone. She had yet to fully comprehend the rules of this post-apocalyptic world. And the concept of awakening an ability was something she had only witnessed in Zhang Chao. Of course, why else would I save you? I do not employ idlers, Chen Xian remarked with a slight smile. Idlers, you say? Lin Zixuan pondered Chen Xian's words before inquiring. How does one awaken an ability? Sit cross-legged and hold this crystal core, Chen Xian instructed, producing a second-tier crystal core. The stronger the energy of the crystal core, the higher the probability of successfully awakening an ability. The second-tier crystal core was the finest that Chen Xian could currently provide. As Lin Zixuan accepted the crystal core from Chen Xian. Astonishment flickered in her eyes. She had seen such an item before. When Zhang Chao hunted zombies, she had witnessed him collect these cores from their remains, albeit his core had a dimmer hue. Even merely holding it, she could sense the terrifying energy emanating from the core. This is a second-tier crystal core. Grasp it and attune yourself to the energy within, guiding it into your body. Chen Xian explained. Understood. Without a hint of hesitation, Lin Zixuan followed Chen Xian's directions, sitting cross-legged and channeling the energy into her being. Almost immediately, she felt a surge of powerful energy. Without delay, she began to draw the energy from the core into herself. It flowed like a torrent unleashed from a dam. Chen Xian observed, unfazed. After all, this was the former Empress Xian, a ninth-tier sovereign. Failure in awakening an ability was simply inconceivable. Before long, the energy within Lin Zixuan intensified, and a formidable aura began to radiate from her, imbued with a dark and oppressive quality that made it difficult for others to gaze directly at her. This was the pressure of an awakened ability. To Chen Xian, however, it posed no threat. His own abilities were far more terrifying. Indeed, an SSS-level ability. The Empress Xian lives up to her reputation, Chen Xian noted inwardly, his gaze firmly fixed on Lin Zixuan. After several minutes, Lin Zixuan slowly opened her eyes. Her pupils had transformed into an inky black, deep and unfathomable, obscuring reality itself. After a few moments, they returned to normal. Master, I have succeeded, she declared, rising with a quiver in her voice. Her heart brimming with excitement. The first awakening of her ability was bound to elicit an emotional response. Observing Lin Zixuan, Chen Xian smiled slightly. Excellent. What ability have you awakened, Master? I have awakened the SSS-level ability. Dark Sovereign, which allows me to wield the power of darkness. It is particularly suited for assassination. In the night, my body can meld with the darkness, tripling my strength, Lin Zixuan disclosed without reservation. SS-level ability. Dark Sovereign, mastery over the power of darkness, adept at assassination. Strength augmented threefold in the shadows. Chen Xian could not help but express his surprise. In his past life, the Empress Xian's methods were exceedingly ruthless, and she had little interaction with others. Those who did often met their demise. Thus, few knew the nature of her ability, only that it was SS level and immensely formidable. It was astonishing to discover it was the Dark Sovereign, a natural master of the night. This ability rivaled that of the Dog Emperor, perhaps even surpassing it in certain aspects. Indeed, I did not misjudge you, Chen Xian remarked, his smile broadening. However, there is something you must know. He added, please speak, Mastered. I possess a soul-siphoning ability. Should I employ it on you, I can extract a fragment of your soul and fuse it into my consciousness. From that moment forth, you shall be unable to betray me. Do you consent? Chen Xian inquired, his demeanor calm as he regarded Lin Zixuan. Although he trusted her loyalty, the soul-siphoning ability was essential for his peace of mind. I have already stated that I am your blade. You may command me as you wish. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Zixuan replied, her gaze unwavering as she looked directly at Chen Xian. It was as if everything was destined. She was indeed his blade, ready to sever any obstacles in his path. Good, Chen Xian responded, not pausing to deliberate. Open your mind. Yes, Lin Zixuan replied, standing resolutely as she fully opened her mind to Chen Xian. He activated his soul-siphoning ability, swiftly extracting a wisp of her soul and storing it within his consciousness. With a mere thought, Lin Zixuan's life would be extinguished in an instant. Such was the terror of the soul-siphoning ability. Master, Lin Zixuan said respectfully, bowing to him. Chen Xian smiled gently. First, put on some clothes. That moment, Lin Zixuan stood before him unclad. Understood. Lin Zixuan acknowledged, promptly retrieving her garments from the ground and dressing herself without hesitation. Use your ability. Strike me with all your strength, Qian Xian requested, eager to ascertain the true might of the SSS-level Dark Sovereign. He was aware of the Dog Emperor's Purple Sky Divine Thunder ability, which was fearsome in combat and provided a significant boost to speed. He was curious how Lin Zixuan's abilities would compare. Yes, Lin Zixuan affirmed, her compliance evident as she sprang into action, her speed exceeding that of an ordinary person by 5 to 6 times. Almost immediately, a mass of darkness began to coalesce. Chen Xian, witnessing this, could not help but express his astonishment. He erected an ice wall, encasing himself within it. However, the dark mass did not behave like air. It penetrated the ice wall effortlessly. Qian Xian's surprise deepened. Remarkable, this darkness can permeate my ice wall. It seems physical defenses are utterly ineffective. Indeed, the power Lin Zixuan unleashed was indeed peculiar, capable of bypassing physical defenses yet not considered a mental attack. It was a unique substance. Once the dark mass enveloped Chen Xian, Lin Zixuan concentrated, transforming it into a spear that lunged toward him. Boom! Chen Xian retaliated with a punch, shattering the spear. However, as a first-tier ability user, Lin Zixuan's energy was rapidly depleted, causing her ability to falter. Consequently, as the spear shattered, the dark mass dissipated entirely. Chapter 47. Lin Family Village, Bloodvine. The moment the black spear vanished, Lin Zixuan's complexion turned pale, her energy completely exhausted. Observing this, Qian Xian offered her 2 first-tier crystal cores. Take these to replenish your energy. Understood, Lin Zixuan replied, accepting the crystal cores and moving aside to sit cross-legged, absorbing their energy. Meanwhile, Qian Xian contemplated Lin Zixuan's abilities. Truly, the Dark Sovereign is no simple feat, he murmured to himself. Earlier, although the Dark Spear had posed no threat to him, it was merely due to Lin Zixuan's relatively weak status as a first-tier user. Had her strength been greater, she might have become a nightmare for countless ability users. Why? Because of the unique nature of her ability. The dark mass had been able to penetrate Qian Xian's ice wall, indicating it could disregard any physical defenses. While the dark mass possessed no lethality during its permeation, once it transformed into a spear, it wielded formidable offensive power. However, once transformed, the dark mass could no longer bypass physical defenses. What an intriguing ability! If wielded adeptly, it could indeed become a nightmare for many, striking unseen. Moreover, as Lin Zixuan herself had stated, the Dark Sovereign ability enhanced her power threefold at night. A truly terrifying amplification. Undoubtedly, this ability was a born assassin, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. Qian Xian smacked his lips, pleasantly surprised. Clearly, the benefits of having Lin Zixuan by his side were immense. Once she enhanced her strength, he would undoubtedly gain a powerful ally who was unwaveringly loyal. With this thought, a slight smile crept onto Qian Xian's lips. While Lin Zixuan recuperated her energy, Qian Xian, accompanied by the Dog Emperor, began a grand raid on the Woyama warehouse, amassing a vast array of supplies into his spatial ring. The spatial ring could hold up to 50 square meters, allowing for ample storage. Qian Xian and the Dog Emperor did not take excessively, gathering enough provisions to sustain the 3 of them for several years. In the face of future dangers, the food stored within the spatial ring would ensure they would not starve. Half an hour later, Lin Zixuan stood, revitalized. After absorbing the 2 first-tier crystal cores, not only had her energy returned to full, but her control over her abilities had also improved significantly. Master, Lin Zixuan approached Chen Xian, speaking calmly. Chen Xian nodded, smiling as he replied, "Your ability is impressive. Cultivate it diligently and do not become complacent." Understood, Lin Zixuan responded, though she fell into a contemplative silence, hesitating to speak further. Qian Xian noticed that she seemed to have something to say and inquired, "Is there something on your mind?" Lin Zixuan gently bit her lip but nodded decisively, "Yes. May I first visit my hometown to check on my parents? However, if the master has other arrangements, I shall not return." Returning to her hometown to see her parents? Given that the apocalypse had begun over a dozen days ago, the number of zombies had reached a small climax. It was not just the elderly. Even the young had perished in droves, with the living population across the nation reduced to less than half. The situation was grim, with a survival rate akin to one in T and IT, was highly likely that Lin Zixuan's parents had also fallen victim to the zombie tide, leaving her with a slim chance of finding them alive. Nevertheless, Chen Xian did not intend to refuse Lin Zixuan. Accompanying her to see her parents would provide her with a sense of closure, allowing her to serve him with peace of mind thereafter. In that case, let us go, he said. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, Lin Zixuan's calm demeanor was momentarily disrupted, her eyes betraying a surge of emotion. The man before her had not only rescued her from the depths of despair, but had also granted her a new lease on life and awakened her latent powers. Now, he was willing to accompany her back to her hometown to check on her parents. Such kindness left Lin Zixuan at a loss for how to repay him. She would be willing to lay down her life for Chen Xian if it were needed. Thank you, master. Lin Zixuan knelt before him and bowed deeply. Chen Xian smiled gently. Where is your parents' hometown? Anning County, Linjia Village. Anning County, Linjia Village. Chen Xian was taken aback by Lin Zixuan's words, a peculiar expression crossing his face. He had not anticipated that Lin Zixuan's hometown would coincide with the very location he had intended to visit. Linjia Village was indeed part of his plans. In this post-apocalyptic world, aside from zombies, fierce beasts, and animal-type ability users like the Dog Emperor, there were also numerous mutated plants. Linjia Village was home to a particularly formidable mutated plant known as Bloodvine. Its origins were shrouded in mystery, but it was far from ordinary, thriving on the blood of humans. Before the onset of the apocalypse, this Bloodvine had lingered near Linjia Village, feasting on the blood of many. Quickly growing in strength, by the end of the apocalypse, it had ascended to an 8th-tier demon plant, possessing a tenacious vitality that made it exceedingly difficult to deal with. Even ordinary 9th-tier powerhouses struggled to slay it. Ultimately, it took the combined efforts of 3 9th-tier experts to finally vanquish the Bloodvine. Chen Xian was also privy to certain secrets regarding the Bloodvine that could greatly enhance his own strength. Thus, he had set his sights on it. Initially, he had believed Lin Zixuan's parents stood a chance of survival, but now it seemed they were all but certain to be dead. Master, is something wrong? Lin Zixuan asked, noticing Chen Xian's unusual expression. Chen Xian shook his head. It's nothing. Let us set off now. He had no intention of revealing the matter of the Bloodvine just yet. They would discuss it upon reaching Linjia Village. All right, with that, Chen Xian leaped onto the back of the Dog Emperor and gestured for Lin Zixuan to join him. Come on up. Yes, without hesitation, Lin Zixuan swiftly mounted behind Chen Xian. After awakening her powers, her physical capabilities had dramatically improved, given that she possessed an SSS-level ability, specifically one as formidable as the Dark Sovereign. Chen Xian patted the Dog Emperor's back. Let us go, Linjia Village. Let's go. The Dog Emperor barked twice and swiftly turned, sprinting towards the outside with astonishing speed. With the enhancement of his 3rd-tier ability, the Purple Sky Divine Thunder, the Dog Emperor moved with remarkable swiftness. Lin Zixuan was taken aback by the speed displayed by the Dog Emperor. She had always assumed that despite its large size, it was merely a mutated dog of limited prowess. However, the burst of speed it exhibited was beyond her expectations. It seemed this large dog was far from ordinary. Clearly, there were no useless beings under her master's command, not even a dog. With this thought, Lin Zixuan's resolve to grow stronger deepened. She was determined to repay her master's kindness. Chapter 48, The First Battle. The Terror of the Sovereign. Anning County is a district under Yuning City, located approximately 500 to 600 kilometers from Subei City. Before the apocalypse, a drive on the highway would take only 6 to 7 hours. But now, the highways were teeming with zombies, making it nearly impossible to reach by car. Relying on the Dog Emperor's speed, they would likely need 3 days to arrive. To cross a city, it would take an estimated 2 to 3 days. However, there was no need to rush. The apocalypse had only begun half a month ago, and even the mightiest Bloodvine had its limits on how quickly it could evolve. Chen Xian calculated silently in his heart. Regardless of how formidable that Bloodvine might be, its strength could not be too overwhelming in a previous life. He would not have dared to entertain such thoughts with merely an A-level ability. But now, armed with a mythic-level ability and having achieved 3rd-tier strength through foresight, he was confident in his capacity to contend with the Bloodvine. In the afternoon, the Dog Emperor merged onto the highway. A dog running on the highway would have been a headline-worthy event before the apocalypse, but now, the highway was nearly deserted save for the zombies. Given the Dog Emperor's size, any zombies that dared approach would be crushed and sent flying. Even second-tier beasts were no match for it. She watched the zombies being flung aside. Lin Zixuan's cold expression bore a hint of astonishment, prompting Qian Xian to smile and say, "Don't underestimate this silly dog. It's no weakling. It possesses the SSS level ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, and its combat prowess is remarkable." Lin Zixuan was momentarily stunned. This dog possessed an SSS level ability, and at the third-tier level. Was that a joke? If anyone else had said this, she would have dismissed it outright. But since it was Qian Xian speaking, she had no reason to doubt his words, though disbelief still flickered in her eyes. She felt somewhat diminished, realizing that even a dog surpassed her in strength. Qian Xian caught a glimpse of her thoughts and reassured her, "You need not feel disheartened, even on a global scale. The Dog Emperor is one of a kind. Besides, your abilities are not inferior. Focus on enhancing your strength." Upon hearing this, Lin Zixuan nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, Master. I will strive to enhance my abilities and become the sharpest blade in your hand." Her words carried a resolute conviction, and no matter how arduous the journey, she was determined to become Qian Xian's most formidable weapon. Qian Xian smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. He had deliberately sought to motivate Lin Zixuan to work harder. For it was evident that being outmatched by a mere dog would be a significant blow to her pride. The effect was unmistakably positive, igniting a fierce determination within her. Meanwhile, the Dog Emperor, having overheard the exchange, felt a surge of indignation. Although it could not yet speak human language, it understood perfectly well it was a dog, but certainly not a foolish one. The audacity of this woman, Lin Zixuan, to challenge the esteemed position it held in its master's heart was simply intolerable. With a loud bark directed at the heavens, the Dog Emperor doubled its speed, creating a series of sonic booms in its wake. Lin Zixuan, still relatively weak, found it challenging to withstand such velocity. This was akin to an old employee playing tricks on a new recruit. Qian Xian kicked the Dog Emperor playfully. "Silly dog, why are you running so fast? Slow down for me, woof." The Dog Emperor, feeling wronged, reluctantly eased its pace. A clever dog. It understood that its master's words were law. An obedient dog enjoys the best life. Resuming its original speed, they continued their journey. Throughout the day, Lin Zixuan absorbed energy from a second-tier crystal nucleus to enhance her strength. Given the demands of her SSS level ability, the energy requirements were naturally higher. As night fell, Lin Zixuan had absorbed half of the second-tier crystal nucleus, resulting in a slight boost to her power. Ahead lay a service area where they could rest for the night before continuing their journey. The Dog Emperor had been running tirelessly, and with the onset of night, Qian Xian preferred to avoid traveling in the dark. Despite his formidable abilities, he understood the importance of caution in the apocalypse. A good night's rest to restore their condition was paramount. Woof! The Dog Emperor barked and darted towards the service area. This service area was quite large, but following the apocalypse, the number of zombies within had surged. Before entering, Qian Xian spotted a horde of zombies milling about the entrance. Sensing the presence of Qian Xian and his companions, the zombies quickly converged upon them. These were merely first-tier zombies, posing no threat to the trio. As the Dog Emperor prepared to spring into action, Qian Xian halted it. "Zixuan, you handle this. These zombies are yours to deal with." Qian Xian directly tasked Lin Zixuan with confronting the zombies, viewing it as a valuable opportunity for her to hone her skills. In the apocalypse, having a powerful ability was crucial, but combat capability was even more vital. Qian Xian aimed to cultivate Lin Zixuan's combat prowess. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Zixuan replied affirmatively and leaped down to stand before the Dog Emperor. Facing such a multitude of zombies for the first time, it would be disingenuous to claim she felt no trepidation. However, she had resolved to become the sharpest blade in Qian Xian's arsenal, and thus she could not afford to falter. She would treat these zombies as her whetstone. "Dark spear," Lin Zixuan called out, and a pitch-black spear materialized before her. This spear was even more formidable than the one she had wielded earlier against Qian Xian. Throughout their journey, she had been honing her powers and absorbing crystal nuclei to enhance her strength, naturally amplifying the spear's potency. Additionally, the Dark Sovereign's characteristic allowed her strength to triple in darkness, making the spear's power all the more terrifying. As 2 to 3 dozen zombies surged towards her. Their unrestrained hunger for flesh evident, she felt an exhilarating thrill. Thud. As the spear was hurled forth, a first-tier zombie was pierced directly through its heart. The jet-black spear penetrated the creature, instantly transforming into a mass of dark matter that returned to Lin Zixuan's hand. The demise of that zombie did not halt the advance of the others. Unfazed, Lin Zixuan waved her hand, and countless dark entities coalesced into a cage, ensnaring the zombies within, rendering them unable to advance a single step. Immediately after, darkness ensued, strangling all within the next heartbeat. A multitude of black spikes erupted within the cage, transforming it into a purgatory that swiftly annihilated all the zombies. Upon completing this feat, Lin Zixuan's complexion paled, exhaustion evident in her eyes. This maneuver had drained her of all her energy, marking it as her most depleting act thus far. Bravo! Qin Xian exclaimed, his eyes brimming with admiration. Truly, she was the Empress of Radiance. Even as a first tier, her power was formidable. Chapter 49. Follow you. Upon hearing Qin Xian's praise, a faint smile graced Lin Zixuan's pale face. She bent down to collect all the first-tier crystal cores from the slain zombies, 7 cores from over 20 zombies. A commendable haul. She intended to hand the cores to Qin Xian, but he waved his hand dismissively. Keep them to replenish your energy. He had little interest in a few first-tier cores. Understood, Lin Zixuan replied, and then seated herself upon the back of Dog Emperor. With the zombies no longer obstructing their path, Dog Emperor swiftly led the two into the depths of the service area. Inside the expansive service area, aside from the zombies at the entrance, many more roamed within. The moment Qin Xian and the others entered, they caught the attention of these creatures. To save time, he commanded Dog Emperor to take action. With flashes of purple divine lightning, the lowly zombies were all eradicated without exception. Among the throng of first-tier zombies, 2 second-tier zombies also fell to Dog Emperor's lightning strike. After collecting the crystal cores, the trio found a room to rest. The density of zombies in the service area was overwhelming. After so many days of the apocalypse, there were no survivors left, either transformed into zombies or turned into sustenance. Once inside the room, Lin Zixuan took a brief moment to tidy up. She bathed and changed into a fitted outfit, a black short-sleeve shirt paired with tight black jeans, her long dark hair cascading down, exuding an aura reminiscent of a dark queen. Once prepared, Lin Zixuan sought a corner to continue absorbing the second-tier crystal cores she had not finished earlier. Observing her diligence, a smile crept onto Qin Xian's face. Not hesitating, he seated himself on the bed to absorb the energy from the cores as well. At the entrance of the service area, a black jeep pulled up, and 4 men and 1 woman disembarked. The leading man, likely in his 30s, bore the appearance of a middle-aged individual with a buzz cut and a large gold chain around his neck, an unmistakable figure of authority even before the apocalypse. Boss, something feels off. Why are there so many dead zombies in this service area, and all the crystal cores have been taken? Wang Xiaohu reported after surveying the corpses. Listening to his subordinate's report, Zhang Dalong stroked his ample belly, squinting towards the service area with a hint of interest. These zombies must have recently perished. It seems someone has claimed this service area ahead of us. Upon hearing Zhang Dalong's words, his subordinates were taken aback. Hiss, so there are other ability users around. Interesting. I wonder if they are solo ability users. Perhaps they possess some valuable items. But we can't underestimate their strength. If they are stronger than us, it could spell trouble, as his subordinates debated. Zhang Dalong scrutinized the corpses on the ground, then smirked coldly. Rest assured, the abilities residual on these zombies are merely first tier. Nothing formidable. First tier? What is there to fear? Li Yin sauntered over to Zhang Dalong, her provocative movements drawing attention as her ample assets swayed enticingly. With her heavy makeup and vibrant red lips, she was truly captivating. Just a few first-tier ability users. With Brother Long's power, he can easily wipe them out without concern. Exactly. When Brother Long makes his move, they'll be utterly annihilated. Indeed. Hearing Li Yin and his subordinates' flattery, Zhang Dalong laughed heartily. Satisfied as he caressed Li Yin's chest, a few first-tier ability users? I can dispatch them with a mere gesture. Let us head in and gauge their strength. If they are sensible enough to join us, we might spare their lives. If not, we'll kill and loot. The act of killing and looting was no stranger to him since the onset of the apocalypse, and he expressed this without a hint of guilt. His companions wore even broader smiles at his words. They drove the jeep directly into the service area, passing by the numerous corpses of zombies. They felt no surprise, only reinforcing their belief that there were indeed ability users present. Someone's coming, Chen Xian murmured, slowly opening his eyes. He had been absorbing the energy from the crystal cores when he suddenly heard the sound of the jeep outside. Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor drew near. Through the window, Chen Xian observed 5 individuals, 4 men and 1 woman, exiting the jeep. Remarkably, all 5 were ability users, wielding various weapons, all cold steel. How intriguing! A slight smile crept across Chen Xian's lips. Master, what should we do? Shall we eliminate them all? Lin Zixuan spoke, her voice laced with a murderous intent. Dog Emperor was already poised for action. Chen Xian chuckled lightly. Let us go down and take a look. These 5 seem rather interesting. With that, Chen Xian led the way downstairs, followed closely by Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor. Brother Long, look, someone's coming, Zhang Xiaohu pointed out, his voice rising with excitement. The group's gaze swiftly turned toward their left front, where they saw a man, a woman, and a large dog approaching. It appears these are the survivors. Zhang Dalong snorted derisively, his eyes reflecting disdain. A man and a woman? They seem rather unimpressive. However, that large dog warrants caution. It's likely mutated. Yet, I don't regard them as a threat. After all, we are 5 against 2 and ADOG'd. AS and SS level ability user. My strength far surpasses that of ordinary ability users. Otherwise, I wouldn't have so many subordinates following me. Kid, did you kill all these zombies? Zhang Dalong called out, his booming voice shattering the silence of the service area. Standing 5 or 6 meters in front of him, Chen Xian maintained a calm demeanor, chuckling softly as he nodded. Indeed. What's your issue? Zhang Dalong scoffed. You seem formidable. I'll offer you a chance to follow me. His tone was one of arrogance. However, Chen Xian merely smiled. What if I refuse? Refuse? Zhang Dalong's grin turned sinister. Refusal leads only to death. Behind him, several subordinates echoed mockingly. Exactly. Kid, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Brother Long is a second-tier ability user with S-level powers. He is destined to stand at the pinnacle of the world. Yes, it would be your honor to follow Brother Long. SS-level abilities? How intriguing, Chen Xian mused, though he found it insufficient to concern him. Chapter 50. The key to the ruins, is that so? My sincerest apologies, but I must decline. Chen Xian spoke calmly, his gaze unwavering. Zhang Dalong narrowed his eyes, a glint of murderous intent surfacing. Kid, it seems you truly wish to die. If that is the case, I shall grant your wish. It's a pity for the beautiful lady behind you. In that case, let us have our fun before killing you. His gaze flickered toward Lin Zixuan, who exuded an icy fury. The girl behind Chen Xian was a paragon of beauty and grace, especially with her cool demeanor, which made her all the more enticing. It wasn't just him. His subordinates shared similar thoughts, imagining how their boss would indulge in her before passing her around. Upon hearing their words, Lin Zixuan's eyes blazed with cold anger, reminiscent of the torment she had endured back in the warehouse. The memory of that pain rendered her breathless. The anger within her was on the verge of erupting. These scoundrels deserve to die. Chen Xian noticed Lin Zixuan's state and smiled gently. This fellow will be your responsibility. Thank you, master. Lin Zixuan replied coldly. Ever since the incident in the warehouse, she had become somewhat twisted inside. She could not tolerate such words and felt an overwhelming urge to tear them apart. Chen Xian's lips curled into a slight smile. Perfect timing to stretch your muscles. Let me witness your SS-level abilities. With that, he began to advance. Each step he took, though devoid of any power display, exuded immense pressure upon the group before him. This kid seems rather extraordinary, Zhang Dalong muttered coolly to his subordinates. You all, show him a taste of our strength. 4 first-tier ability users launched their attacks simultaneously, and he was confident that even if Chen Xian were exceptionally powerful, he would undoubtedly be no match for them. Yes, the others echoed in agreement. Following this, Li Yin gracefully stepped forward, a ball of flames coalescing in her hand. Kid, prepare to accept the baptism of fire. With that, a massive fireball hurtled towards Chen Xian. The searing flames illuminated the entire service area, radiating intense heat. Yet, in the face of this onslaught, Chen Xian merely scoffed, waving his hand dismissively as the countless flames before him suddenly began to freeze. The scorching fire solidified in an instant, layers of frost accumulating atop it. Witnessing this scene, the smiles on Zhang Dalong and the others' faces froze instantly, particularly for Li Yin, who initially thought her attack would easily subdue Chen Xian. But now, what the hell is this? It seems it's not as formidable as I thought. Chen Xian sneered, and the frozen flames transformed into a long spear, darting straight towards Li Yan with astonishing speed. Bang! In an instant, the spear pierced through Li Yan's body, and in the next moment, she fell lifelessly to the ground. Sister Yin, Xiaoyan, upon witnessing their teammate's demise. Zhang Dalong's eyes turned crimson, and the others were consumed by rage. Li Yin was the sole woman in their team, who had always shared a close bond with them. They never expected her to be killed by Chen Xian in a single blow. Kid, show mercy where mercy is due. You have killed my people. If I don't flay your skin and pull out your tendons today, I am not Zhang. Zhang Dalong glared at Chen Xian, his eyes ablaze. However, his threat was met with a mocking retort. Is that so? It seems you'll be changing your surname today. But never mind. You won't survive until the end of the day? So whether you change it or not is irrelevant. Chen Xian smirked, dismissing the opponent entirely. With such meager strength, did they truly think they could contend with him? Initially, Chen Xian had no intention of harming them. As long as they did not infringe upon his interests, he would have let them be. However, since they had taken the initiative to attack him, he naturally would show them no mercy. Very well. All of you, come at me. Zhang Dalong snorted coldly. The three individuals behind him launched their assaults simultaneously. Among them, one was an A-rank ability user with magnetic control, while the other two were B-rank ability users specializing in physical enhancement. Chen Xian merely cast a glance at the trio. Instantly, countless ice spikes surged towards them. Faced with the sudden barrage of ice spikes, the three were taken aback, scrambling to escape, only to find that the spikes seemed to possess a mind of their own, darting forth with incredible speed. They were utterly unable to evade. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of piercing filled the air as the ice spikes sliced through the bodies of the three subordinates, and they fell lifelessly to the ground. Three dead. Bewildered, overwhelmed with disbelief, Zhang Dalong stared at the scene before him, struggling to comprehend. They had arrived as a group of 5, and in the blink of an eye, he was the only one left. What was even more shocking was that Wang Xiaohu and the others had all been killed by a single blow from Chen Xian. This power was terrifying. Even Zhang Dalong himself could not achieve such feats. In that moment, he realized he had kicked a steel plate, a very hard one at that. Seems your subordinates are rather lacking. Chen Xian remarked with a smile, laced with mockery. Zhang Dalong felt his body weaken in fright, and he quickly clasped his hands together, saying, This young brother, we were in the wrong today. I beg you to show mercy and spare me. I promise to keep my distance from you from now on. Before the apocalypse began, he had been a petty criminal, honing his ability to bend and yield. However, he had miscalculated with Chen Xian. Regret? I'm afraid not. That I do not accept that. Chen Xian scoffed. I'm afraid I must decline. Just those few simple words tightened Zhang Dalong's heart. Aware of his disadvantage, he gritted his teeth and said, Wait a moment. I doubt I have something valuable to offer you. If I give it to you, can you spare my life? Zhang Dalong had no choice but to present his most prized possession in hopes of persuading Chen Xian to let him go. What is it? Chen Xian inquired. Intrigued, Zhang Dalong reluctantly produced a jade pendant from his bosom, its icy green hue indicating it was not an ordinary piece. If I give you this, will you spare my life? He held the jade pendant aloft. Speaking cautiously, he couldn't guarantee whether Chen Xian would recognize its worth, but it was indeed the only thing of significant value he possessed. Chen Xian's gaze shifted, and in that instant, his expression froze upon seeing the pendant. Waves of excitement surged within him as he realized. It is the relic key. This was indeed a relic key. Chen Xian's calm demeanor shattered as he recognized that the jade pendant was the key to unlocking a relic. Chapter 51. Unrighteous Conduct. After the apocalypse struck, the world was filled with various bizarre phenomena, abilities, zombies, evolution, and countless other occurrences. Relics also emerged during this tumultuous period. Each relic had an extraordinary origin, containing treasures beyond belief. Though they were also fraught with peril, the key in Zhang Dalong's possession was precisely the key to a relic, and judging by its shape, Chen Xian could surmise which relic it belonged to. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with excitement because this relic was the first to appear after the onset of the apocalypse, and it was renowned for its incredible opportunities. After the relic was opened many years ago, Chen Xian had heard reports that 3 ability users had entered it. Among them, 2 achieved the rank of 9th tier ability users, while the other reached 8th tier, exhibiting extraordinary prowess. One could only imagine the treasures hidden within that relic. However, due to Chen Xian's own modest strength at the time, he had not qualified to enter. Initially, few knew about the early relics, and later ones were primarily controlled by major military districts, making access exceedingly difficult. For someone like Chen Xian, who had relatively weak abilities and average talent, entering one was out of the question. Now, a complete relic key lay before him, and the relic would unlock in just 2 months. He could certainly enter. With this thought, a smile of joy crept across Chen Xian's face. All right, I agree. Chen Xian spoke. Zhang Dalong's expression brightened. Really? Of course, I always keep my promises. Chen Xian affirmed. In this apocalypse, what matters is the ability to follow through. Zhang Dalong, seeing the righteous expression on Chen Xian's face, gritted his teeth and said, All right, I trust you. With that, Zhang Dalong tossed the jade pendant into the AI art. As Chen Xian caught it, he felt its icy chill. The material was extraordinarily unique, not of this world. That's it. I'll take my leave now. Zhang Dalong glanced back at Chen Xian before turning to leave. As for the bodies of his fallen comrades, he had no intention of concerning himself with them. As long as he survived, he could always make a comeback. However, just as he was about to enter his vehicle and depart, he suddenly sensed a chilling aura behind him. He quickly dodged, and in the next moment, an ice spike crashed down onto his car, reducing it to rubble. Following this, a barrage of ice spikes rained down upon him. His eyes widened in shock as he felt an immense pressure. In an instant, Zhang Dalong activated his ability, causing his body to swell with power, muscles bulging, and his eyes filled with murderous intent. Boom! He threw a punch, shattering the countless ice spikes before him. Only a few spikes struck his body. One embedded itself a third of the way into his thigh, blood trickling down as he felt a chilling sensation. Gritting his teeth, he yanked the spike out, his face paling. He stared at Chen Xian, fury blazing in his eyes. You said you would spare my life. Zhang Dalong never imagined that Chen Xian would go back on his word in front of everyone. Yet, Chen Xian wore a mocking grin. In this apocalypse, you dare speak of integrity? Are you out of your mind? Integrity? What is that worth? Are you joking? Chen Xian knew that Zhang Dalong harbored resentment against him and was aware of the relic key's significance. If news of it spread, he would undoubtedly encounter trouble. Thus, Chen Xian had no intention of allowing him to leave alive. You? Zhang Dalong's rage boiled over, his eyes bloodshot. If looks could kill, Chen Xian would have been dead 1,000 times over at that moment. Very well, since it has come to this, I will drag you down with me. Zhang Dalong, realizing Chen Xian would not easily let him go, resolved that even in death, he would take Chen Xian with him. However, his words only drew laughter from Chen Xian. Drag me down with you? You think you're worthy? Bang! Zhang Dalong vanished from sight in an instant, his massive form descending from above, a punch infused with tremendous force. Chen Xian merely smirked, showing no sign of retreat. He had already guessed what Zhang Dalong's ability was. ANSS rank ability. Mighty King Kong Ape. There were many types of abilities that awakened, and each person's abilities were generally unique, but they could be categorized into several types: elemental, beast, enhancement, and mystical. In total, there were 4 major categories. The so-called elemental class refers to those who can manipulate elements. For instance, Chen Xian wields the ice element, Dog Emperor commands the thunder element, and Lin Zixuan governs the dark element. Naturally, elemental abilities vary in strength. For example, 2 individuals may both manipulate lightning, yet one might merely be B grade, while the other, like Dog Emperor with his purple sky divine thunder, is SSS grade. The disparity is indeed substantial. The enhancement class pertains to physical augmentation. In his past life, Chen Xian belonged to this category. This class is relatively commonplace, with few possessing terrifying abilities. The mysterious class, however, is quite extraordinary, encompassing those whose powers do not fall into the aforementioned categories, such as Chen Xian's plunder ability. As for the beast class abilities, they are quite formidable, albeit with a significant drawback. True power can only be unleashed after reaching level 4. At level 4, individuals with beast abilities can undergo a special evolution, awakening their true prowess. Chen Xian's Ice Dragon ability is particularly unique. It can manipulate ice elements and undergo special evolution after reaching level 4. In fact, Chun Xian is quite curious about the evolution of his ice dragon ability at level 4. For it is an ancient ice dragon, surely a fearsome entity. However, prior to level 4, beast abilities are not as potent as one might imagine. Thus, when confronted with Zhang Dalong's assault, Chun Xian merely stood his ground, conjuring an ice wall before him. With a resounding crash, Zhang Dalong's formidable fist struck the ice wall, emitting a terrifying sound. Yet, contrary to expectations, the ice wall did not shatter. It merely developed a fine crack, barely visible unless one looked closely. In an instant, Zhang Dalong panicked. He had not held back with that punch, expending all his strength, yet he could not even break through an ice wall. This is absurd. With such meager power, you dare to drag me down with you? It seems you are rather overestimating yourself. A slight smirk curved Chun Xian's lips, revealing a hint of amusement. Gazing upon his enigmatic smile, Zhang Dalong suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, an ominous premonition washing over him. In the blink of an eye, the ice wall vanished, transforming into a spear that hurtled towards Zhang Dalong. The spear, forged from the most frigid ice, moved with astonishing speed, leaving even the second-tier ability user Zhang Dalong unable to react. In a frenzy, he attempted to flee but found no escape. The spear pierced through his thigh, causing him to collapse to the ground with a thud, blood gushing forth. The blood that flowed emitted a chilling aura. Observing the bleeding Zhang Dalong, Chun Xian fell into deep contemplation. What if I were to refine some venom into a weapon? Would that yield even better results? He stroked his chin, his gaze reflecting deep thought. If I were to forge a spear from venom, once my opponent is wounded, the venom would instantly meld into their bloodstream. At that point, not only would their strength drastically diminish, but if the toxicity were potent enough, they might even perish. As this thought took root, Chun Xian became increasingly convinced of its feasibility. It seems prudent to stockpile some poison in my spatial ring for future use. The efficacy would undoubtedly be exceptional. As for whether this would be deemed unfair, inviting ridicule from others, Chun Xian remained utterly unconcerned. In a post-apocalyptic world, survival is paramount. Those who live on need not fear mockery. However, Chun Xian's mutterings instilled terror in Zhang Dalong, who beheld the demon before him. In that moment, he comprehended that his strength was incomparably inferior to Chun Xian's. Should the latter choose to do so, he could easily extinguish Zhang Dalong's life. In a sudden bout of desperation, he bowed deeply towards Chun Xian, pleading, "Please, spare me. I was wrong. I truly regret my actions." Yet, Chun Xian merely scoffed. "It appears you still fail to grasp why I would wish to end your life. Since that is the case, allow me to enlighten you. In this world of despair, any threat you pose to me, no matter how slight, ensures that you shall not live." With a mere thought, Chun Xian summoned several spears, which brutally pinned Zhang Dalong's limbs to the ground. The ice spears were immensely solid. Even a second-tier beast ability user, renowned for their strength like the mighty golden ape, could not break free. Indeed, every attempt to escape would only intensify the agony. "I leave him in your capable hands," Chun Xian remarked, casting a glance at Lin Zixuan with a smile. "Thank you, Master," Lin Zixuan responded, her gratitude evident as she approached Zhang Dalong. Knife in hand, she had not forgotten his earlier words, vowing to ensure he faced dire consequences. Moreover, Zhang Dalong had dared to provoke her master. In this world, Chun Xian was akin to a deity in her eyes. To provoke a deity is to invite punishment. Soon, the service area echoed with piercing screams and desperate pleas for mercy. Yet, it was not for her to spare him, but rather for her to end his suffering swiftly. In matters of torment, Lin Zixuan was undoubtedly of a sadistic caliber. She first severed his third leg, then proceeded to relish in the slow torture. Both psychologically and physically, the suffering was immense. Such a level of torment was beyond what a petty thug like Zhang Dalong could withstand. Even with a will of steel, he likely could not endure. "All done, Master." Half an hour later, Lin Zixuan returned, the scent of blood heavy upon her. Chun Xian glanced at Zhang Dalong, now a mangled sight, and felt a shiver run through him. "This K. Truly impressive, Zixuan. You are already quite terrifying. All right, let us depart and return to our room for rest. We shall set off at dawn." "Understood." The night was still dark as the trio returned to their quarters to continue their rest. After eliminating Zhang Dalong and his 5 companions, they had gleaned numerous crystals from their remains. 23 second-tier crystals, and 321st-tier crystals. Clearly, they had amassed these over a considerable period, though a significant portion had been acquired through bloodshed. Ultimately, all of it now belonged to Chen Xian. Placing the crystals into his spatial ring, Chen Xian sat cross-legged and retrieved a jade pendant. This relic key was the most precious possession. The unique material felt cold to the touch and possessed a calming effect on the mind. He recalled that the site of this relic was supposedly at Tianqi Mountain, roughly 300 miles from Subei City. Being the first relic, no one had been aware of its existence until now. Only those possessing the relic key could sense its call within 10 days prior to its unveiling, while others remained oblivious. Holding the relic key, Chen Xian pondered deeply. As the inaugural relic to be unlocked, its existence had been shrouded in mystery. Only those with the key could feel its summoning. Thus, Tianqi Mountain was free from military intervention, making the opportunities within it among the most formidable of all relics. Although he was uncertain how many had obtained the relic keys, initially, 5 had entered the relic, and 3 emerged later. Given that it was the first relic, the history surrounding it had been thoroughly documented, and Chen Xian recalled it well. The 3 who emerged had become top-tier powers, highlighting the terrifying nature of the Tianqi Mountain relic. However, since the opportunities within this relic were so formidable, it would be of no concern to those 3. A confident smile graced Chen Xian's lips, his eyes shimmering with determination. In this life, with his involvement, he would ensure that the treasures within the relic would not be bestowed upon them. The most effective strategy would be to eliminate them all, claiming the treasures for himself. Furthermore, now that he possessed the key, there was no need to worry about entering. First, he would deal with the Bloodvine in Lin family village, then prepare to venture towards the relic at Tianqi Mountain. Resolute in his decision, Chen Xian's spirits lifted considerably. After a night of rest, dawn broke, sunlight streaming through the window as Chen Xian and his companions prepared to depart. Following a night of absorbing crystal energy, Lin Zixuan had fully absorbed her second-tier crystal, significantly enhancing her abilities and bringing her closer to breaking through to the second tier. Once again riding on Dog Emperor, the trio made their way toward Lin family village. Throughout the journey, Lin Zixuan practiced her manipulation of abilities, honing her strength. It must be said, her attainment as a 9th-tier ability user was not solely due to hard work. Her innate talent was astonishing. In just a few days, she had grown remarkably adept in her usage of abilities. As they traveled, the distance to Lin family village diminished. After years of absence, Lin Zixuan found herself unable to recognize much of the surrounding scenery, as the zombies had ravaged numerous structures. Nonetheless, the familiar feelings remained, an undeniable nostalgia lingering in her heart. Approaching home evoked a sense of trepidation, making her hesitant to inquire about the state of her parents. "Master, that is Lin family village. We have arrived." In the distance lay a quaint mountain village, Lin family village. The trio swiftly entered the village's territory. Chen Xian observed the vast, desolate settlement, the streets devoid of human presence. Shortly after entering, over 20 villagers emerged, wielding hoes, sickles, and various weapons. "Who are you? What brings you to Lin family village?" The elder at the forefront demanded sternly. Gazing at the imposing dog, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Yet, as the village chief, Lin Yuanshan knew he must stand firm. In the next moment, Chen Xian and Lin Zixuan leaped down from Dog Emperor. "Uncle Yuanshan, it's me, Zixuan." Lin Zixuan's clear voice rang out, capturing Lin Yuanshan's attention. The elder's eyes widened in recognition. "Is that you, Zixuan?" The villagers behind him also began to realize her identity. Although Lin Zixuan seldom returns to her hometown, her prosperous career and affluent family in the city have made her the object of envy among the villagers. Previously, they sought to curry favor with her parents. "Zixuan, why have you come back?" Lin Yuanshan stammered, his words laced with a tremor that betrayed an inexplicable emotion. "Uncle Yuanshan, where are my parents? Where are they?" Lin Zixuan's voice rang out, prompting the villagers of Linjia village to exchange furtive glances, their heads bowing in shame. Lin Yuanshan's expression was conflicted before a faint smile graced his face. "Your parents? They are gathering provisions on the back mountain. It serves as our granary. The world has changed, and we in Linjia village must stockpile some grain." After his explanation, more than 20 villagers eagerly chimed in. Yes, Zixuan, your parents are on the back mountain. Indeed, in these times, one must hoard grain." "Absolutely." The chorus of voices, however, failed to assuage Lin Zixuan's unease. Among the crowd, only Chen Xian narrowed his eyes, sensing the underlying tension. Yet he remained silent, curious to see what antics they would devise. Zixuan, the sky is darkening. How about you and your friends stay in the village for the night? Tomorrow, I will take you to the back mountain to see your parents. What do you say? Lin Yuanshan suggested with a smile. All right. Lin Zixuan glanced at Chen Xian, who offered no objections, and she nodded in agreement. That night, the trio, 2 humans and a dog, resided in Lin Zixuan's ancestral home. Years ago, when her family was affluent, they invested significantly in renovating the old house, which had sparked envy among many villagers. The house was a 3-story villa, with modern furnishings and decor still in pristine condition. Master, I feel something is amiss. Lin Zixuan suddenly voiced her suspicions within the room. From the moment she entered Linjia village, an unsettling atmosphere had enveloped her. From the village chief to the common folk, their gazes held an inexplicable intensity, as if they regarded her as prey. Chen Xian chuckled lightly, casting his gaze out the window. Oh, not worry. They will not stir up any storm. Why tonight? The truth will reveal itself. Tonight? Lin Zixuan remained silent, absorbing the energy from her crystal core. Uncle, why has Zixuan returned with a wild man? A robust young man spoke up in the village chief's residence. His name was Lin Zhan, the nephew of Lin Yuanshan. Within the room, 7 or 8 villagers fixated their intense stares on Lin Yuanshan. Humph! Just in time for the tree god to require a sacrifice. Their arrival is fortuitous. And even that dog will surely please the tree god, Lin Zhan declared, a glint of fervor flashing in the eyes of the villagers at the mention of the tree god. Bow them. The tree god was their village's guardian spirit. As long as it existed, Linjia village would remain safe. But that man seems formidable, especially with that large dog. We may not stand a chance against them. Lin Zhan voiced his apprehension. Although he had never faced Chen Xian, he sensed the man's exceptional prowess, especially with a dog of such imposing size. Lin Yuanshan confidently produced a packet of powdered sedative. Fear not, with this, no matter who they are, they will sleep soundly tonight. As the villagers observed the potent sedative in Lin Yuanshan's hand, smiles spread across their faces. Indeed, with this powerful sedative, it matters not who Chen Xian is. He will remain in slumber. After all, Lin Zixuan's parents had met their demise through this very drug. Resolute, they began their preparations. An hour later, a series of urgent knocks echoed outside Chen Xian's door. Lin Zixuan awakened from her meditation, glanced at the composed Chen Xian, and then stepped outside to open the door. Standing at the threshold was Lin Yuanshan, flanked by over 20 villagers. Zixuan, after such a long journey with your friend, you must be hungry and wearied. I've had the villagers prepare chicken soup for you. It's made from our village's chickens, absolutely fresh. Come, do try it, Lin Yuanshan said cheerfully, signaling to Lin Zhan and another villager to bring in the soup. The chicken soup, rich in color and aroma, wafted an enticing fragrance that made one salivate. In such a post-apocalyptic world, savoring a bowl of chicken soup was akin to a rare treasure for ordinary folks. As Chen Xian approached the table, a slight smirk graced his lips. Such a delectable chicken soup. I truly appreciate your kindness. There's no need for formality. As Zixuan's friend, you are a distinguished guest of Linjia village. Please, enjoy it while it's hot, Lin Yuanshan urged, his smile unwavering. Indeed, such a delicious chicken soup, do savor it. Yes. The villagers behind Lin Yuanshan echoed their encouragement, eager for Chen Xian to indulge. With a grin, Chen Xian picked up a bowl of chicken soup, and just as everyone anticipated him to drink, he calmly approached Lin Zhan. I am not particularly fond of soup. Please, allow me to serve you. With that, Chen Xian seized Lin Zhan by the neck and began to force the soup down his throat. Lin Zhan panicked, desperately trying to escape. Yet, his strength was no match for Chen Xian's, and he was rendered as helpless as a chick, powerless against Chen Xian's forceful onslaught of soup. Once the soup was consumed, Chen Xian casually tossed Lin Zhan to the ground. The other villagers stood frozen, shock etched on their faces. What are you doing? We invited you to enjoy our chicken soup. What is the meaning of this? Lin Yuanshan exclaimed, a mixture of astonishment and fury. Chen Xian's cold laughter pierced the air. Good intentions? Is that so? As Lin Zhan's head lolled to the side, he succumbed to sleep, the potent sedative taking swift effect. Seeing Lin Zhan's state, Lin Yuanshan and the villagers fell into a state of disarray. "Is this what you call good intentions?" Qin Xian mocked, his gaze laced with derision. "Uncle Yuanshan, where are my parents?" Lin Zixuan's eyes turned icy as she pressed for answers. "Your parents? Ha ha ha. They have become nourishment for the tree god. It is their honor." Lin Yuanshan's eyes gleamed with a frenzied light. Lin Zixuan's pupils constricted at his words. Her parents were dead? Only Qin Xian remained unfazed, having long suspected that Lin Zixuan's parents had been offered to the Bloodvine. The villagers of Linjia village were undoubtedly under its influence, though their malevolence was inherent. "I leave their handling to you." With that, Qin Xian patted Lin Zixuan's shoulder and calmly retreated into the room. Outside, a cacophony of desperate screams and pleas soon filled the air, yet no one responded. To Lin Zixuan, with her parents gone, victims of these villagers, there was no longer a reason for their existence. Better for them to perish. As dawn broke, a nauseating stench of blood wafted through the air. The ground was awash with blood, the entire Linjia village lying in ruin, not a soul left alive. "Let us go to the back mountain," Qin Xian declared, not even glancing at the lifeless bodies. To him, such scenes were commonplace in this apocalyptic world. The immediate priority was to seek out the Bloodvine, which held great potential for him. Okay. Lin Zixuan followed closely behind without hesitation. The two made their way toward the back mountain, encountering not a single living creature along their path. Not even a small animal could be seen. This was the terror of the Bloodvine. If Qin Xian's suspicions were correct, there likely weren't any survivors within a 10-mile radius. Having consumed so many lives, the Bloodvine's rate of evolution was certainly formidable. However, Qin Xian felt no fear. Rather, an undercurrent of excitement surged within him. If he could absorb this Bloodvine, it would greatly enhance his strength, potentially unlocking special abilities as well. Thus, the Bloodvine was an essential acquisition for him. "Here we are. This is the back mountain." But, Lin Zixuan observed, astonished at the desolation surrounding them. Not even a blade of grass appeared to thrive. Qin Xian narrowed his eyes. "Let us move. It seems that creature has been feeding rapidly." With that, he quickened his pace. Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan, though uncertain of Qin Xian's words, followed obediently. Not long after, they were taken aback by the sight before them. At the peak of the back mountain stood a colossal vine tree, its numerous branches lush and vibrant. This tree towered over them at over 20 meters. And more peculiarly, it was not green, but blood-red as the wind blew. The vine tree swayed ominously. Upon seeing it, Lin Zixuan's expression grew grave, while Dog Emperor sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from it, causing its fur to bristle and its spirit to tense. With a slight smile, Qin Xian remarked, "At last, we have arrived. This is what I came for." Did it truly reach the third tier? Such remarkable speed. As Qin Xian approached, he discovered that this Bloodvine had indeed attained the level of the third tier, a palpable aura of sanguine ferocity enveloping it. The vine seemed to sense the presence of Qin Xian and his companions, and the previously tranquil tendrils began to move. "You two, step back. I shall confront this creature personally." Observing the vine before him, a slight smile graced Qin Xian's lips, his eyes glimmering with fierce determination. Since his rebirth, his power had surged rapidly, yet he had never fully unleashed his strength. The Dog Emperor and the Corpse Tide had proven insufficiently formidable to compel him to exert himself to the fullest. However, this Bloodvine, exceedingly troublesome and possessing alarming vitality, presented the perfect opportunity to test his combat prowess. Upon hearing Qin Xian's command, the Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan exchanged glances, their hesitation vanishing as they retreated slightly, distancing themselves from the fray to observe quietly. Boom! As they withdrew, a gigantic tendril of the Bloodvine lunged toward Qin Xian, carrying with it an overwhelming pressure. Qin Xian, undeterred, swiftly drew his extreme cold sword. Just as the tendril was about to make contact, the sword's edge glimmered, and a chilling sword aura sliced through the air, cleaving the tendril in two. Thud. In an instant, the tendril fell to the ground, and the Bloodvine recoiled in pain, its elongated limbs retracting hastily. Yet, Qin Xian's strike had incited the wrath of the Bloodvine. It was the first time it had been injured. In a flash, the entire mount trembled as the Bloodvine seemed poised to uproot itself. Countless tendrils surged forth like tentacles, launching towards Qin Xian. The sight of the blood-red vines was daunting, even from several dozen meters away. Lin Zixuan and the Dog Emperor felt a chill of terror. Nevertheless, Chen Xian remained composed. "Are you angered? Perfect. Let me gauge your strength." With that, Chen Xian's figure flickered, vanishing from his position and leaping into the air. An ice bridge formed beneath his feet, redirecting the tendrils towards him. Boom! Just as the blood-red tendrils were about to collide with Chen Xian, a formidable ice wall materialized to intercept them. However, the Bloodvine's assault was powerful. Even the ice wall, as strong as it was, began to crack under the strain, fissures spreading across its surface. Boom! With a second impact, the ice wall shattered. Yet, instead of retreating, Chen Xian advanced, charging directly at the Bloodvine. Only by slaying this Bloodvine could the tendrils be severed. The Bloodvine, sensing Chen Xian's intent, became alarmed, and it unleashed a flurry of writhing vines to obstruct his advance. "Block me? You are not worthy." Chen Xian's lips curled upward slightly, and then a terrifying aura erupted from him. Absolute Domain. The moment Absolute Domain was activated, the Bloodvine's strength was drastically suppressed. Its attack, defense, and speed all plummeted by 40%, a staggering reduction. The Bloodvine's power waned even more than that. Although Chen Xian's Absolute Domain could only last for 1 minute, it was ample time for someone of his caliber, with the Bloodvine's attack speed halved. Even Lin Zixuan and the Dog Emperor could perceive the sluggishness, as if time itself had slowed. However, they were unaware of the exact nature of this phenomenon. Chen Xian, with a light step, leapt forward. Arriving at the Bloodvine's front, the vine attempted to unleash its tendril attacks, but Chen Xian's lips curved into a smirk. Soul Impact. Once his soul manipulation ability reached the 3rd tier, Chen Xian could initiate a soul attack. Being an SSS-level ability, its potency was naturally formidable. This was Chen Xian's first attempt at using Soul Impact, and he was uncertain of its strength in an instant. As the ability activated, the Bloodvine convulsed in agony, its attacking tendrils collapsing helplessly to the ground. Soul attacks differ from physical ones. They strike directly at the soul, making them nearly impossible to defend against. Unless one's mental fortitude is exceptionally strong or one is adequately prepared, resisting such an assault is exceedingly difficult. While the Bloodvine possessed remarkable vitality, its mental defenses were weak, offering no resistance against Chen Xian's soul attack. Especially amplified by the Absolute Domain, that moment, the Bloodvine's power was at its nadir. An opportune moment for Chen Xian. Ice Meteor. In a flash, countless ice spikes rained down from the sky, overwhelming in number and blanketing the entire mountaintop. Lin Zixuan and the Dog Emperor, sensing the dread of the ice meteors, could not help but reveal expressions of astonishment. The sheer ferocity of Chen Xian's attack was breathtaking, unleashing an astonishing force. Thunderous roars echoed as innumerable ice spikes struck the Bloodvine. It was important to note that the Bloodvine, already reeling from the effects of Chen Xian's soul attack and Absolute Domain, had its defenses severely compromised. Under this assault, the Bloodvine endured immense suffering. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Chen Xian moved like a specter, advancing toward the Bloodvine. Strike the serpent. One must target its heart. And the Bloodvine was no exception. Its weakness lay in its roots, which was why it had been so adamant in thwarting Chen Xian's approach. Once he drew near, its roots would be in peril. With the extreme cold sword in hand, seizing the moment while the Bloodvine was weakened and distracted, Chen Xian reached its roots. This Bloodvine had devoured countless flesh and blood, exuding an overwhelmingly sinister aura. Die! Chen Xian's extreme cold sword gleamed with a chilling light as it slashed through the roots of the Bloodvine, severing it in two. Ordinary weapons could never inflict such devastating harm, nor could they leave a mark on the Bloodvine. Yet, the extreme cold sword was different, truly capable of slicing through iron like mud. Whoosh! The sword cleaved the Bloodvine from its roots, causing the once vibrant tendrils to wither instantly, a wave of sanguine essence spreading through the air as a pool of blood formed on the ground. The roots embedded in the earth began to wither rapidly until they vanished completely. Witnessing this, a smile crept onto Chen Xian's face, his eyes glimmering with satisfaction. It's done. The Bloodvine was utterly deceased, beyond resurrection. Once a creature of formidable vitality, it had met its match in Chen Xian, a man who not only knew its weaknesses but possessed terrifying strength. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xian swiftly began to gather the remains of the Bloodvine. This Bloodvine was extraordinarily precious, truly deserving of the description, a treasure trove. Most notably, the essence of the blood vine. Its refined blood was the most invaluable. After absorbing countless flesh and blood, it had distilled this essence, representing its very quintessence. 1 drop, 2 drops, a total of 23 drops of essence. Astonishing. Chen Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. The energy contained within these 23 drops was nothing short of terrifying. He estimated that his ice dragon ability could ascend to the 4th tier, thus completing its evolution. Thoughts of the legendary dragon power filled him with exhilaration. True dragon power. Beast-type abilities only revealed their true might beyond the 4th tier, and he was eager to discover just how formidable he would become at that level. After securing the essence, Chen Xian turned his gaze back to the blood vine. Every part of this blood vine was a treasure. He also stored its body within his spatial ring. This material could serve as an excellent resource for weapon crafting. Lastly, he considered the blood vine's roots. Though they had withered following its death, they remained the most precious component aside from the essence. With these roots, there was a chance to cultivate a new blood vine. However, given Chen Xian's current circumstances, that was beyond his means in the future. Should an opportunity arise, he could potentially nurture a new blood vine. After finishing the battlefield cleanup, Chen Xian felt elated. In this confrontation, he had unleashed his full combat potential, and even a creature as powerful as the blood vine had fallen swiftly. Chen Xian was thoroughly pleased with his strength. Furthermore, with the essence from the blood vine, he would soon break through to the 4th tier and evolve his dragon power. Master, are you unscathed? Upon the battle's conclusion, Lin Zixuan and the Dog Emperor hurried over, concern evident in their eyes. Chen Xian smiled gently, his expression betraying no hint of injury. Fear not, I am fine. Let us return. Yes, Lin Zixuan replied with respect. The two mounted the Dog Emperor, heading towards Lin Family Village. That moment, the vicinity of Lin Family Village lay eerily silent, devoid of any living beings as night fell. Here are 3 drops of blood vine essence. 2 for the Dog Emperor, 1 for Zixuan. Use them to strive for an early breakthrough. Chen Xian produced the 3 drops of essence and distributed them to his companions. With her current 1st-tier strength, Lin Zixuan could utilize a single drop to ascend to the 2nd tier. As for the Dog Emperor, still some distance from the 4th tier, the 2 drops would nearly elevate it to the peak of the 3rd tier. Feeling the terrifying energy within the essence in Chen Xian's hand, both Lin Zixuan and the Dog Emperor displayed expressions of astonishment. Lin Zixuan calmly accepted her share, her thoughts singularly focused on improving her strength to assist her master as soon as possible. The Dog Emperor, with an endearing demeanor, approached Chen Xian, wagging its tail and affectionately licking his thigh, nuzzling against him in a display of fondness. Following this, it cast a proud glance at Lin Zixuan before giving her a disdainful eye roll. Though no words were spoken, the air of arrogance was unmistakable. See, the master loves me most. It gleefully tucked away its 2 drops of essence, reveling in its perceived superiority. Chen Xian shot the Dog Emperor an exasperated glance. Truly, this creature was a dog through and through. Chapter 56, 4th Tier, Ice Dragon Ability. After the Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan exited the room, Chen Xian sat cross-legged, retrieving the 20 drops of essence. A surge of excitement bubbling within him. Without the slightest hesitation, he relinquished his mind and absorbed the energy within the essence of blood. A tremendous surge of energy flowed directly into Chen Xian's body, all of which was devoted to enhancing his Ice Dragon ability. The Ice Dragon ability, being both elemental and beast-like in nature, was extraordinarily formidable, now on the verge of breaking through to the 4th tier. The Ice Dragon ability was poised for evolution akin to that of a beast-like power. As for the nature of this evolution, Chen Xian remained uncertain. Yet, a vague premonition lingered within him, suggesting that the evolved Ice Dragon ability would bestow upon him a significant surprise. Energy continuously surged into Chen Xian's body. Although his pace of absorption was rapid, the sheer volume of the essence made this a protracted endeavor. Time trickled by, from night to day, and back to night. 2 days later, Lin Zixuan emerged from her room. With her high ponytail swaying, clad in knee-high boots, a black short-sleeve top paired with black jeans, her icy visage bore no hint of warmth at this moment. She was markedly different from 2 days prior. Finally having broken through to the 2nd tier, she marveled at the sheer strength it conferred. She murmured to herself, her eyes radiating confidence. Following her breakthrough, Her prowess had experienced a substantial enhancement. It is worth noting that each incremental rise in SSS level abilities is already terrifying, compounded by the fact that Lin Zixuan had absorbed the essence of blood vines, which cleansed her physical form and significantly augmented her strength. At present, she felt capable of contending even against a third-tier ability user, barring the likes of Chun Xian, who was an anomaly. Woof! As Lin Zixuan approached Chun Xian's door, she heard the bark of the Dog Emperor. The 2 drops of essence consumed by the Dog Emperor had been absorbed swiftly, completing its process 2 hours before Lin Zixuan, and its strength had ascended to the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, only requiring a period of consolidation to break through to the 4th tier. For a mutated beast like the Dog Emperor, the 4th tier represented a formidable threshold, hence it could not rush the process. Lin Zixuan cast a sidelong glance at it, then calmly stood by, awaiting Chun Xian's emergence. The pair, one human and one dog, stood together. However, the Dog Emperor felt a twinge of jealousy towards Lin Zixuan. After all, had it not been for her presence, it would have been the sole companion of its master. Yet since Lin Zixuan's arrival, she frequently usurped its affection. Noticing the Dog Emperor's haughty gaze, Lin Zixuan let out a light scoff. "What's wrong, silly dog? Are you feeling defiant?" Her calm words reached the Dog Emperor, which, though incapable of human speech, understood her perfectly. Lin Zixuan's tone only served to irritate it further. Woof! The Dog Emperor barked fiercely twice. After all, it possessed SSS-level abilities and was a 3rd-tier ability user. Thus it naturally did not fear Lin Zixuan in terms of strength. "Silly dog, if that's the case, how about we have a spar?" Lin Zixuan proposed, clearly with her own intentions. Having just broken through to the 2nd tier, her strength had significantly increased, and she sought to test her capabilities. This silly dog was the perfect candidate. After all, Chun Xian's might was overwhelmingly fearsome. Not to mention a spar, she suspected she would be easily defeated by her master. Moreover, Lin Zixuan was reluctant to engage Chun Xian, even knowing she could not harm him. But the Dog Emperor was different. This silly dog had always been somewhat discontent with her, and it was high time she showed it a thing or two. Though Lin Zixuan might not be its equal, she was certainly not one to be easily vanquished. Woof! The Dog Emperor barked in agreement, quickly adopting a serious demeanor, preparing for battle. Despite its usual arrogance, during combat, it never relaxed its focus. Aware that Lin Zixuan was not as strong as it nevertheless maintained a battle-ready stance. Lin Zixuan wasted no time. A swirl of dark matter materialized before her. Dark prison. In the next moment, the Dog Emperor found itself ensnared within a sphere of darkness. The power of this prison far exceeded any previously manifested by Lin Zixuan, as her abilities had grown considerably following her breakthrough. Yet the Dog Emperor, unperturbed by such an attack, snorted disdainfully, unleashing a strike of purple lightning that struck the dark prison. In an instant, the prison dissipated. Though formidable, the dark prison could not contain the Dog Emperor, whose strength was incomparable to that of an ordinary 3rd-tier ability user. Once freed, the Dog Emperor vanished from sight, only to reappear before Lin Zixuan in the next heartbeat. Bolstered by the power of the Divine Thunder, its speed was astonishing. Lin Zixuan was momentarily startled but quickly steadied her resolve, using her dark powers to defend while preparing to counterattack. The battle between the two was fierce. Although Lin Zixuan's strength was inferior to that of the Dog Emperor, her abilities proved to be quite troublesome. With Nightfall enhancing her powers threefold, she managed to exchange blows with the Dog Emperor. However, the Dog Emperor's mood soured. As a 3rd-tier canine monarch, it found it humiliating to struggle against a mere 2nd-tier ability user. The conflict between the human and the dog raged on for a solid half-hour. Suddenly, a violent tremor emanated from Chun Xian's room, followed by an overwhelming aura. In unison, both combatants ceased their skirmish. The master was on the cusp of a breakthrough. They dared not let their battle disrupt Chun Xian's ascension. Thus they positioned themselves obediently on either side of the door as guardians. However, the Dog Emperor's perception of Lin Zixuan shifted subtly, and no longer did it regard her with disdain. Instead, it viewed her with newfound respect. It recognized that this woman was truly fearless, recklessly so. Not only were her abilities formidable and exceedingly troublesome, but her approach to combat was akin to that of a madwoman, willing to risk her life in the fray. Who could withstand such a strategy? Even the Dog Emperor found it daunting. The atmosphere within the room grew increasingly intense, reaching a pinnacle of dread. Standing outside, both Lin Zixuan and the Dog Emperor instinctively felt an urge to kneel. Their eyes filled with trepidation. An hour later, the room was enveloped in frost, resembling an ice cellar. The internal temperature plummeted even lower than that of a typical ice cellar. Chen Xian slowly opened his eyes. After 2 full days and nights, instead of appearing fatigued, his gaze was vibrant, sparkling with energy, and his face bore a smile. He had finally broken through. His Ice Dragon ability had reached the 4th tier. Is this the true power of the Ice Dragon ability? It was utterly terrifying. As he reveled in the energy coursing through him, Chen Xian felt a surge of excitement. This was the genuine strength of the Ice Dragon ability. Chapter 57, Dragon Transformation. After breaking through to the 4th tier, Chen Xian's true potential was unveiled. He had not anticipated such a remarkable evolution. Chen Xian murmured to himself, a hint of disbelief in his eyes, as the magnitude of this evolution left him astounded. Following the evolution of the Ice Dragon ability, he awakened new capabilities. 1. Dragon Transformation. Attaining aspects of a dragon's form and power. Upon invoking Dragon Transformation, Chen Xian would possess the strength of a dragon and his body would undergo a transformation, embodying a semi-dragon state. The effects of Dragon Transformation would intensify with his growing strength, at present. When Chen Xian activated Dragon Transformation, he maintained a human form yet possessed the physique of a dragon, commonly referred to as a semi-dragon state. His power experienced a monumental shift, increasing 5-fold in strength, speed, and defense. Naturally, maintaining this semi-dragon form consumed significant energy. If exerted to its fullest, it could be sustained for about 3 minutes. While 3 minutes may seem brief, the augmentation provided by Dragon Transformation was astounding, enabling him to overpower even 5th-tier ability users purely through sheer strength. Moreover, as Chen Xian's power escalated, the duration of this transformation would extend, and the enhancements would become even more formidable. 2. Dragon Wings. Gaining the wings of a dragon, allowing for aerial flight. This ability may appear unremarkable at first glance, but it is, in fact, a profoundly terrifying capability. Flight is typically reserved for 9th-tier ability users, yet Chen Xian, merely at the 4th tier, could soar through the skies, significantly amplifying his speed and providing an escape route in times of peril. It was a truly invaluable asset. 3. Dragon Might. The true pressure of a dragon, capable of inducing dizziness in adversaries when summoned. Unlike soul shocks, Dragon Might has a broader range of effect, constituting an area attack. Now, under Chen Xian's command, it could influence all within a 30-meter radius. The most significant advantage of possessing Dragon Might was that Chen Xian could entirely disregard concerns of area attacks. Even when faced with hundreds or thousands of foes, activating Dragon Might, coupled with Ice Meteor, would obliterate them in an instant. Such extensive destructive power was undeniably terrifying. 4. Dragon Language. Mastery of the Dragon Tongue. Dragon Transformation, Dragon Wings, Dragon Might, Dragon Language. He had nearly acquired all the powers of the Dragon Clan. It was utterly extraordinary. Chen Xian's expression reflected his astonishment. These abilities surpassed his expectations. He had anticipated that a breakthrough to the 4th tier would yield an evolution. Yet he had not foreseen the extent of its transformation. With a mere thought, Chen Xian's body underwent Dragon Transformation. His hands morphed into razor-sharp dragon claws, covered in a layer of shimmering scales that gleamed with ice, yet were incredibly resilient. Not only did this augment his defensive capabilities to their maximum, but the strength of his claws exceeded his expectations. While not quite on par with the extreme cold sword, they were not far off. In fact, should his strength continue to rise, the hardness of his dragon claws might soon surpass that of the extreme cold sword. In the next moment, a pair of crystalline wings sprouted from his back. With a mere thought, he commanded the wings to flap, effortlessly levitating in the air. These dragon wings consumed minimal energy, allowing for prolonged use and exceptional combat effectiveness. After transforming into a dragon, my strength, speed, and defensive capabilities have increased by more than 5-fold, elevating my power to its zenith. With such formidable might alone, I could very well overpower an ordinary 5th-tier ability user. Should I further augment this with Dragon Wings, Dragon Might, along with my absolute domain and soul-capturing abilities, I might even be able to slay a 6th-tier powerhouse, or perhaps even contend with a 7th-tier adept. As Chen Xian stroked his chin, He silently assessed his own strength. In his previous life, he had only reached the 5th tier, never having encountered more powerful ability users. The true capabilities of a 7th-tier individual remained somewhat ambiguous to him. Nevertheless, with the plethora of techniques at his disposal, it seemed improbable that an ordinary 7th-tier expert could match him. Even with the chance to relive his life, Chen Xian couldn't suppress his excitement. A month into the apocalypse, his power had surged beyond anyone's expectations. Now, he found himself eagerly contemplating the limits of his potential. Should the Ice Dragon ability attain the 9th tier one day? And should the other abilities he absorbed also rise to that level, wielding several 9th-tier powers, who could stand against him? The thought exhilarated him. Reverting from his dragon form and retracting his wings, Chen Xian's gaze fell upon the language of dragons. Upon acquiring this skill, he instantly grasped the language used for communication among dragons. Yet, with the newfound ability, his curiosity deepened. Did dragons truly exist in this world? Logically, dragons should only exist within the realms of myth and legend, mere figments of imagination. However, with the onset of the apocalypse and the emergence of various bizarre phenomena, it was entirely possible that dragons were real. In his previous life, he had never heard of any sightings of dragons, but perhaps he would have the chance to encounter one in the future. The thought of taming a dragon was undeniably thrilling. With such musings, Chen Xian felt a sense of exhilaration. If he could tame a dragon, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. He chuckled softly and stepped out of his room. Master, woof woof. Upon seeing Chen Xian emerge, Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor exchanged excited glances, standing on either side. They both sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Chen Xian. Even without him intentionally releasing it, the sheer ferocity of his presence was enough to send shivers down their spines. Chen Xian nodded, his gaze sweeping over Lin Zixuan. Indeed, you've broken through to the 2nd tier. Keep up the good work. Hearing Chen Xian's praise, a hint of color returned to Lin Zixuan's previously indifferent expression. She may not have cared for others' opinions, but Chen Xian's words held significant weight in her heart. Rest assured, Master, I will strive to enhance my strength. Chen Xian replied affirmatively. Meanwhile, Dog Emperor barked twice, proudly showcasing his own abilities. Although he had not yet reached the 4th tier, he had achieved the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, and his speed was certainly impressive. Chen Xian chuckled and playfully kicked Dog Emperor's rear. Got it, silly dog. Your speed is commendable. Woof woof. Dog Emperor grinned in response. All right, you two. Rest for the night. We'll depart tomorrow morning. Yes, woof. Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor returned to their quarters, while Chen Xian stepped outside. His dragon wings manifesting instantly, he was curious about just how swift his wings could propel him. With a powerful flap, Chen Xian soared into the sky. The speed was astonishing, and the crystalline wings cut through the atmosphere like a shooting star. Is this the sensation of flying? How delightful! As he relished the feeling of soaring through the air, Chen Xian felt an overwhelming sense of freedom. His strength in this life had far surpassed that of his previous existence, and his foundation was significantly more robust. When fully unleashed, he could reach speeds of nearly 200 kilometers per hour. The next morning, with renewed vigor, the trio prepared to leave Lin family village. With some time before the ruins of Tianqi Mountain were to open, Chen Xian was in no rush. He chose to ride on Dog Emperor's back instead of utilizing his dragon wings. Intending to save that power for emergencies in the apocalypse, one must always have contingencies. Otherwise, being thoroughly analyzed by the enemy could lead to dire consequences. Their journey to the Tianqi Mountain ruins would take them through Subei City before heading north. Throughout the journey, Lin Zixuan diligently worked on enhancing her abilities. Her eagerness to grow stronger intensified after battling alongside Dog Emperor. Meanwhile, Dog Emperor had undergone a significant change in attitude towards Lin Zixuan, recognizing her potential and choosing to abandon any previous underestimations. As 2 days passed, their journey remained uneventful, with only a few scattered zombies, all of which Lin Zixuan handled adeptly. Master, we arrived at Subei City. Lin Zixuan announced as dusk fell. Let us find a place to rest for the night and set off again tomorrow. Upon returning to Subei City, although only a few days had passed since their last departure, Chen Xian had undergone a remarkable transformation in strength. Yes, the trio sought a suitable place to rest. Third brother, I've spotted 2 plump targets ahead. They seem formidable. In a dilapidated area, several men lay in wait. The leader, Yang Ding, gleamed with excitement upon hearing the report. Excellent, damn it, the Tianqi shelter has been gaining too much momentum lately, while our Tianyuan shelter has faced significant oppression. It infuriates me. Yang Ding's eyes burned with fury. Following the apocalypse, their Tianyuan shelter had flourished rapidly due to ample resources and weaponry, almost unifying the southern region of Subei City. However, recently, a group of 5 youngsters claiming to be from the Tianqi shelter emerged, showcasing immense strength as they gathered a substantial following and seized many of Tianyuan shelter's interests. The leader of Tianyuan shelter had attempted to hunt them down with numerous subordinates, only to be defeated. Consequently, Tianyuan shelter's territory had diminished, and their population had significantly declined. Indeed, we were once the strongest in the region, but now this Tianqi shelter has arisen. It's infuriating. Rumor has it that all 5 leaders are ability users, and their strength is formidable. Even our brother Zhou is their match. Exactly. It's all the fault of the Tianqi shelter. Our lives have become unbearable. Listening to the grievances of his subordinates, Yang Ding felt increasingly troubled. He snorted coldly, enough. Sooner or later, we'll deal with those Tianqi folks. For now, let us prepare to greet those 2 plump targets. Yes. His subordinates dared not question him further and quickly set to work. Moments later, third brother, they're approaching. Yang Ding glanced over. It was a man and a woman, riding a large dog. The dog was robust, even more so than a wolf. Wow, such a massive dog. Could it be mutated? These 2 individuals are no ordinary folk. They likely possess valuable items. If we can eliminate them, we might strike it rich. Yang Ding's eyes sparkled with greed. After being oppressed by the Tianqi shelter for a while, his previously comfortable life had turned strained. Are the tripwires ready? Yang Ding inquired. Their Tianyuan shelter was well equipped, even possessing tripwires. Rest assured, third brother, they're ready. Good. I intend to ensure these 2 have no chance of escape. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for his men to prepare the tripwires. Seated atop Dog Emperor, Chun Xian observed the unfolding scene in the distance, a smirk playing on his lips. His eyes glinting with amusement. With his keen spiritual perception, he easily sensed the situation nearby. A few petty thieves sought to ambush him. How intriguing, Zixuan. Handle those little thieves up ahead. Chun Xian, feeling no inclination to intervene personally, entrusted the task entirely to Lin Zixuan. After all, they were merely small-time crooks, hardly warranting his involvement. Yes, Lin Zixuan replied calmly. Not only would she comply with Chun Xian's request to deal with the petty thieves, but she would also face any formidable adversary without hesitation. Lin Zixuan leaped down, steadily advancing forward, while Dog Emperor halted, remaining at a distance. Third brother, what is happening? Why did they stop? Yeah, a woman is approaching. Wow, what a stunning figure. What should we do, third brother? Yang Ding's expression was laced with uncertainty. What is going on? Did they sense us? That can't be. We're well-hidden. In a way, they could have discovered us. Regardless, he brushed it off, reasoning that she was just a woman. With their numbers, there was no reason they shouldn't prevail. Moreover, Yang Ding was an ability user himself, confident in his prowess. Let us capture the woman alive first, then deal with the man. Understood. Yang Ding's words received immediate agreement from his subordinates. Before long, they emerged from their hiding spots. Yang Ding stepped forward, grinning as he addressed Lin Zixuan. Halt! Do you know whose territory this is? His languid tone carried a hint of provocation. However, Lin Zixuan had no intention of engaging in idle banter. Her gaze turned icy as a mass of pitch-black material materialized before her. Dark prison. In an instant, a colossal cage ensnared Yang Ding and his 7 companions. What the hell? Yang Ding gasped. What is this? An ability user. He had never anticipated that the stunningly beautiful woman before him, with her alluring figure, was actually a supernatural being. Moreover, her power seemed to be terrifyingly formidable. Third brother, she is a supernatural being. What are we to do? Indeed, what shall we do? Upon hearing this, Yang Ding cursed angrily. A bunch of useless fools, why are you panicking? I am also a supernatural being. What is there to fear? Watch me perform. As he spoke, Yang Ding let out a furious roar, unleashing a powerful surge of supernatural energy from his body. He was a second-tier supernatural being, possessing an A-class beast-type ability. Thunder Leopard. With another roar, he swung his fist, aiming to shatter the pitch-black prison that confined him. However, When his fist struck the prison, it did not shatter as he had anticipated. Instead, it remained utterly unmoved. How is this possible? Chapter 59. It's you. His full-powered punch failed to break the dark prison, not even eliciting a tremor. How could this be? Yang Ding was a genuine second-tier supernatural being. Although he had just broken through, his strength was not to be underestimated. He ranked among the top 3 within the Tianyuan shelter. How could he not even break a mere cage? Yet, Lin Zixuan had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. Dark strangulation? A terrifying aura of murderous intent surged forth in an instant, causing Yang Ding to shiver involuntarily. Faced with this overwhelming presence, he was momentarily stunned. What the hell? Why is this so terrifying? In a moment of crisis, he hastily activated his supernatural ability. After all, being a beast-type supernatural being, albeit merely of A class, endowed him with considerable strength and greatly enhanced defense. Boom! A horrifying attack ensued. Yang Ding staggered, his complexion drained of color. Yet, despite this blow, he remained alive, albeit barely. Unfortunately, his subordinates were not so fortunate. Being mere ordinary individuals with limited strength, they found themselves utterly obliterated by Lin Zixuan's assault. While Yang Ding, a second-tier supernatural being, was left gravely injured. Still one left. Allow me to send you on your way, Lin Zixuan said coldly, her gaze devoid of emotion, as if standing before her was not a living being, but a mere corpse. You killed me, Zhou Gu will not let you go. The Tianyuan shelter will surely seek revenge. In his final moments, Yang Ding spat out a fierce threat. However, Chen Xian merely chuckled, instructing Dog Emperor to approach and look down upon Yang Ding. If that is the case, let us eradicate the roots. Take him to the Tianyuan shelter. Rather than leaving behind potential threats, it was better to eliminate them all. Although Chen Xian did not believe that a mere Tianyuan shelter could pose a threat to him, he disliked leaving any security risks. Kill them all? How simple. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, Yang Ding's pupils constricted. No way, so ruthless? He did not doubt the authenticity of Chen Xian's words. After all, being able to command such a terrifying entity as Lin Zixuan indicated that Chen Xian possessed a level of power that was truly formidable. Such a dominant figure could indeed wipe out the Tianyuan shelter. In that moment, Yang Ding was filled with regret. His single remark had brought such great danger to the Tianyuan shelter. He was a sinner. I will not tell you where the shelter is. Give up? Yang Ding attempted to appear defiant. However, Chen Xian dismissed him with indifference. He exchanged a glance with Lin Zixuan, who effortlessly lifted him and tossed him onto Dog Emperor's back. With Dog Emperor around, how could we possibly lose our way? His sense of smell is unmatched, especially since he has evolved. He can detect a person's scent within a 10-mile radius. As for a medium-sized shelter like Tianyuan, with its considerable population, it cannot possibly hide from Dog Emperor's keen nose. Half an hour later, outside the Tianyuan shelter, Zhou Gu, there's trouble outside. In a grand villa complex, a subordinate rushed in, his eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. Zhou Xiong sprang to his feet upon hearing this. What is going on? Has that group from Tianqi come again? Lately, there had been constant friction with the Tianqi shelter. The key issue was that their opponents were significantly stronger. With a larger number of supernatural beings, they had lost considerable benefits due to their inability to fight back, and Zhou Xiong was seething with anger. No, it's a man and a woman riding a dog. A man and a woman riding a dog. What sort of combination is that? Moreover, there's a person on that dog's back, who seems to be third brother. Third brother. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Zhou Xiong's pupils constricted, disbelief etched on his face. It can't be. Didn't he third brother go hunting? Let us go see. His instincts told him that this matter was far from simple. The visitors likely bore ill intent. Instantly, the entire Tianyuan shelter was put on high alert for battle. Zhou Xiong, fully armed, led all the supernatural beings within the shelter. So this is the Tianyuan shelter, is it? Today, we shall obliterate it, Chen Xian remarked lightly. The Tianyuan shelter was situated within a luxurious villa area, surrounded by a wall of reinforced concrete. However, this wall was only a little over 2 meters high, insufficient for real defense. Yet, it was adequate to deter ordinary zombies. Yang Ding, despite his injuries, trembled at the thought. This can't be a devil, can it? Chen Xian sneered, and suddenly, countless ice spikes appeared in the sky. Ice meteor. With a single command, numerous shards of ice descended. Boom! They crashed down upon the wall. Although the wall was constructed of reinforced concrete, it was nothing in Qian Xian's eyes. In an instant, the 2-meter-high wall collapsed. Inside the shelter, everyone froze in terror at the sight. What the hell? Is this something a human can achieve? Even Zhou Xiong was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Who on earth is this person, possessing such terrifying strength, as the strongest within the shelter? Zhou Xiong believed he could not match this level of power. Just then, as the dust settled from the collapsed wall, everyone saw a man and a woman riding a gigantic dog approaching. The dog was several times larger than a wolf, and on its back lay a gravely injured person, bloodied and barely clinging to life. Third brother. Old Third. Upon seeing the person on the dog's back, everyone was instantly consumed by rage. That person was Yang Ding, the third-ranking figure within the Tianyuan shelter, reduced to a state akin to a dead dog, gravely injured. Many were about to charge forward but were restrained by Zhou Xiong. He cautiously stepped forward, fixing his incredulous gaze upon Chen Xian. Is that is at you, indeed? Although Chen Xian had undergone significant changes over the past month, Zhou Xiong recognized him immediately. It was Chen Xian who had stolen the extreme cold sword from his store and informed him about stockpiling supplies. Had it not been for Chen Xian's early warning, Zhou Xiong might have perished on the very first day of the apocalypse, and he would not have achieved his current standing. Thus, Zhou Xiong's feelings toward Chen Xian were quite complex. Oh, it's you? Chen Xian also recognized Zhou Xiong, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He had never taken Zhou Xiong seriously. The theft of the extreme cold sword and the warning about stockpiling supplies were merely transactions. There was no bond between them. Hence, even if he were to kill Zhou Xiong today, Chen Xian would show no mercy. How unfortunate that your men came to kill me but were outmatched. Yet you claim the Tianyuan shelter will avenge him. I dislike complications, so I came to resolve this. Chapter 60. Loyalty to Tianyuan. Chen Xian's words floated down lightly, as if the slaughter of thousands meant nothing to him. You read too arrogant, exactly. If you want to kill me, you'd better see if my AK agrees. That's right. Zhou Xiong's subordinates brandished their weapons, a mix of melee and firearms, showcasing significant firepower. However, Chen Xian merely cast a casual glance at the weapons, his expression unfazed. Ordinary firearms were of no concern to him, unless they were large-scale destructive missiles. Shut up, Zhou Xiong scoffed, and his subordinates fell silent. Zhou Xiong then turned to face Chen Xian, his demeanor shifting to one of sycophancy. My lord, this matter was a mistake on Tianyuan shelter's part. Had it not been for your early warning to stockpile supplies, I, Zhou Xiong, would have likely perished on the very first day of the apocalypse. I would never dare to be your enemy. Zhou Xiong spoke earnestly. Firstly, he was genuinely grateful to Chen Xian. Had it not been for Chen Xian, he would have likely met his end days before the apocalypse began, and there would be no achievements to speak of today. Secondly, Zhou Xiong was astute enough to recognize that Chen Xian's strength was extraordinary. That casual move had effortlessly breached an entire wall. He could not reach such a level of power, hence his respectful demeanor toward Chen Xian bordered on flattery. Chen Xian smiled faintly, his gaze appraising Zhou Xiong. This fellow was indeed clever and resourceful. However, Chen Xian had never heard of Zhou Xiong in his past life, likely perishing at the onset of the apocalypse in this life. Thanks to Chen Xian's warning, he had survived, awakened his supernatural ability, and established the Tianyuan shelter. Seeing Chen Xian remain indifferent, Zhou Xiong continued, My life was saved by you, and I am willing to bring the entire Tianyuan shelter to pledge allegiance to you. I hope you will not disdain us. Upon hearing Zhou Xiong's words, everyone was left in a state of shock. What the hell, Zhou Gu? How can this be? He is a complete stranger. What right does he have to expect our allegiance? Indeed, this sanctuary was established through the combined efforts of you and our brothers. How can we simply surrender it to another? Exactly, I refuse to accept this. If it comes to it, I shall confront him head-on. I cannot believe he can overpower us all. The group of subordinates behind Zhou Xiong murmured among themselves, unwilling to entertain the notion of aligning with Chen Xian. After all, he is merely a young man of unknown origins. They cannot fathom relinquishing the fruits of their labor to him. Silence. Anyone who dares utter another word shall face my wrath. Zhou Xiong growled, his eyes glinting with ferocity. Those behind him may excel in fighting, but their intellect is lacking. Although Zhou Xiong was uncertain of Chen Xian's true strength, he sensed an overwhelming power. one that might well surpass the combined might of the entire Tianyuan sanctuary. Moreover, he had demonstrated the ability to predict events even before the apocalypse began. What does this signify? It indicates that his background is far from ordinary, and he possesses extensive knowledge. Only by following someone so formidable, resourceful, and privy to secrets can one hope for a prosperous future. How astute you are, Chen Xian remarked with a light chuckle. Zhou Xiong scratched his head sheepishly in response. However, their exchange left countless subordinates in bewilderment. What is happening? Is it possible that we are the ones benefiting? Should you wish to align with me, you must adhere to my rules. First, I demand absolute obedience from my subordinates. Second, I do not tolerate useless individuals among my ranks. Rest assured, my lord, I, Zhou Xiong, shall follow your lead without question, Zhou Xiong declared confidently as he thumped his chest. Now, tell me about your abilities, Chen Xian inquired calmly. Zhou Xiong, not daring to be remiss, promptly replied, my lord. I have awakened an SS-level ability known as the Earth Saint Bear, currently at the peak of the second tier. Zhou Xiong candidly disclosed his powers and capabilities. An SS-level ability, the Earth Saint Bear. Quite impressive, Chen Xian acknowledged, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. Zhou Xiong's talent exceeded his expectations. The true power of such a beast-type ability would only manifest after reaching the fourth tier, at which point it would rival that of an ordinary SS-level ability. It is indeed a commendable gift. Good enough, Chen Xian nodded. Zhou Xiong smiled knowingly, realizing that Chen Xian had granted his approval to follow him. However, the multitude of subordinates behind Zhou Xiong were immediately displeased. What nonsense is this? An SS-level ability, a peak second-tier ability. Merely good enough. Are you jesting? Yet, recalling Zhou Xiong's earlier words, they dared not voice their grievances. We are still unaware of my lord's esteemed name. Zhou Xiong said cautiously, Chen Xian. Everyone silently etched the name into their memories. They understood that Chen Gu was their true leader at the Tianyuan sanctuary. Anyone who dared show disrespect to Chen Gu would meet a brutal end. Zhou Xiong spoke with a fierce intensity, scanning each individual with a piercing gaze. To ally with Chen Xian was a rare opportunity. He could not allow these fools to ruin. Yes, the crowd responded. Though they struggled to accept the reality point one by one, they bowed respectfully towards Chen Xian. Greetings, Changgu. Chen Xian replied, his demeanor unruffled. Most of these individuals were merely ordinary people, with a scant few possessing powers that were weak and unimpressive. Thus, Chen Xian paid them little mind. His decision to accept Zhou Xiong was rooted in the understanding that he was indeed a valuable asset, possessing considerable strength and a knack for reading situations. By bringing him aboard, Chen Xian could delegate certain tasks to him in the future. Chen Xian slowly lifted Yang Ding. He is hanging by a thread. There is still time to save him. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiong hastily instructed several individuals to retrieve Yang Ding. The base was equipped with doctors, thus presenting an opportunity for treatment. If the surgery was expedited, there was a strong chance of saving him. Though Yang Ding was gravely injured, Zhou Xiong did not dare to blame Chen Xian. After all, it was Yang Ding's own folly to provoke Chen Gu. It was akin to courting death. Chenggu. Please, I will arrange a grand welcome for you immediately, Zhou Xiong said, excitement palpable in his voice. Chen Xian nodded, preparing to enter with Lin Zixuan and Go Di. Suddenly, a cacophony of vehicle engines roared from behind, accompanied by hurried footsteps and a rising cloud of dust. This is bad. The Apocalypse faction has arrived. Quickly, prepare for battle. Zhou Xiong's expression shifted, and the faces of his subordinates reflected their unease as they armed themselves. Bracing for confrontation. Chapter 61. Assistance. It should be noted that Zhou Xiong's situation had grown increasingly dire in recent times, primarily due to the rapid ascent of the Apocalypse faction. Their strength far surpassed that of the Tianyuan group. Moreover, they boasted access to firearms. Just as Zhou Xiong was on the verge of unifying the southern part of Subei City, this formidable adversary emerged. Everyone stood poised for action, their expressions tense. Moments later, 5 or 6 jeeps sped into view, halting before the gathered crowd, from which emerged 2 to 3 dozen robust men wielding firearms. Zhou Xiong, our leader Kai has said that your strength is commendable. If you surrender, we can offer you the position of second in command. How does that sound? We, the Apocalypse faction, come with great sincerity. The voice from across was laced with arrogance. Yet before Zhou Xiong could respond, his subordinates erupted in indignation. Ba, Zhang Yun, What gives your Apocalypse faction the right? I would rather fight than submit. Indeed. If anyone is to surrender, it shall be you to the Tianyuan. Exactly, surrender is out of the question. One after another, they expressed their vehement resistance, their eyes brimming with defiance. Surrender? Absolutely not. However, Zhang Yun smiled slyly. Is that so? You Tianyuan folks only boast bravado. Come and face us if you dare. Although Zhou Laoda is also an SS-level ability user, he pales in comparison to our leader Kai. Both sides were fully aware of each other's strengths. While Zhou Xiong was indeed powerful and possessed an SS-level ability, Beast-type abilities were not exceptionally formidable before reaching the 4th tier. Thus, he found himself at a disadvantage against the other party. Not wishing to disgrace Qin Xian, Zhou Xiong stepped forward, narrowing his eyes at Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun, you are not worthy of challenging me. Call out Li Kai. Zhou Xiong's voice was imbued with authority. Zhang Yun's lips curled into a smirk, and shortly after, a jeep sped forward, capturing the attention of all present. The vehicle halted, and a figure leisurely descended. Greetings, boss, behind Li Kai, dozens of followers howled in reverence. This was their leader of the Apocalypse faction, Li Kai. Zhou Xiong, I've arrived. Do you dare to face me in a one-on-one duel? If you lose, you and your entire Tianyuan faction will pledge your loyalty to me. What do you say? Li Kai proposed with a grin. In truth, he had long harbored ambitions to annex the Tianyuan sanctuary and subsequently unify the entirety of Subei City. Although the Tianyuan strength was not as formidable as that of the Apocalypse faction, it certainly was not a soft target either. A full frontal assault might result in significant losses for them. Hence, he sought to have Zhou Xiong submit to him, thus expanding their territory. Humph, if you have the ability, then kill me. As for making me surrender, that is impossible. Zhou Xiong declared defiantly, brandishing a heavy blade as he advanced toward Li Kai. Li Kai scoffed. You squander the opportunity given to you. If that is the case, I will eliminate you first and then consume the Tianyuan. With determination set, Li Kai wasted no words and dashed toward Zhou Xiong. Though both were peak 2nd-tier ability users, Li Kai's S-level ability to manipulate metal bestowed upon him immense power. Let me show you the taste of metal, he declared, as countless metallic objects soared from the Tianyuan sanctuary, coalescing into projectiles that hurtled toward Zhou Xiong with incredible speed. Akin to missiles slicing through the air, igniting sparks. Zhou Xiong, recognizing the gravity of the situation, did not dare to underestimate Li Kai. Having faced him on multiple occasions, he was well aware of his opponent's capabilities. In an instant, he unleashed the full extent of his own abilities. With his power activated, he wielded his heavy blade, parrying the relentless metal assaults. Just then, Li Kai closed in rapidly, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Zhou Xiong's heavy blade suddenly slipped from his grasp, seemingly beyond his control. I control all metal. What do you have to challenge me? As he spoke, Li Kai's arms appeared to be enveloped in metal, and his steel-like fist struck Zhou Xiong directly. Caught off guard, Zhou Xiong attempted to evade but found it impossible. Boom! A punch landed squarely on Zhou Xiong, sending him staggering back several meters. Damn, that hurt? He grimaced, a flash of anger in his eyes. He cursed as he discarded the heavy blade, channeling his abilities into his fists. Though the Earth Saint Bear ability would not unleash its full potential until reaching the 4th tier, it was still an SS-level ability, and its power was not to be underestimated. While Li Kai's offensive capabilities were formidable, Zhou Xiong's defenses were no less impressive. You will taste my fist as well? Zhou Xiong readied himself for a counterattack. Yet, his speed was no match for Li Kai's. The latter could still manipulate metal, placing Zhou Xiong at a distinct disadvantage in their confrontation. Alas, I wonder if Brother Zhou is in any danger. It should not be the case. Even if Brother Zhou cannot best Li Kai would certainly struggle to subdue him. It is difficult to say. Li Kai has likely come well prepared this time. The surrounding underlings are quite apprehensive about Zhou Xiong's condition. After all, Zhou Xiong is currently being suppressed by Li Kai, and to claim that they are not worried would be a blatant falsehood. Qin Xian, on the other hand, observes the situation with great interest. He did not expect that Li Kai would progress so rapidly. Initially, he had inadvertently saved the young man, but it turns out he possesses quite a few skills. Having not only reached the pinnacle of the 2nd tier but also established a formidable foundation in this region, he exhibits the qualities of a cunning leader. The current situation is evidently skewed in favor of Li Kai. Although Zhou Xiong's Earth Saint Bear ability is formidable, he stands little chance against Li Kai prior to reaching the 4th tier. Chenggu, could you possibly lend Brother Zhou a hand? I fear he is in dire straits. Zhang Ziliang cautiously approached Chen Xian and stated, "As Zhou Xiong's second-in-command, a second-tier ability user, his reputation within the Tianyuan base is only surpassed by Zhou Xiong himself, and he is a staunch supporter. Witnessing Zhou Xiong's weakened state, he seeks Chen Xian's assistance." However, Chen Xian merely smiled and replied, "No need to rush, let us observe a while longer." "Not in a hurry, just observing." The surrounding underlings exchanged glances, their eyes tinged with dissatisfaction at Chen Xian's nonchalance. Could it be that Chen Xian is afraid? Nevertheless, owing to Zhou Xiong's earlier words, none dared voice their concerns, opting instead to turn their heads in frustration. Zhang Ziliang cast a deep glance at the composed Chen Xian, struggling to comprehend his thoughts. While his control over abilities is commendable, his combat awareness leaves much to be desired. In that regard, Li Kai is stronger. Watching the duel between the two, Chen Xian offered a light-hearted commentary, then turned his gaze toward Lin Zixuan. "Do you feel confident in facing them?" Chapter 62. Can you not ask that? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Zixuan calmly nodded in response to Chen Xian's inquiry. Yes. Although Lin Zixuan's ascension to the second tier came more swiftly than that of Zhou Xiong and Li Kai. Her combat talent and abilities are clearly unparalleled. In that case, proceed. Which one will you engage? You may take on both of them to hone your skills. Chen Xian said with composure. And do not strike too hard. Chen Xian's intention was simple. Since both Li Kai and Zhou Xiong possess considerable strength, he would allow Lin Zixuan to refine her skills against them, while simultaneously calling for a ceasefire between the two. Their combined assault certainly qualifies them to challenge Lin Zixuan. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Zixuan's figure flickered and vanished like a specter, making her way toward the center of the battlefield. Zhang Ziliang, witnessing this, felt a flicker of hope. Chenggu, has she made her move? Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Zhang Yun and the others were taken aback as they observed a woman swiftly approaching the fray. What is happening? Could it be that Tianyuan has sent someone to ambush us? That shouldn't be the case. I have not heard of anyone from Tianyuan fitting that description. Indeed. Enough. Prepare for battle. If they dare to engage in a tuong, we will immediately join the fray. Yes, Zhang Yun commanded his men, who were quick to ready themselves for combat, resolute in their decision that should Lin Zixuan engage Zhou Xiong in a tuong, they would come to his aid. In terms of numbers, they had the advantage, and thus felt no fear. As Lin Zixuan appeared on the battlefield, the most astonished were Zhou Xiong and Li Kai. The two were locked in a fierce struggle when suddenly, Lin Zixuan unleashed two dark spears, hurtling toward them with terrifying speed. The chilling spears, devoid of any aura, were both cold and pure, aimed directly at their chests. This is bad, danger. The two combatants instinctively sensed the threat and quickly separated to evade the oncoming spears. Boom. They each managed to deflect the attack, but Lin Zixuan's unleashed power was nothing short of terrifying. And they were unprepared for such an onslaught. Wait, did I target the wrong person? I just pledged my allegiance to Chenggu. You knew that? Zhou Xiong exclaimed, bewildered. The woman before him had just been seated with Chen Xian, clearly one of his subordinates, yet she was now attacking him, leaving him utterly perplexed. You two, engage in a 2-on-1. Lin Zixuan's voice remained calm, as if she were discussing something inconsequential. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai exchanged glances. Who is this person? Li Kai queried, equally bewildered. Did she not emerge from the Tianyuan camp? Stop asking and just fight. He began to grasp that Chen Xian was allowing his subordinate to test her prowess, while also delivering a lesson. This is outrageous, Li Kai cursed, yet his movements remained swift as he prepared for battle. The two positioned themselves, one on each side. Lin Zixuan's gaze was frigid, her calm eyes devoid of any emotion, as if the two before her were not living beings, but lifeless corpses. Dark prison. Countless dark substances enveloped the two, imprisoning them within a massive cage. Although it was still light out and Lin Zixuan's power could not multiply threefold, it was more than sufficient to deal with the two of them. What in the world is this? Stop asking, just smash it. The two resolved to attack in tandem, launching their assaults in opposite directions. Boom! Their formidable strikes struck the prison, causing it to tremble, yet it remained unbroken. What the hell? This thing is incredibly resilient. Li Kai swallowed hard, utterly stunned. This seemingly dark mass was surprisingly solid, and his attacks failed to penetrate it. Listen, For the remainder of this battle, we must work together. Otherwise, we will undoubtedly fall before her. Zhou Xiong stated earnestly. But who is she, really? Li Kai remained baffled. Why did a woman suddenly appear, and with such strength? Enough questions, just attack, damn it. Though he cursed, Li Kai complied with Zhou Xiong's advice, for he too sensed that the woman before them was no ordinary opponent. She seemed to possess an unsettling edge. Boom! They focused their might on a single point, unleashing a cataclysmic force that shattered the entire prison. At that moment, Lin Zixuan's figure reappeared like a specter, her dark spear aimed directly at their chests. This strike was lethal. The sudden shift in the battle left both sides' underlings utterly bewildered. What in the world is happening? This is unscientific. Qinggu, what is going on? Wasn't the plan to assist Brother Zhou? Zhang Ziliang inquired. Chen Xian cast a glance at him but remained silent. He had his own plans and saw no need to explain. Firstly, he intended to sharpen Lin Zixuan's skills, for combat is the best catalyst for enhancing strength. Secondly, by allowing her to face two opponents, he aimed to establish her authority. After all, if Lin Zixuan, as his subordinate, could triumph in a 2-on-1, Chen Xian's standing would reach new heights. Seeing that Chen Xian did not respond, Zhang Ziliang wisely chose to keep his mouth shut. On the opposite side, Zhang Yun was equally baffled. Brother Yun, should we not assist the boss? They could scarcely believe the situation had escalated to this. Let us wait a moment longer. The Tianyuan forces have yet to make their move, and it would not be prudent for us to act first. Understood. The underlings stood ready, wary of any potential danger that might befall Li Kai. Meanwhile, the battle progressed swiftly. Although Lin Zixuan was a mere woman, her SSS class ability and heightened combat awareness allowed her to dominate the engagement, rendering Zhou Xiong and Li Kai nearly powerless to defend themselves. What in the world, Zhou Xiong? Where did this person come from? She must be a lunatic. Li Kai felt a sense of despair. His once proud abilities seemed insignificant before her, and the fact that the two of them could not even retaliate against a single opponent was utterly disheartening. It was important to note that both he and Zhou Xiong were genuine S-class ability users. If their opponent were to possess strength beyond theirs, it would be understandable. However, Lin Zixuan was merely a second-tier ability user. Just like them, this posed a significant problem. Damn it, could you stop asking? I'm equally distressed. Zhou Xiong lamented internally. He never anticipated that one of Chen Xian's subordinates would be so formidable. This was utterly ridiculous. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to cling tightly to Chen Xian's coattails and never let go. Chapter 63. Pledge of Allegiance. The battle raged on, but it was evident that both Zhou Xiong and Li Kai were nearing their limits. They could hardly fathom that, even in tandem, they could not subdue a single woman. It was beyond comprehension. Dark judgment. Lin Zixuan's eyes transformed into an abyssal black, beneath which lay an overwhelming terror, devoid of any aura. Cold and chilling. The sensation was peculiar. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai exchanged fearful glances, their bodies shivering involuntarily. What is happening? However, before they could fully process the situation, Lin Zixuan's figure abruptly vanished from sight. Bang, bang, bang. In that instant, Lin Zixuan moved with ghostly swiftness, her attacks landing relentlessly upon the two of them, the dark spears following them like shadows. Boom! In an instant, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai were struck down, blood spewing from their mouths, rendering them incapable of further resistance. This dark judgment was the most powerful killing move Lin Zixuan had recently comprehended. Certainly, if this technique is employed during the night, its power would be even more terrifying. However, once this technique is utilized, Lin Zixuan's extraordinary abilities will be nearly exhausted. After all, she is merely a second-tier ability user with limited power within her. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai have already lost their fighting strength. Excellent, excellent. Keep up the good work. Upon hearing her master's praise, a few more smiles graced Lin Zixuan's tranquil face. She may disregard the remarks of others, but she heeds Chen Xian's words without question. Chen Xian slowly approached, accompanied by Dog Emperor. All eyes were fixed on this man and his dog. For some inexplicable reason, although Chen Xian's figure appeared slender and his fair visage resembled that of a youthful lad, he seemed to exude an immense aura that instilled fear in everyone present. Chen, brother Chen, how could it be you? When Li Kai laid eyes on Chen Xian, he felt as though his CPU might overheat. It was indeed Chen Xian. For Li Kai, Chen Xian was a figure he could never forget throughout his life, his greatest benefactor. The remarkable achievements he had attained were largely due to Chen Xian. When Chen Xian descended from the heavens, he not only saved the lives of the 5 brothers, but also bestowed upon them over 100 crystal cores, allowing them to rapidly enhance their powers and awaken their abilities. One could say that without Chen Xian, they would not be who they were today, and they might have perished amidst the horde of corpses. Before Chen Xian could speak, Zhou Xiong was already taken aback. What, do you also know Brother Chen? Of course. Had it not been for Brother Chen, our 5 brothers would have perished long ago. He is our savior at Tianqi. As he spoke, Li Kai, despite his injuries, managed to rise and knelt on one knee before Chen Xian. Brother Chen, we have been searching for your whereabouts all this time, and I never expected to encounter you here. Please, Brother Chen, return with me to the Tianqi base. I am willing to cede the position of base leader to you, and from now on, I shall heed your command. Li Kai earnestly expressed, his eyes glimmering with determination. Upon hearing Li Kai's declaration, everyone, including Zhou Xiong, gaped in disbelief. What the hell? What is going on? This is the position of the leader of the Tianqi base, and Li Kai is willingly offering it up. Zhou Xiong, fully aware of Li Kai's sincerity, was taken aback by how straightforwardly he had made the offer. At that moment, the members of the Tianyuan base stared in disbelief, as if they were in a dream. Wait, did I hear that correctly? Tianqi is actually inviting Brother Chen to become the leader? My goodness, Brother Chen is truly impressive. No wonder Zhou Xiong just pledged allegiance to him. The astonishment was palpable. Zhang Ziliang gazed at Chen Xian's silhouette in silence. His heart stirred by tumultuous emotions, and a hint of reverence crept into his gaze. People tend to instinctively feel awe towards the unknown. Observing Li Kai's demeanor, Chen Xian smiled gently and said, "All right, rise." Yes, Li Kai complied earnestly, standing up, while Zhou Xiong quickly stood beside him, grinning as he remarked, "Li, I've already pledged allegiance to Brother Chen, so now I'm also one of his subordinates." As Zhou Xiong spoke, he exhibited no shame, but rather a sense of pride. "Look at you, you've begged Brother Chen for so long, yet he hasn't agreed to take you, and I, however, am already one of Brother Chen's subordinates." Hearing Zhou Xiong's words, Li Kai was instantly agitated. "Brother Chen, I am willing to bring everyone from Tianqi to follow you." He almost knelt again. Chen Xian chuckled lightly. "All right, let us talk inside." With that, Chen Xian turned and walked towards the interior of the Tianyuan base. Zhou Xiong cheerfully walked alongside him, guiding the way, while Li Kai promptly called his subordinates to head toward the Tianyuan base. The members of Tianqi hesitated, pondering whether this was a trap set by Tianyuan. However, their leaders, Li Kai and Zhang Yun, took the lead. "Trap? Are you joking? If Brother Chen wanted to attack, 100 of them wouldn't stand a chance. There is no need for any traps." A large group of people marched toward the interiors of the Tianyuan base with great momentum. In a certain villa, Zhou Xiong's residence, which sprawled over 600 square meters, was quite spacious. Inside the villa were only Chen Xian, Dog Emperor, Lin Zixuan, Zhou Xiong, and Li Kai. "Brother Chen, please take a seat," Zhou Xiong said with a grin, a hint of obsequiousness on his face. Chen Xian, not one to stand on ceremony, nodded lightly and took the seat of honor, while the others stood before him. "Brother Chen, I, Li Kai, am willing to bring everyone from the Tianqi base to submit to you. Please accept me." Without hesitation, Li Kai stepped forward, his eyes filled with sincerity. From the moment Chen Xian first saved the lives of the 5 brothers, they had long desired to follow him, but he had declined their offer. Now that they had finally encountered Chen Xian again, Li Kai was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Moreover, with Chen Xian already having accepted Zhou Xiong, Li Kai felt he could not fall behind. "Brother Chen, Zhou Xiong and everyone at Tianyuan have pledged their allegiance to you." Zhou Xiong chimed in eagerly. Chen Xian, upon hearing this, replied with a calm smile, "You too possess decent talents, and you are indeed qualified to follow me. However, you must consider that once you choose to follow me, should you betray me, the consequences will be severe." Nevertheless, Chen Xian's words did not intimidate either of them. "Brother Chen, rest assured, I, Li Kai, will never betray you." "Yes, I feel the same," they replied with unwavering conviction. "Very well, I can impose a soul-binding restriction upon both of you. And from henceforth, your fates will rest in my hands. Are you willing?" Chapter 64, Base Development. Willing. They answered without a moment's hesitation. Chen Xian regarded them with newfound respect, pleased by their prompt agreement. From their perspective, this was a simple matter, as they had no intention of betraying Qin Xian and thus did not mind the restriction. Furthermore, they were not foolish. They understood that Qin Xian's strength and background were formidable. Even a seemingly frail subordinate could easily overpower both of them together, considering they were all at the same level, being second-tier ability users. Having such a powerful ally meant that Qin Xian was no ordinary person. Now then, you both come over and clear your minds. Yes. They promptly took their positions, one on either side of Qin Xian. In the next moment, Qin Xian activated his soul-binding ability. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai felt as though something was shifting within their minds. Yet they remained steadfast, not daring to move, lest they disturb Qin Xian's operation. After a brief period, Qin Xian lowered his arms, having successfully bound their souls, and he could end their lives with but a thought. All right, Qin Xian concluded, and both of them displayed expressions of joy. We pay our respects to Brother Qin. They knelt before him, showing their deference. Rise, there's no need for such formality. Qin Xian smiled gently, his gaze calm. The two stood up, joyfully expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Brother Qin. Now, tell me about the situation in your bases, Qin Xian said slowly. Yes. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai exchanged glances, and Zhou Xiong stepped forward first, stating, Brother Qin, our Tianyuan base currently has a population of 13,210, with a total of 13 ability users, including 3 second-tier ability users, myself included, while the rest are first-tier ability users. Additionally, we possess some firearms. Although we lack heavy weaponry, we do have a few machine guns. After Zhou Xiong spoke, Qin Xian nodded thoughtfully. The population of the Tianyuan base was quite substantial. To gather such a number in such a short time since the apocalypse began, along with having over a dozen ability users, was indeed commendable. Once Zhou Xiong finished speaking, it was Li Kai's turn. Brother Qin, our Tianqi base has a population of 5,215, with a total of 15 ability users, including 5 second-tier ability users, while the rest are first-tier ability users. We do not have many weapons. Most are cold weapons. Zhou Xiong had managed to acquire a number of firearms because he was a weapon dealer before the apocalypse. Naturally, knowing the channels for weapon trading, Li Kai had obtained some weapons by scavenging a police station. However, the arsenal there was limited, and heavy weaponry was out of the question. Nonetheless, Tianqi was able to suppress Tianyuan due to the strength and number of their ability users. Especially as the leader of Tianqi, Li Kai could manipulate metal, rendering bullets ineffective against him, as they would even rebound toward his opponents. After listening to both of their reports, Qin Xian nodded silently, his gaze contemplative. After a while, he spoke. Currently, the 4th Military District plans to expand from the outskirts to Subei City. Their first step will undoubtedly be to reclaim the heavy industry in the northern part of Subei City and then establish a foothold in the north, gradually subjugating the entire region. Upon hearing Qin Xian's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, this was the 4th Military District's developmental strategy, first reclaiming the northern heavy industry, then purging the zombies and reclaiming all of Subei City. However, since the arms factory was located in the east of Subei City, we must swiftly organize the south and then rapidly seize the eastern part of Subei City, capturing the entire arms factory. In this apocalypse, while ability users are becoming increasingly crucial, however, for any faction, the number of those with extraordinary abilities remains a minority, while ordinary individuals constitute the vast majority. Securing a munitions factory and acquiring the rights to manufacture firearms would undoubtedly enhance the overall strength of the base significantly. Even in the early stages, the powers of the extraordinary were not particularly formidable and firearms could pose a lethal threat to them. Not everyone possesses the terrifying prowess of Qin Xian, capable of completely disregarding conventional weaponry below the level of missiles. Upon hearing Qin Xian's words, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai's eyes instantly brightened. Indeed, the path envisioned by Qin Xian is utterly brilliant. Moreover, acquiring an entire munitions factory holds an indescribable allure for them. Brother Qin, if we seize the munitions factory, the 4th Military District will surely take action against us in the future. Zhou Xiong pondered for a moment before speaking. The apocalypse had only recently begun, and everyone still held a sense of reverence towards the military and its personnel. However, Qin Xian merely smiled. Do you think that if you do not seize the munitions factory, the 4th Military District will refrain from acting against you? This, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai exchanged glances, both quick to grasp Qin Xian's implication. The apocalypse has arrived. The military district is no longer what it once was. even if Zhou Xiong and Li Kai's base does not oppose them. Should the 4th military district possess sufficient strength, it would eventually eradicate them. Unless they become strong enough to deter any aggression. I understand now, Brother Chen. In this apocalypse, things are different. The only way to ensure safety is to continuously grow stronger. Zhou Xiong said solemnly. Li Kai beside him nodded in agreement. Chen Xian smiled and nodded. Indeed, the enhancement of strength is paramount. The munitions factory must be firmly in our hands, and the improvement of extraordinary abilities is equally critical. We cannot afford to slacken. In this apocalypse, the strongest fist prevails. Yes. After Qin Xian finished speaking, the two nodded vigorously. Brother Chen, now that we, Tianqi and Tianyuan, have merged and follow your lead, what shall we name our new base? Right, Brother Qin, please name it, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong urged. Qin Xian pondered for a moment and then smiled. In that case, let us call it Tianqian Base. Tianqian Base. The two exchanged glances, both filled with joy. Indeed, from this day forth, neither Tianyuan Base nor Tianqi Base shall exist. The sole entity remaining will be Tianqian. These two characters are destined to resonate throughout the world in the future. You two will manage the specifics of the base. I will not interfere. Should you encounter insurmountable challenges, feel free to inform me at any time. Qin Xian established the tone decisively. He had never intended to manage the base, as that would consume energy. The path to increasing strength is the true essence. He would only intervene when faced with issues they cannot resolve. Chapter 65. The location of the relic. Yes, naturally, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai would not refuse Chen Xian's words. Soon, they laid out the future development plans for the base. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai felt as if they had gained sudden enlightenment. Although both were formidable figures, their strategic vision paled in comparison to Chen Xian's, who had traversed from the pre-apocalyptic world, thus possessing unique insights into the management and development models of bases in the latter apocalypse. Once the strategy was set, it was deemed complete. Brother Chen, I have instructed the staff to prepare dinner. All right, let us go. Chen Xian readily accepted. As dusk fell, he began to feel a bit hungry. Great, Zhou Xiong replied, a smile gracing his face. Shortly thereafter, the group exited the villa. At the entrance, Zhang Ziliang and Zhang Yuan stood guard like sentinels, one on each side. Both were the second in command of their respective bases, with esteemed status. Brother Zhou, Brother Kai, they greeted respectfully. Call him Brother Chen. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai chimed in unison. The crowd paused, but as they observed Zhou Xiong and Li Kai flanking Chen Xian like loyal subordinates, they seemed to grasp the situation. Brother Chen. A resounding cheer echoed throughout the base. Chen Xian nodded lightly. That night, Zhou Xiong organized a banquet for Chen Xian, featuring an array of exquisite dishes that would have been considered rare delicacies before the onset of the apocalypse. Yet now, amidst the suffering of countless who struggled to find sustenance, they were fortunate enough to enjoy such a lavish spread. It became evident that strength reigns supreme in this world. After dinner, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong embarked on significant actions. The first step was, of course, to merge the two great factions. The combined forces of Tianyuan and Tianqi numbered nearly 20,000, a considerable figure. In the past, merging the two factions would have posed numerous challenges. However, with Chen Xian's presence, it became merely a matter of words. Within a single night, it became widely known that the bases of Tianyuan and Tianqi had ceased to exist. From henceforth, only Tianqian would remain. A brand new faction, not only larger but also significantly more powerful. In truth, the lower ranks were less concerned with who managed the base and more focused on whether they could secure their next meal and survive another day. After integrating the two bases, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai began plotting in advance toward the eastern part of Subei City. There lay a munitions factory, and if they could seize it, it would undoubtedly bolster Tianquan's strength immensely. Yet, to Chen Xian, these matters seemed trivial. He had no intention of participating. Thus, the following morning, he set out from the base. Though Li Kai and Zhou Xiong wished for Chen Xian to stay a few more days, he declined. He departed with only Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan, heading towards the relic site. With approximately a month remaining until the relic's activation, Chen Xian aimed to hunt other individuals who might enter the relic early. The relic was rumored to hold countless treasures, far too enticing to share. I have a premonition, Brother Chen, that when you return from this journey, your strength will be even more terrifying, Zhou Xiong murmured. Watching Chen Xian's retreating figure, for some reason, he felt an indescribable sense of mystery surrounding this man. Like a dense fog that was impossible to penetrate. Of course, Brother Chen will undoubtedly stand atop this world, Li Kai asserted. Old Zhou, we cannot lag behind Brother Chen. We must hasten the development of the base and elevate our strengths. Otherwise, we may find ourselves unworthy of following him. Zhou Xiong nodded in agreement, deeply resonating with the sentiment. He did not wish for a day to come when he could not even keep pace with Chen Xian, let alone earn the right to be one of his subordinates. In that case, let us take action. The two exchanged determined glances, solidifying their resolve. Their first battle would be to seize the munitions factory. On the other side, Chen Xian and Lin Zixuan rode Dog Emperor, making their way toward the relic. The streets of Subei City were still teeming with zombies, yet they posed no threat to the trio. 3 days later, Master, ahead lies Tianqi Mountain, Lin Zixuan announced, gazing at the towering peak ahead. The three continued their journey at a leisurely pace, practicing their skills along the way. Lin Zixuan's strength had notably improved during this period, having engaged in combat with Zhou Xiong and Li Kai, thus gaining valuable insight. As they approached Tianqi Mountain, Chen Xian felt a surge of excitement. We've arrived. This was the first relic to emerge after the apocalypse, harboring tremendous opportunities that outsiders could scarcely fathom. Even Chen Xian was uncertain of what lay within, yet he was confident it would leave many yearning for its treasures. Let us first find a place to settle down, then lie in wait for our prey. Tianqi Mountain sprawled across a vast area, and Chen Xian had no idea where the relic would open. The jade pendant in his possession had yet to show any signs of activity. Therefore, they needed to find a suitable spot to wait for other extraordinary individuals who possessed similar pendants to arrive. At that point, they would ensnare them all. Yes. Although Lin Zixuan was unsure of what Chen Xian meant by lying in wait for prey, she was not one to ask many questions. The two, along with Dog Emperor, found a location at the foot of Tianqi Mountain, set up a tent, and made themselves comfortable. Due to its remote location, Tianqi Mountain saw few visitors, resulting in a relative absence of zombies, thus providing a tranquil environment. After settling in, Chen Xian, Lin Zixuan, and Dog Emperor remained diligent, simultaneously awaiting the activation of the relic while diligently training. For the spatial ring contained an abundance of crystal cores. 20 days passed swiftly. Chen Xian's soul capture ability successfully reached the 4th tier, while Lin Zixuan also broke through to the 3rd tier. As for Dog Emperor, it too achieved a breakthrough to the 4th tier. The trio's strength escalated rapidly. With the soul capture ability elevated to the 4th tier, Chen Xian's soul strength significantly increased, amplifying the potency of his spiritual attacks. The jade pendant is reacting. One day, after finishing his training, Chen Xian suddenly sensed movement from the pendant, southeast direction. It appears the relic is likely located there. A smile crept onto Chen Xian's face as he felt the relic beckoning him. Let us depart towards the southeast. Yes. Following the pendant's guidance, the trio made their way southeast. Before long, they reached a spot halfway up the mountain. Upon arrival, the pendant ceased its movement. This must be the place, Chen Xian remarked, surveying the surroundings with a smile. Here is likely where the relic will open. However, we still have about 5 or 6 days before that happens. During this time, the other 5 individuals will gradually arrive. Perfect. We can capture them all in one fell swoop. Chapter 66. The City of Dreams. Master, there are incoming individuals, Lin Zixuan suddenly announced. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Chen Xian's face. Without a moment's hesitation, it was clear that the individuals arriving at this time were undoubtedly possessors of jade pendants, endowed with extraordinary abilities. How many have arrived? 5, approaching from various directions. 5 of them. All gathered at once. After all, with only a few days remaining until the relic's opening, it seems they were all bound to arrive. If he could eliminate these 5 individuals in one fell swoop, the treasures within the relic would be entirely his once it opened. With this thought, Chen Xian could not help but smile. Let us proceed and observe these individuals. Indeed, with that, Chen Xian led Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor towards the direction of the newcomers. These 5, unbeknownst to each other, had converged here from diverse paths. Good day, esteemed brothers. Have you also been guided here by the jade pendant? One of the young men clad in a black denim jacket inquired with a cheerful smile. The others nodded in unison. Indeed, it appears we have all been summoned by the jade pendant. Could it be that there is some treasure hidden here? I am uncertain, but there may be dangers lurking. I propose that since we have all arrived together, we should form a team to face any potential threats collectively. The others considered the feasibility of this suggestion. Although they were all capable individuals, in this apocalyptic era, None could assure themselves that this mysterious location would not harbor dangers. Banding together was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. However, the paramount concern remained whether they could trust one another. "I concur," was the first to speak, the young man in the black denim jacket. Seeing him take the lead, the others nodded in agreement. "I agree, I second that." Suddenly, a commotion erupted not far away, and their senses heightened instantly. In the next moment, a man riding a black dog approached slowly, accompanied by a strikingly graceful woman. Observing this peculiar pairing, the gathered individuals became increasingly vigilant. "Ah, it seems we have not mistaken our quarry," Chen Xian mused, a subtle smile gracing his lips, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Indeed, these were the 5 individuals he sought in his previous life. 3 of them had emerged alive from this very secret realm, 2 of whom ascended to 9th tier power, while 1 reached 8th tier. Chen Xian recalled their faces distinctly. Among them was the young man in the black denim jacket, named Zhang Xueyuan, a 3rd tier ability user with an SS level ability known as Blood Flame. Another was the man in the purple short-sleeve shirt, named Li Lei, also a 3rd tier ability user possessing an SS level ability called Purple Lightning. The final member was a haggard-looking man wearing a baseball cap, known as Wang Shuangquan, a peak 2nd tier ability user with an SS level ability termed Berserk Body. The strength of these 3 was formidable, and their abilities had attained SS level, allowing them to carve out a place for themselves in the apocalypse. The remaining 2 were unknown to Chen Xian and were likely those who perished within the secret realm. "Who might you be?" Zhang Shuiyuan demanded first. The others maintained a wary demeanor. Chen Xian replied coolly, "The one who seeks your lives." "Seek our lives?" The group scoffed, their expressions laced with disdain. Having survived in the apocalypse for so long, they were no fools. Moreover, among them were 2 3rd-tier ability users. While the others were solid 2nd-tier users, they were not easily intimidated by Chen Xian. "We have no enmity with you. Is this truly necessary?" Li Lei squinted, assessing the situation. Yet, Chen Xian had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. He cast a glance at Lin Zixuan. She understood instantly, dashing forward in a flash. Lin Zixuan's speed was remarkable, especially after her breakthrough to the 3rd tier, which had significantly enhanced her abilities. Although 2 3rd-tier and 3 2nd-tier ability users stood before her, she felt no fear, only a thrill at the prospect of battle. The stronger the opponent, the more exhilarating the fight. Enough idling. "You 2, join in and help swiftly conclude this skirmish," Chen Xian urged, patting Dog Emperor's side. "Woof woof." Without hesitation, Dog Emperor barked twice and charged towards the fray. Thunder roared as a bolt of purple lightning struck down, landing amidst the 5. They scattered instinctively, feeling the terrifying energy of the lightning. Li Lei's eyes widened in surprise. As a fellow lightning ability user, he could sense the overwhelming power of this strike, even surpassing his OWNIS. "That dog also an ability user?" the 5 exclaimed. Astonishment etched on their faces. At that moment, Lin Zixuan had already arrived, her obsidian spear hurtling towards them. Waves of dark energy encircled the group, and they were suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of murderous intent. Dark Judgment. Lin Zixuan targeted the 2 2nd-tier ability users first. With her 3rd-tier prowess, they were no match for her speed. With a single strike, the 2 were swiftly dispatched. The remaining 3 were left in shock. "What in the world? Just like that, they are dead," Wang Shuangquan exclaimed, bewildered. "Where did this person come from? I swear I never wronged them." "Stop pondering. They are clearly after the jade pendants we possess," Li Lei surmised, his expression darkening as he grasped the dire truth. The sole connection among the 5 was indeed the jade pendants. However, it was unfortunate that even with this realization, escape was unlikely. What now? What else but to flee? Li Lei declared, "These individuals are formidable. We should split up. Perhaps we might find a sliver of hope." And no sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a streak of light, darting away. His intentions were noble, but he had underestimated Dog Emperor's speed. "Foolish dog, pursue him. If he escapes alive, your fate is sealed," Chen Xian commanded. Dog Emperor shuddered at the words, then sprang into action, racing after Li Lei. Zhang Xueyuan and Wang Shuangquan attempted to flee as well but found their path obstructed. "You handle the peak 2nd-tier one. I will take care of the other, as it is the perfect opportunity to test my abilities." "Understood," Lin Zixuan affirmed, heading straight for Wang Shuangquan. Chen Xian approached Zhang Shuiyuan with a smile. "Dream City, His eyes suddenly turned crimson, and a powerful wave of mental energy surged forth. Zhang Shuiyuan's gaze went blank, his pupils seeming to freeze in place. Now, let me show you the power of my illusion. Chapter 67. Entering the spaceship as Chen Xian's illusion erupted, Zhang Shuiyuan became instantly immobilized, his eyes devoid of any emotion. In the next moment, he violently coughed up blood and collapsed heavily to the ground. Shock evident in his eyes as he gazed at Chen Xian. How is this possible? But before he could utter another word, Zhang Shui's life force extinguished, leaving him lifeless. Though only a second had passed for Chen Xian, Zhang Shuiyuan experienced an eternity within the illusion, ultimately failing to break free from its grasp. Thus, he met his demise. Chen Xian smiled faintly, satisfied with the effectiveness of his illusion. His repertoire of abilities expanded. Meanwhile, Lin Zixuan's battle concluded effortlessly. As a third-tier ability user, dispatching a second-tier opponent posed no challenge for her. Master, the foe is dead. Good, Chen Xian nodded. Before long, Dog Emperor returned at high speed, proudly carrying Li Lei's lifeless body. Woof woof, he barked, a triumphant expression on his face. Chen Xian affectionately patted Dog Emperor's head. Well done. You shall be rewarded with several crystal cores. Hearing Chen Xian's praise, Dog Emperor beamed with joy. Soon, Chen Xian rifled through the corpses and uncovered 5 jade pendants, along with a significant number of crystal cores. Storing the cores in his spatial ring, he clasped the 5 jade pendants in his hand, a smile playing on his lips. At last, they are mine. Now, all that remained was to await the opening of the relic. Chen Xian's gaze shimmered with anticipation at the thought of the legendary relic. In his previous life, he had lacked the strength to even qualify for entry. Each relic varied in its interior, and as the most valuable relic in the apocalypse, the Tianqi Mountain relic's secrets remained unknown. After all, the 3 ability users who had emerged from the relic had become renowned, feared figures, and none dared inquire further. However, in this life, Chen Xian finally had the opportunity to enter. Casting one last glance at the fallen, he felt a pang of melancholy. It was noteworthy that 3 among the 5 would become super strong figures in the future. Yet they had so easily perished at his hands. The sensation was indescribable. Let us proceed to the relic's entrance and await its unveiling. With the 5 jade pendants in hand, Chen Xian turned away. Yes, Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor swiftly followed. With these 5 pendants, combined with the one Chen Xian had originally possessed, they now had a total of 6, after waiting 3 days at the relic's entrance. On this particular night, Chen Xian sensed a stirring from the jade pendants on his person. He quickly rose, alerting Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor. The moonlight suddenly intensified, casting a luminous glow upon the darkened sky. A misty beam of moonlight shining directly upon Tianqi Mountain, illuminating the space before Chen Xian. At last, it has arrived. Chen Xian's face radiated with joy as he felt the stirring before him. Indeed, it was true. The ruins are about to awaken. The energy of the moonlight grows increasingly potent. Chen Xian can feel this surging power. After an indeterminate period, a bronze door rises from the ground. Behind the door seems to connect to another world. Master, is this the ruin? Lin Zixuan, gazing at the bronze door before her, speaks in surprise. In recent days, Chen Xian has indeed shared tales of the ruins with her. Correct, you two will follow closely behind me. Yes, responds both the person and the dog affirmatively. Soon, the moonlight dissipates, leaving the bronze door standing resolutely before Chen Xian. Holding 6 jade pendants, he steps forward cautiously. The bronze door seems to sense something, creaking open with a resounding sound. Let us go. Without any further ado, Chen Xian strides into the doorway, with Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor following swiftly behind. Just as the trio steps through the threshold, the door slams shut. Before Chen Xian appears a colossal flying vessel, though it is more apt to call it a dilapidated ship, in a state of utter disrepair. Let us go take a look. Yes, Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor follow closely. As they approach, standing before the ship, Chen Xian's fingers brush against its hull, an unusual sensation flooding his mind. The material of this vessel is far from ordinary, not of any substance commonly found on Earth. Master, there is a door? Lin Zixuan points to a door on the left side of the ship. Chen Xian nods. Let us enter and investigate. The origins of this vessel are likely extraordinary. Although Chen Xian is uncertain of its provenance, he is certain it hails from beyond Earth. As they reach the entrance, the jade pendants instantly emit a glow, and the door swings open. Upon entering, they are greeted by a mechanized cabin, meticulously organized and pristine, detecting life forms. Analyzing life form intensity.in the next moment, a radiant light envelopes the three of them, as if scanned by an unseen entity. Life form analysis complete. Life form 1. Species, human, gender, female, life level, level 5. Life form 1 is classified as a mid-level life form, permitted to enter the cabin. Life form 2. Species, canine, gender, male, life level, level 5. Life form 2 is classified as a mid-level life form, permitted to enter the cabin. Life form 3. Species, human, gender, male, life level, level 9. Detected superlative life form, activating ship privileges. Would you like to initiate the trial? As Chen Xian and his companions stand in bewilderment, a luminous screen suddenly manifests before him, displaying. Would you like to commence the trial? Yes, no. Observing this inexplicable phenomenon, Chen Xian grows cautious, refraining from making an immediate choice. After all, who knows what this abrupt trial entails? While he contemplates, a voice suddenly resonates. Dear trial participant, greetings. I am the superintelligence of this vessel, here to serve you. Superintelligence. It must be several tiers above conventional artificial intelligence. Hello, what does this trial entail, and why am I eligible to participate? Chen Xian voices his inquiries. The superintelligence responds without hesitation, due to detecting your sufficiently high life intensity. The vessel's special trial has been activated. Should you succeed in the trial, you will gain control of this ship. Wow. Success in the trial grants control of the ship. Although Chen Xian is unsure of the ship's utility, he is certain it is something remarkable. After all, the three individuals who emerged from here in his past life became top-tier powerhouses. If he could possess this vessel, his future achievements would undoubtedly be limitless. Of course, you also have the option to forego the trial. If you choose not to participate, you may still access the cultivation chamber and receive some gifts from the ship, with the choice entirely yours. Hearing the superintelligence words, Chen Xian nods appreciatively. He must admit, the ship's service is rather commendable. Even if he declines the trial, he can still receive rewards and benefits. Is the trial fraught with peril? Chen Xian queries. If the mortality rate of the trial is exceedingly high, he would abstain. For while the control of the ship is enticing, his life is paramount. Without life, what aspirations can one harbor? You need not worry. The trial employs virtual reality technology. Your consciousness will enter the trial, and even if you were to perish, you would sustain no actual harm. Furthermore, for each level you successfully navigate, you will receive rewards. Upon hearing the superintelligence explanation, Chen Xian comprehends instantly. There is no danger, and rewards await. How could he possibly decline? Thus, Chen Xian decisively selects yes. Congratulations, trial participant. Please follow me, while the other two await here. With that, a mechanical door opens. Chen Xian turns to instruct, you two wait for me here. Yes, woof woof. Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor nod enthusiastically. Following the superintelligence guidance, Chen Xian steps through the mechanical door, which then seals behind him. Upon lifting his gaze, he beholds an enormous tower, approximately 7 stories high. Esteemed trial participant, welcome to the Galaxy Trial Tower. It consists of 7 levels, and should you conquer them, you will gain control of the entire vessel. May I inquire if you wish to commence the trial now? The superintelligence voice echoes once more. This time, Chen Xian does not hesitate and nods affirmatively. Begin the trial. In the next instant, darkness envelopes him. In a flash, the darkness dissipates, and he finds himself inside the tower. The first level of the trial tower is now open, announces the superintelligence. Immediately, 5 grotesque creatures materialize around Chen Xian. Armed with various weapons, spiked clubs, hammers, they exude a terrifying aura. All 5 creatures are of the 4th tier. Chen Xian squints at the sight. He senses that the strength of these 5 beings is formidable, far surpassing that of the zombies he has encountered. Suddenly, a serpent-bodied, ghost-faced creature lunges forward with astonishing speed, appearing in front of Chen Xian in an instant, unleashing a red shockwave from its eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xian leaps into action, evading the attack. Boom! The shockwave crashes to the ground, generating a deafening explosion. Yet, the trial tower boasts formidable defenses. No matter how ferocious the shockwave, it inflicts no damage. Without faltering, Chen Xian unsheathes his extreme cold sword, unleashing the dragon wings to hover in the air. He dives downward, harnessing the speed of the dragon wings, charging toward the serpent-bodied creature. Bang! The extreme cold sword slices through it, leaving a long scar and causing dark, viscous blood to flow forth. Chen Xian narrows his eyes. The 5 monsters spring into action, converging from 5 different directions, intent on encircling him. However, he will not yield easily. Dragon might. A wave of terrifying dragon might emanates from him, stunning the 5 creatures into a state of confusion, leaving them immobilized. This marks the first time Chen Xian has wielded his dragon might, and its power is indeed impressive. Ice meteor. Chen Xian roars, and in the next moment, countless shards of ice plummet from above, blanketing the entire trial arena. Boom, boom. The sound of relentless impacts fills the air. Given that the 5 creatures are already dazed from Chen Xian's dragon might, they are unable to react, and the cascading ice pierces through them. This is the power of ultimate ice, not to be underestimated. With the 5 monsters slain, the superintelligence's voice chimes in. Congratulations, trial participant, for completing the first level of the trial. Would you like to conclude the trial and receive your reward? Should Chen Xian choose to end the trial now, he could claim his reward. If he continues, the reward for the first level would remain unclaimed. Naturally, he could collect it after concluding the battle. Continue the trial. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xian opts to proceed. He is uncertain of the reward for the first level, but since the trial poses no threat to his life, he harbors the intention to reach the end. After all, completing the trial would grant him ownership of the entire vessel, and the treasures within would be boundless. Ding, trial continuation confirmed, commencing the second level. The superintelligence's voice resonates, and in the blink of an eye, the scene transforms before Chen Xian's eyes. The interior of the ship morphs into a dilapidated city, with corpses strewn across the hills outside, and the city itself stands desolate, devoid of life, save for Chen Xian. Suddenly, a cacophony erupts. Chen Xian gazes ahead, witnessing a dark mass of various monsters, ranging in strength from the 1st to the 4th tier. Faced with this overwhelming sight, numbering in the thousands, any ordinary person would be overwhelmed. Chen Xian, too, is taken aback. What in the world is this? Are the difficulties in the 1st and 2nd levels comparable? While the 1st level presented 5 4th-tier monsters, Chen Xian's strength could easily crush them. But the 2nd level boasts thousands of monsters, with over 100 of them being 4th tier, not to mention the other tiers. Hissing in astonishment, Chen Xian's expression shifts to one of exhilaration. Battle is always the finest catalyst for growth. The objective of these monstrous beings appears to be the city itself. They charge towards it with a frenzied intensity. Chen Xian stands resolutely above the city, unperturbed. Ice meteor. In an instant, countless icicles rain down from the sky. At this moment, the wide area attack of ice meteor proves to be particularly lethal. For those 3rd and 4th tier monsters, these icicles may not be sufficient to slay them. Yet the 1st and 2nd tier creatures stand little chance of survival. Moreover, this assault also impedes their speed. Boom. As the ice meteor descends, countless monsters perish instantly, and the advance of those behind slows significantly. With a single strike, nearly half of the monsters are eradicated. Of course, these were predominantly 1st and 2nd tier creatures, lacking in strength. Nevertheless, the crowd control effect is indeed commendable. The remaining half of the monsters continue their relentless charge towards Chen Xian. In a flash, he unfurls his dragon wings and leaps forth, soaring out of the city. Let me see just how formidable you truly are. Chapter 69. The 7th challenge, Tier 7 powerhouses. Chen Xian leaps into the throng of monsters. A glimmering blade of extreme cold flashes in his hand, and he navigates through the horde with astonishing speed, each swing of his sword claiming the lives of countless monsters. Even 3rd-tier creatures cannot withstand his strike. His velocity is unparalleled, enhanced by the dragon wings, reaching an apex that even 4th-tier monsters cannot perceive. Ice enveloping the land. With a sweep of his sword, a vast expanse of ice envelopes the surroundings. The entire world seems to freeze in that moment. This technique is nothing short of a devastating weapon. Chen Xian's strike annihilates nearly 2/3 of the monsters. Time passes swiftly. After a quarter of an hour, the voice of the superbrain resonates in Chen Xian's ears. Ding, congratulations, challenger, you have passed the 2nd level. Will you continue the challenge? Continue. The difficulty of the 2nd level was indeed considerable, and one can only imagine that the subsequent challenges would be equally formidable. However, Chen Xian is determined not to yield easily. He yearns to test the limits of his own strength. Ding! Congratulations, Challenger, you have unlocked the third level. Before the third level commences, Chen Xian finds himself restored to full vitality. His powers replenished. Before each level begins, the superbrain ensures that his abilities are completely restored, allowing him to commence the next round of challenges in optimal condition. After all, proceeding without full preparation would make it exceedingly difficult for anyone to succeed. The trials of the third level commence swiftly. Unlike the previous two challenges, this level presents no combat scenario. Instead, a breathtakingly beautiful woman stands before him, completely bare, her flawless skin and stunning appearance evoking a sense of overwhelming desire. Even Chen Xian cannot help but feel taken aback. This woman's beauty and form are truly unparalleled. Yet, something seems amiss. Chen Xian narrows his eyes, sensing the anomaly. Normally, how could a woman possibly appear in this trial? Moreover, since the third round has already begun, it stands to reason that this naked woman is the gatekeeper of the third level. Ice enveloping the land. Without hesitation, Chen Xian swings his sword towards the breathtaking woman. The terrifying sword energy, imbued with frost, seems poised to freeze the very fabric of space. Boom. Just as the sword energy is about to collide with the exquisite woman, she swiftly evades Chen Xian's assault. As I suspected, she is indeed the gatekeeper of the third level. In an instant, the woman moves. Chen Xian suddenly feels a violent disturbance in his mind. Aha! It is a mental attack. The intensity of this assault is formidable. But Chen Xian's mental fortitude is anything but ordinary. Having been reborn, his mental prowess surpasses that of most individuals, and with his soul capture ability cultivated to the fourth tier, he is far from weak. Thus, in a matter of moments, he deflects her mental onslaught, an eye for an eye. If you favor mental attacks, then allow me to showcase mine. With that, Chen Xian activates his soul capture ability, Dreamland, channeling all his soul capture energy. He unleashes this technique upon the woman. The terrifying power envelopes her in an instant. She freezes in place, and the next moment, blood spills from her lips. Chen Xian smirks, advancing forward as his sword slices through her form, extinguishing her life. Congratulations, Challenger, you have passed the third level. Will you unlock the fourth level? Continue. Chen Xian chooses to press on without hesitation. Time is a blur as he progresses through the trial tower. His aura reaching its zenith, the murderous intent in his gaze becoming increasingly pronounced. After all, having slain so many monsters within the tower, the aura of death surrounding him is indeed formidable. Congratulations, Challenger, you have passed the sixth level. Will you initiate the final challenge? Indeed. After a prolonged battle, Chen Xian has finally overcome the sixth level. Faced with the final challenge, he feels a weight of pressure. The difficulty of the sixth level was already considerable, and he had expended nearly all his strength to succeed. Now, the intensity of the seventh level is surely not to be underestimated. Yet, should he prevail, the rewards for Chen Xian would be immense. The prospect of obtaining control over this spacecraft is an irresistible temptation. Possessing such authority would mean that everything aboard the vessel would belong to him, an abundance of resources. He could forge countless powerful beings. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xian makes his decision. Continue. No matter the outcome, he must take this gamble. If he does not at least attempt it, he may forever carry the weight of regret. Ding! Congratulations, Challenger, you have begun the seventh level. Should you conquer this level, you will gain the highest command over this spacecraft. Best of luck. In the next moment, Chen Xian finds himself enveloped in darkness, as if night has fallen. A shroud of blackness surrounds him. Suddenly, a beam of light pierces through, revealing a battlefield strewn with ruins. Corpses of monsters and humans alike litter the ground. He is uncertain of his location, but the pungent stench of blood indicates the horror of this place, where countless souls lie buried. Abruptly, a towering figure strides toward him, standing over 3 meters tall, with 6 wings extending from its back, its visage grotesque as it wields a massive blade. The aura emanating from it is unmistakably that of a Tier 7 powerhouse. Feeling the intensity of its presence, Chen Xian's pupils constrict sharply. While he anticipated the terror of the 7th level, he never imagined it would present such a hellish challenge from the outset. A Tier 7 powerhouse, its strength is undeniably formidable and moreover, This creature's power surpasses that of ordinary Tier 7 beings. So this is the 7th tier. The difficulty is indeed formidable. Chen Xian lets out a wry smile, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. Fear? Not at all. It is more a thrill of exhilaration. Engaging a Tier 7 powerhouse is a first for him. If that is the case, let us see who ultimately prevails. With that, Chen Xian summons his dragon wings, the crystalline wings manifesting as he swiftly transforms into his dragon form. Even a lion uses its full strength against a hare. Facing this Tier 7 powerhouse, he must employ all his tactics. Boom! In an instant, the Tier 7 monster moves, appearing before Chen Xian in a flash, its terrifying speed causing the very space to tremble. Wait. This is spatial ability. A powerful slash with its massive blade aims directly for Chen Xian's chest. He neither dodges nor evades. Instead, he swings his extreme cold sword to meet the assault. The clash of blade against blade reverberates with a resounding hum. The strength of a Tier 7 powerhouse needs no elaboration. Had Chen Xian not activated his dragon form, the mere impact of this exchange would have surely shattered him. Bang! Following the strike, Chen Xian is propelled backward, flying several meters away. Chapter 70. Decapitation, conquering the 7th tier. Having been blasted away by this overwhelming assault, Chen Xian cannot help but feel a pang of pain, it must be said. The strength of a Tier 7 powerhouse is indeed extraordinary. A single, seemingly simple strike is so fearsome. If not for Chen Xian's dragon form, he would have already been incapacitated. Yet, the more formidable the opponent, the greater his excitement. Dragon might? In an instant, an aura of myriad dragon might radiates from Chen Xian, reverberating throughout the space and disorienting all within its reach. Although this Tier 7 monster possesses terrifying power, it is not entirely unaffected. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Xian activates his absolute domain. The absolute domain is unleashed, nullifying all levels of power. Even though this creature is a Tier 7 being, it is significantly impacted. Its strength, speed, and defensive capabilities all diminish by 40%. This is no trivial reduction in that moment. The creature senses something amiss, but Chen Xian's figure has already reached its side, Dreamland. Within a meter of the creature, Chen Xian unleashes his mental assault, Dreamland. This technique is terrifying to ordinary ability users. But while it may not greatly affect a Tier 7 powerhouse, it is sufficient to momentarily daze the foe. Those fleeting seconds can decisively alter the tide of battle. Shatter. Chen Xian's form reaches the creature, and his extreme cold sword is drawn in an instant. The blade sweeps through a frigid arc, piercing through the creature's body directly into its chest point. One must commend the creature's astonishing defenses. Even with its resistance diminished by 40%, the extreme cold sword only penetrates halfway into its form, unable to advance further. An immense agony jolts the creature awake, and it roars in fury. Its eyes ablaze with rage, pain, excruciating pain. Observing this, Chen Xian swiftly retreats. The extreme cold sword is yanked free, black blood cascading from the wound, while the creature's aura begins to wane rapidly. Yet, its vitality proves to be remarkably resilient. This strike does not claim its life. With a fierce flap of its 6 wings, it shatters the fabric of space, hurtling directly towards Chen Xian, seemingly intent on delivering a fatal blow. The cataclysmic force it wields threatens to obliterate everything. Recognizing the impending danger, Chen Xian hastily evades. However, he was confronted by an enraged 7th-tier monster. Even with the diminishment of its terrifying speed and attack power due to the absolute domain, it remained formidable. Bang, bang. As Chen Xian dodged, he was still wounded by the opponent's strikes. Blood oozed from the dragon-transformed area on his chest, and he also took a punch. Damn, this guy's strength is truly terrifying. No wonder it's a 7th tier. Even Chen Xian couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, his eyes filled with an unquenchable fighting spirit. Given the current situation, retreat was no longer an option. The only way to achieve victory was to fight. To see who could endure until the end. Damn it. Anyway, I want to die, so I'll risk my life to battle you. Chen Xian let out a furious roar, suppressing the pain in his chest, and his speed surged dramatically. After transforming, his strength increased significantly, especially in speed. The world froze for miles. With a sword strike, it seemed as if he aimed to freeze the entire battlefield, and a flurry of snow began to fall. Chilling the air, boom! The sword struck the monster, and it was evident that the seventh-tier creature was also struggling. Already heavily wounded by Chen Xian and further suppressed by the absolute domain, it could hardly unleash its true power. It could be said that this battle was incredibly stifling for it. Despite possessing 10 parts of strength, it could only exert 5 at most. And within those 5 parts, it had been ambushed and severely injured by Chen Xian, leaving it with only 3 parts of real power. As time passed, the battle between Chen Xian and the monster continued for 2.5 minutes. During this time, both fighters exerted their utmost effort in every move. At this moment, both had reached their limits. Gasping for breath, Chen Xian gazed at his opponent's figure. It must be said that this was the most arduous battle he had faced since his rebirth, and the most terrifying opponent he had encountered thus far. He had exhausted all his means just to reach this point. There was no time to delay. The absolute domain could only last for 3 minutes. And once the time was up, he would surely perish. Chen Xian steeled himself. He understood that once the time for the absolute domain elapsed, his demise was inevitable. After all, this 7th-tier monster had already suffered a significant decline in strength. Damn it! Let us fight! Gritting his teeth, he flapped his dragon wings furiously, soaring into the sky, then plummeting rapidly, harnessing the power of his descent to achieve a terrifying speed. Dream City? The world froze for miles. Simultaneously, Chen Xian unleashed a mental attack and the extreme cold sword. With both forces combined, the 7th-tier monster, having already reached its limit, was now on the brink of collapse. Chen Xian struck down with his sword, cleaving directly from above the creature's head. Boom! The terrifying blow instantly leveled everything within dozens of meters. A thick layer of ice and snow enveloped a radius of 100 meters. It was dead. Indeed, it was as good as dead. Chen Xian's strike had utterly shattered the creature's skull. At that moment, he was utterly drained, having expended all his abilities, his eyes betraying nothing but exhaustion. It was important to remember that this was a confrontation with a 7th-tier monster, and the difficulty was beyond description. Success. Watching the monster dissipate, Chen Xian's spirits lifted. His efforts had not been in vain. At that moment, the voice of the super brain echoed. Ding! Congratulations, Challenger, for successfully passing the 7th trial. Ding! Congratulations, Challenger, for becoming the first human to pass all 7 trials, gaining control of this spaceship. Hearing the voice of the super brain, Chen Xian's eyes sparkled with joy. The next moment, he seemed to sense a mysterious connection forming in his mind. He closed his eyes, and with a thought, all the information about the spaceship appeared before him. Upon viewing the spaceship's data, Chen Xian was filled with profound astonishment. Terrifying. It was truly terrifying. He could hardly fathom what kind of civilization could construct such an awe-inspiring vessel. Ding! Dear Master, the super brain is at your service at all times. The voice of the super brain resounded once more in Chen Xian's ears. A mark appeared on his arm, a white stripe. The imprint left by the super brain. Super brain, please provide a detailed introduction of your functions. Chen Xian wasted no time and spoke directly. Ding! This super brain hails from a higher civilization deep within the universe and can currently assist the master in detecting everything, controlling the spaceship and aiding in training. When did you arrive on Earth? Chen Xian inquired curiously. The super brain fell silent for a moment before responding. Ding! This super brain's information is incomplete and does not know when it arrived on Earth. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian calmly nodded. It seemed that this super brain had indeed lost a great deal of information, leading to its incomplete functions. However, this was inconsequential, for this spaceship was a true treasure trove. Chapter 71. The spaceship's cabin. After gaining a detailed understanding of the spaceship's functions, Chen Xian couldn't help but feel astonished. The vast spaceship was divided into several sections: the training chamber, auxiliary chamber, potion chamber, and storage chamber. Among these, the training chamber could assist ability users in their training, equipped with specialized devices that could aid in everything from combat to ability cultivation. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that the training chamber could adjust the time multiplier. Currently, Chen Xian could set it to a maximum of 2 times. This meant that while 2 days passed in the training chamber, only 1 day elapsed outside. This dramatically enhanced the training effect. With professional equipment, expert training guidance, and time manipulation, it was evident that training in this chamber would be nothing short of extraordinary. The auxiliary chamber was more complex, capable of analyzing various special materials for replication. Including weapons.it could also provide explanations and analyses of abilities. Then there was the potion chamber. After the apocalypse, the rapid emergence of ability users brought about the need for potions to assist in strength enhancement. However, in the early days, humanity had not developed any potions, yet the spaceship still possessed a potion chamber. Chun Xian speculated that the development of human potions likely stemmed from extraterrestrial sources. Lastly, there was the storage chamber, which contained countless treasures and potions meticulously categorized. However, due to Chun Xian's low strength, he could only access the first layer. Even so, he was immensely intrigued by the first layer of the storage chamber, certain that it held many valuable items. After thoroughly examining the information on the storage chamber, a smile crept onto Chun Xian's face. Indeed, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. His leap in slaying a 7th-tier monster had yielded bountiful gains. The entire spaceship had effectively become his possession. His strength was bound to progress by leaps and bounds. Upon seeing Chun Xian emerge, Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor wore expressions of joy. Master, woof woof. It was evident that both the person and the dog were quite concerned for Chun Xian's safety. He smiled slightly, saying, "No need to worry. From now on, this spaceship belongs to us." Chun Xian's words left Lin Zixuan, who had maintained a calm demeanor, utterly stunned, and Dog Emperor's mouth hung agape in disbelief. What on earth? This spaceship actually belongs to them. Though both were shocked, they did not doubt their master's words. Chun Xian chuckled, "Come, let us go take a look around." Filled with curiosity about the spaceship's interior, especially the various chambers, Chun Xian led the way. "All right, woof." As Chun Xian walked ahead, the superbrain provided its introductions, with Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor trailing behind. Their first stop was the auxiliary chamber. "Master, this is the auxiliary chamber. That is the forging platform, capable of analyzing various weapon data, and if raw materials are available, it can replicate or custom-make weapons for you." Chun Xian glanced over at the forging platform, intrigued, and placed the extreme cold sword upon it.in. The next moment, the forging platform emitted a sound. Ding! Detected special metal, Xianbing crystal, current weapon grade, top tier. The spaceship possesses Yuan crystal, which can elevate this weapon to planetary grade. Would you like to upgrade? Hearing the voice from the forging platform, Chun Xian was momentarily taken aback. What weapon grade was this? In his past life, he was unaware that weapons had grades. He only knew that the extreme cold sword was among the top 3 in the apocalypse, capable of slicing through iron like mud. Yet, he was oblivious to the existence of grades among weapons. The superbrain quickly clarified this for him. Ding! Responding to the master, weapons are indeed graded, ranging from low to high. Low tier, mid-tier, high tier, top tier, planetary grade, stellar grade, nebula grade, and the legendary cosmic grade. Your weapon has reached top tier, making it the hardest weapon currently on Earth. The superbrain's voice resonated in Chun Xian's ears, and he grasped the grading system of weapons. It appeared that if the extreme cold sword were upgraded to planetary grade, it would surpass all weapons on Earth, achieving a level of terrifying power. He understood well how significant a good weapon could enhance his own strength. Therefore, without hesitation, Chun Xian replied, "Upgrade ding beginning upgrade. This upgrade will take 10 days. Please be patient." Master point 10 days was a wait Chun Xian could afford. After all, this was a planetary grade weapon, and there might not even be one available across the entire Earth. Given its terrifying power, with the extreme cold sword placed on the forging platform for its upgrade, Chun Xian pondered and then placed the space ring on the platform, curious about its composition. Ding! Detected special metal, Kongyuan stone. Current grade, high tier. The spaceship contains a large quantity of Kongyuan stone, which can elevate this space ring to top tier. Would you like to upgrade? Upon hearing this, Chun Xian's eyes lit up with joy. He hadn't anticipated that even the space ring could be upgraded, which was a delightful surprise. Currently, the interior space of the spatial ring is not insignificant. However, as one's capabilities grow, it is inevitable that more valuable items will be acquired in the future, rendering the current space within the ring somewhat inadequate. If it could be enhanced to increase its capacity, it would undoubtedly be a boon. Without the slightest hesitation, Chun Xian readily consented. Enhancement initiated. Ding! The upgrade process has commenced. The required duration for this upgrade is 3 days. We kindly ask the master to exercise patience in comparison to the 10 days required for the extreme cold sword. 3 days is relatively brief. After all, the spatial ring is merely advancing from high grade to top grade, making the challenge considerably less formidable. The weapon forging platform indeed astonished Qian Xian profoundly, filling him with delight. Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor, who stood nearby, were equally awestruck, as if they had just opened the door to a new world. Chen Xian proposed to forge weapons for the two of them during this time, aiming to enhance their combat prowess. In this auxiliary chamber, alongside the weapon forging platform, there was also a dedicated section for explaining supernatural abilities. After a brief glance, the group proceeded to the adjacent potion chamber. Within the potion chamber, an array of potions could be concocted. As long as the necessary raw materials were available, the spacecraft could produce them without limit. Furthermore, the success rate is guaranteed to be 100%. Not only that, but the potions synthesized within the spacecraft carry no side effects, as any toxins are entirely filtered out. It can be stated that this is an exceedingly formidable existence. Even though several years have passed since the onset of the apocalypse, and humanity has managed to independently concoct potions, those potions invariably contain some degree of toxins. These toxins accumulate within the body, and although the quantity may be minimal, they inevitably exert a certain influence on human health. This is particularly true when attempting to break through higher levels. Should the toxins from the potions accumulate excessively, the difficulty of such breakthroughs will undoubtedly increase significantly. Chapter 72. Special Training, Visitors from the 4th Military District to Chen Xian's astonishment. The potions produced by this spacecraft could completely avoid any toxins, which is indeed remarkable. After touring the potion chamber, Chen Xian led Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor to the storage chamber, which housed all the resources of the spacecraft. While the exact extent of the resources remains unknown, Chen Xian's current strength only permits him access to the first tier. Yet, even the resources in this first tier were sufficient to leave him dazzled. Countless special metals, spiritual herbs, and potions, resembling a vast treasure trove. Wow, this is ice crystal stone milk, essence liquid. Goodness, these are top-tier treasures. Gazing at the items before him, Chen Xian could not help but swallow hard. Even 8th and 9th tier powerhouses would covet such items, not only for the abundant energy they contain but also for their ability to purify the physical body. Most importantly, these substances can enhance the strength of the soul, a true marvel of nature. Should these treasures be made public, they would undoubtedly drive an entire nation into a frenzy. Chen Xian swallowed again, his eyes filled with astonishment. After surveying the storage chamber, he had a rough understanding of the wealth contained within. Subsequently, he guided them towards the training chamber, considered the heart of the spacecraft. The training chamber boasted thousands of compartments, allowing free entry into any designated space for simulated combat. In these simulations, the flow of time is at a ratio of 1:2 compared to the outside world, and death within does not impact one's physical form externally. This can be deemed an exceptional training ground. After exploring all the functionalities of the spacecraft, Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor were left in a state of shock. They had never imagined that the spacecraft could be so powerful, equipped with comprehensive functions and abundant resources. In the upcoming 2 months, you two shall undergo special training here to rapidly enhance your strength. Chen Xian commanded. He intended for them to train for 2 months. Although the outside world is rife with zombies, from the perspective of the nation's upper echelons, the situation is manageable. With the might of the nation, numerous formidable supernatural beings are bound to emerge. The capabilities of these supernatural beings should not be underestimated. If Chen Xian and his companions do not strive for progress, they will inevitably be surpassed by others. Moreover, not only the nation but various regional military districts are vigorously advancing technology. Chen Xian recalled that in his previous life, the development of these potions began to unfold 2 months after the apocalypse commenced. Naturally, there were also some specialized technologies, but with his current strength, he was not qualified to engage with them. Chen Xian would never underestimate the power of a nation, yet he also would not permit his strength to be eclipsed by others. This is something he could not tolerate. Now, with the resources of the spacecraft, his strength would surely advance rapidly. Yes, woof. Both individuals and the dog expressed their agreement without reservation. 2 months of time, during the early stages of the apocalypse, is considered a golden opportunity. Many who gained formidable strength during the later stages of the apocalypse did so by seizing the chance and opportunity during these critical months. Excellent. Chen Ji's words ring true. Seizing this armory will significantly enhance our power, doubling our forces. Zhou Xiong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since Chen Xian left after formulating a strategy, a month had already elapsed. They had successfully taken the armory half a month ago, and the base now housed experts proficient in military industry, allowing the armory to be reactivated. With the addition of weapons, the Tianqian base's strength soared. During this time, the number of survivors within the base surged remarkably, expanding from fewer than 20,000 to an impressive 40,000. Among them, the combatants numbered 3,000, while the supernatural beings reached an impressive 62. This is undoubtedly a substantial figure, which explains Zhou Xiong's exhilaration. Such significant progress in just 1 month would stir excitement in anyone. Beside him, Li Kai also wore a broad smile. With Chen Xian entrusting them with the management of the base, they were determined not to disappoint him. Achieving such results could be considered a fulfillment of Chen Ji's expectations. Indeed, our base's power has skyrocketed. Before long, we might even conquer the entire northern region of Subei City, Li Kai remarked, as a glimmer of ambition ignited in their eyes. The prospect of dominating the entire northern region of Subei City signifies the Tianqian base's rise to prominence, establishing their rule over a territory, a monumental breakthrough. Before the onset of the apocalypse, they would never have dared to dream of such a possibility. Now, not only do they have the chance, but they also possess the strength. Absolutely. Boldly, we must intensify our efforts to assimilate the surrounding forces before Qinggu returns. We shall surprise him, Zhou Xiong exclaimed excitedly. Indeed. Li Kai nodded in agreement. The two had harmonized splendidly during this time, forging a strong bond. They acknowledged each other's talents and strengths. Over the past month, both Li Kai and Zhou Xiong had broken through to the 3rd tier, experiencing a significant boost in their powers. Particularly for Li Kai, his control over metal supernatural abilities had strengthened, and the energy within him surged. Although Zhou Xiong also made notable progress, it was not as pronounced as Li Kai's. Nevertheless, he had now reached the 3rd tier, and should he break through to the 4th tier, his strength would undoubtedly experience a dramatic increase. At that point, Li Kai might not even be his match. As they conversed, suddenly Zhang Yun rushed in, appearing flustered. Kai Gu, Xiong Gu, we have a grave situation. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong exchanged glances, an unsettling premonition creeping into their minds. What has happened? The 4th military district has sent representatives. They demand the return of the armory. Upon hearing Zhang Yun's words, both Li Kai and Zhou Xiong's expressions shifted simultaneously. Indeed, their worst fears had come to pass. This armory originally belonged to the 4th military district, but when the zombie tide struck, they were forced to withdraw from Subei City. Now that the 4th military district occupies the northern part of Subei City and possesses formidable strength, it is only natural that they wish to reclaim the armory. However, having a prize snatched from their grasp, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai were decidedly unwilling. Boldly, what are your thoughts? Zhou Xiong inquired. Seeking Li Kai's perspective. What else can we do? Surrender the armory? Absolutely not. They would have to step over my dead body first. Right? Your words resonate with me. If we lose this armory, how could we ever face Qinggu again? Li Kai nodded in agreement. Indeed, should they lose this armory, it would be tantamount to proving their incompetence, and they would have no face left to meet Chen Xian in the future. Therefore, they could not simply relinquish it. Then let us fight. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong exchanged determined glances, steeling their resolve. Although the 4th military district wielded significant power and consisted of professional soldiers, the Tianqian base was well equipped with weapons. Boasting thousands of warriors and dozens of supernatural beings, such strength could certainly challenge the 4th military district. Chapter 73. Then let us fight. But now, the Tianqian base was well armed, with several thousand fighters and numerous supernatural beings. Such strength was not to be underestimated when contending with the 4th military district. Has the leadership of the 4th military district changed? Zhou Xiong suddenly posed the question. Zhang Yun and Li Kai exchanged glances before nodding in unison. Indeed, it is said that the previous leader, Yang Hua, passed away suddenly from a heart attack, and the current leader has reportedly been dispatched from above. The notion of a sudden heart attack was somewhat tenuous, and interpretations of the situation varied. However, this indirectly indicated that the 4th military district was not as unified as presumed, especially among the higher-ups, who might be embroiled in severe internal strife. This was undoubtedly good news for them. Let us go. We should first meet with the representatives from the 4th military district. Resolute in their decision, they proceeded to the reception room. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai entered the reception area, one on each side, where the envoy from the 4th military district, named Zhang Tianfeng, stood. a mere second-tier supernatural being with B-grade abilities, and not particularly formidable. Which of you is the leader of the Tianxian base? Zhang Tianfeng inquired. The two exchanged glances, refraining from directly answering this question, as neither of them could strictly be considered the leader of the base. However, Chen Xian, being indifferent to fame and fortune, did not wish to reveal his identity. Thus, the two did not engage in further conversation. If you have any business, feel free to speak plainly. Observing their demeanor, Zhang Tianfeng felt somewhat perplexed but chose not to press further, instead articulating his mission with solemnity. Gentlemen, I come on behalf of the 4th Military District, seeking the return of the armory, which rightfully belongs to us and holds significant importance. Zhang Tianfeng's words carried a weight of seriousness. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong exchanged glances, narrowing their eyes. What if we refuse to return it? Zhang Tianfeng responded with a sense of certainty, suggesting that should Li Kai and Zhou Xiong decline, a large-scale conflict between the 4th Military District and the Tianxian base would inevitably ensue. He was confident that the 4th Military District possessed the strength to subdue a mere Tianxian base. Nevertheless, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong shared a knowing look before both let out a cold laugh. Their expressions devoid of warmth. Is that so? If war is what you desire, then let it be. As for the armory, we shall not relinquish it. Their resolute stance caught Zhang Tianfeng off guard. He had not anticipated such unwavering defiance from them. After all, he represented the 4th Military District, a legitimate authority. Did they truly believe that a group of ordinary individuals could stand against the might of the 4th Military District? Moreover, the 4th Military District was backed by the Jiangnan region. They needed to understand the gravity of opposing all of Huaxia. Zhang Tianfeng's rhetoric was piercing. Invoking the names of both the Jiangnan region and Huaxia itself, he made it clear that should the two refuse to yield the armory, they would be declaring war not just on the 4th Military District, but against the entirety of Huaxia. Upon hearing this, both Zhou Xiong and Li Kai felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, before the apocalypse, they had been mere ordinary individuals, never contemplating enmity with all of Huaxia. Yet, after a brief exchange of glances, they resolutely made up their minds. Regardless of the circumstances, they could not surrender the armory. What if the 4th Military District had the Jiangnan region behind it? They had Chen Xian backing them. With that formidable man in their corner, they believed there was nothing they could not handle. Thus, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong coldly declared, if that is the case, then let the 4th Military District come to battle. The Tianxian base will accompany you to the bitter end. However, we must caution you. Are you certain the 4th Military District can bear the consequences of war? Their steadfast voices once again left Zhang Tianfeng at a disadvantage. In truth, his primary aim in coming here was to intimidate the two. Given the current instability within the 4th Military District and their incomplete recovery of strength, taking the Tianxian base would likely exact a heavy toll. Thus, Zhang Tianfeng had intended to frighten them. However, he had not anticipated such a resolute response from Li Kai and Zhou Xiong, who would rather face war than surrender the armory. He detected no hint of hesitation in them, which left him perplexed. Did the Tianxian base possess some terrifying weapon, or perhaps a hidden trump card? Otherwise, why would they be so unwavering? For a moment, Zhang Tianfeng found himself at a loss. Li Kai sneered, enough. Go back and inform your leaders that if war is what they seek, the Tianxian base is ready to fight to the last man. Indeed, relay our words exactly as we have spoken, Zhou Xiong added, his eyes brimming with defiance. Zhang Tianfeng felt the immense pressure emanating from the two. Realizing that their abilities surpassed his own, instilling within him a sense of trepidation. Thus, he chose not to linger at the Tianxian base any longer and departed with several soldiers. Watching their retreating figures, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong exchanged glances filled with disdain. The 4th Military District appeared to be nothing extraordinary after all, yet, despite their outward dismissal, they were keenly aware of the need for caution in their actions. Boldly, instruct the brothers to bolster defenses around the armory to prevent any sneak attacks during this period. All right, I will enhance the defenses immediately. If the 4th Military District dares to launch a surprise attack, I will not let them off easily, Li Kai asserted resolutely. Should the enemy dare to strike, he would ensure they face severe repercussions. With their resolve firm, the two set about making arrangements. How outrageous! Did they truly say such things? Within the highest-ranking 10 of the 4th Military District sat the current leader, Su Yuanying, who was also the elder brother of Su Yuanying. The death of Yang Hua was inextricably linked to Su Yuanying, and through careful maneuvering, He had secured his brother's position as the leader of the 4th Military District. After all, the apocalypse was unlike ordinary times, and possessing military power was paramount at that moment. Su Yuanying was seething with anger. Upon arriving in Subei City, he discovered that the armory had been seized by the Tianxian base. He had sent envoys to negotiate, only to be humiliated in return. It was utterly intolerable. A mere civilian organization daring to defy the 4th Military District was simply outrageous. Indeed, that is precisely what they said. Word for word, Zhang Tianfeng stated cautiously, his tone tinged with fear. Unlike Yang Hua, Su Yuanying was not one to tolerate insubordination. Should he provoke the other side's ire, the consequences could be dire. How outrageous! If that is the case, let us go to war. I wish to see what capabilities these individuals possess. Chapter 74. Preparing to depart, Su Yuanying declared, and the others in the meeting hall nodded in agreement. Su Yuanying spoke up, indeed, since they dared to challenge the authority of the 4th Military District. Let them know what true power looks like. Despite the apocalypse having descended, the various military districts were essentially ruled like feudal lords, yet they were still nominally under central management. Therefore, they held the moral high ground. However, the Tianxian base, being a civilian organization, was held in disdain by them. It was unfathomable that these individuals would seize the armory and attempt to stand against the 4th Military District. They could not fathom from where such audacity stemmed. Among the senior military officials present, there was an air of disdain towards these so-called civilian organizations. From a corner, a middle-aged officer stood up and said, "Leaders, I believe we should not underestimate the Tianxian base. I have conducted investigations into their strength, and it is indeed formidable. Not only do the two leaders possess Tier 3 abilities, but they also wield SS-level powers. The base has dozens of ability users. And with the support of firearms from the armory, their combat capacity has reached thousands. They are not a trivial force." After the middle-aged officer's words, the others exchanged glances, their expressions growing grave. Indeed, if that is the case, the Tianxian base is not to be underestimated. While they may not rival the 4th Military District, they are likely the only force in Subei City capable of competing with us. Su Yuanying's gaze sharpened, his demeanor growing colder. With a derisive smile, he said, "Is this the extent of their strength that frightens you? How pathetic. Send Zhang Haoyun with 3,000 men. I want to see if the Tianxian base is truly as formidable as they claim." Zhang Haoyun was currently the foremost expert of the 4th Military District, an SS-level ability user at the pinnacle of Tier 3. He was a powerhouse forged from the collective strength of the entire military district, and his prowess was not to be taken lightly. As for the 3,000 soldiers, they comprised the elite warriors of the 4th Military District, each possessing exceptional strength, especially after the onset of the apocalypse, which had enhanced their physical capabilities. Coupled with their pre-existing combat skills, their power was indeed formidable. Witnessing Su Yuanying's decisiveness, the others ceased to voice further objections. The 4th Military District moved swiftly, unwilling to show leniency regarding the armory. Meanwhile, the Tianxian base quickly detected the movements of their adversaries. 3,000 troops were an imposing force, impossible to conceal. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong had long since gathered intelligence on the 4th Military District. Fully aware of Zhang Haoyun's capabilities, although he was a pinnacle Tier 3 ability user with SS-level powers, the combined strength of the two was not to be underestimated. Thus, they felt no fear. The vast machinery of the Tianxian base began to spring into action. Time passed swiftly. At this moment, aboard the spaceship, Qian Xian, accompanied by Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor, was fervently enhancing their abilities. This spacecraft was akin to a colossal treasure trove, a perfect environment for ability users to elevate their powers. Qian Xian's combat experience was already substantial, and after rigorous training in the training chamber, his combat capabilities saw a significant boost. Additionally, with the auxiliary chamber's analysis of abilities, his mastery over his powers greatly improved. Whether it was his Ice Dragon or Soul Capture abilities, he became increasingly adept at employing them in battle. 2 months flew by in the blink of an eye. For Qian Xian, Lin Zixuan, and Dog Emperor, this period passed swiftly, as their strength surged tremendously. Both of Qian Xian's primary abilities, Ice Dragon and Soul Capture, had ascended to Tier 5. His power had made a remarkable leap. Although he had previously been capable of slaying Tier 7 ability users, albeit with some difficulty, he now found such feats considerably easier following the breakthroughs of both abilities. As long as his opponent was not overwhelmingly powerful, Chen Xian felt a solid confidence in his prowess. This rapid advancement in strength brought Chen Xian immense satisfaction. With his current capabilities, he felt he was unmatched among humanity. Even the most extraordinary geniuses, meticulously nurtured by various powerful factions, do not instill fear in Chen Xian. However, he was somewhat taken aback to discover that his plundering ability remained utterly dormant. He surmised that only by devouring another ability could his plundering prowess continue to evolve. Presently, Chen Xian's plundering ability had already reached the second tier. He needed to consume one more ability to elevate it to the third tier. It appeared that he had to proceed with the devouring of abilities. As for the Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan, both the man and the canine had experienced a rapid enhancement in strength. The Dog Emperor had already ascended to the fourth tier. Meanwhile, Lin Zixuan had reached the pinnacle of the third tier, on the cusp of breaking through to the fourth tier. Although Lin Zixuan had yet to achieve the fourth tier, her power was by no means inferior to that of the Dog Emperor. Especially at night, due to the peculiar nature of her ability, her strength surged threefold. Even the Dog Emperor found himself at a disadvantage against her during the night. The Dog Emperor, being astute, recognized Lin Zixuan's formidable potential and no longer harbored the hostility he had initially felt towards her. Rather, he instinctively sought to foster a good relationship, aspiring to be the loyal right-hand companion to his master. Although the Dog Emperor could not yet speak, he was close to achieving that milestone. Once he broke through to the seventh tier, he would be able to communicate like a normal human. Nonetheless, even now, his intelligence was hardly inferior to that of an ordinary person. Zixuan, silly dog, it's time to depart. Having been aboard the spacecraft for 2 months, the world outside had undoubtedly changed significantly, and he could not linger there indefinitely. Moreover, he needed to enhance his plundering ability and pursue other opportunities awaiting him. Regarding the spacecraft, Chen Xian had inquired with the supercomputer, and he now possessed absolute control over the entire vessel, capable of manipulating its size and even integrating it into his own body. Indeed, this spacecraft could freely expand and contract, entering his body at will. An extraordinarily powerful auxiliary artifact point, one could only imagine the terrifying entity that had constructed such a vessel. Lin Zixuan and the Dog Emperor had long since packed their belongings, ready to leave. With their newfound strengths, both were brimming with confidence. Master, we are ready. Woof woof woof. Chen Xian smiled at the duo before stating, let us depart for Subei City. With that, he led them both out of the spacecraft. Gazing upon the colossal vessel, Chen Xian focused his mind, and the enormous spacecraft transformed into a mere speck of dust. Subsequently entering his body, he could distinctly sense the connection between himself and the spacecraft. We are leaving. It is time to return. Chapter 75. The first battle having successfully exited the ruins, Chen Xian and his companions materialized at Tianqi Mountain. This site had become a secret due to the fact that everyone aware of its existence had been eliminated by Chen Xian. Thus, even years later, as long as he kept silent, no one would learn of this hidden realm. Naturally, he would not easily divulge the events that transpired within the secret realm. After all, this spacecraft could very well be considered the most formidable opportunity on the entire planet. To disclose such information would undoubtedly provoke the covetousness of those with ulterior motives. Although Chen Xian possessed the strength to contend with them, he saw no reason to invite unnecessary trouble. Riding atop the Dog Emperor, the trio made their way towards Subei City. Following his breakthrough to the fourth tier, the Dog Emperor had undergone a significant surge in power, his size having considerably increased. Now, he resembled a small tower, standing over 3 meters tall, with an impenetrable hide that could withstand countless bullets without leaving a mark. Conventional firearms, barring large missiles, posed little threat to the Dog Emperor. Of course, this was even more true for Chen Xian himself. Although such missiles still held a degree of danger for him, within all of Huaxia, only the highest echelons wielded control over such weaponry. As for Chen Xian, he had yet to attract the attention of those at the top, so he had no cause for concern. During their journey, they encountered a significant number of zombies. Several months had passed since the apocalypse began, and not only had humanity evolved, but the zombies had also undergone constant evolution. The majority were second-tier zombies, with a small portion having advanced to the third tier, truly terrifying. Despite the enhanced strength of these zombies compared to a few months prior, they were still no match for Chen Xian and his companions. Consequently, they effortlessly breached the zombies' defenses. A day later, they stepped into the territory of Subei City. Chen Xian intended to return to the Tianqian base to assess the situation. Though he was not particularly fond of managing the base, as it consumed his training time, having a large faction at his disposal was undeniably beneficial. Furthermore, he trusted Li Kai and Zhou Xiong, both of whom displayed considerable talent and unwavering loyalty, alleviating his concerns regarding betrayal. The Tianqian base was located in the southern part of Subei City, and prior to Chen Xian's expedition to Tianqi Mountain, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong had united their respective factions, consolidating control over the southern region of the city. Master, something seems amiss over there. Just as Chen Xian pondered the future development of the base, Lin Zixuan suddenly spoke up. Chen Xian raised his gaze slightly, looking ahead. The path leading to the Tianqian base was obstructed by a contingent of soldiers, over 100 strong, with 13 of them being ability users. The two leaders among them were peak second-tier ability users, not to be underestimated. Coupled with an array of heavy weaponry and machine guns, even an ordinary third-tier powerhouse would find it challenging to penetrate this formidable defense. This was undoubtedly a heavily guarded stronghold. Upon witnessing the formidable display, Chen Xian quickly deduced that something had gone awry at the Tianqian base. After all, these soldiers were elite troops from the 4th Military District, and their presence here clearly indicated an attempt to blockade the Tianqian base. Before his departure, Chen Xian had instructed Li Kai and Zhou Xiong to seize the arms factory, and it was evident that the 4th Military District would not relent easily. With this thought in mind, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Chen Xian's eyes. The Tianqian base was under his command, and now it was being besieged by the 4th Military District. It was only natural that he felt incensed. Moreover, he was aware that the current leader of the Tianqian base was Su Yuanying, the elder brother of Su Yuanting. Chen Xian had eliminated Su Yuanting's only grandson, effectively severing their lineage. Such enmity could not be overlooked. Thus, he harbored no goodwill towards the 4th Military District. Let us return to the Tianqian base. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai must be in grave trouble. Chen Xian stated indifferently. Understood, the Dog Emperor responded, accelerating towards the direction of the Tianqian base. The soldiers stationed at the front line suddenly spotted a massive figure hurtling towards them at breakneck speed. The terrifying velocity and immense size indicated that this was no ordinary adversary. This is bad. Something isn't right. Quick. Open fire. Eliminate them. The words came from the commanding officer of this detachment, Major Yu Shumping of the 4th Military District. A peak second-tier ability user. Prior to the apocalypse, he had been an ordinary person. However, with the onset of the apocalypse, he not only awakened his abilities but also possessed an exceptional S-grade ability. After aligning himself with the 4th Military District, he quickly ascended to the rank of battalion commander. Although the soldiers under him harbored some discontent, they dared not voice it due to his status as an ability user. After all, in the apocalypse, ability users were far more valuable than ordinary individuals. In other words, awakening an ability was tantamount to defying fate, elevating one above the masses. Provided one's abilities were not grossly inadequate, they would be regarded as elite within any base. Countless machine guns erupted in a torrential hail of bullets, as if ammunition were of no consequence. Such terrifying firepower would likely overwhelm even a third-tier ability user. Hence, the soldiers present believed it impossible for Chen Xian and his companions to breach this defense. However, after a barrage of gunfire, the onlookers were astonished to find that the velocity of their quarry had not diminished in the slightest. Moreover, they remained completely unscathed. This was nothing short of terrifying. Why Yu Shumping's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? How can they withstand such concentrated firepower unscathed? He could scarcely fathom how his opponents could endure such a relentless barrage. What kind of monstrous strength must they possess? He glanced at the other 10 or so ability users beside him and commanded, "Prepare for battle." These individuals are not to be trifled with. It was evident that he recognized the gravity of the situation. Their adversaries were undeniably formidable. Understood. The 12 ability users responded in unison. In the blink of an eye, Chen Xian had already arrived before them. Seated atop the Dog Emperor, his imposing presence instilling fear in both the ability users and ordinary soldiers below. "Who are you?" Yu Shumping inquired, his voice tinged with apprehension. He was unable to gauge Chen Xian's strength, but the sight of the Dog Emperor alone was enough to instill great pressure upon him. Chen Xian could hardly be bothered to respond. Instead, he turned his gaze to Lin Zixuan. "These are yours to handle. You have 2 minutes." Lin Zixuan's demeanor instantly hardened, and she replied coolly, "Yes, master." I'll need no more than a minute. With that, she leaped down from the Dog Emperor, her speed so rapid that Yu Shunping could scarcely track her movement. Unlike others, Lin Zixuan had no penchant for idle chatter. She launched an immediate and lethal assault. Chapter 76. The leader, Lin Zixuan's speed reached its zenith. A swirling mass of dark mist enveloped her, rendering bullets not only untraceable but also causing them to vanish upon contact with the shroud. The soldiers, witnessing this spectacle, were filled with disbelief. What in the world is this? However, they had no need to comprehend, nor any opportunity to do so. Lin Zixuan's velocity was unparalleled in an instant. Over 20 soldiers fell before Yu Shunping, struck down in a single motion, her horrifying speed leaving even him, an ability user, unable to discern her actions. Yet, he felt an immense pressure, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. This woman was terrifying. One could even say that it was not the person who was frightening. Quickly, let us act together. He understood that ordinary bullets would be of no effect against her. Only by uniting the efforts of the dozen or so superhumans could they hope to defeat her. Bang, bang, however. Just as Yu Shunping finished speaking, several superhumans beside him were pierced through their bodies by a mass of black spears, blood gushing forth, lifeless and beyond salvation. How could this be possible? Witnessing this scene, Yu Shunping felt an overwhelming chill. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, countless soldiers behind him fell in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he found himself alone on the battlefield. Isolated and helpless, gulp. Standing in place, Yu Shunping swallowed hard, his eyes filled with sheer terror. He had merely been an ordinary person, who by sheer chance gained superpowers, thus attaining his current status. Yet, at his core, he remained that same cowardly ordinary man. Please, I beg you. I was wronged. Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. Given his current status, Yu Shunping had no desire to die in the 4th Military District. He was revered, able to indulge in any woman he desired, living a life devoid of worries, far better than the days before the apocalypse. Yet, Lin Zixuan's gaze was indifferent. She did not even spare him a glance. Just a worthless fool. Life or death mattered not. Boom. A terrifying attack surged forth from Lin Zixuan, hurtling directly towards Yu Shunping. He wished to evade it, but the speed was too great for him to react. Bang! With a resounding crash, Yu Shunping, a peak second-tier superhuman, met his demise just like that in an instant. The once bustling battlefield was littered with corpses, blood flowing incessantly. The blood quickly attracted a horde of zombies. Chun Xian glanced indifferently at the scene before him and said, "Let us go and see the Tianqian base." He was curious about the state of the battle between the 4th Military District and the Tianqian base. Of course, given the current circumstances, it was evident that the 4th Military District held the upper hand, while the Tianqian base was clearly at a disadvantage. Yes, Lin Zixuan showed no hesitation as she mounted the Dog Emperor. The creature sprinted with terrifying speed, leaving only a trail of lightning in its wake. Reaching an extraordinary velocity, an hour later, Chun Xian arrived at the Tianqian base. The base before him was vastly different from 3 months prior. The sturdy city walls stood at a height of 7 or 8 meters, and atop the walls, armed guards patrolled vigilantly. Clearly, during Chen Xian's absence of over 3 months, the Tianqian base had made rapid advancements. Its fortifications thoroughly established, its strength significantly enhanced, and its operations increasingly systematic. However, the internal situation remained uncertain. He rode the Dog Emperor towards the main gate of the wall. Suddenly, a voice called out from above. "Halt! Who are you?" Chun Xian looked up to see a young man, a second-tier superhuman. Chun Xian had not encountered him before, likely a new addition since his departure, yet his strength was commendable. "Call Zhou Xiong and Li Kai to meet me." Chun Xian's voice was calm. The young man on the wall sneered, "Who are you? Are you perhaps a lackey sent by the 4th Military District?" As he spoke, he raised his Barrett rifle, aiming it at Chun Xian's head. As if daring him to respond, bang! An ice spear sliced through the air, heading straight for the Barrett. In a flash, the rifle was obliterated by the ice spear. "What the hell?" Li Zhan's pupils constricted. Disbelief etched across his face. This was a Barrett, made of extremely tough material, yet it was effortlessly destroyed. Who on earth is this person? This is horrifying. At that moment, countless fears surged within Li Zhan, realizing that had the target been him, he would have likely perished on the spot. Such strength could surely overpower even the two leaders. I will not repeat myself a third time. Go summon Zhou Xiong and Li Kai to meet me. Chen Xian's voice bore a hint of coldness. Li Jin dared not take it lightly and rushed to inform the two leaders. He understood that the man before him was beyond his league. This is bad. Commander Li, Commander Zhou, something terrible has happened. Li Jun rushed into the war conference room in a flurry. Inside, there were at least a dozen people present, apart from Li Kai and Zhou Xiong. There were also their trusted aides, the 5 tigers of Su Bei, Li Kai's 4 brothers, and several of Zhou Xiong's capable subordinates, all at second-tier strength. Seeing Li Zhan's panicked demeanor, Zhou Xiong stood up and asked, "What is the rush?" All eyes turned towards him. "Commander Zhou, it's terrible. A young man has come to the base, claiming he wants to see you and Commander Li, just now, with a single move. He destroyed my Barrett." Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. He destroyed the Barrett with a single move? No way. Brother Zhou, could it be someone from the 4th Military District? Yes, it could be a trap. We must be cautious. Exactly. The crowd buzzed with speculation, all assuming it was someone from the 4th Military District. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai exchanged glances before pressing for details. What does this person look like? He rides a massive black dog, about 3 to 4 meters tall, and oh, there's a woman sitting atop the dog'd Li Kai. Zhou Xiong, everyone. Upon hearing Li Zhan's description, the crowd was left utterly bewildered. Damn it, Li Zhan. Did you point your gun at him? Why yes? Li Zhan felt confused, sensing something was off about their expressions. Damn it, that's our leader. How dare you point a gun at him? I seriously want to beat you up. Li Kai shot up, his eyes filled with fury, wishing to thrash Li Zhan. This fool had dared to point a gun at Chen Xian. Was he seeking death? Realizing that the young man was the leader of the Tianqian base, Li Zhan felt his world spin. What the hell? This can't be real. Chapter 77. The Terror of Chen Xian, annihilating the 4th Military District? Li Zhan's heart sank. Feeling utterly desolate, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong wasted no time on Li Zhan, hastening towards the base's exterior, followed closely by Zhang Yun and the others. Outside the base, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai quickly spotted Chen Xian and signaled for the gate to be opened. With a thunderous sound, the gate swung wide, and the two rushed towards Chen Xian, kneeling before him. Brother Chen, they greeted reverently, their eyes filled with awe. The sight stunned everyone on the wall. What the hell? The two commanders were kneeling before a young man, displaying such devotion. It was known that these two were not easily swayed by the 4th Military District. How could they show such respect to this young man? Yet, it did not stop there. With the leaders kneeling, Zhang Yun and the others naturally followed suit. After all, Chen Xian had saved their lives, and as the leader of the base, they felt compelled to bow in genuine respect. This scene left everyone in shock. These were the most elite forces of the base, showing such reverence to a young man, and no one could believe their eyes. Chen Xian smiled slightly and leaped down to stand before them. Rise, there is no need for such formality. His words felt like a gentle breeze, and everyone cautiously stood up. Brother Chen, I failed to manage my subordinate, who dared to draw a gun on you. I will have him executed upon my return, Zhou Xiong declared. Indeed, to point a gun at Brother Chen is simply seeking death, Li Kai added, indignantly. They both shared a consensus. Drawing a weapon on anyone was acceptable, but not on Chen Xian. Chen Xian smiled softly, waving his hand dismissively. There is no need for such severity. He was merely being responsible. After all, since the other party did not recognize him, Chen Xian would not easily cast blame. He was not so petty. Yes, Brother Chen, you are magnanimous, the two hurriedly flattered. Chen Xian continued, all right, you've encountered quite a bit of trouble recently, let us discuss it inside. Hearing this, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong's eyes lit up, and they respectfully invited Chen Xian into the base. They arrived at the war conference room, where Chen Xian naturally took the main seat. Li Zhan stood cautiously behind Zhou Xiong, not daring to utter a word. However, Chen Xian paid him little mind. After all, he was merely a second-tier superhuman, not worthy of his concern. Now, what are the circumstances? Chen Xian asked directly upon arrival. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai exchanged glances, and then Li Kai stood up to speak. Brother Chen, allow me to explain. After your departure, Zhou and I discussed our battle strategy and directly moved to seize the arms factory, which originally belonged to the 4th Military District. Consequently, once the enemy established a foothold north of Su Bei City, they came to demand the arms factory from us. Since this factory was part of your plan, Brother Chun, we naturally could not hand it over. Thus, a fierce battle erupted between the Tianxian base and the 4th Military District, resulting in heavy losses. As he spoke, Li Kai lowered his head, shame evident in his voice. The firepower of the 4th Military District is formidable, and they possess even more superpowered individuals than we do. During this time, over 30 of our superpowered fighters have perished, and more than 2,000 ordinary soldiers have lost their lives. The casualties are nearly overwhelming. Both Li Kai and Zhou Xiong felt a deep pang of sorrow. The strength of the 4th Military District was indeed too great. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian narrowed his eyes, a glint of murderous intent flickering within. It was clear that the 4th Military District had considerable means. Brother Chun, I am to blame for my incompetence. So many lives lost, and we couldn't even defend the arms factory. Li Kai lowered his head. A hint of unwillingness in his gaze. In truth, he had been contemplating ways to reclaim it during the time it had been taken. Zhou Xiong chimed in, Brother Chun, I share the responsibility in this matter. It is my fault as well. Observing their attitudes, Chen Xian replied coolly, since the 4th Military District dares to strike at us, we must annihilate them completely. His words sent a wave of tension through everyone present. Wait, are we really talking about destroying the entire 4th Military District? Is that for real? That sounds utterly terrifying. While they were bewildered, they were also deeply captivated by Chen Xian's audacity. Brother Chen, we cannot underestimate the 4th Military District. They have over 100 superpowered individuals, including 9 Tier 3 ones. Li Kai spoke with a touch of helplessness. Although both he and Zhou Xiong were formidable, at the pinnacle of Tier 3 strength, they were still just 2 against 9 Tier 3 superpowered individuals, along with dozens of Tier 2 ones. Such overwhelming numbers rendered them outmatched. Yet, upon hearing this, Chen Xian merely scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. Is that so? It sounds somewhat impressive. Though he feigned praise, the contempt in his gaze was unmistakable. And Li Kai, Zhou Xiong, and everyone else sensed it in that moment. An intense fire of determination ignited within them. The thought of obliterating the 4th Military District was audacious, yet exhilarating. Brother Chun, when shall we strike? Zhou Xiong inquired. Chen Xian's lips curled into a slight smile. Tomorrow. Let the brothers feast and be well fed today, and we shall march together to eradicate the 4th Military District on the morrow. To Chen Xian, the current strength of the 4th Military District was hardly worthy of respect. Since they dared to attack him, they must be prepared for obliteration. Moreover, the 4th Military District was no longer the same as when Yang Hua was in charge. Its management was now stringent, and the hierarchy was stark. Those in power treated ordinary people with utter disdain. Thus, despite holding an official title, the 4th Military District was, in reality, merely an armed faction, lacking the legitimacy one might expect. Furthermore, Chen Xian had a vendetta against Su Yuanting. He could find no peace until he had vanquished them. Yes, everyone responded with fervor. The mere thought of annihilating the 4th Military District filled their eyes with excitement. This was an unprecedented display of might, washing away their previous frustrations. Go. Instruct the kitchen to prepare a grand feast, ensuring the brothers are well fed. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai commanded. Others quickly set to work, both for the impending battle and to honor Chen Xian with a warm welcome. Brother Chen, although our base has suffered significant losses, our facilities remain relatively intact. Why not accompany me for a tour? Zhou Xiong suggested with a smile. Chen Xian nodded in response. Very well. Chapter 78. A reunion with Wang Lili. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong led Chen Xian on a tour around the base. It had expanded more than tenfold since their last visit. With the population having increased substantially, the comings and goings of individuals adhered to a strict hierarchy. In the post-apocalyptic world, managing such a large population was indeed a challenge. Equality in status was simply impractical, a concept that had always existed even before the apocalypse, albeit less overtly. In this harsh new reality, power dynamics had intensified, placing superpowered individuals at the pinnacle, followed by adult men, then parents with children, and finally, the elderly. Their ranks were determined by their contributions. Despite the hierarchical system, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai managed it commendably, ensuring that no one faced starvation, a remarkable feat in these troubled times. Brother Chen, the group ahead consists of new arrivals to the base, among whom are several attractive women. Would you like to choose a few to serve you tonight? Zhou Xiong and Li Kai exchanged knowing glances, sharing a laugh. After all, they were men, and such propositions were not out of the ordinary in this new world. Views had shifted. Women held a much lower status, merely existing for men's pleasure. Beauty had become a resource, albeit a limited one. No, I'm not interested. Chen Xian waved his hand dismissively, smiling. He had little desire for such distractions. With his current strength and status, even a former celebrity from the pre-apocalyptic era would be at his beck and call. Understood. Seeing Chen Xian's lack of interest, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai dared not press the matter further. As they prepared to lead Chen Xian in another direction, a voice suddenly called out to him. Chen Xian? At the sound, all eyes turned to a woman standing not far away, dressed in tattered clothing, her face covered in dust, exuding an air of disarray. Chen Xian squinted and soon recognized her as his former girlfriend. Wang Lili. Memories of the time before the apocalypse flooded back, when Wang Lili had knelt before him, and he had instructed her to wait for him at the hotel. After all this time, he had assumed she was long dead, nearly forgetting her existence. To his surprise, like a resilient cockroach, she had survived. Intrigued, Chen Xian approached her. Desperate, Wang Lili lunged toward him, as if grasping at a lifeline. However, before Chen Xian could react, Lin Zixuan swiftly kicked her to the ground. What do you think you are, daring to approach the master? For Lin Zixuan, no one could approach her master without consequence. She would eliminate any potential threat. Moreover, she could instinctively tell that this woman was trouble. On the ground, Wang Lili glared at Lin Zixuan, her fury boiling over. How dare you kick me? Do you know who he is? He is my boyfriend. Her declaration left everyone stunned. Chen Xian, the boyfriend of this woman? Surely this must be a joke. Lin Zixuan, Zhou Xiong, and Li Kai exchanged incredulous looks. Chen Xian sneered, You are mistaken. I was your ex-boyfriend. Wasn't it you who cast me aside for money? His calm words suddenly clarified everything for Lin Zixuan and the others. So that was the story. Before the apocalypse, Chen Xian had been an ordinary person, and Wang Lili had abandoned him. They had initially wondered if Chen Xian would be displeased to find Wang Lili in such a state at the Tianqian base. It seemed unlikely now. How dare you look down on the master? Lin Zixuan's eyes narrowed, a hint of murderous intent seeping through in this world. No one could speak ill of Chen Xian. Those who dared would meet their end. Not just Lin Zixuan, but also Li Kai and Zhou Xiong, fixated their cold, lifeless gazes on Wang Lili, as if she were nothing more than a corpse. Feeling the deadly stares, Wang Lili trembled, overwhelmed by fear. What was happening? Chen Xian was supposed to be an ordinary person. No car, no house, no money, just a working-class man. How had everything changed? Chen Xian raised his hand to halt the others, then curiously asked, How did you survive after that day at the hotel? He recalled that in his previous life, he had never heard Wang Lili's name again, surely having perished in the waves of the undead. To encounter her now at the Tianqian base, and to find that she had survived, piqued his interest. Wang Lili, unaccustomed to such an intense atmosphere, recounted her story without reservation. It turned out that the card Chen Xian had thrown her had played a crucial role. She had booked a presidential suite, indulging in extravagant food and drink, planning to luxuriate until Chen Xian arrived. However, later that afternoon, she had been startled by loud banging at the door, prompting her to cautiously peek through the peephole. To her horror, a zombie was relentlessly hammering at the door, attempting to break in. Fortunately, the door to the suite was sturdy, and the zombie could not breach it, allowing her to survive for a time. Thanks to the ample supplies within the room, it was only when the Tianqian base cleared the hotel of all zombies that she was rescued and brought back. Hearing her account, Chen Xian finally understood the circumstances surrounding her survival. Wang Lili, you've forgiven me, right? So, I'm still your girlfriend? Wang Lili's eyes sparkled with hope. In this apocalypse, she had endured enough. Life in the hotel had been fraught with danger, and although she had been rescued, her current existence was still grim, filled with hard labor just to secure food. Tea times, she even faced bullying. She is not foolish. She can clearly see that Chen Xian is far from an ordinary person. After all, even the leader of the base treats him with utmost respect. Could someone of his stature possibly be common? Yet, before Chen Xian could utter a word, Lin Zixuan beside him let out a cold laugh. Her gaze laced with mockery. You think you deserve to be with the master? Such a person, Lin Zixuan would never allow to associate with Chen Xian. After all, she had previously cast him aside. Now that Chen Xian has gained status and power, she wishes to return. How could such fortune be so easily granted? Moreover, Wang Lily's appearance falls woefully short. How could she ever be worthy of Qin Xian? Chapter 79. Departure. In the face of Lin Zixuan's derision, Wang Lily chose to disregard her, her eyes fixated on Qian Xian with fervor. She knew he held the ultimate authority. However, Qian Xian merely curled the corners of his lips into a slight smirk, his eyes harboring a hint of mockery. He did not even acknowledge Wang Lily, instead addressing Li Kai and Zhou Xiong beside him. I have no relationship with her. All management will adhere to the base's regulations. Upon hearing this, Wang Lily's face drained of color, disbelief etched across her features. No, this cannot be. Qin Xian has clearly forgiven me. I am his favorite woman. How could he do this? No, Qin Xian, you cannot treat me this way. I have accompanied you for so many years. How can you turn your back on me? Wang Lily's inner rage erupted, her mind struggling to comprehend this turn of events. Yet, no one paid her any heed. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai simply acknowledged with a nod before turning to prepare. Considering their awareness of Wang Lily's past actions towards Qin Xian, it was already commendable that they did not eliminate her. Extending her any kindness was utterly out of the question. They were resolute in assigning her the most arduous and menial tasks. We await your orders, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong replied in unison. Qin Xian nodded silently, then walked past Wang Lily without a second glance. Left standing alone in the wind, Wang Lily felt disheveled. She longed to call out to Qin Xian but was paralyzed by fear. For Li Kai and Zhou Xiong were watching her like hawks. You all pay attention. This person must be given special care from now on. Those capable will take on more work, Li Kai stated nonchalantly. The nearby subordinates, not lacking in intelligence, understood Li Kai's implication and promptly replied, understood. After issuing their orders, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong quickly caught up with Qin Xian. Soon, they guided him on a tour around the entire Tianqian base, where everyone, from high-ranking officials to ordinary soldiers, recognized him as the true master of the base. That night, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong organized a grand banquet to formally welcome Qin Xian. The atmosphere was filled with joy. As Qin Xian's arrival signified the imminent downfall of the 4th Military District, no one questioned Qin Xian's prowess, particularly Li Kai and Zhou Xiong, who were acutely aware of the terrifying capabilities their master possessed. Although the 4th Military District was formidable, it would be utterly annihilated at a mere gesture from Qin Xian. What did you say? Yu Xuanping's entire team has perished. Su Yuanying's expression darkened in fury. His eyes ablaze with wrath. It was important to note that they had lost over 100 elite soldiers, including several capable of wielding special abilities. Even for the 4th Military District, such a loss was significant. Thus, Su Yuanying was seething with anger. Yes, from my observations, the team that decimated Yu Xuanping's squad comprised just one individual, and the task was completed in an extraordinarily short time. The capability required for such a feat is undoubtedly terrifying. Likely ranking among the elite within the 3rd tier, reported the middle-ranking officer, 3rd tier elite. Su Yuanying pondered, uncertain. Where could such an unexpected powerhouse have emerged from, and what was their intent? Commander, this powerful individual seems to have their sights set on Tianqian base. Tianqian base. These 4 characters had become an obsession for Su Yuanying, who had long desired to conquer the accursed base. However, he was well aware of the formidable abilities of its inhabitants. Nonetheless, in recent times, the 4th Military District had maintained a clear advantage, and Tianqian base had been unable to stir any significant resistance. Thus, its destruction was merely a matter of time. Yet, would this sudden 3rd-tier powerhouse disrupt that equilibrium? The answer was a resounding no. If it were merely a 3rd-tier ability user, though it would bolster Tianqian base's strength, it would not be insurmountable for the 4th Military District, albeit with some costs involved. Once the troops I have assembled from the Jiangnan district arrive the day after tomorrow, we will swiftly mobilize to obliterate the entire Tianqian base. Su Yuanying scoffed, a glint of coldness in his eyes. He had previously established communication with the commander of the Jiangnan district, having known him since their time in the Central Command. Although their relationship was not particularly close, there was some degree of camaraderie. Thus, Su Yuanying had leveraged his personal connections to summon numerous ability users, all with the aim of flattening Tianqian base. He had calculated that if he could eliminate Tianqian base, the 4th Military District would then take control of Subei City, resulting in a rapid surge in power and the potential to extend influence to surrounding cities. While their strength might not rival that of the Jiangnan district, a future confrontation was not out of the question. Therefore, Tianjin Base represented a crucial link in his plans. Of course, in addition to the support from the Jiangnan district, Su Yuanying, as a representative from the Central Command, had his own trump cards. With both his own contingencies and the backing of the Jiangnan district, annihilating Tianjin Base would be a walk in the park. With a firm resolve, Su Yuanying felt a sense of reassurance. In just a couple of days, Tianjin Base would cease to exist. The following morning, after a night of revelry at Tianjin Base, no soldiers dared to sleep in. After all, a great battle loomed ahead, and no one wanted to risk their soldiers drinking too heavily. The only one who had indulged to excess was Chen Xian. Though the alcohol had little effect on him, barely even registering as inebriation. At this moment, in the training ground of Tianjin Base, thousands of elite soldiers stood ready, with 43 ability users among them. Chen Xian stood at the highest point, flanked by Li Kai and Zhou Xiong, while Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor accompanied him. Such overwhelming power was truly formidable. Everyone, Chen Xian's voice rang out, commanding attention. Countless individuals stood at attention. He continued, the 4th Military District has gone too far, slaughtering thousands of our Tianjin Base soldiers. They occupy our territory and plunder our resources. Can you endure this indignity? Chen Xian's words resonated deeply with every soldier present. A surge of fervor ignited within them. No, we cannot. We will not. The fervent cries echoed through the skies. Chen Xian nodded in satisfaction and continued. In this apocalypse, where the weak are devoured by the strong, by vanquishing the 4th Military District, you will secure a better living condition, access to more resources, and even more beautiful women. Are you willing? His words were incredibly stirring, impossible to resist for those present. We are willing. We are willing. Countless eyes gleamed with greed, envisioning an abundance of resources and alluring women beckoning to them. Then let us set forth now and annihilate the 4th Military District. Kill, kill, kill. Chapter 80. Chen Xian's power at that moment. Every heart was stirred to action by Chen Xian's rallying cry. Eyes alight with insatiable desire for vengeance and gained in this world of apocalypse. Profit was paramount. Depart. Chen Xian's voice thundered, and the crowd surged forth. Their first destination was not the 4th Military District's base, but the armory. Currently, the armory was under the control of half the 4th Military District's forces, and Chen Xian's first step was to eliminate that contingent before taking down the entire 4th Military District. Countless jeeps sped forth from Tianjin Base, laden with elite soldiers. The strength of Tianjin Base was undeniably formidable, even terrifying, rendering them nearly unrivaled within Subei City, aside from the 4th Military District. Even if the 4th Military District attempted to seize Tianjin Base, it would come at a great cost. Chen Xian rode atop Dog Emperor alongside Lin Zixuan, the canine's speed outpacing the rest. Chen Xian experienced no emotional turmoil regarding the impending battle, nor did he harbor any concerns. With his current strength, even large-scale weaponry would struggle to inflict harm upon him. The 4th Military District was hardly a challenge. Seizing control of the 4th Military District was merely a stepping stone. Chen Xian aimed to conquer the entirety of Subei City and eventually the whole Jiangnan district. Had this been before, he might not have possessed such confidence, but now, with the resources of an entire ship at his disposal, nurturing countless powerful allies was well within reach. The group traveled swiftly. Soon arriving at the armory, outside, they found themselves encircled by numerous soldiers of the 4th Military District. Upon spotting the approaching 1,000-strong contingent from Tianjin Base, the highest-ranking official within the armory had already begun to mobilize forces. Li Kai, Zhou Xiong, you two are truly reckless, daring to bring your men to the armory, Zhang Haoyan sneered, his eyes filled with derision. As a 3rd-tier elite with an SS-level ability, Zhang Haoyan was among the top-tier powerhouses in the 4th Military District. Not to mention, he was flanked by 2 more 3rd-tier experts, named Zhang Tao and Li Xian, along with dozens of 1st and 2nd-tier ability users. With such formidable strength, Zhang Haoyan felt no fear towards Li Kai and Zhou Xiong. Even though their prowess was somewhat intimidating, he could not afford to underestimate them. Yet the overall strength of the 4th Military District remained superior. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai exchanged glances and then broke into smiles. Had it been in the past, the two would have hesitated to confront Zhang Haoyun head-on with the strength they possessed. However, with Chen Xian present now, they felt no fear whatsoever. Naturally, they intended to flaunt their audacity to the fullest. Zhang Haoyun, I offer you a chance. Come down now and bow your head in supplication. or you shall find yourself bereft of even the opportunity to weep, Zhou Xiong declared. Following his lead, Li Kai added, indeed, as Zhou said, Zhang Haoyun, this is your final opportunity. Upon hearing this, Zhang Haoyun scoffed, a glint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Surrender? Do you truly think you are worthy of such a notion? With all guns loaded, I am eager to see if you possess the capability to match me. Having spoken, Zhang Haoyun commanded his thousands of followers to load their weapons, the various ability users brimming with combat fervor. Seemingly waiting for his order to strike, fire! Zhang Haoyun's command resonated, unleashing a torrent of bullets. Zhou Xiong and Li Kai instinctively sought to shield themselves from the onslaught, yet in the next moment, they were astonished to witness an ice wall spring up 3 meters away, halting the barrage. The sounds of bullets ricocheting echoed in their ears, yet not a single bullet penetrated even the slightest crack in the ice. When the adversary resorted to artillery, the wall remained untouched. Such formidable defensive power left everyone in the 4th Military District utterly astounded, their gazes filled with incredulity. What on earth? How can this be possible? It must be noted that such terrifying defense was beyond even the capabilities of a third-tier powerhouse. Chen Xian's defenses were not merely against standard bullets. They encompassed various missiles and armor-piercing rounds, capable of obliterating tanks. Yet, upon striking the ice wall, there was not the slightest indication of impact. Might I inquire as to your identity and the reason for your assistance to the Tianqian base? Perhaps you should consider allying with my 4th Military District. I assure you, we shall treat you well, Zhang Haoyun proclaimed. He recognized that anyone with such power was certainly not an ordinary ability user and surmised that this individual had only recently joined the Tianqian base. If he could recruit this person into the 4th Military District, it would significantly bolster their strength. However, Chen Xian merely chuckled coldly. Is that so? The entire Tianqian base is mine. What could the 4th Military District possibly offer me? Upon hearing Chen Xian's voice, Zhang Haoyun's gaze shifted to him, revealing a remarkably youthful figure with fair skin reminiscent of a neighborly boy. Yet, this was the true leader of Tianqian base, possessing such terrifying power. The moment Zhang Haoyun laid eyes on Chen Xian, an ominous premonition gripped his heart. It was well known that Li Kai and Zhou Xiong were no weaklings. In a one-on-one confrontation, he might not even stand a chance against them. The fact that Chen Xian surpassed both of them indicated that his strength was leagues above theirs. Zhang Haoyun realized he was certainly no match. Chen Xian, having no intention of engaging in idle chatter, focused his mind, causing the ice wall to shatter instantaneously, transforming into countless ice spikes that rapidly flew toward the soldiers of the 4th Military District. The velocity of the ice spikes was so astonishing that even Zhang Haoyun and the other third-tier powerhouses found it difficult to react in time. With a series of piercing sounds, countless soldiers were impaled by the terrifying ice spikes, blood spraying forth like blossoms. In a mere span of seconds, over 1,000 soldiers fell victim to Chen Xian's casual strike. With a few weaker ability users perishing as well, the remaining crowd stood as if they had narrowly escaped death, their expressions painted with shock as they gazed toward Chen Xian. How is this even possible? The scene before Zhang Haoyun shattered his worldview. He had just felt the immense power of Chen Xian's ice spikes at close range. Had they not been indiscriminate, he might have struggled to evade them. Chen Xian's effortless strike had claimed the lives of over 1,000 soldiers, igniting a fervor among the soldiers of the Tianqian base. Is this the leader of leaders? Truly terrifying. Countless eyes turned to Chen Xian, filled with fervent admiration. In the next moment, Chen Xian waved his hand and declared with a smile, "Leave not a single one alive." Yes, the soldiers enthusiastically responded. Chapter 81. Tremor. At this moment, Chen Xian's command was met with unwavering obedience. With the participation of Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan, the battle had become considerably simpler. Moreover, the soldiers of the 4th Military District had long since lost their will to fight, eager to lay down their arms and surrender. For the disparity in strength was undeniable. However, Chen Xian sought not their surrender, but aimed to leave none alive. These soldiers were loyal to the 4th Military District, and he had no faith in their allegiance. Thus rejecting any notion of capitulation. As for Zhang Haoyun, he was left on the brink of despair at Lin Zixuan's hands. Though he was a top-tier third-tier ability user like Lin Zixuan, she wielded an SSS-level ability, and the peculiar powers of the Dark Sovereign rendered Zhang Haoyun no match for her. Within a mere minute, he was slain by Lin Zixuan, not even managing to utter a plea for mercy. The extent of Lin Zixuan's power was unmistakable. The soldiers present were already devoid of spirit, and upon witnessing their commander Zhang Haoyun's demise, their morale plummeted further. While many ability users contemplated surrender, they were swiftly eliminated by Zhou Xiong and Li Kai. There would be no mercy for those who sought to capitulate. A full half-hour passed, and the battle concluded. Before them lay a vast expanse strewn with the corpses of 4th Military District soldiers. Although some soldiers from the Tianxian base had perished, their losses paled in comparison to those of the 4th Military District. As Zhou Xiong and Li Kai surveyed the scene, they felt as though they had crossed into another realm. Prior to Chen Xin's arrival, they had been overwhelmed by the 4th Military District, suffering significant losses, even losing their arms factory. Yet now, in just half an hour, under Chen Xin's leadership, they had not only reclaimed the arms factory but had also annihilated the thousands of soldiers stationed there, including all the ability users like Zhang Haoyun, leaving not a single survivor. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Everyone now possessed a more visceral understanding of Chen Xin's might. This was their leader of the Tianxian base. Long live the leader! The leader is invincible. Countless soldiers spontaneously began to chant slogans praising Chen Xin's invincibility. For them, this battle not only restored their pride but also promised them an abundance of resources, an immense boon for every living soldier of the Tianxian base. A slight smile graced Chen Xin's lips, his gaze calm. Everyone, rest for half an hour, then we shall set out for the 4th Military District base. This time, I intend to eradicate the entire 4th Military District. This arms factory was merely the beginning. Chen Xin aimed to eliminate the 4th Military District entirely by the end of the day, ensuring that from now on, there would be no rivals in Subei City. Yes, the crowd unanimously agreed. The recent battle, though intense, had posed little challenge with Chen Xin, Lin Zixuan, and Dog Emperor present. The ordinary soldiers could only contribute so much. Half an hour swiftly passed, and the group boarded their jeeps, racing toward the 4th Military District base. At that moment, in the 4th Military District, Su Yuanying led the high-ranking officials to the gates of the base. Outside, a formidable contingent approached, numbering only 100. Yet every individual radiated an extraordinary aura, all being ability users of formidable strength, with the lowest among them being second-tier. Numerous third-tier ability users were present among them. This group was dispatched by the Jiangnan District for support. Had it not been for Su Yuanying's connections with the leaders of Jiangnan District, such a contingent would never have been sent, especially in the current apocalyptic context where ability users were an exceedingly valuable strategic resource. Greetings, Commander Su. The leader of this group, named Li Kuan, possessed 4th-tier strength, placing him among the elite of the Jiangnan District. He offered Su Yuanying a perfunctory salute, his gaze devoid of respect. Before the apocalypse, his status would have paled in comparison to Su Yuanying's, but now, in this new world, strength dictated hierarchy, and a 4th-tier ability user naturally commanded a superior position. Su Yuanying noted the lack of respect in Li Kuan's demeanor but dismissed it. Fully aware that the annihilation of the Tianxian base required the assistance of these individuals, he chuckled heartily, concealing the coldness in his heart, and projected a welcoming demeanor. I am surprised to see Colonel Li himself here. I truly appreciate the support from Jiangnan District. I shall remember this kindness. Li Kuan replied with a faint smile, not hesitating to state, where is this so-called Tianxian base? Spare us the pleasantries and take us there directly. It will be more efficient. In Li Kuan's eyes, the Tianxian base might possess some formidable individuals, but ultimately, they were merely a collection of provincial bumpkins, unworthy of concern. The eradication of the base was merely a trivial task. Su Yuanying maintained a composed expression and continued to smile. There is no need for haste. Colonel Li.As night approaches. I have already arranged a banquet to welcome you and help you unwind. As for the Tianxian base, I trust in your strength. You will effortlessly crush them tomorrow. Su Yuanying's flattery pleased Li Kuan immensely. Furthermore, they need not rush upon their arrival in the city of Subei, for it is merely an inconsequential base of Tianxian. Such a civilian organization holds no significance for them, easily vanquished at a whim. Thus, it would be more prudent to comply. Upon finishing his statement, Li Kuan observed a faint smile emerging on Su Yuanying's face. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Li Kuan nodded, and after giving a few instructions to the 7 squad leaders behind him, he prepared to enter the base alongside Su Yuanying. At that moment, a soldier hurriedly approached Su Yuanying, his eyes filled with a hint of dread. A major problem, Commander. What has happened? Su Yuanying inquired, his expression turning cold. "Commander, the arms factory has been reclaimed by the Tianxian base, and all stationed there, including Zhang Haoyun and his men, have perished. Currently, the Tianxian base is advancing towards our 4th military district with a large contingent." What? The soldier's words sent a shockwave through Su Yuanying. Equally startling Su Yuanting and numerous high-ranking officials of the 4th military district. The arms factory has been seized, and the defenders completely annihilated. How could this be possible? That represents nearly half of the 4th military district's military strength. Should they be entirely wiped out, the district's capabilities would suffer a significant blow, causing Su Yuanying's heart to bleed. Tianxian base? How intriguing, Li Kuan sneered, his eyes glinting with mockery. Chapter 82. The scornful Li Kuan. To be frank, Li Kuan has always regarded civilian organizations like Tianxian with indifference. Even a force as significant as the 4th military district does not intimidate him in the slightest. What a jest. He hails from the Jiangnan region, and to him, the 4th military district is no different from a remote backwater. Jiangnan is one of the 7 major divisions of China, and while it may not rival the central authority, it stands on equal footing with other regions. As one of the foremost powers of Jiangnan, Li Kuan is a 4th-tier powerhouse, among the fastest to break through in all of China. With such innate talent, how could he possibly regard a mere Tianxian base seriously? They are but a gathering of insignificant rabble. Come, Commander Su, I am quite curious about the capabilities of these Tianxian individuals. Daring enough to come here, Li Kuan scoffed. The other ability users from Jiangnan behind him wore expressions of utter disdain. What are these insignificant local ability users worth? Very well, Su Yuanying discerned the mockery in Li Kuan's words. Yet he stifled his inner fury for the time being. After all, the 4th military district required their assistance to eliminate Tianxian base. Having navigated the treacherous waters for years, Su Yuanying had mastered the art of composure. His face betraying no trace of irritation, instead adopting an air of respect. Before long, the elite of the 4th military district, along with Li Kuan and others, arrived at the entrance of the 4th military district base. Before them stood a throng, all representatives of Tianxian base. Countless jeeps rolled in, and at the forefront was a massive black dog, upon which sat a man and a woman. As Li Kuan surveyed the scene, a flicker of concern crossed his visage. While he deemed the ordinary soldiers and ability users of Tianxian insignificant, easily eradicated, this black dog seemed formidable, exuding an aura of pressure. The man seated at the front was obscured from view, while the woman behind him evidently possessed considerable strength. However, if that were all, it would not pose a significant threat, for Li Kuan believed he could handle them. The black dog appeared to be extraordinary, seemingly having awakened abilities. Should he manage to tame it, it could become a substantial asset, Li Kuan mused inwardly. Though he could not precisely gauge the strength of the dog emperor, he sensed something intriguing, and a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. Him, such power was fitting only for himself. Brother Chun, ahead lies the 4th military district, and the man standing at the forefront is their current leader. Su Yuanying, Zhou Xiong introduced as they approached the 4th military district base. Chen Xian nodded slightly, scanning the individuals before him. There are indeed a couple of impressive presences, but that is all. Chen Xian paid little heed to it. Among them, the most formidable seemed to be the young man standing beside Su Yuanying, Li Kuan. A 4th-tier powerhouse, appeared that the military strength was not to be underestimated. The apocalypse had only recently begun, and it was surprising to see a 4th-tier ability user emerge, evidently cultivated by the military. The military's foundation is deeper than anticipated. Just then, Li Kuan felt a sudden shift in his senses. It seemed he detected something amiss, as if someone were probing him, exposing his very essence before their scrutiny. The sensation was peculiar, yet he could see no one. Even the feeling was so faint that he nearly dismissed it as an illusion. Zhou Xiong, Li Kai, you two dare to provoke the 4th military district? Are you truly seeking death? Su Yuanying was the first to speak, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Were it not for these two, the 4th military district would have long since unified the entirety of Subei City. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong exchanged glances, their eyes laced with mockery. Previously, Tianxian base would have posed no threat to the 4th military district. Such a large-scale counterattack would have been impossible. However, with Chen Xian present, they felt no fear. Su Yuanying, you old dog, with your wolfish ambition, let me tell you, Surrender now, or today, you shall surely meet your demise. Zhou Xiong coldly laughed. Indeed, if you do not surrender, your fate will mirror that of the soldiers at the arms factory, leaving you with no burial ground, Li Kai added, continuing the threat. Their successive provocations ignited Su Yuanying's fury to its peak, especially as they alluded to the arms factory. The soldiers stationed there were the elite of the 4th Military District, and to think they perished there was unforgivable, almost half of their strength. Damn it, today, your Tianxian base shall be erased from the annals of Subei City, Su Yuanying declared, turning towards Li Kuan. Colonel Li, I entrust this to you. Su Yuanying adopted a notably humble posture. Though he was the leader of the 4th Military District, in this apocalyptic world, strength is paramount. He could not compare to the might of his counterpart, thus his words carried a hint of deference. Rest assured, Commander Su, these ruffians pose no challenge, Li Kuan replied with a smile in his eyes, stepping forward and coldly commanding, all personnel, heed my command. Kill. Let these country bumpkins witness what true ability users are capable of. Upon his command, over 100 ability users from Jiangnan erupted in unison. Yes, with that, a multitude of figures surged forth from the direction of the 4th Military District, charging towards Tianxian base. Hundreds of silhouettes blotted out the sky, all powerful ability users, their collective strength surpassing that of the 4th Military District and the other ability users of Tianxian combined. Had it not been for Chen Xian and the others, the mere sight of these ability users would have likely caused Tianxian base to crumble instantly. Boom. All attacks converged upon the individuals of Tianxian base. Li Kuan intended to unite the strength of all ability users, delivering a single blow to obliterate the entire Tianxian base, making it clear just how formidable Jiangnan was. The terrifying assault approached from all directions, causing panic among the Tianxian base members. The ability users, in particular, felt the weight of the impending attacks, their resolve wavering. Even Li Kai and Zhou Xiong were somewhat taken aback. They were unaware of the origin of these ability users. But their strength was undeniably shocking. Bang! Just when everyone expected the onslaught to obliterate the entire Tianxian base, an ice barrier unexpectedly enveloped everyone from Tianxian base. Chapter 83. Astonishment. How is this possible? At that moment, countless eyes widened in disbelief. Such a terrifying assault was effortlessly thwarted by an ice barrier, leaving no trace behind. How could this be? Impossible. Li Kuan's eyes bulged, filled with incredulity. He had not held back, directing a barrage of attacks towards the ice wall alongside everyone else. Yet, not a single mark remained on the barrier. Who would believe such a tale? He, Li Kuan, was a 4th-tier powerhouse. What trickery is this? Li Kuan's expression turned vigilant as he scanned his surroundings, his gaze flitting about. Chen Xian chuckled lightly, dispelling the ice wall, and shortly thereafter, the figure of the Dog Emperor emerged. With Chen Xian seated atop its back. Which faction do you belong to? Chen Xian inquired, knowing they were not members of the 4th Military District. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, Li Kuan was momentarily stunned. Then his expression shifted to one of caution. Could it be that the ice wall was conjured by this man before him? Yet, he could not detect any abilities from him. He appeared as an ordinary person. This should not be Jiangnan region, but his inherent arrogance prevented him from pondering further. A colossal entity like Jiangnan could not be compared to a mere locale like Subei. Even if there were formidable individuals, what of it? Wouldn't they quake in fear and dare not oppose them upon hearing the name Jiangnan? Jiangnan region, Chen Xian murmured. As for these 4 characters. He naturally was aware of their significance. In the eyes of the Jiangnan district during his previous life, he was but a mere ant, barely qualifying to enter its realm. Yet his status was far from that of an elite, even failing to reach the mid-tier. However, now, having been granted a second chance at life, the Jiangnan district was no longer worthy of his attention. He aspired to stand at the pinnacle of the entire world. Not merely confined to the Jiangnan district. He replied calmly. Yet this tranquil response left many incredulous, especially Li Kuan. Jiangnan district, you can only utter an "oh"? You show no signs of shock whatsoever? Are you jesting? Could it be that this country bumpkin has never even heard of the great name of Jiangnan district? Kid, I don't know who you are, but the Tianxian base must be annihilated by our Jiangnan district. If you wish to avoid death, you should surrender immediately, Li Kuan declared aggressively. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian merely smiled faintly, and suddenly, countless ice shards appeared above him. These ice shards glimmered, radiating a multitude of chilling lights. Confidence is commendable, but it must be backed by strength. With a wave of his hand, countless ice shards swiftly surged toward the 100 or so abilities users. The velocity of these ice shards was astonishing. Imbued with terrifying power, Li Kuan instantly felt an overwhelming pressure and hurriedly activated his abilities to resist. His ability was S level, known as Aurora, allowing him to wield the power of light, categorized as an elemental ability. Formidable in its own right. Moreover, having been nurtured by Jiangnan District, his 4th-tier strength was among the top echelons in the entire region. In an instant, a myriad of light transformed into a barrier surrounding him, simultaneously shielding the other abilities users, akin to the barrier created by Qianxian earlier. Yet, just as they believed their defense could withstand Qianxian's assault, a resounding crash echoed. The light barrier shattered, with countless fragments raining down, while the ice shards showed no sign of halting, directly targeting the abilities users. With a series of piercing sounds, one after another, numerous abilities users behind Li Kuan were pierced through by the ice shards, blood gushing forth until they fell lifeless. Indeed, with a single strike, more than half of the abilities users were annihilated. The remaining few were severely injured, having lost their combat effectiveness, with only Li Kuan and a handful of peak 3rd-tier abilities users managing to escape serious injury, albeit in a disheveled state. Gazing at the corpses littering the ground, disbelief filled the eyes of Li Kuan and the surviving 3rd-tier abilities users. Shock, utter astonishment. It was known that Chen Xian, with just one move, had slain so many, leaving the rest gravely wounded. Without timely medical attention, their fate was sealed. What kind of strength is this? 4th tier? Surely more than that. Li Kuan himself was at 4th tier, possessing an S-level ability and terrifying combat prowess. Yet he could not even fend off a single blow from Chen Xian. Was the opponent's strength truly just 4th tier? Not only Li Kuan, but everyone in the 4th military district was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Could such feats truly be accomplished by human strength? Su Yuanying swallowed hard. What level of power does he possess? Such strength was indeed intimidating. The key was that the man before them was remarkably youthful. His handsome visage reminiscent of a young nobleman, yet his prowess was nothing short of extraordinary. However, aside from Su Yuanying, the majority of the 4th military district's high-ranking officials held a profound impression of Chen Xian. When the 4th military district faced the onslaught of the undead tide, had it not been for Chen Xian's intervention, the entire district would have likely been obliterated. With a single sword and a black dog by his side, Chen Xian had cut through the beast wave, collecting all the crystal cores from the zombies. Such an individual could not help but leave a lasting impression on the high-ranking officials of the 4th military district. "Brother, that person is the Chen Xian I mentioned to you earlier," Su Yuanying whispered to Su Yuanying. Upon hearing this, Su Yuanying squinted, as if recollecting something. Su Yuanying had previously told him that during the early apocalypse, Chen Xian's strength was formidable, having cut through the zombie tide. However, at that time, Su Yuanying had yet to arrive at the 4th military district, thus never witnessing Chen Xian's valor. Little did he expect to encounter him today, and in a hostile context no less. "Yuan Ting, is there any possibility of recruiting this Chen Xian?" Su Yuanying pondered, his thoughts racing. If they could draw such a terrifying figure into the 4th military district, the district's strength would undergo a monumental transformation, even gaining a semblance of confidence against Jiangnan District. Su Yuanying's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm at this notion. He had sought to win over Chen Xian from the beginning. However, Chen Xian had been resolute in his intentions to leave, and he had not dared to obstruct him, thus the matter had remained unresolved. Nevertheless, after Chen Xian departed, he had sent people to search for his whereabouts. It was worth a try. Hearing Su Yuanying's agreement, Su Yuanying felt invigorated. "Wait!" he called out loudly. Upon hearing Su Yuanying's voice, everyone present paused momentarily. Chen Xian turned his gaze with curiosity. Su Yuanying slowly stepped forward, a cunning glint in his aged face, and donned a smile that suggested a deliberate approach. "Might you be Chen Xian? During the early apocalypse, my 4th military district encountered a zombie tide, and it was thanks to your assistance that we survived. With your strength alone, you pierced through the horde. Otherwise, my 4th military district would have long ceased to exist." Upon hearing Su Yuanying's words, the crowd was momentarily stunned. What's this connection? Chen Xian saved the 4th military district? Li Kai and Zhou Xiong were equally astounded, exchanging bewildered glances, each reflecting a sense of confusion. Their greatest enemy, the Tianqian base, had actually been rescued by Chen Xian. How absurd, however, Su Yuanying's statement bore a different connotation to Li Kuan. Chen Xian managed to pierce through the zombie tide during the early apocalypse. What level of power does he possess now? Gulped. Li Kuan swallowed hard. A flicker of trepidation in his eyes. It seemed that this man before him was profoundly unfathomable. He could not ascertain Chen Xian's true strength, but one thing was certain. This man was terrifying, exceedingly so. Damn it, why on earth did I take on this mission? At that moment, regret flooded Li Kuan's mind. Upon realizing that Chen Xian had such terrifying power during the early apocalypse, he lamented why he had come to Subei City and accepted this task. Damn, this is utterly outrageous. Chen Xian smiled faintly in response, not denying the statement but countering with a question. So what? With those three simple words, the tension in the air thickened once more. Su Yuanying's expression remained unchanged as he continued with a smile. My 4th military district shares a profound connection with you. Given your strength, remaining at the Tianqian base is indeed a waste of your talents. Why not join my 4th military district? I assure you. Once we eradicate the Tianqian base and unify Subei City, you shall be the 2nd in command in my 4th military district, bestowed the title of general. What say you? As Su Yuanying's words echoed, the crowd collectively froze. Good heavens, bestowing such an enormous honor upon Chen Xian, the 2nd in command? A general. Surely this was a jest. It was well known that the strongest in the 4th military district was merely at the colonel level. Yet Chen Xian was being offered the position of general upon his arrival. Such audacity. Faced with such an enticing proposition, the crowd found it hard to believe that Chen Xian would refuse. Even Li Kuan thought that recruitment should pose no issue. However, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong exchanged glances, then burst into loud laughter at Su Yuanying. Have you lost your mind? Are you serious? Do you even know who he is? Exactly. You've got to be kidding me. This is hilarious. Zhou Xiong chimed in, both of them eliciting the attention of the crowd. What did that mean? Who is Chen Xian? A foreboding sensation washed over Su Yuanying as he felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, he realized the gravity of the situation. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong laughed. Brother Chen is the true mastermind behind our Tianqian base. We are merely his subordinates. You actually wish to recruit Brother Chen to annihilate the Tianqian base? That's a real joke. I can't stop laughing. Upon hearing Li Kai and Zhou Xiong's words, everyone present gasped in shock. Good heavens! Chen Xian was indeed the true mastermind behind the Tianqian base. No wonder Li Kai and Zhou Xiong had never claimed to be the leaders of the base. They actually weren't. Upon realizing this, Su Yuanying's spirits plummeted. An ominous premonition settling in. Seemed things were not looking good. Chen Xian, being the leader of the Tianqian base, would naturally not consider allying with the 4th military district. Currently, the two sides were locked in a deadly struggle, and with Chen Xian's unfathomable strength, even Li Kuan was no match for him. This battle would likely spell doom for the 4th military district. Chen Xian let out a cold laugh, then surveyed everyone from the 4th military district, an aura of indifference emanating from him that sent chills down many spines. I will give you an opportunity. Those who surrender now shall not be harmed. However, should you wait until the fighting begins to surrender, there will be no mercy. As he uttered the words no mercy, the tension among everyone present tightened, their eyes betraying a flicker of fear. There was no denying that the killing intent emanating from Chen Xian was overwhelmingly potent. Moreover, his terrifying strength instills fear in all around him. Hardly anyone dares to meet his gaze. In an instant, the morale within the 4th military district began to waver, particularly among those endowed with special abilities. It is essential to recognize that in this apocalyptic world, those with such powers are already considered superior beings. And most of them were not originally from the military district but were later recruited by the 4th military district, lacking a strong sense of loyalty. Presently, Chen Xian offers them an opportunity to surrender. After all, as endowed individuals, they are above others. Where could they not live well? Perhaps at the Tianqian base, they might even live more comfortably. There is no need to stubbornly cling to this dilapidated ship known as the 4th military district. Even the ordinary soldiers began to hesitate. They were recruited only later and, despite their training, were once ordinary people before the apocalypse, instinctively fearing death. Fear spreads. As some begin to falter, others will inevitably start to ponder and hesitate. After all, No one genuinely wishes to embrace death. Su Yuanying observed this scene with a sense of foreboding. He had not anticipated that Chen Xian would launch an immediate psychological attack, destabilizing the morale of the entire 4th Military District. This cannot continue. If Chen Xian's arrogance is allowed to persist, not only will the entire 4th Military District be unable to contend with him, but it is likely that many will surrender before a battle even begins. Chen Xian, if that is the case, let us see whose blade is sharper. With that, Su Yuanying coldly snorted and calmly declared, "Come forth, it is your time to shine." The crowd was momentarily stunned. What did Su Yuanying mean by that? Did he have reinforcements? In the next moment, a ripple in space appeared beside Su Yuanying, and a man clad in a black robe, wearing a tusked mask, suddenly materialized before him, as if conjured from thin air. This unexpected scene left everyone in shock. Li Kuan could not help but adopt a wary demeanor, his eyes betraying a hint of surprise. Indeed, even he had not sensed the presence of the masked man. It was as though the individual had simply appeared out of nowhere. It seemed that Su Yuanying was no ordinary foe, harboring such a formidable ally. Li Kuan mused to himself. Chapter 85. Nothing more than this indeed. The strength of the man before them was on par with his own. Li Kuan had not anticipated that Su Yuanying had hidden such depth. Chen Xian, I concede that your power is formidable. Yet I am no pushover either. With 2 pinnacle-level 4th-tier existences at my side, I advise you to depart today. Let us avoid conflict moving forward, shall we? Su Yuanying stated nonchalantly. He was quite confident in the strength of the masked individual beside him, whose power rivaled that of Li Kuan, and might even surpass it. This was his greatest trump card, one he had been reluctant to reveal until now. However, the time of survival for the 4th Military District had arrived. It was no longer possible to withhold it. With both he and Li Kuan working in tandem, stopping Chen Xian should not pose a challenge. Once Chen Xian was thwarted, the remaining individuals from the Tianqian base would stand little chance against them. Thus, Su Yuanying felt a sense of triumph, confidence gleaming in his eyes. However, Chen Xian smiled, his gaze sweeping slowly over the masked man. His advanced cognition had already relayed the individual's information to him. With such cognitive capabilities, nothing on Blue Star could conceal its strength and abilities from him. Who told you I was unaware of his existence? Chen Xian replied with a grin. He continued, an SSS-level spatial ability. Pinnacle 4th tier strength, nearing ascension to the 5th tier. What an impressive capability indeed. Indeed, the individual before them possessed an SSS-level spatial ability, and his strength was at the pinnacle of the 4th tier. In the current apocalypse, he was among the elite. It was unexpected that such a person served under Su Yuanying. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, Su Yuanying's face turned pale, disbelief etched in his expression. How could you possibly know? It should be noted that even his brother Su Yuanying was unaware of Yao Ying's existence. Yet, an outsider like Chen Xian could articulate his abilities and strength with such clarity. This was utterly unfathomable. Even Yao Ying was taken aback, realizing that Chen Xian had him completely figured out. As Chen Xian finished speaking, the others stood in stunned silence, particularly Li Kuan. The masked man before him was, in fact, a pinnacle-level 4th-tier endowed individual, boasting strength beyond his own, as well as an SSS-level spatial ability. Such spatial abilities were exceedingly rare, let alone of the SSS caliber. This individual would certainly rank among the top-tier experts even within the Jiangnan district, his status eclipsing that of Li Kuan. Yet, to think that such a person was concealed in the 4th military district of a mere Subei city was truly astonishing. Chen Xian chuckled softly, his gaze as calm as still water, betraying no hint of turmoil. If anything, there was a glimmer of interest in his eyes regarding the abilities of the individual before him, N-level spatial ability. He must possess heavenly patterns, and his own plundering ability could certainly come into play. Chen Xian harbored a desire for the capabilities of spatial abilities. When combined with his other powers, their might would be unparalleled. Thus, Chen Xian's gaze resembled that of a predator eyeing its prey, rather than that of a combatant facing an equal. Just a pinnacle 4th-tier being, what qualifications do you have to stand against me? Let us see what strength you 2 fools can muster when you join forces, Chen Xian stated calmly. The 2 fools he referred to were, of course, Li Kuan and Yao Ying. The 2 exchanged glances, Li Kuan's eyes flashing with anger. He hailed from the Jiangnan district, a stronghold of formidable individuals, and to be labeled a fool by this man was utterly outrageous. Yet, He could not deny Chen Xian's overwhelming strength. Yao Ying understood that Chen Xian's power was beyond his capacity to contend with, and thus exchanged a glance with Li Kuan. They resolved to join forces. "Let us do this," Li Kuan roared. With that, Li Kuan and Yao Ying's forms instantaneously vanished from sight. It should be noted that one wielded the power of Aurora, while the other commanded spatial abilities, both of which were among the fastest known. Consequently, their speed was so swift that those around them could scarcely perceive their movements. In the blink of an eye, they appeared before Chen Xian. "Brother Chen, be careful." Li Kai and Zhou Xiong had already spotted their silhouettes and called out in warning. Beside them, Lin Zixuan remained calm, smiling lightly. Such a degree of attack poses no threat to the master. It is inconsequential. Upon hearing Lin Zixuan's words, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong relaxed. In the arena, Chen Xian stood unfazed. Dimensional slash, light speed kick. The two attacks struck simultaneously. If they were ordinary endowed individuals, they would have long been thrown into disarray. Yet, Chen Xian remained composed, standing firm. "Absolute domain," Chen Xian declared coolly. Instantly, Li Kuan and Yao Ying's faces shifted dramatically, disbelief flickering in their eyes. How is this possible? Their speed, strength, and defenses had all plummeted by 40%. Such a drastic decline was immediately perceptible to them. In the next moment, a thin ice wall appeared before Chen Xian, seemingly devoid of any defensive capacity. However, when their attacks collided with the ice wall, it left no trace, instead repelling them several meters away. Li Kuan and Yao Ying steadied themselves, exchanging glances. "Did you feel it too?" Li Kuan inquired. Yao Ying nodded. Despite wearing a mask, one could sense the gravity on his face. He was puzzled as to why his entire power had diminished so drastically. Yao Ying gazed at Chen Xian, fully aware that all of this was orchestrated by him. But how could he have achieved such an extensive suppression of two fourth-tier endowed beings, and with such apparent ease? My heavens, what is happening? How could two fourth-tier endowed individuals fail to cause him any harm? On the side of the 4th Military District, soldiers voiced their confusion. The combined efforts of two fourth-tier endowed individuals had failed to breach what appeared to be a flimsy ice wall. Were it not for the life-and-death nature of the battle, many would have assumed they were merely performing for show. Indeed, who exactly is this Chen Xian? He is as terrifying as a god or demon. Indeed, in an instant, countless individuals within the 4th Military District were gripped by fear, contemplating surrender. Su Yuanying, witnessing this scene, felt a mix of frustration and helplessness, a flicker of fear rising within him. "Chen Xian, what is your true strength?" But soon, he would find out. Chen Xian smiled, stating, "Your attacks are truly pathetic. Very well, I shall cease playing with you. It is time for me to make my move." With that, an overwhelming aura radiated from Chen Xian, reminiscent of an ancient dragon, possessing an air of world-devouring dominion. Waves of draconic might swept across the arena, causing countless soldiers of the 4th Military District to tremble in fear, with some collapsing to the ground, as if to worship a new king. Chapter 86. Plunder. SS-level spatial ability. This overwhelming aura caused even Li Kuan and Yao Ying to feel their hearts race. Their eyes filled with terror. What a terrifying power! This force carried an invincible momentum. What kind of being could possess such a fearsome strength? It should be noted that Li Kuan hailed from the Jiangnan district, well acquainted with its experts, and considered himself among the elite. He had fought many powerful foes, yet none possessed such strength. Dragon transformation. Chen Xian's aura surged dramatically as he underwent dragon transformation. His half-human, half-dragon form drew the attention of many. After the transformation, Chen Xian's strength, speed, and defenses all increased fivefold. The quintuple enhancement was undeniably terrifying, especially for an entity like Chen Xian. The reason for his transformation into a dragon was simply his reluctance to prolong the confrontation. He sought to resolve the battle swiftly and decisively. As Chen Xian's already formidable aura suddenly surged, the two onlookers, Li Kuan and Yao Ying, were instantly gripped by a profound sense of dread. There was no denying it. The sheer magnitude of Chen Xian's unleashed power was astonishing. They had never before experienced such a terrifying force. Boom! In an instant, Chen Xian vanished from his position. Before the duo could even process the event, a formidable iron fist struck Li Kuan. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Li Kuan's body was propelled backward as if shot from a bow, crashing heavily several dozen meters away, where he violently spat blood. Gravely injured and on the brink of death, his entire body was a wreck, with broken meridians rendering him almost incapacitated. His limbs could barely move. This scene left all present utterly stupefied. How is this possible? The so-called master from the Jiangnan region, possessing fourth-tier strength, had been severely injured by Chen Xian with a single blow, unable to muster even the slightest resistance. How could this be? I can't believe it. Is this truly Brother Chen's power? It's utterly terrifying, Li Kai exclaimed, his expression one of bewilderment. Just moments ago, he had worried about Chen Xian's safety, but now it seemed that concern was entirely unwarranted. With such overwhelming strength, Chen Xian had no need to fear for his safety. Zhou Xiong swallowed hard. Although that last strike was not aimed at him, he could still sense its terrifying nature from a distance. Just the release of a fraction of that aura was enough to shake their very souls. Yao Ying suddenly widened his eyes, for he had not even caught a glimpse of Chen Xian's figure. Let alone withstand the force of that punch, it was simply too fearsome. The fangs beneath his mask were already revealing signs of terror. "It's your turn," Chen Xian said, his gaze shifting to Yao Ying. Upon hearing this, Yao Ying instinctively attempted to use spatial manipulation to escape. However, despite the swiftness of his spatial abilities, the gap in their strength was insurmountable. Chen Xian's power was not something a mere Yao Ying could hope to rival. Whoosh! Just as Yao Ying activated his spatial powers, believing he had evaded danger, he suddenly found a figure standing before him. His expression shifted dramatically, but before he could react, a terrifying icy iron fist came crashing down. Boom! The impact was akin to a thunderclap. This punch sent him plummeting from the sky to the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. All eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed toward Yao Ying. When the dust settled, a pit over a meter deep lay where he had fallen, his body smeared with blood, his breath nearly extinguished, lying feebly on the ground, gasping for life. The S-level spatial abilities were indeed formidable. But before Chen Xian, they proved utterly inadequate, even vulnerable to a single strike. In mere seconds, Chen Xian had vanquished two formidable fourth-tier warriors. The sudden turn of events left Su Yuanying wide-eyed, filled with incredulity. How could this be? Yao Ying has fallen as well? It was crucial to note that Yao Ying was his greatest weapon, the cornerstone of his standing in this apocalyptic world. His prowess assured him a place among the elite in the Jiangnan region. Yet, faced with Chen Xian, he could not withstand even one blow. In that moment, Su Yuanying felt an ominous premonition wash over him. If even Li Kuan and Yao Ying could not endure a single attack from Chen Xian, who in the entire 4th Military District could possibly withstand his might? Today, the 4th Military District seemed destined for annihilation. With this thought, Su Yuanying trembled. Yet, Chen Xian paid him no mind. Instead, he strode directly to Yao Ying, a smile gracing his lips as he said, "S-level spatial abilities. Tiske. One of the few top-tier abilities in this current apocalypse. It's a pity that you are utterly unworthy of such power. I'll gladly take it off your hands." Although gravely injured, Yao Ying remained conscious, struggling to comprehend Chen Xian's words. Hand it over? What does that mean? However, the next moment, comprehension dawned upon him. Chen Xian slowly placed his hand upon Yao Ying, and in an instant, Yao Ying felt an immense force pulling at him. It was as if something within him was being rapidly siphoned away. Suddenly, his eyes widened in horror. His powers were gone. He could no longer sense the presence of his spatial abilities. How could this be done? Chen Xian said, feeling the spatial powers coursing through him, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, joy evident in his gaze. This was spatial ability, a top-tier SSS-level power. Though currently at only the first tier, with the vast resources at his disposal and countless methods to enhance his strength aboard the spaceship, rapidly elevating his spatial abilities would be no challenge. Soon enough, his spatial powers would surpass those Yao Ying had ever possessed. As he beheld Yao Ying's wide-eyed expression, Chen Xian's smile deepened, a commendable ability. In gratitude for your contribution, I shall personally escort you to hell with that. An icy shard appeared in his hand, swiftly hurtling toward Yao Ying's brain. Puff! In an instant, the shard pierced through Yao Ying's skull, extinguishing his life force completely, dead beyond any hope of revival. The demise of Yao Ying sent shockwaves through Su Yuanying and the entire 4th Military District. Chen Xian, You actually killed him, Su Yuanying stammered. Fear etched across his face. However, Chen Xian merely glanced at him, entirely unperturbed. This old fool was destined to die anyway. He couldn't be bothered to waste words on a corpse. Instead, he walked straight toward Li Kuan. At that moment, Li Kuan lay on the ground, utterly immobilized, his bones shattered, surrounded by 7 or 8 guardians from the Jiangnan region. Yet, as they beheld Chen Xian's slowly approaching figure, fear flickered in their eyes. This man was like a deity or a demon. They knew they were no match for him. Sir, I hail from the Jiangnan region. If you kill me, you will be at odds with the entire Jiangnan region. If you spare me, I promise never to oppose you again, Li Kuan begged, desperation seeping into his voice. There was no choice. Chen Xian's strength was simply too terrifying, and he was compelled to invoke the name of the Jiangnan region in hopes of instilling some caution in his opponent. After all, while the 4th Military District was a formidable entity in northern Jiangsu, it hardly posed a threat to the Jiangnan region. Thus, he believed Chen Xian would spare his life for the sake of the Jiangnan region's reputation. But Chen Xian merely chuckled, halting before him. The Jiangnan region? Do you think that I would be afraid? His disdainful words dripped with scorn. In his previous life, he had been like an ant in the eyes of the Jiangnan region. Yet now, having been reborn, Chen Xian held all the advantages, and with terrifying powers at his disposal, he had no reason to fear the Jiangnan region. His ambitions reached far beyond. He sought dominion over the entire Blue Star. The Jiangnan region? He found it beneath his notice. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, Li Kuan's face turned ashen. Indeed, Chen Xian's strength, even in the Jiangnan region, likely surpassed that of most. Did he truly need to fear the Jiangnan region? It appeared not. Li Kuan swallowed hard, then continued, Wait. The Jiangnan region possesses missiles. If you kill me, they may send someone to investigate and could potentially launch missiles at the entire northern Jiangsu city. In that case, the city will be reduced to rubble, Li Kuan explained further. The Jiangnan region was one of the major regions in China, equipped with missile capabilities. Such missiles could obliterate an entire city with a single strike. No matter how powerful Chen Xian was, he could not prevent the destruction of northern Jiangsu city. His subordinates would be unable to survive. Sure enough, after Li Kuan finished speaking, the members of the Tianqian base exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a hint of hesitation. Clearly, if such missiles were deployed, none present would likely survive. Missiles? Interesting, Chen Xian mused, a hint of intrigue in his eyes. Truth be told, the destructive power of such missiles was indeed formidable, capable of leveling a city in an instant. Had this been before, Chen Xian might have hesitated. However, now, he possessed a spaceship. Launching missiles? That would be fine. He could simply retreat into the spaceship. That vessel was of extraterrestrial origin. Impervious to the Jiangnan region's missiles, Chen Xian had confirmed this with the superbrain in his mind. Thus, the Jiangnan region's missiles posed no threat to him whatsoever. Of course, should Chen Xian ascend to the 7th tier. Even without seeking refuge in the spaceship, he could withstand a missile strike. Therefore, he was entirely unperturbed by Li Kuan's threats. You're talking too much. It's time to depart. Chen Xian, uninterested in explanations, raised his hand, and layers of icy clouds filled the sky. Ice meteor. In the next moment, countless ice crystals rained down from above, massive in size, carrying an overwhelming force as they plummeted toward Li Kuan and the others below. The surviving Jiangnan region superhumans desperately employed their abilities in an attempt to counter this assault. Yet, their strength was far too feeble compared to Chen Xian's. As a result, they were swiftly crushed, leaving not a single survivor. Li Kuan, however, suffered the worst fate. Already gravely injured and unable to evade, he was bombarded by the countless ice crystals, which shattered his body into a grotesque mess, ensuring he was dead beyond any hope of revival. In mere seconds, the area surrounding Li Kuan was transformed into a scene of carnage, blood flowing freely, the stench unbearable. Those who witnessed the spectacle were filled with terror, especially the gaze directed at Chen Xian. None dared to meet his eyes. This seemingly pure and harmless young man was exceedingly ruthless when he struck. It was as if he possessed not a shred of compassion for human life. Only an endless indifference. Su Yuanying was already on the brink of collapse, shouting loudly in Chen Xian's direction, Madman! You lunatic! Chen Xian, do you not realize that Li Kuan is dead? If the Jiangnan district conducts a thorough investigation, they may very well launch missiles, and the entirety of Subei City will be annihilated. You are courting death. Su Yuanying's body trembled slightly as he fixed his gaze on Chen Xian. Was this young man truly sane? Was he really not a lunatic? The scale of the missiles was such that even the combined populace of Subei City would perish. Could Chen Xian alone withstand that? Even if he could escape? What of his subordinates? Su Yuanying could not comprehend. He was utterly bewildered. Yet, Chen Xian sneered, "If the Jiangnan district dares to launch missiles at me, do you believe that my sword will not sweep through the entire Jiangnan district, cleansing it in blood from top to bottom?" Chen Xian's words floated lightly, as though mere casual remarks. However, all who heard them felt a chill run through their hearts, and no one doubted the veracity of Chen Xian's claim. For given his temperament, it was entirely plausible that he would indeed act upon it. This was a madman, a veritable lunatic. Su Yuanying swallowed hard, his eyes filled with terror as he regarded Chen Xian. In that moment, he grasped the gravity of the individual he had provoked. This man was not only insane but possessed genuine power. In other words, Chen Xian had the means to be mad. After eliminating Li Kuan and Yao Ying, the 4th Military District had no 4th-tier powerhouses to contend with, rendering Chen Xian a negligible threat. In fact, it seemed that the 4th Military District harbored no fighting spirit at all. For everyone understood that this battle was one they were destined to lose, with no glimmer of hope for a turnaround. "Now it is your turn," Chen Xian declared. "I shall give you 10 seconds. Those who wish to surrender may step to my left. Those who do not will meet their end." Upon finishing his statement, chaos erupted within the 4th Military District. Countless individuals began to ponder frantically. Surrender or continue fighting? In an instant, many had made their decisions. 10. Chen Xian began to count. In that moment, over 100 people from the 4th Military District started rushing toward his left. Among them were 7 or 8 abilities users. The remainder being elite soldiers. "Dogsheng, what are you doing? Are you turning traitor?" a soldier bellowed. The soldier named Dogsheng glanced back. "Yang Hao, don't be foolish, run quickly. The 4th Military District cannot win." After uttering these words, he dashed toward Chen Xian, his eyes filled with a desperate longing for life. In the apocalypse, survival was paramount. How many could remain indifferent in the face of hope for living? 9. Chen Xian continued to call out. And soon, even more began to flee. Chapter 88. Capturing the 4th Military District. At this moment, an overwhelming fear gripped everyone in the 4th Military District, especially upon witnessing those soldiers and abilities users frantically fleeing toward Chen Xian. Their resolve wavered, to run or not to run. As Chen Xian counted, when he reached 1, countless exchanged glances and then surged toward him in a frenzy. It was clear that the strongest of the 4th Military District and their reinforcements from the Jiangnan District had all perished. How could they possibly stand against Chen Xian? Human nature inclines towards self-preservation, particularly among those who were merely ordinary people before the apocalypse, lacking the conviction to fight. Su Yuanying surveyed his surroundings, his eyes betraying a mixture of fear and anger. Just moments ago, at least 2/3 of the people had fled, leaving behind a pitifully small group, most of whom were soldiers with stronger convictions forged before the apocalypse. Gazing at the figures before him, Chen Xian's expression remained devoid of emotion, even showing no signs of disturbance. These individuals were inconsequential. Very well, you have all made your choice. In that case, those who remain should prepare to die. With that, Chen Xian's gaze turned icy. After dispatching Li Kuan and Yao Ying, he had no desire to linger with these people. After all, they were merely ants. Killing them required little effort. "Chen Xian, do you truly intend to take action? The Jiangnan District will never let you go." Su Yuanying's eyes still held a hint of defiance. He did not wish to die. It is worth noting that Su Yuanying had originally come from the Central District, but in pursuit of ambitions, he had come to the 4th Military District under Su Yuanting's influence, seeking to carve out a domain for himself in this apocalypse. In other words, he was ambitious. Those with ambition are never resigned to meet their end so easily. Yet Chen Xian merely scoffed, saying, "Try to intimidate me in your next life." "Oh, by the way," Chen Xian said with a smile, casting a casual glance at Su Yuanting. "Your grandson, Su Hao, I killed him." The simple statement struck like a dagger to Su Yuanting's heart. His only bloodline, his sole grandson, had been slain by Chen Xian. How could this be? Yet, Chen Xian had indeed emerged from Subei City, and the timeline seemed to align. Gazing at Chen Xian's calm visage, Su Yuanting's eyes brimmed with anguish and murderous intent. "Oh, it was you." So it was you. I doubt I will kill you. The terrifying killing intent seemed almost palpable. Alas, his plans would never come to fruition in this lifetime. Qian Xian chuckled coldly, for he had spoken those words to strike at the heart. Ensuring Su Yuanting would descend into the depths of despair and regret, which would be all the more gratifying. Die. With a chilling laugh, Chen Xian raised his hand, and suddenly, the sky darkened as if shrouded by an ominous veil. Everyone looked up to behold a magnificent spectacle. Countless water sources from the ground converged toward the heavens, transforming the sky into a river-like expanse, flowing endlessly. Nearby flowed a great river named Sueha, and most of the water in the sky originated from it. What is this? How can so much water suddenly appear? Oh my God, is this a deluge? Is it truly within human capability to gather such an immense amount of water? Countless individuals stood in awe, their eyes wide with disbelief, particularly among the ordinary folk who could not fathom the terrifying power of an ability's user, likening it to that of a divine being. Wait, look, the river in the sky has frozen. Goodness, it really has. In an instant, the water in the sky froze, forming countless shards of ice that blanketed the heavens, obscuring even the clouds and sun. Now, Chen Xian commanded as he waved his hand. In the next moment, countless ice shards cascaded down from the sky. Such a large-scale, concentrated assault could not be withstood by all the abilities users present combined. Even for Li Kuan and Yao Ying, it would have posed a significant challenge. How much less could the current 4th military district endure? Gazing at the dense and terrifying ice shards falling from the sky, the onlookers could only wait for their demise. Boom! It sounded as though the heavens were collapsing. Countless ice shards plummeted, their velocity astonishing. A thick cloud of dust was kicked up as everyone gazed anxiously toward the 4th military district. With such a dense barrage, would anyone survive? As the dust gradually settled, all present inhaled sharply at the sight before them. And my goodness, this is truly terrifying. Not a single person remained standing. The ground was awash with blood. The sheer ferocity of the assault was overwhelming. Each individual bore at least a dozen ice shards impaled into their bodies, pinned helplessly to the ground, their blood still flowing, their consciousness long extinguished. Indeed, with this single maneuver, Qian Xian had obliterated the entirety of the 4th military district. Including Su Yuanting and the high-ranking officials, all had perished beneath Qian Xian's might. This scene left the inhabitants of the Tianxian base and those who had defected from the 4th military district utterly stunned. Is this truly the power of a human? Only Lin Zixuan maintained a serene expression. This was the power of the master. How could these mortals comprehend it? Chen Xian surveyed the devastation before him with calm detachment. He had anticipated the magnitude of this strike, so he felt no shock. Would the slaughter of over 1,000 individuals stir any emotional turmoil within him? Absolutely not. Having endured years of bloodshed in his previous life during the apocalypse, whether it was thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, Chen Xian would remain unfazed. Enemies are meant to die, are they not? Everyone, clear the battlefield and ensure it is completed before nightfall. Chen Xian spoke nonchalantly, rousing everyone from their stupor. The crowd gazed at him with a mix of fear and reverence. Yes, they chorused, their voices resounding. However, those who had defected from the 4th military district stood frozen in place. Akin to quails, too terrified to move, all rendered speechless by Chen Xian's overwhelming presence. Chen Xian cast a casual glance at Li Kai and Zhou Xiong before saying, "These individuals are entrusted to you. Handle it as you see fit." Understood. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong replied promptly. It is essential to recognize that these individuals possess considerable vitality, totaling over 2,000. If successfully integrated, the strength of the entire Tianxian base will experience a dramatic surge. After several days of preparation for final examinations, I sincerely apologize to you all. The exams are now concluded, and the boat has sailed past myriad mountains. Tomorrow, a substantial update will be forthcoming. Chapter 89. Securing Subei City after issuing a directive. Qian Xian strode directly into the base. The construction of the 4th military district's base is impressively grand, with towering walls fortified by countless firepower supports. The internal space of the base is considerably larger than that of Tianxian base. One cannot deny that the construction here is remarkably well executed. At this moment, within the 4th military district's base, there are tens of thousands of ordinary civilians. These individuals have been gathered by the 4th Military District, encompassing the elderly, the weak, and able-bodied men, possessing little to no combat capability, merely serving as laborers. After all, a vast military base inevitably requires a lower-class populace. Otherwise, how could the upper echelons indulge in a life of luxury? Chen Xian, naturally, had no desire to complicate matters for these ordinary civilians and instructed Li Kai and Zhou Xiong to handle them appropriately. They understood well the significance of these civilians as a rich source of manpower. With their presence, Tianxian Base would be able to expand outward. In the conference hall of the 4th Military District, the spacious room lay empty as Chen Xian slowly entered, followed closely by Li Kai. Zhou Xiong, Lin Zixuan, and Dog Emperor. He took his seat at the head and addressed the assembly. The 4th Military District has been secured, and there are still a few minor bases in Subei City. You are all to eliminate them within this time frame. They must either surrender or perish. The complete integration of Subei City should be achieved within half a month. Chen Xian spoke in a calm tone. Understood, responded the 3 men and the dog, nodding in unison. Taking control of the 4th Military District essentially meant seizing the entirety of Subei City. However, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong remained uncertain about the potential reaction from the Jiangnan District. Brother Chen, what if the Jiangnan District sends someone to investigate? It is said they possess missiles capable of destroying an entire city, Li Kai cautiously remarked. If such missiles were indeed launched by the Jiangnan District, they could not possibly withstand the onslaught. Chen Xian smiled lightly at the concern. Do not worry. Even if they possess missiles capable of obliterating an entire city, I can ensure your safety. With the presence of spacecraft, Chen Xian felt no fear of such missiles. In the worst-case scenario, he could simply evacuate all elite personnel from Subei City into the spacecraft when the missiles approached. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. For reasons unknown, had these words come from anyone else, they would have found them hard to believe. Yet, spoken by Chen Xian, they carried an undeniable persuasive power, instilling unwavering trust. All right, you may leave to attend to your tasks. Ensure that the various matters within the 4th Military District base are resolved promptly. Zixuan, Shagu, you two should also lend a hand. Should anyone disobey, execute them without hesitation. After Chen Xian's directive, the group promptly acknowledged, yes, and exited the conference hall. Once they had departed, Chen Xian's gaze turned to his extraordinary abilities. Ah, an SSS-level spatial ability. I never expected to acquire it here. What a delightful surprise. Chen Xian had long-desired spatial abilities. Time reigns supreme, and space commands respect. AS and SSS-level ability. These two powers are virtually the monarchs among SSS-level abilities. Their might undeniably formidable. Moreover, Chen Xian's other abilities would perfectly complement his spatial powers. With the enhancement of spatial abilities, his strength would undoubtedly soar. However, the first-level spatial ability felt somewhat lacking. It was time to focus on enhancing his power. With that, Chen Xian plunged his consciousness into the superbrain and entered the spacecraft. Once aboard, he immediately made his way to the cultivation chamber to begin his training. The time flow within the cultivation chamber can be adjusted. And currently, Chen Xian could manage a maximum of double speed. This meant that while a day passed outside, he could experience 2 days of cultivation. In this apocalypse, aside from resources, time may be the most precious commodity. A double training duration gives him a significant advantage over others. Not to mention, Chen Xian also possessed an abundance of training resources. The storage chamber within this spacecraft contained countless resources, and although he could only access the first layer due to his current strength, the resources within are immense, surpassing most of what is available on Blue Star. Upon entering the cultivation chamber, Chen Xian retrieved a vial of potion and consumed it in one gulp. This potion, sourced from the storage chamber, accelerates the absorption of crystal cores by 50%, proving to be an excellent auxiliary drug. Following that, he took out several third-level crystal cores and began the absorption process. The energy from the extraordinary abilities surged into his body, transforming into spatial powers. With Chen Xian's current strength, enhancing a spatial ability was remarkably effortless. As time trickled by, significant changes were unfolding in the outside world. First, within the 4th Military District, following the takeover by the individuals from Tianxian Base, the previously discontented civilians naturally expressed no dissent. For them, the power struggles of the upper echelons were inconsequential. Their sole concern revolved around survival. Chen Xian's orders not only maintained the livelihoods of the lower class, but also improved their welfare and treatment, leading to their enthusiastic support. as for those who wavered at the last moment. They posed no threat. Chun Xian's display of power had sufficiently instilled fear, ensuring compliance without any objections. Consequently, the control of the 4th Military District by Tianxian base proceeded smoothly, encountering little resistance, as anyone daring to oppose was swiftly eliminated by Chun Xian. During these past few days, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai had not been idle, successfully integrating all the various bases throughout Subei City. It is worth noting that these bases typically housed no more than a few hundred individuals. With a limited number of extraordinary users, thus, under the guidance of Li Kai and Zhou Xiong, they faced minimal difficulty. From that point onward, Subei City was left with only one dominant force, Tianxian base. At this moment, in the Jiangnan district, what has become of Li Kuan? Why has he not returned? At the Jiangnan district headquarters, Zhu Rihe sat in the main seat, his gaze fierce and authoritative. As the head of the Jiangnan district, he had been the supreme commander before the apocalypse began, and his innate aura commanded respect. Sir, the subordinates are still unclear. We sent a message to Colonel Li yesterday. Yet there has been no response, nor any sign of his team of over 100 individuals. Chengdu, his secretary, spoke cautiously. Chengdu was highly regarded by Zhu Rihe and enjoyed a life of privilege. Yet, in the presence of Zhu Rihe, he remained notably humble. Upon hearing this, an ominous premonition stirred within Zhu Rihe. Li Kuan may have encountered trouble, he thought, though he struggled to accept it. While Li Kuan may not have been the top expert in the Jiangnan district, he was certainly among the elite. Few could claim the ability to defeat him within the entirety of the district. Go and contact Su Yuanying. Inquire about what is happening, Zhu Rihe instructed, narrowing his eyes. Understood, Chengdu replied, not daring to hesitate. He quickly moved aside to grab the phone and dial Su Yuanying's number. The call did not connect. After a full 2 minutes, Chengdu finally hung up, exhaling deeply. Sir, nobody answered, he reported. What? Zhu Rihe exclaimed, his eyes widening. He rose from his seat and began pacing the room. Suddenly turning his gaze to the window, it appeared that an incident had occurred in Subei City, and Li Kuan and his team may have met with misfortune. As the overall leader of the Jiangnan district, Zhu Rihe had experienced many situations and had already begun to form a judgment. Yet, he could not fathom what kind of entity could annihilate Li Kuan and his team of extraordinary users. As well as Su Yuanying's 4th Military District. It was crucial to understand that even a poorly performing military district bears the weight of a formal military organization with undeniable strength. The fact that so many forces combined could not withstand the opposing entity indicated that the force known as Tianxian Base in Subei City was indeed formidable. Go, summon the leaders of the 2nd and 3rd teams. The extraordinary user teams in the Jiangnan district comprised 8 sub-teams, each with an uncertain number of extraordinary users. Li Kuan led the 8th team, which had over 100 members. The 2nd and 3rd teams represented the peak of the Jiangnan district's forces, their strength surpassing even that of Li Kuan. Each of these team leaders was a pinnacle 4th-level expert, commanding extraordinary user teams of terrifying power. Clearly, Zhu Rihe was genuinely enraged this time. The audacity of the opposing force to strike at his extraordinary user teams demonstrated a gross disregard for the Jiangnan district. If he were to let this slide, where would the Jiangnan district's face be? Moreover, the loss of an entire team was no trivial matter. Although it did not constitute a crippling blow, it was undoubtedly a significant loss. Yes, upon hearing Zhu Rihe's words, Chengdu recognized that he was in a furious state and did not dare to delay, swiftly exiting. Shortly thereafter, 2 young men arrived in unison. The individual on the left donned a red denim jacket and white jeans, exuding a somewhat reckless demeanor. His name was Long Yin, a disciple of the Long family in Jiangnan. Before the apocalypse, he belonged to a prestigious family and held a unique status. Following the onset of the apocalypse, he awakened an SSS-level ability, becoming the Flame Monarch, with immense power over fire. He now served as the captain of the Jiangnan district's 2nd team. One individual, in stark contrast, exudes a sense of restraint. Clad in a mundane black short-sleeve shirt, his countenance remains tranquil, akin to a still pond, with a side-swept fringe obscuring one eye while revealing the other. His name is Gu Wuyan, hailing from humble origins. Now the captain of the 3rd squad, possessing formidable prowess yet maintaining an air of extreme modesty. Director Zhu, what task have you summoned us for? Long Yin remarked with a casual jest, his tone laced with a hint of irreverence. Gu Wuyan stood silently beside him, his gaze fixed on Zhu Rai, contemplating the peculiar circumstances that led to their joint summons. Zhu Rai was well acquainted with Long Yan's personality, thus his lack of surprise. Li Kuan has encountered a grave incident. His entire squad may have been annihilated. Upon hearing Zhu Rai's words, both Long Yan and Gu Wuyan were taken aback, their expressions tinged with disbelief. Li Kuan, dead? Although Li Kuan was the weakest among the 8 captains, and his subordinates were notably inferior to those of the other 7, he was still one of the elite in the Jiangnan region. Moreover, his ability to manipulate light endowed him with remarkable speed, making his escape exceedingly swift. Even if 2 people attempted to eliminate him, it would require considerable effort. How is that possible? Who struck him down? Could it be other regions' ability users? The vast expanse of Huaxia encompasses several regions apart from Jiangnan, all possessing significant strength. If Li Kuan had fallen to an ability user from another region, it would not be entirely implausible. However, Zhu Rai shook his head gravely, stating, "No, I dispatched him to deal with a faction in Subei City called Tianxin Base a few days ago, and since then, there has been no word from him." Subei City? Tianxin Base? Gu Wuyan and Long Yan exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting deeper confusion. A mere small force in Subei City, akin to ants, could hardly be a match for Li Kuan. This seemed illogical, intriguing indeed. Whoever managed to eliminate Li Kuan and his squad of ability users must possess some considerable strength, Long Yan remarked, a hint of combativeness shining in his eyes. Clearly, he was intrigued. As the captain of the second squad, Long Yan's prowess was formidable, with few capable of matching him in the entire Jiangnan region. His previous missions had seen little failure, and his noble lineage instilled a profound sense of pride within him. "Director Zhu, allow me to lead my squad to Subei City. I am eager to see what kind of person resides there, perhaps a hidden dragon among the tigers." Upon hearing this, Zhu Rai shook his head. "No, you both will go together. Director Zhu, do you not trust my strength? There is no need for me to collaborate with him." Long Yan chuckled lightly, his gaze laced with disdain. Though Gu Wuyan was also a top-tier powerhouse, Long Yan's capabilities surpassed his. More crucially, Gu Wuyan's humble beginnings, having merely been a butcher's son before the apocalypse, rendered him unworthy in Long Yan's eyes. Thus, their relationship was far from amicable. Ji Wuyan remained silent, his expression unchanging. Zhu Rai's demeanor grew serious. Li Kuan and his entire squad, including everyone from the 4th Military District, are all dead. The individual responsible is undoubtedly formidable. You both will go together for mutual support. Remember, safety is paramount. If things go awry, retreat immediately. Zhu Rai was unwilling to risk the lives of Gu Wuyan and Long Yan, especially after the loss of Li Kuan. Very well. Long Yan shrugged helplessly, an air of indifference in his eyes. Understood. Ji Wuyan nodded without any further words, turning to depart. Observing Gu Wuyan's retreating figure, Long Yan scoffed, "Tisich, what a show. Enough. This mission is not as simple as you think." "Do not underestimate it," Zhu Rai instructed. "Understood." Long Yan replied casually, turning to leave. Watching the 2 depart, Zhu Rai sighed, rubbing his temples. "What exactly is the origin of this Tianxin base, Gu Wuyan, during this mission in Subei City? I hope your squad remains diligent and does not hinder ours." Upon exiting the conference hall, Long Yan scoffed dismissively. The rivalry between him and Gu Wuyan had long since been laid bare. After all, what right did someone of common birth have to stand on equal footing with him? Even in a post-apocalyptic world, his noble lineage instilled in him a sense of superiority. Ji Wuyan, unfazed by Long Yan's words, merely shot him a calm glance before continuing on his way. "I will one day trample you beneath my feet." Long Yan huffed disdainfully. Having voiced his thoughts, he proceeded to his squad's base. Planning to rest for a couple of days before setting out, he was eager to discover what dangers lurked in Subei City, hoping not to be disappointed. "Chenggu, we have successfully subdued all of Subei City. Our forces have expanded significantly. We now have 630 ability users, 4,700 elite soldiers, and a civilian population of 130,000, Li Kai reported. This number represented the entirety of Subei City's strength and the full might of the Tianxian base. The Tianxian base had now completely integrated all the various factions in Subei City, establishing itself as the undisputed ruler of the region. Very well. Chen Xian, seated at the head of the table, nodded calmly. "Excellent work." Upon hearing Chen Xian's praise, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong exchanged pleased smiles. "Both of you must have reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. A breakthrough is imminent, indeed." Both Li Kai and Zhou Xiong had originally been at the third tier, and following the recent conflict, they had naturally ascended to its peak, now just one step away from the fourth tier. However, that step proved exceedingly challenging to traverse, especially for Zhou Xiong, whose beastly abilities posed a significant hurdle at the fourth tier. If he could successfully navigate this transition, his strength would undoubtedly surge, possibly surpassing Li Kai's. Yes. The two nodded vigorously. Chen Xian smiled slightly, producing 2 vials of potion seemingly from thin air. This is a breakthrough potion, suitable for those below the fourth tier. With this, you two can swiftly advance to the fourth tier. For the next 2 days, I want you to set aside your tasks and focus entirely on your breakthroughs. With that, Chen Xian handed the potions to them. Upon seeing the dark green vials in their hands, excitement sparkled in their eyes. A breakthrough potion, capable of helping them ascend from the third to the fourth tier? This was almost unbelievable. Currently, research on potions across the entire Blue Star was still in its infancy. The first batch of ordinary potions had yet to be mass-produced, while Chen Xian was already employing higher-tier potions. Naturally, these potions had been sourced from the spacecraft, with minimal side effects and a more stable potency. Thus, Chen Xian was willing to provide them to his loyal subordinates. Thank you, Chen Gu. Although the two had never heard of such potions, their unwavering trust in Chen Xian left no room for doubt. Chen Xian waved his hand dismissively. Enough, you two should hurry and train. Aim to break through to the fourth tier as soon as possible. Yes, they resolved to live up to Chen Xian's expectations. With that, the two exited the conference hall. At this moment, only Chen Xian, Dog Emperor, and Lin Zixuan remained. During this time, Lin Zixuan had refrained from engaging in battles, focusing instead on her cultivation. After all, the smaller factions hardly required someone of her caliber to intervene. Coupled with the resources provided by Chen Xian, she had successfully transitioned from the pinnacle of the third tier to the fourth. A fourth-tier Dark Sovereign was indeed terrifying. The leap from the third to the fourth tier represented a significant watershed moment, drastically enhancing an ability user's power. Lin Zixuan's strength had increased by 5 or 6 times, and her control over her abilities had grown even more formidable. Impressive. You've already reached the fourth tier. It seems you haven't been slacking off, Chen Xian remarked, a hint of admiration in his tone. Lin Zixuan's previously indifferent expression now bore a touch of color. Thank you for your praise, master. Lin Zixuan could disregard many comments, but Chen Xian's words held particular weight. Wang, at the side, Dog Emperor barked eagerly, hoping for a word of commendation from Chen Xian as well. However, Chen Xian responded with a swift kick. Silly dog, how dare you bark? You haven't even broken through to the fifth tier after all this time. I'll kick you to death. Wang Dog Emperor gazed at Chen Xian with a pitiful expression, lying down with its big, round eyes fixed on him, with the difficulty of advancing after reaching the fourth tier. It had only recently managed to reach the peak of this tier, and breaking into the fifth would require more time. Enough, go lie down somewhere else, if you don't focus on your training. I'll kick you to death. Wang. Dog Emperor whined a couple of times before pitifully moving to a different spot. Zixuan, step outside the conference hall and demonstrate your abilities. I wish to test my new powers. Chen Xian's spatial abilities had successfully ascended to the third tier, significantly enhancing his strength. He was eager to assess the power of his spatial abilities and simultaneously evaluate Lin Zixuan's prowess. After all, her transition to the fourth tier would undoubtedly bring about monumental shifts in her capabilities. Understood. Lin Zixuan nodded, showing no dissent. Soon, the two emerged from the conference hall, surrounded by an eerie silence. The canine emperor stood obediently nearby, refraining from making a sound, fearful of receiving a kick from Chen Xian. Make your move, Chen Xian uttered nonchalantly. Lin Zixuan nodded gently, without a hint of hesitation, and her extraordinary powers erupted instantaneously. She understood that no matter how formidable her strength, it could never harm Chen Xian in the slightest. Thus, she did not hold back. Whoosh! Lin Zixuan's figure vanished in an instant, seemingly merging with the very fabric of the universe. However, it was still daytime, and Chen Xian's keen senses allowed him to detect her presence. Had it been night, few would be able to sense her at all in the depths of an endless night. A shroud of darkness enveloped Chen Xian, as if he were trapped within a dense fog, obscuring reality from view. This darkness extended for hundreds of meters, engulfing the entire base. Those who had been working suddenly felt the atmospheric shift, their expressions bewildered. Yet, Zhou Xiong and Li Kai sensed that this was Lin Zixuan's ability, so they remained relatively unperturbed. A glance exchanged between them intensified their yearning for power. With Lin Zixuan's prowess so formidable, they, as Chen Xian's trusted aides, could not afford to lag behind. Chapter 92. The arrival of the Jiangnan district delegation interesting, Chen Xian mused, a faint smile gracing his lips as he felt Lin Zixuan's strength. It was undeniable that after breaking through to the 4th tier, her mastery over her abilities had become even more terrifying, and of course, such prowess was trivial in comparison to him. However, Chen Xian did not intend to unleash all his strength. He aimed to test the capabilities of the spatial laws. He wondered if his Tier 3 spatial powers could withstand the might of a 4th-tier Dark Sovereign. Dark Spear. In the next moment, countless spears materialized from the swirling darkness. Concealed within its depths, whoosh, 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 they hurtled towards Chen Xian, seemingly intent on piercing through him. Just as the spears were about to make contact, Lin Zixuan suddenly noticed that the figure of Chen Xian, who had been standing still, had vanished. Where did my master go? In this realm of darkness, she was the absolute sovereign, capable of sensing any being or object within its confines. In other words, this shroud of darkness was her eye. As a ruler, she was omniscient. Yet, she was completely oblivious to Chen Xian's sudden disappearance. Spatial ceiling. In the following moment, the pervasive darkness that had once filled the skies suddenly vanished, revealing Chen Xian standing before Lin Zixuan. How did this possible? The darkness has completely dissipated? Lin Zixuan found it hard to believe. It was known that dark matter was not akin to mere fog. It existed within the very essence of the world and could not be eradicated. Yet, at this moment, it had entirely vanished. Chen Xian chuckled. While your dark matter cannot be erased, it can indeed be absorbed by space. Indeed, the phrase time is king, space is revered was not mere rhetoric. Mastering the power of space allowed one to manipulate it. Chen Xian's Tier 3 spatial powers were undeniably formidable, with countless strategies at his disposal. Especially in his hands, the potential of this power was beyond imagination. Upon hearing his words, Lin Zixuan finally understood, feeling no trace of dissatisfaction. After all, this was her master's power. She then resumed her offensive, unleashing torrents of dark energy, transforming the battlefield into a chaotic spectacle. Much to the excitement of the canine emperor observing nearby, however, despite her myriad tactics, Chen Xian effortlessly neutralized each one, sustaining no harm whatsoever. In fact, he occasionally employed his spatial powers to strike back, leaving Lin Zixuan struggling to counter. That will suffice for today, Chen Xian declared, regaining his composure with a smile. The recent spar had granted him a clearer understanding of the power and control inherent in spatial abilities. Truly, the laws of space were immensely powerful. Even when facing a fellow SSS tier ability user like the Dark Sovereign, his Tier 3 strength was hardly inferior to Lin Zixuan's 4th tier capabilities. Throughout this exchange, Chen Xian had not resorted to any of his other abilities, relying solely on spatial powers. Understood, Lin Zixuan replied respectfully. In turn, her awe for Chen Xian's strength deepened. The fact that he had mastered the power of space was simply terrifying. Was this truly the extent of human potential? Lin Zixuan was unsure, but she recognized this as her master's power. You need not feel disheartened. It is perfectly normal not to triumph over me, Chen Xian said with a smile. Although he had only utilized Tier 3 spatial abilities, his combat awareness and instincts were far beyond Lin Zixuan's capabilities. I understand. Lin Zixuan nodded in affirmation. After testing the might of spatial abilities, Chen Xian felt elated. His various powers had all grown remarkably robust. If he unleashed them all, the extent of his strength was uncertain even to him. With Tier 5 Ice Dragon abilities, Tier 5 Soul Capturing abilities, Tier 3 Spatial abilities, Tier 3 Plundering abilities, Absolute Domain, and Dragon Transformation. With a plethora of tactics at his disposal, he mused, my current strength is likely beyond estimation. In truth, even he had become uncertain about the full extent of his powers. Given the multitude of techniques at his command, should a life-or-death battle arise, the sheer force he could unleash would be terrifying, beyond his own imagination. However, he was confident that if he were to face the 7th-tier monsters from the final trial aboard the ship, he would not find himself in the same predicament as before. Time flew by swiftly, and 2 days vanished in the blink of an eye. During this period, Subei City remained remarkably stable. Although the number of zombies was considerable, it posed little threat to the Tianxian base. The combined forces of the army and ability users were more than sufficient to quell a significant number of the undead. However, the most noteworthy development was undoubtedly Zhou Xiong and Li Kai's breakthroughs to the 4th tier. With the assistance of Qian Xian's tier-breaking elixir, both Li Kai and Zhou Xiong had seamlessly ascended to the 4th tier. Their powers significantly enhanced. Particularly for Zhou Xiong, his beastly abilities had undergone evolution. Originally, he possessed the Earth Saint Bear ability, but it had now transformed, awakening an ancient bloodline to become the primal sacred bear, resulting in a dramatic transformation in strength. Brother Qin, we have successfully broken through to the 4th tier as expected, Zhou Xiong exclaimed with delight, his eyes brimming with joy. The power of the 4th tier was indeed formidable in the current world. Especially with their abilities being so potent, their unleashed strength even more fearsome. Compared to their counterparts from the previous life, their current abilities were vastly superior. Chun Xian nodded with a smile. Indeed, you both have just broken through, and your mastery is still developing. Take this time to train your abilities. Having just ascended to the 4th tier, it was natural for them to lack control over their powers, so Qin Xian encouraged them to utilize their abilities more frequently to accelerate their proficiency. Rest assured, Brother Qin, Zhou Xiong grinned, a spark of competitive spirit in his eyes. Li Kai, shall we venture out to practice? I've been eagerly anticipating a chance to spar with you since my breakthrough to the 4th tier. Zhou Xiong beamed, excitement evident in his demeanor. Prior to reaching the 4th tier, Li Kai had nearly always dominated their encounters. Sure, let's have a match. Li Kai was equally competitive. Having strengthened considerably after his breakthrough, he felt no apprehension. Chun Xian smiled and did not intervene. Just as the two were about to set out for a spar, Zhang Yun hurriedly approached with news. Brother Qin, trouble has arisen. We just received word that a large group of ability users has entered our Su base city. And their strength is formidable. Qin Xian pondered for a moment before rising with a smile that it seemed that the Jiangnan district had sent their people, which piqued his interest. Let us go and see for ourselves. Yes. Chapter 93. The insignificance of Su Bei City. Chun Xian's expression remained calm, devoid of any trepidation. The arrival of individuals from the Jiangnan district was intriguing. This group was likely stronger than Li Kuan, and he was eager to gauge their strength and ascertain the capabilities of the Jiangnan district. It would also provide a valuable opportunity for his subordinates to hone their skills, serving as a form of training and discipline, especially since Li Kai and Zhou Xiong had rapidly elevated their prowess while their standing had risen significantly, which could hinder their future cultivation. Captain, how should we proceed? Should we conduct a covert investigation? Wang Ling inquired cautiously, approaching Long Yan.as, the vice-captain of the 2nd team. He was second only to Long Yin and was known for his composed demeanor. At present, all 36 members of the 2nd team were focused intently on Long Yin. These individuals were the elite among ability users, each possessing Tier 3 strength, capable of leading a base or even an entire city elsewhere. Their power was formidable. Upon hearing Wang Ling, Long Yin scoffed, conduct a covert investigation? There is no need for such caution in a mere Su Bei city. However, Captain Li Kuan was annihilated here, Wang Ling cautioned, his tone tentative. Li Kuan? At the mention of this name, Long Yin sneered, his eyes reflecting disdain. Although both were captains of teams under the Jiangnan district, there existed a hierarchy among them, and Li Kuan was at the very bottom. After all, he was the weakest with the least talent. Whereas Long Yin was the vice-captain of the Jiangnan district's 2nd team, hailing from a prominent family. It was a wonder he even acknowledged Li Kuan. That worthless fool, I could eliminate him with the slightest effort. As for his subordinate team, they are merely a bunch of insignificant rabble. Long Yin chuckled coldly. Although his team consisted of only 36 members, each was an elite, with the weakest among them at the 3rd tier level. Such a force was sufficient to sweep through the vast majority of the Jiangnan region. A mere city like Su Bei was hardly worth considering. Seeing that he could not sway Long Yin, Wang Ling could only sigh in resignation. There was no denying that Long Yin, as a captain, possessed formidable strength, verging on terrifying. However, his character was rather arrogant, looking down on everyone, across the entirety of the Jiangnan region. Apart from the captain of the 1st team, he regarded almost no one with any respect. Long Yin cast a glance at the 3rd team nearby, where Gu Wuyan and his team were also making their way. This time, the two had received orders to come together. The members of Gu Wuyan's 3rd team were equally impressive, consisting of 27 individuals, all at the 3rd tier level. However, Unlike Long Yan's squad, Gu Wuyan's team members were all ordinary people before the apocalypse began. Thus, the two groups of ability users seemed quite out of place. The former's ability users came from notable backgrounds, either rich or influential, while the latter's were all from humble origins, perceived by the powerful as somewhat beneath them. This was also the primary source of conflict between the two. Gu Wuyan, do you intend to sneak around and gather information, or shall we head directly to the Tianqian base together? Long Yan said dismissively. Gu Wuyan shot him a calm glance, uninterested in engaging, and then proceeded towards the Tianqian base, his team members quickly following suit. Indeed, while Gu Wuyan was disinclined to acknowledge Long Yan, he felt no fear regarding the so-called Tianqian base. As the captain of the third team in Jiangnan, he possessed his own confidence. Observing Gu Wuyan's demeanor, Long Yan let out a hearty laugh, unfazed by Gu Wuyan's indifference, as he had long since grown accustomed to it. Did you see that? Let us move quickly. We cannot allow their third team to seize the glory, Long Yan commanded, and his second team members began to howl with excitement, hastening towards the Tianqian base. In their eyes, with their captain present, the Tianqian base was nothing to be concerned about. The Tianqian base occupied territory originally belonging to the 4th Military District, boasting superior buildings and a more advantageous geographical position. As Chen Xian and the others prepared to exit the base, Zhang Yun suddenly arrived with news. Chen Gu, trouble is brewing. People from Jiangnan have come. With that, everyone sensed a terrifying aura approaching from not far away. Rapidly converging on the Tianqian base, the sheer number and strength of the incoming individuals were beyond their expectations. Particularly, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong, having broken through to the 4th tier, could perceive the strength of the approaching group more distinctly. They both clearly felt that this batch of newcomers was formidable. Interesting. Open the gates and let us see who is coming, Chun Xian said with a smile. Yes. With Chun Xian present, the group felt no trepidation as they stepped out of the base. Outside, Long Yan and Gu Wuyan had arrived with their two teams. Together, their numbers amounted to only a few dozen, yet without exception, each possessed at least 3rd-tier strength. Witnessing this scene, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Goodness, such terrifying depth. Is this the Jiangnan region? Indeed, it's vastly different from Subei. Their foundation is impressively solid. Furthermore, this pair of teams represented only a fraction of Jiangnan's total strength. One could only imagine that. Without Qin Xian present, this group alone could easily decimate Subei multiple times over. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong exchanged glances, then stepped forward in unison, declaring loudly, "Who dares trespass into the territory of our Tianqian base?" Their voices echoed, resonating toward the newcomers. Oh, so this is the Tianqian base, and it has 2 4th-tier ability users. Quite intriguing, Long Yan remarked, narrowing his eyes as he observed Li Kai and Zhou Xiong. Showing no signs of concern. They were merely newly advanced 4th-tier users, their auras still unstable. Compared to him, they were like dirt beneath his feet, and thus he paid them no mind. Go, summon your leader. I have questions for him, he commanded, exuding an extreme arrogance that instantly irked the members of the Tianqian base, especially Li Kai and the others, who held a genuine admiration for Chen Xian. Seeing such blatant disrespect for their leader naturally provoked their ire. However, Qin Xian remained unfazed, eye in his eyes. Long Yan was nothing more than a mere insect, unworthy of his irritation. What business do you have with me? Chen Xian asked with a faint smile as he approached the group, his calm expression concealing his true power. His youthful visage radiated an enigmatic aura. Long Yan and Gu Wuyan scrutinized Chen Xian closely, their senses on high alert. This man's strength was undeniably impressive, as neither could ascertain his true capabilities. Chapter 94. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong engage. Either Chen Xian possessed some treasure that obscured his power from detection, or his strength was far superior, rendering their efforts futile. Naturally, they were more inclined to believe in the former, as Chen Xian appeared exceedingly youthful. His fair skin and handsome features could easily pass for that of a trainee. Are you the leader of Tianqian base? Long Yan spoke first, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Xian. What brings you from Jiangnan? Do you seek something? Chen Xian inquired with a smile. Long Yan, undeterred, replied, Where is Li Kuan and his team? Li Kuan and his team? I imagine they have already drunk the Mingpa soup, Chen Xian said with a smile. Glancing meaningfully at Long Yan's position, I recall that the spot where he met his end is precisely where you stand. How fortuitous. The spot where he died. Right where I stand? For some reason, both Long Yan and Gu Wuyan shivered at Chen Xian's words. This man felt rather intimidating. Indeed, the oppressive aura Chen Xian exuded was suffocating. Long Yan's eyes grew cold. Do you realize the consequences of killing someone from Jiangnan? Though he looked down on Li Kuan, the latter was still one of Jiangnan's own. Murdering him would be a slap in the face to Jiangnan and to Long Yan himself. If you've come here to cause trouble, then let us settle it directly. I am eager to see what Jiangnan is truly capable of. Chen Xian chuckled softly, his demeanor betraying no concern for Long Yan's threat. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances, both feeling a twinge of irritation. After all, Chen Xian's attitude was excessively dismissive, as if he regarded Jiangnan as nothing more than a collection of insignificant insects. Very well, let me see what the leader of Tianxian base is truly capable of. Long Yan scoffed, propelling himself towards Chen Xian at breakneck speed, a fiery blaze trailing in his wake. The ground beneath him was scorched, and even the air vibrated with heat. Long Yan's power was that of the Flame Sovereign, an SSS-grade ability, fearsomely potent. Chen Xian turned to Li Kai and Zhou Xiong. You two, test your skills. Understood. They exchanged determined glances, refusing to back down, positioning themselves on either side of Chen Xian to shield against Long Yan's assault point. One wielded the ancient Sacred Bear ability, while the other commanded metal manipulation. Both were SS-grade abilities and fourth-tier warriors. Their combined power formidable, boom! The terrifying attack reverberated, creating a shockwave that obliterated everything within 100 meters. Long Yan's strike sent Li Kai and Zhou Xiong reeling, his gaze laced with disdain. You two think you can obstruct me? Scram with that. An even more terrifying wave of heat surged forth, a fire dragon hurtling towards them. Rumbling. The fire dragon roared as if alive. Li Kai quickly summoned his metal ability, erecting a metallic barrier before them. However, despite its impressive defense, the flames proved more potent, melting the barrier to nothingness. The fire dragon surged through, targeting them relentlessly. Zhou Xiong hastily unleashed his ancient Sacred Bear ability, hoping to withstand the onslaught. But even its formidable defense faltered against the fire dragon's might. Bang! Both were injured by the fire dragon, their forms singed as they staggered back several steps before managing to steady themselves. You two think you can stop me? What a joke. Long Yan hovered in the air, his gaze dripping with contempt. Did these two truly believe themselves worthy of halting his advance? If this represented the strongest forces at Tianxian base, then it was hardly impressive. Chenggu, we have been defeated, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong admitted, their heads bowed in shame. They prided themselves on being Chen Xian's right-hand men, yet they couldn't withstand even a single blow from their opponent, leaving them feeling utterly humiliated for having disappointed Chen Xian. Chen Xian smiled gently at their admission, patting their shoulders. Remember, there are always greater heights and more powerful beings beyond your comprehension. Train diligently in the future. Strength is the foundation of all. Regardless of how vast a force may be or how many personnel it commands, in the apocalypse, strength is always the bedrock of everything. Without strength, all else is rendered meaningless. Upon hearing these words, the two exchanged a knowing glance and nodded emphatically. Rest assured, Brother Chen, from this day forth, we shall diligently cultivate our skills. Chen Xian, upon hearing this, smiled and nodded in approval. Indeed, excellent with that. He tossed each of them a vial of elixir. Take this to recover your injuries. Thank you, Brother Chen. Although they were unaware of the nature of the elixirs bestowed upon them, they were certain that anything given by Chen Xian would be of exceptional quality. Without hesitation, Li Kai and Zhou Xiong positioned themselves behind Chen Xian and promptly consumed the elixirs, in an instant. The weariness that had once enveloped them dissipated, and their injuries healed completely. How could this be possible? Witnessing this scene, Long Yan and everyone in the Jiangnan district stared in disbelief. This is an elixir. How could you possess it? It should be noted that the elixirs in the Jiangnan district were still under development, and the Long family was at the forefront of this research. However, the process of developing elixirs was lengthy, and Jiangnan had only produced some low-tier potions, which were of little use to their level and had yet to be disclosed to the public. Yet, the elixirs Chen Xian had produced were evidently capable of healing the wounds of fourth-tier ability users, indicating a higher grade. How could a mere leader of a faction in Subei City possess such elixirs? Chen Xian, with a stoic expression, refrained from answering the question and turned his gaze to Lin Zixuan. Zixuan, you should give it a try as well. If Lin Zixuan were to break through to the peak of the fourth tier, she could possibly contend with Long Yan. However, at present, She had only just ascended to the 4th tier, her strength not yet fully stable. Qin Xian's intent in allowing her to engage was merely to give her some practice. It would indeed be a shame not to train with such a formidable opponent. All right, without further ado, Lin Zixuan flashed forward towards Long Yan. The next moment, an overwhelming darkness enveloped the sky, and Long Yan's eyes widened in surprise. Darkness power? This is the first time I've encountered an ability user wielding such power, and it seems their ability level is not to be underestimated. An endless abyss of darkness enveloped Long Yan, yet he remained unfazed, summoning countless flames that soared into the heavens. Chapter 95. You truly deserve to die. The power of the flames was immensely potent, and inherently, flames had a certain degree of restraint against darkness. Thus, as the flames erupted, they illuminated the entire sky. In that instant, Long Yan discerned Lin Zixuan's figure, and a fire dragon roared forth, charging directly at her, seemingly intent on obliterating her in one fell swoop. However, Lin Zixuan was not to be trifled with. Although her darkness was countered by his flames, her strength was formidable in its own right. Countless dark spears transformed into a cage that ensnared the fire dragon. Interesting, Long Yan remarked, a smile creeping onto his face. It was evident that Lin Zixuan's power was not to be compared with that of the previous two. Her strength was indeed impressive, and she possessed a beauty akin to a frost-kissed maiden. Long Yan, who considered himself a charming figure, had never been short of female company, both before and after the apocalypse. What is your name? You possess both beauty and strength. Would you be interested in following me to the Jiangnan district and becoming my woman? I can offer you the position of vice captain. Long Yan's playful demeanor instantly sparked revulsion in Lin Zixuan. She harbored an inexplicable animosity towards men, aside from Qin Xian. Now, with Long Yan's provocation, her inner fury ignited. She even contemplated severing his lower body to brew wine. You truly deserve to die. Seething with rage, Lin Zixuan's form melded with the darkness, the abyss once more engulfing the surroundings. You truly deserve to die. Her cold voice was devoid of emotion, yet those familiar with Lin Zixuan understood that she was utterly enraged. And her anger was palpable. Boom! Lin Zixuan's assault surged indiscriminately towards Long Yan, as if she were willing to risk everything. Witnessing her frenzied onslaught, Long Yan was momentarily taken aback before evading with urgency. Damn it, you were playing for keeps? Long Yan hadn't anticipated that a mere jest would provoke Lin Zixuan into a frenzied assault, each strike imbued with her full strength. Lin Zixuan remained silent, relentless in her barrage. Various manifestations of darkness, spears, cages, blades, any attack conceivable by the power of darkness was unleashed upon him without discrimination. Her strategy lacked any semblance of structure, driven solely by sheer aggression. This spectacle was witnessed by the onlookers below, all of whom swallowed hard. Wow, this woman is terrifying. Li Kai and Zhou Xiong stood transfixed, unable to tear their eyes away. There was no denying that Lin Zixuan's power was fearsome. However, even though Long Yan was momentarily caught off guard, his strength surpassed that of Lin Zixuan, and after a brief period of defense, he began to counterattack. Yet, Long Yan found himself locked in a stalemate with her. Eventually, Lin Zixuan began to falter, and defeat was merely a matter of time. Qin Xian, however, observed with satisfaction. After all, the disparity in power between Lin Zixuan and Long Yan was evident, yet she had managed to hold her ground to such an extent. Underscoring her remarkable talent, he kicked the leg of Dog Emperor and said, "What are you staring at? Go help her." Woof! Dog Emperor perked up at the command. It had been a long time since it had engaged in battle and was itching for action. Given that Long Yan was also at the peak of the 4th tier, Dog Emperor, being an SSS class ability user, was equally formidable. In an instant, Dog Emperor vanished from its spot, reappearing high above the sky. Boom! As Dog Emperor made its entrance, thunder roared, and countless purple lightning bolts struck down towards Long Yan. What the hell? Danger! Long Yan immediately sensed a perilous aura and retreated frantically. The lightning rained down, and had he been any slower, it would have surely struck him. Gazing at Dog Emperor, Long Yan was momentarily bewildered. What is this? A dog? And such a large one? In the apocalypse, animal mutations were commonplace, and their powers significantly heightened. Yet, how had this dog awakened an ability? Surely this was a joke. In the entire apocalypse, Only Dog Emperor had awakened an SSS-class ability and successfully ascended to the 9th tier, making it a rarity of unparalleled uniqueness. Observing Dog Emperor, Lin Zixuan remained calm. Take him down. Having spent considerable time with Dog Emperor, Lin Zixuan shared a special bond with it. Sensing her anger, Dog Emperor barked twice in response. In the next moment, it transformed into a bolt of purple lightning, charging directly at Long Yin. Lin Zixuan, not idle, positioned herself on one side, forming a pincer movement with Dog Emperor, seemingly intent on eliminating Long Yin outright. Initially, Long Yin dismissed the situation. After all, it was just a dog, and while it possessed abilities, how formidable could it truly be? As for Lin Zixuan, although her strength was impressive, she still paled in comparison to him. Thus, he paid little heed to the combined assault of one person and one dog. However, minutes later, he realized he was gravely mistaken. Damn it. Can someone tell me why this stupid dog is so strong? Dog Emperor's strength was on par with his own, also at the peak of the 4th tier, wielding the SSS class ability of Purple Sky Thunder, excelling in both offense and defense, and boasting remarkable speed. To make matters worse, Lin Zixuan kept darting in and out, delivering blows whenever possible. In just a few minutes, Long Yin bore several wounds, appearing increasingly disheveled. He looked down at his team members, cursing loudly. Damn it, why aren't you all helping? Why are you just standing there? Although his pride was bruised, he wasn't foolish. The combined might of Lin Zixuan and Dog Emperor was too overwhelming. If this continued, he might very well lose his life here. Therefore, Long Yin urgently called upon his team members for assistance. Among his squad, aside from him, there were 5 4th-tier powerhouses, while the remaining 31 were 3rd-tier ability users. Formidable in their own right, however, with Qian Xian present, they stood no chance. Qian Xian's lips curled into a slight smirk as a towering ice wall erupted from the ground, forming a massive crystalline barrier around Lin Zixuan, Dog Emperor, and Long Yin, resembling an arena. What is this? The ability users under Long Yin gaped in astonishment at the crystalline barrier before them. What are you waiting for? Break it down and help the captain. Wang Ling hastily urged. As the vice-captain of the 2nd team, his authority was only second to Long Yan's. Following his command, the team members hastily unleashed their abilities, aiming to shatter the ice barrier. Chapter 96. Go to Hell Boom. Countless attacks surged forth from the 2nd team's ability users and struck the crystalline barrier. What appeared to be as fragile as a cicada's wing seemed as though it would shatter upon contact. Yet against the combined assault of over 30 ability users, it remained utterly unmoved. Not even a single shard of ice fell. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. What? How is this possible? Wang Ling's eyes widened as he stared at the unyielding crystalline barrier, his mind reeling. What in the world was this? He had definitely exerted all his strength, and his subordinates had also given their all, yet the ice barrier remained unchanged, utterly absurd. The chilling aura emanating from it sent shivers down their spines. After all, this is the epitome of ice, an overwhelming chill permeating the air, undeniably frigid. Below, Gu Wuyan squinted, fixating intently on the direction of the crystalline barrier, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. How could this be possible? The assaults from the 3rd team were formidable. Despite their united efforts, they had not even managed to breach the defenses. What extraordinary strength was this? He then turned his gaze to Chen Xian. Observing the young man whose countenance remained unperturbed, as if everything was as it should be. What kind of power does he possess? Initially, Gu Wuyan had presumed that Chen Xian's abilities were comparable to his own. Otherwise, he could not have so easily slain Li Kuan. Yet now, it appeared that was not the case. The strength of his opponent was rather terrifying, likely surpassing his own. No, it was almost certainly far beyond it. The thought sent a shiver down Gu Wuyan's spine. Meanwhile, Long Yin found himself in a precarious predicament, besieged by Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan, deploying his powers while evading their relentless attacks. To speak plainly, the combined might of Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan was utterly fearsome. Dog Emperor moved with blinding speed, his strikes devastating, while Lin Zixuan, akin to a cunning assassin, was elusive as an eel, striking whenever the opportunity arose, leaving Long Yin in a state of utter disarray. Observing the onlookers outside, he grew impatient. Aren't you all going to get in here? Captain, this thing can't be broken. Wang Ling responded, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Can't be broken? Nonsense. You all can't break this with your combined might? Long Yin retorted, perceiving the crystalline barrier as gossamer thin, utterly incapable of withstanding his attack. He retreated beside the barrier, flames erupting from his body. Surging towards the crystalline structure, boom! The crimson flames instantly engulfed the entire barrier. Just as he believed his fiery might would melt through, Long Yan's smile abruptly faltered. He realized the crystalline barrier exhibited no reaction to his assault, not even a hint of melting. Maintaining its original form. Impossible. How could ice withstand my flames? I possess an S-level ability. Long Yin struggled to accept this. His flames were of a high echelon, distinct from ordinary fire elemental powers. He was indeed a sovereign of flames. Formidable in strength. Standing below, Chen Xian chuckled softly, merely a frog in a well. As soon as Chen Xian's words fell, Long Yin felt a burning sting across his face, as if he had been struck by an invisible hand. Before arriving, he had mocked the rustic folk of Subei City for their lack of strength. Now, he found himself unable to breach the opponent's defenses, only to be ridiculed in return. The crucial matter was that he might very well lose his life today. While Long Yin pondered his escape, Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan seized the opportunity to launch another assault. The crystalline barrier resembled an arena, utterly impenetrable. Watching Long Yin being overwhelmed, the second team grew anxious. Aware that if they did not rescue him soon, he could very well perish. Wang Ling shifted his gaze to Chen Xian. He understood that the crystalline barrier was under Chen Xian's control, meaning that defeating him would free Long Yin. But what level of power does Chen Xian possess? Wang Ling was uncertain, but knew it was immensely formidable. With no other options remaining, he resolved swiftly, commanding his subordinates, everyone, follow me to take down the leader of Tianxian base. Yes. The team responded without hesitation, launching themselves towards Chen Xian, each wielding terrifying powers, exerting their utmost effort. Such an overwhelming display of energy could potentially obliterate all structures within Tianxian base. Yet, Chen Xian exhibited no fear. He stepped forward leisurely, just the right opportunity to test my new abilities. With that, Chen Xian's eyes glimmered momentarily, followed by a wave of spatial distortion emanating from him. Spatial lockdown. In the next instant, the assailants who had been charging towards Chen Xian found themselves frozen in midair, unable to move. All present stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Only Wang Ling and a few fourth-tier ability users could still move, albeit severely restricted. Spatial distortion. As Chen Xian's words echoed, the second team's ability users suddenly felt their bodies swell. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds echoed continuously as the previously immobile assailants erupted into a cloud of blood mist. Obliterated in an instant, only 5 fourth-tier ability users, including Wang Ling, remained, while the rest vanished into thin air. The abrupt turn of events left everyone astonished, including Long Yin, despite battling Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan. Witnessing his subordinates being annihilated in an instant filled him with both shock and rage. Caught off guard, he was struck by Dog Emperor's purple sky thunder. Though Wang Ling and his companions had survived, they were grievously injured, their internal organs severely damaged, blood spurting from their mouths. There was no escaping the might of spatial power. Of course, this was merely a third-tier spatial power. If Chen Xian's abilities were to ascend to the fourth tier, Wang Ling and the others would likely meet their demise. Yet, Chen Xian had no intention of sparing them. He vanished from sight, appearing before Wang Ling and his companions in an instant. To hell with you. With a single punch, Chen Xian dispatched all 5 of them, without the slightest hesitation. Chapter 97. Fifth tier. This sudden turn of events left everyone wide-eyed, filled with disbelief. How could this be? The second team under Long Yin, one of the foremost combat forces in the Jiangnan region, had been effortlessly annihilated. What kind of power was this? Gu Wuyan and his third team stood agape, their hearts in turmoil. It was known that the second team's overall strength surpassed theirs slightly. Yet now, their captain Long Yin was embroiled in a fierce battle, on the brink of collapse, while his team members fell one by one to Chen Xian's hand. If they were in the same position, they would likely not withstand even a casual strike from Chen Xian. Ji Wuyan gazed in astonishment at Chen Xian, his heart racing with confusion. He thought, he just utilized spatial abilities, ice powers, and something akin to strength. Who is this individual? Possessing such a myriad of abilities? Indeed, Gu Wuyan's mind was in disarray. He could not fathom how Qin Xian could wield so many powerful abilities simultaneously. At this moment, Long Yin found himself cornered. In a state of disarray, clothes tattered, his face charred black from Dog Emperor's purple sky thunder, blood oozed intermittently from his body, the result of Lin Zixuan's relentless assaults. He retreated to the corner of the crystalline barrier. His expression one of horror as he surveyed the duo before him, then glanced at his once loyal third team, now reduced to nothing but corpses at Qian Xian's hand. Fury welled within him, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, ready to explode. These third team members had been utterly devoted to him. Over 30 had perished in an instant. Damn it, I'll fight you to the end. Long Yin declared, producing a vial from his possession and swallowing its contents without hesitation. In an instant, his aura surged, flames illuminating the entire crystalline barrier, casting light upon every corner. Hiss, Captain, what's happening? How has Long Yan's strength suddenly surged so dramatically? The team members gasped in astonishment. The leap in power must have directly transcended the fourth tier. Reaching the fifth tier, Ji Wuyan squinted, slowly articulating, the potion he just consumed is a newly developed formula that can temporarily enhance strength, but it greatly damages the body. An experimental drug. Ji Wuyan recognized that this potion undoubtedly originated from the Long Family Corporation, the largest partner in the Jiangnan region, leading in pharmaceutical research. This was why Long Yin held such a prestigious status. A remarkable presence in Jiangnan, closely tied to the Long family. This kind of potion was not something Gu Wuyan possessed. Indeed, it was a valuable lifesaver. Despite its detrimental effects on the body, survival was paramount in life-and-death situations. Feeling the surge of power coursing through him, Long Yan's previous injuries evaporated, and his aura was unprecedentedly robust. You all have slaughtered every member of my second team. Today, I shall decimate the entire Tianxian base. Flames flickered in Long Yan's eyes, an eerie glow radiating boundless murderous intent. He unleashed a punch, the searing flames instantly engulfing the entire crystalline barrier. Boom! The crystalline barrier collapsed with a thunderous crash. Chen Xian regarded Long Yin with keen interest, murmuring to himself, TSK. Reached the fifth tier, quite intriguing. Though it was achieved through a potion, he has indeed ascended to the fifth tier. Chen Xian was somewhat taken aback by Long Yan's newfound strength. He had not anticipated that the opponent possessed such a method for forcibly enhancing power. It seemed that technology had advanced rapidly since the onset of the apocalypse. Merely a single region in Jiangnan boasts such advanced technology. Thus, when one considers the entirety of Huaxia, it is inevitable that the other major military districts also experience various technological advancements. This is indeed intriguing, yet it is merely a passing observation. Although the strength at the fifth tier is formidable, and augmented by the SSS-level Flame Sovereign's extraordinary abilities, it ranks among the elite within the realm of fifth-tier ability users. However, to Chen Xian, it holds little significance. With a single punch, Long Yin unleashed a torrent of fire dragons that surged toward Lin Zixuan and the Dog Emperor. The fire dragons writhed as if roaring in the air, their terrifying force sending shivers down the spines of both the Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan. This technique was indeed formidable, possessing the power to level a mountain. The Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan swiftly activated their abilities in preparation to withstand the onslaught, but as the fire dragons drew near, the scorching waves of heat left them both momentarily stunned. Perhaps their combined might was insufficient to counter such horror. Should they attempt to resist forcibly, even if they were to survive, they would undoubtedly suffer severe burns. There was no denying the overwhelming might of Long Yin's fifth-tier abilities, particularly in a state of rage. Boom! Just as countless fire dragons were about to engulf the two, everyone witnessed an astonishing sight. Those innumerable fire dragons abruptly froze in place, their once roaring flames now encased in ice. Resembling exquisitely carved ice dragons, lifelike in their form. What is this? All present were left in stunned silence, taken aback by the sheer terror of Chen Xian's strength, capable of freezing even Long Yan's fiery assault. This was utterly absurd. In an instant, Chen Xian's figure flickered, appearing before the Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan, calmly instructing, "You two, retreat for now." "Yes, Wang," they replied in unison, heading back toward the Tianxian base. This moment, The onlookers at Tianxian base regarded the Dog Emperor and Lin Zixuan with a mixture of respect and profound dread. Indeed, it was fear. After all, they had just witnessed Lin Zixuan's frenzied display of power, which was nothing short of intimidating. This seemingly icy goddess was far more formidable than she appeared, her unleashed strength making it impossible for anyone to meet her gaze directly in that instant. Countless individuals resolved never to cross Lin Zixuan. They absolutely could not. For she would indeed go so far as to sever your limbs and brew them into a drink. You have slain all members of my second team. Today, I shall avenge them. It is either your demise or mine. Long Yin glared furiously, his eyes burning with a fierce crimson light, exuding a palpable aura of murder. This murderous intent seemed almost tangible. Chen Xian, however, merely chuckled coldly. You are mistaken. It is only you who shall perish. With that, Chen Xian's figure vanished in an instant, and before anyone could react, he materialized behind Long Yin. Bang! Chen Xian delivered a powerful kick, sending Long Yin crashing to the ground like a cannonball, leaving a 1-meter-deep crater in his wake. After a moment, Long Yin struggled to rise from the ground, coughing violently, his entire being in disarray. How could this be possible? Chapter 98. Surrender or die. Long Yin's eyes were filled with disbelief. After advancing to the 5th tier, his strength had undergone a dramatic transformation, with enhancements across perception, speed, and reaction time. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless against Chen Xian's strike. The disparity in their abilities had not diminished with his elevation. Rather, it had only served to highlight the chasm that lay between them. Standing before him, Chen Xian resembled an unfathomable abyss, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. If this is all the strength you possess, then you might as well perish. Chen Xian's voice was cold as he chuckled. His body vanishing once more, a punch came crashing down upon Long Yin, sending him hurtling backward again. The combination of spatial power and the Ice Dragon ability was simply terrifying. Among users of the same tier, few could withstand the might of Chen Xian's iron fists. The sheer force was beyond imagination. In merely 2 strikes, Long Yin was left bloodied and battered, a fountain of blood erupting from his mouth, rendering him gravely injured. Ji Wuyin observed Long Yin's condition, his eyes widening in disbelief. Long Yin had reached the 5th tier, yet he was being effortlessly dominated by Chen Xian. What then was the true extent of Chen Xian's power? This remained an unfathomable mystery. Chen Xian spared no mercy. He had no desire to engage with someone of Long Yin's caliber. A mere 5th tier was hardly worth his interest. He had not even exerted 2/10 of his strength. You will regret this. The Jiangnan region will not let you go, nor will the Long family. Long Yin roared at that moment. He appeared disheveled and utterly defeated, lacking any semblance of the proud figure he once was. In the face of his threats, Chen Xian merely chuckled disdainfully, his eyes filled with scorn. Jiangnan? And what of it? At worst, they could all be exterminated together. With Chen Xian's current power, such a feat was entirely within his capabilities. As for the Long family, there was no need for concern. He was well aware that prior to the apocalypse, the Long Corporation was a colossal entity, possessing assets worth billions, and after the onset of the apocalypse, they had focused on developing pharmaceuticals, wielding immense power throughout Jiangnan. Even the leaders and upper echelons of Jiangnan had to weigh the capabilities of the Long Corporation carefully. Yet, to Chen Xian, they were but inconsequential. I shall be watching closely, Chen Xian replied with a faint smile. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and his once black pupils transformed into a brilliant white eye. In the next moment, innumerable ice blades converged, exuding an intensely cold aura, causing even ability users to shudder involuntarily. It was unbearably cold. Descend into hell. Chen Xian had no desire for further conversation. A multitude of ice blades hurtled toward Long Yan's body. Boom! In the next instant, Long Yan's form erupted, blood and flesh scattering, dead beyond resurrection. This moment, every member of the 3rd team, including those at the Tianxian base, stood frozen in place, their expressions dazed. Everything had transpired far too swiftly. Although Long Yin had consumed drugs to elevate his strength to the 5th tier, it was undeniable that he was indeed a 5th tier ability user. Yet, even so, he had been effortlessly dominated by Chen Xian. This scene was simply beyond belief. After dispatching Long Yin, Chen Xian regarded the members of the 3rd team with an expression of indifference. His calm gaze swept across the group, instantly instilling a sense of dread in all present. How terrifying! His eyes resembled those of an ancient behemoth, causing anyone who met his gaze to tremble involuntarily. Will you also take action? Chen Xian's voice was calm, yet it sent a chill through the ranks of the third team, who dared not move, their eyes fixed intently on Gu Wuyi. In truth, they were equally reluctant to confront Chen Xian. This individual was overwhelmingly fearsome, having annihilated the second team entirely. How long could they possibly endure? In reality, Gu Wuyi himself was torn. To engage? Undoubtedly, it would lead to certain death. After all, the second team had been obliterated, and Long Yin had been ruthlessly beaten. He lacked the confidence to contend with Chen Xian. To refrain from action? Would Chen Xian easily allow them to escape? Even if he did, how would they explain their return? It must be said that Gu Wuyi was deeply conflicted, for he recognized that today's events presented an insurmountable dilemma. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped forward slowly, fixing his unwavering gaze upon Chen Xian's figure. I am not your opponent. This simple, unadorned statement signified Gu Wuyi's capitulation. Indeed, for someone of his pride, he had never bowed so low, even within Jiangnan. Yet, in the face of Chen Xian, he found himself lacking the courage to fight. This man stood like an insurmountable mountain, impossible to overcome. Chen Xian, upon hearing this, smiled lightly, his gaze roaming over Gu Wuyi and the ability users behind him. I offer you a choice. Surrender to me or face death. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, the entire assembly fell into stunned silence. Was Chen Xian extending an olive branch? Was he seeking to recruit Gu Wuyi and his third team? The members of the third team exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions laden with disbelief and hope. After all, aligning themselves with Chen Xian meant survival, as well as the acquisition of a formidable ally as for Gu Wuyi. He too found himself engulfed in turmoil, contemplating the unexpected proposition. He had not anticipated Chen Xian's desire to recruit him. Thus, when Chen Xian uttered those words, he was momentarily taken aback. Why do you wish to recruit me? Why not Long Yin? His strength exceeds mine, Ji Wuyin queried, curiosity evident in his tone. After all, the power Long Yin had displayed moments ago far surpassed his own, and Chen Xian had no apparent reason to recruit Gu Wuyi instead of him. Chen Xian, in response, smiled lightly. In truth, his reasoning was quite clear. In his past life, he was well acquainted with the 9th-tier ability users of Jiangnan. Ji Wuyin had been one of the top-tier powerhouses, possessing 9th-tier strength, ranking among the top 3 within Jiangnan. As for Long Yin, while his abilities were commendable, he had consumed too many drugs, causing him to remain stuck at the peak of the 8th tier and unable to break through to the 9th, thus relegating him from the first tier of power. Of course, the primary reason lay in Long Yan's privileged background within the Long family, which rendered him arrogant and dismissive, failing to garner Chen Xian's respect. In contrast, Gu Wuyi was meticulous and possessed considerable talent, earning Chen Xian's admiration. If he had not resorted to drugs, he would be no match for you, would he? Chen Xian remarked with a knowing smile. He could clearly see that Gu Wuyi had been concealing his true strength. His actual power was likely close to the 5th tier, merely a step away from advancement. Thus, had Long Yin not resorted to drugs,